how you're doing it right now.
Yes, and I can play, I played.
This is also the sound of a country at war. Molly Hunter, NBC News, Lviv.
Wow, gives you chills. They're picking up their instruments instead of weapons, doing their part.
And hopefully that is the case, that they can hang on to those instruments and not have to exchange them for those weapons.
Let's hope. Thanks for starting your day with us.
I'm Frances Rivera along with Stephen Romo. Have a good one.
Putin says he's only targeting military targets.
Sorry. Where is military target? This building is military target.
The former heavyweight boxer and current mayor of Kyiv speaking out after Ukraine's president delivered an impassioned speech before U.S. Congress, invoking images of Pearl Harbor and 9/11, with President Biden promising a massive military aid package.
A tragic traffic accident takes the lives of 9 people, including 6 college athletes and their head coach. And this morning, the lives of 2 more students hang in the balance.
To an NBC News exclusive interview with activist and actress Angelina Jolie on working to stop domestic violence and her criticism of family courts.
And the madness that is March has already begun with a double overtime thriller. It is St. Patrick's Day, and early today starts right now.
Thank you for being with us. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Stephen Romo. We begin this morning with strong words from President Joe Biden about Russian President Vladimir Putin.
I think he is a war criminal.
A spokesperson for the Kremlin called his words unacceptable and unforgivable. This came after Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky addressed Congress, making an emotional plea to help stop Putin.
President Biden, you are the leader of the nation, of your great nation. I wish you to be the leader of the world. Being the leader of the world means to be the leader of peace.
His speech was met with a standing ovation. Later, Zelensky sat down for an exclusive interview with Lester Holt with the help of a Ukrainian government-provided interpreter. He chillingly suggested that another world war may already be upon us.
President Biden has been very clear. He's worried about provocations that could trigger World War III. Do you understand his concern there, and do you agree that it wouldn't take much to end up in World War III?
Nobody knows whether it may have already started. Nobody would be able to predict when the full-scale war would start and how it will end. Who will put an end to that? In this case, we have the whole civilization at stake.
Meanwhile, Russia's vicious attacks on cities in Ukraine continue. We bring in Molly Hunter, who's live in Lviv. Molly, a theater where hundreds of civilians were sheltering was struck in Mariupol. What's the latest there?
Yeah, that's exactly right. This is the headline from overnight. A civilian target with absolutely no military strategic target, no military infrastructure around it. This was a theater, a drama theater in the center of Mariupol, in the heart of the city. And it was a refuge. It was sheltering an estimated 1,200 people. And on the sides of the theater, we know from satellite imagery, it was written in white, in Russian. It said children, clearly denoting that not only was it a civilian target, but there were children inside. It was bombed overnight. And we don't know the death toll. That is the big question this morning. And we've talked to officials there who have said they may not know the death toll. There is a shred of good news, though. Thousands of people are starting to get out of that city in private vehicles. Stephen, I'll send it back to you.
And you're talking about that good news, but how about the evacuation efforts across other parts of Ukraine?
Right, and it's very relative good news, right? It's because people, civilians in that city, Mariupol, the southeast of the country, has been besieged for 2 weeks. No one has been able to get out, Francis. And according to President Zelensky, about 30,000 people have gotten out in the last few days. Yesterday alone, it was 6,000 people, 2,000 children. But we did hear from President Zelensky overnight, and he said humanitarian corridors, unfortunately, did not work anywhere else today. The Russian military did not stop the gunfire and did not guarantee safety. We are ready to enforce for ceasefire. We are ready to evacuate people. And again, there are buses standing by outside of Mariupol waiting to go in to take women, to take children, to take the elderly who haven't been able to get into those private vehicles, and they are not allowed to go in.
Yeah, that is so hard knowing that they're just there waiting without them being allowed to do that. Molly, thank you.
Well, the U.S. is reinforcing Ukraine's military to help defend against Russia's violent onslaught. President Biden announced another $800 million in aid shortly after Zelensky's passionate plea to Congress. NBC's Bree Jackson is in D.C. this morning with the latest. And Bree, what kind of support is America going to provide with this?
Good morning, Stephen. Well, this latest package drastically increases the amount of military aid going to Ukraine. The added assistance brings the total authorized by President Biden to about $2 billion. While he did not commit to President Zelensky's request for a no-fly zone, the package does include dozens of drones, hundreds of anti-aircraft systems, thousands in small arms, and millions in munitions.
The American people will be steadfast in our support of the people of Ukraine in the face of Putin's immoral, unethical attacks on civilian populations. We are united in our abhorrence of Putin's depraved onslaught, and we're going to continue to have their backs as they fight for their freedom, their democracy, their very survival.
And the White House is facing pressure from Congress to go a step further. Some lawmakers calling to provide fighter jets to help Ukraine protect its skies.
Our country's got to do more, as well as other nations around the world. And in this case, he was highly specific about the things we can do to help, not just aircraft, but also S-300 and other intercepting type systems that will allow them to have a more safe sky.
So what does the country think about the response so far? A new Mammoth poll shows 81% support for economic sanctions and nearly 70% support sending troops to our European allies. Now, according to the same poll, about half of Americans approve of how Mr. Biden has handled the situation so far. And the president has promised that there will be more assistance in the future coming from the U.S. as well as from our allies abroad. Stephen?
And we know Ukraine is in desperate need of that assistance. Bree, thank you.
A New Mexico community is grieving this morning after 6 students and a coach were killed in a head-on collision. The victims, members of the University of the Southwest men's and women's golf teams, and they died after the team's van collided with a pickup. NBC's Morgan Chesky has more on the investigation.
It's the mangled wreckage breaking hearts from a collision killing 9, including 7 members of a college golf team.
It's a very tragic scene. It's very, very tragic.
The accident happened around 8 p.m. Tuesday. Authorities say a team van for the University of the Southwest was headed home from a Texas tournament when a pickup truck veered into their lane seconds before impact.
I've got wrecked vehicles on both sides of the highway, fully involved vehicles. I'm still trying to get up on scene and see what we have.
Authorities say that head-on collision grew worse when flames engulfed both vehicles. Burn scars now line the side of the road where bystanders tried desperately to save those trapped inside. Crews airlifted 2 students more than 100 miles to hospitals in Lubbock, where they remain in critical condition. But for 6 student athletes, their coach, and 2 others inside the truck, the impact proved fatal. Among those lost, Lacey Stone, whose high school coach called her a hardworking student and golfer with a constant smile.
She joked and she sang and she just lived life to the fullest, and it's going to be really hard to not have her around anymore.
The university president confirming the team coach, Tyler James, was also among those killed.
We've learned that federal investigators with the NTSB have dispatched a team to investigate this accident as students and staff here at the university mourn those lives lost. We'll send it back to you.
Right. Morgan, thank you.
Well, smoke was visible for miles near Indianapolis after a Walmart distribution center went up in flames. Some incredible video here. The Plainfield fire chief says they don't know exactly what caused it, but it seems like there was a lot of clothing stored in the area where the fire started. All of the employees, thankfully, were able to get out safely. People in that area were warned not to touch any of the debris that was falling into their yards because that material could be toxic. Walmart says it will continue working with police and fire officials. officials.
A community in Sarasota, Florida was taken by surprise when a twister touched down. The National Weather Service confirms an EF1 tornado lasted for nearly 1 minute. Several businesses were damaged and some people were trapped when a roof collapsed on an industrial building. Everyone, though, made it out okay.
All right, let's turn to the St. Patrick's Day forecast, finding out what kind of weather we're looking forward to with Bill Cairns. I know he's got the green tie. Francis remembered her green. I did not, so you guys are luckier than me.
Pinch right there for him.
We'll represent. We'll represent. Yeah, good morning. Denver International Airport just reported in 3.3 inches of snow already. It is still snowing hard, and they're expecting an additional 3 to 5 inches. So they'll end up with their 6 to 10 inches of snow on St. Patrick's Day. So a very difficult morning commute there. Snowing pretty good now towards Colorado Springs. And eventually we're going to take some of this snow and push it out of the foothills and into the central portions of Kansas, maybe even heading for areas like Iowa, too. So winter storm watches are up. This is how much snow we can expect. Now, this time of year, a lot of the snow will accumulate on the grass and not on the roads, but it's possible for accumulating snows there through central Kansas, an area right around Des Moines, just south of Omaha, and then up through areas of southern Wisconsin. We're also going to have a chance of dealing with some severe weather today. 12 million people at risk of severe storms this evening from New Orleans to Oklahoma City, and that continues tomorrow in areas of the Deep South. That's a look at your national forecast. Now here's a look at the weather outside your window. So a pretty big storm system with gusty winds, high fire danger in central Texas, warm temperatures too, 84 in San Antonio today, those thunderstorms tonight. And then we're also watching a storm creeping up the East Coast with some rain and gray clouds. Yeah, not the best parade forecast for a couple East Coast cities. I'll tell you who coming up.
Yeah, and a lot of those cities haven't had them because of COVID, so glad to have them either way. All right, Bill, thank you.
Well, we're getting a bird's eye view of a baby eaglet that just hatched. You don't want to miss this one. It lives in a large nest 150 feet up in the Dulles Greenway in Virginia, and it's an adorable little fella here. It's attracted quite the audience as well, with classrooms tuning in. And there's another way you can watch this. There's also a contest to name this little guy.
All right, the Federal Reserve raised interest rates as expected, but stock soared, sending shares of one company over $500,000 per share.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here. Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Students from Southlake caught on camera using racial slurs.
It's been covered up for a very long time.
We are strongly against critical race theory.
Racism in reverse is racism. Shame!
This is Southlake. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Wall Street cheering the Fed's first move to fight inflation. Markets rallied after the Federal Reserve hiked interest rates for the first time since 2018 and signaled 6 more hikes this year. The Dow rallied over 500 points, while the Nasdaq was up nearly 4%. One of the big winners was Berkshire Hathaway, closing above $500,000 a share for the first time ever. Warren Buffett's company is up more than 11% this year.
Well, Californians may soon get some relief from surging gas prices. A group of lawmakers say they plan to announce a $400 gas rebate. According to AAA, average fuel prices in California reached $5.77. This new proposal would use $9 billion of the state's budget surplus to provide a rebate to every California taxpayer, whether they drive or not. The lawmakers rejected the idea of suspending the state's gas tax, though, saying there's no guarantee consumers would see those savings.
Actor Jussie Smollett is a free man once again. He was released from jail late last night while he appeals his conviction. He was found guilty of lying to police about a staged hate crime. Smollett posted a $150,000 bond. He maintains his innocence.
Still to come this morning, Angelina Jolie is speaking in an exclusive interview about her efforts to prevent violence against women and fix family courts in America.
And gearing up Ukraine, millions of dollars worth of aid set sail to help the country defend against Russia's assault.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Hold on to your seats.
The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
A strange story and a career of strange stories.
All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it is it.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Coming up on Today, we'll take you into McSorley's, the oldest Irish bar in the U.S., for a taste of St. Patrick's Day.
March is celebrated as Women's History Month, and on Wednesday, the White House marked the renewal of the Violence Against Women Act. It is championed by award-winning actress Angelina Jolie, along with the National Coalition Against Domestic Violence and other groups. NBC's Kate Snow spoke with Jolie about the importance of the law and what it means for survivors.
At the White House, President Biden celebrating a milestone with advocates looking on.
It took time to change the culture, and you did it.
Angelina, you lobbied for the Violence Against Women Act to be reauthorized. You were all over Capitol Hill. This day has to feel big for you.
Well, we lobbied.
Yes,
lobbied.
we did.
Yes, we did. This is a long time coming.
Ruth Glenn leads the National Coalition Against Domestic Violence.
What is the significance of this being signed into law?
Many, many survivors who have not had their needs addressed
previously will now have their needs addressed.
The act includes Caden's Law. We've reported on the 7-year-old who was brutally murdered by her own father following a custody dispute. Now, federal incentives to set legal standards to minimize the risk of harm to children and provide training for judges hearing custody disputes.
Do you think, absent training, do you think sometimes law enforcement and judges in this country are too quick to dismiss allegations of real abuse?
I think this country doesn't recognize what a serious domestic violence and child abuse problem it really has. When somebody harms a child, if it's a stranger, the way the law responds is quite strong. When it's somebody within a family, within a home, it is responded to less.
The bill also expands protections.
It fills the gaps for our Native American sisters and brothers, LGBTQI, the list goes on and on.
Jolie also pushed for funding for technology to detect bruises on children of color.
Part of this came from being a mom, and my children have different skin tones. And I've noticed over the years, just even with dermatology, that so much of it is based on white skin. It's personal, and I won't say very much. But if somebody comes in and assaults us, you look at me and you look at Ruth, you have a better chance of seeing bruises on me.
Angelina, you said this is personal. In passing a moment ago, I don't know if you realized you said that, but you said it is personal.
And I know for a lot.
It's personal for a lot of people.
Jolie, who's been in her own custody battle, told us this about the family court system.
And I think once you're exposed to this system, whoever you are, once you're exposed to it and you realize how unbelievably broken this system is, you have to do something to improve it.
At the White House, she celebrated doing just that. Kate Snow, NBC News, Washington.
Kate, thanks. Well, Bill, we'll have your St. Patrick's Day forecast coming up next.
And after a 2-year pandemic pause, the New York St. Patty's Day Parade gets the green light once again.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Hold on to your seats.
The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
A strange story and a career of strange stories.
All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Here's your St. Patrick's Day forecast. We went diving in for a couple of our favorite St. Patrick's Day themed areas like Goldsboro, Pennsylvania, Patricksburg, Indiana is one of our favorites, Golden, Colorado, Shamrock, Texas, we've heard of that, but I'm sure in a lot of cases, in Green Acres, Florida. As far as the parade forecast goes, we are going to be watching some rain heading up the mid-Atlantic into the New York City area. It looks to be a light rain, but it'll probably be happening right during the parade, which starts at 11 a.m. today, so people are going to want to have their ponchos. Also, Boston, it looks like the rain should mostly stay south of you, so hopefully that parade starts at 1 o'clock, so it'll be okay. Kansas City looks great too, and all the festivities in Savannah look just fine, guys. So, yeah, Chicago and all our friends, most areas will be all right. New York, not ideal.
Green umbrellas, we'll fix that. All right, Bill, thanks. The NCAA's kick in full time after an amazing double overtime first four. A preview next.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Pallets of supplies from the U.S. are making their way to aid the Ukrainian army. The Department of Defense released this video of the 436th Aerial Port Squadron loading supplies to be sent to Ukrainian soldiers. The shipment contains body armor and helmets. This is the United Nations Refugee Agency reports companies, foundations, and philanthropists have donated over $200 million towards its emergency response in Ukraine.
Papa John's is facing backlash after an American franchise owner refused to close 190 stores in Russia, even after the company said it would suspend business there. The operator, Chris Wynn, told the New York Times the best thing he could do is show compassion for his employees and customers without judging them. The French Open said it would allow Russian athletes like top men's player Daniil Medvedev to compete under a neutral flag.
Netflix announced it is bringing the show Servant of the People to its U.S. service. The comedy starred now Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky before he was elected.
After a 2-year pandemic pause, the largest St. Patrick's Day parade in the country is back on in New York City. 105 marching bands and 200 groups will perform, and the pubs are ready for those crowds.
I'm ecstatic. All I gotta say, there's gonna be a lot of free shots, free shirts, leprechauns, and pots of gold.
It's one of the biggest drinking days of the year as well. According to a Fox Business survey, New Jersey, D.C., and Nevada racked up the biggest tabs per person. New York was number 10 on that list.
Get the green beer ready. It's down to the wire. Rutgers and Notre Dame battled for a spot in the NCAA's round of 64. The back-and-forth game found its way to double overtime. Rutgers tied things up with 20 seconds left, but Paul Atkinson Jr. decided to call game. He gets the putback and lays it in with 2 seconds to go. By the luck of the Irish, Notre Dame advances with the 89-87 victory. And the late game in the women's tournament wasn't as close. Erin Whalen led the way for Dayton with 28 points, including 7 3-pointers. The Flyers soared high over DePaul for the 88-57 win. And the men's round of 64 tips off later today with Colorado State and Michigan just after noon Eastern. And the first look at Hubert Davis's North Carolina team is in the afternoon against Marquette. 30-win Murray State looks to start a run as they play the Dons of San Francisco. And #1 seed Kansas plays Texas Southern in the nightcap. 2 more opening round matchups are on the women's schedule today. Longwood and Mount St. Mary's duke it out for an opportunity to play NC State, and then it is Florida State and Missouri State in the late game. So yes, a lot of green beer, a lot of green, and a lot of basketball there.
That's a lot of fun. All right, thanks for kicking off your Thursday with Early Today. I'm Stephen Romo.
And I'm Frances Rivera. Have a great St. Patrick's Day. See you tomorrow. Day 22 of the war in Ukraine, President Biden calls Vladimir Putin a war criminal as more and more civilian areas are hit by Russian military strikes, with Ukraine's Zelensky imploring U.S. Congress for much more military support.
And as we enter the 4th week, Ukraine's refugee crisis is growing more dire for those still trying to escape their homeland and for the masses gathering in neighboring countries.
This morning, we are learning more about the victims of that tragic college van crash that took the lives of multiple athletes, a coach, and more.
And it was dubbed Operation March Sadness 2, the law enforcement sting that nabbed more than 100 suspected sex traffickers, including people who worked at Disney, along with a judge.
And then to the power of music in the midst of unspeakable crisis in Ukraine. A busy Thursday and St. Patrick's Day ahead. Early Today starts right now. Good morning. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Stephen Romo. President Joe Biden using his strongest language yet about Russian President Vladimir Putin, calling him a war criminal. A spokesperson for the Kremlin called his words unacceptable and unforgivable. This came after Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky addressed Congress, making an emotional plea to help stop Putin.
President Biden, you are the leader of the nation, of your great nation. I wish you to be the leader of the world. Being the leader of the world means to be the leader of peace.
His speech was met with a standing ovation. Later, Zelensky sat down for an exclusive interview with Lester Holt with the help of a Ukrainian government-provided interpreter. He chillingly suggested that World War III may already be upon us.
President Biden has been very clear he's worried about provocations that could trigger World War III. Do you understand his concern there, and do you agree that it wouldn't take much to end up in World War III?
Nobody knows whether it may have already started. Nobody would be able to predict when the full-scale war would start and how it will end. And who will put an end to that? In this case, we have the whole civilization at stake.
Meanwhile, Russia's vicious attacks on cities in Ukraine continue. We turn now to Molly Hunter, who is live in Lviv. And Molly, good morning. A theater where hundreds of civilians were sheltering was struck in Mariupol. What's the latest there?
Francis, that's right. A civilian target, not even close to a military target. There was no military infrastructure around it. This is the Russians targeting civilians. And not only that, according to satellite imagery that we have seen of the theater, it was in the heart of the city. It was serving as a refuge. The word kids was written in Russian, in white, clearly visible on both sides of the building from the air, and yet the Russians still struck it. Now, our understanding is that 1,200 people, at least 1,200 people, were sheltering inside. But according to President Zelensky, there is no death toll, and it may take several hours this morning to sort that out if we even get that information. The relative good news, though, Francis, civilians are starting to get out of that city, that besieged city. So private vehicles, not on an agreed humanitarian corridor, not with the buses that have been standing by to take civilians out, but private vehicles have been ferrying people out of that city. 6,000 people alone yesterday, including 2,000 children. That's about 30,000 in the last couple of days. But our understanding is that it's a city of more than 400,000 people, Francis.
Oh, and Molly, give us a sense of how well Ukrainians are holding back Russian forces.
I think safe to say a lot better than anyone thought. So the latest news overnight is the Ukrainian forces have taken over the airfield in Kherson. That is a city that Russians occupied very early on, and Russians took that airbase very early on. Now, according to the general staff of the Ukrainian military, he said Russia's ground offensive on major Ukrainian cities has largely stalled, and we have seen the consequence of that in the capital city, Francis. That is why our Richard Engel has reported an increase, a stepped-up bombing indiscriminately on civilian targets because their offensive, because their ground offensive has been stalled outside the capital, besieging some of these cities in the east like Kharkiv, like Volnovakha, like Mariupol. They are now firing indiscriminately into the city to try to gain ground, and they're firing on civilian targets, Francis.
All right, Molly, thank you so much for the update.
The U.S. is reinforcing Ukraine's military to help defend against Russia's continuing violent onslaught. President Biden announced another $800 million in aid shortly after Zelensky's passionate plea to Congress. NBC's Bree Jackson is in D.C. with the latest. And Bree, what kind of support will this allow America to offer?
Good morning, Stephen. Well, this latest package drastically increases the amount of military support going to Ukraine. The added assistance brings the total authorized by President Biden to about $2 billion. While he did not commit to President Zelensky's request for a no-fly zone, the package does include dozens of drones, hundreds of anti-aircraft systems, thousands in small arms, and millions in ammunitions.
The American people will be steadfast in our support of the people of Ukraine in the face of Putin's immoral, unethical attacks on civilian populations. We are united in our abhorrence of Putin's depraved onslaught, and we're going to continue to have their backs as they fight for their freedom, their democracy, their very survival.
The White House is facing pressure from Congress to go a step further. Some lawmakers calling to provide fighter jets to help Ukraine protect its skies.
Our country's going to have to do more, as well as other nations around the world. And in this case, he was highly specific about the things we can do to help, not just aircraft, but also S-300 and other intercepting type systems that will allow them to have a more safe sky.
So what does the country think about the response so far? A new Monmouth poll shows 81% support for economic sanctions and nearly 70% support sending troops to our European allies. Now, according to the same poll, about half of Americans approve of how Mr. Biden has handled the situation so far. The president has promised that there will be more assistance in the future from both the U.S. and our allies abroad. Stephen?
All right, Bree, thanks for that update.
Russia's relentless attacks are fueling a historic humanitarian crisis in Europe. The number of Ukrainians who have fled into Poland is greater than the population of Warsaw, which is Poland's largest city. NBC's Jay Gray joins us now from the border crossing in Poland. And Jay, has the influx of families slowed at all?
Yeah, Francis, it's coming in waves at this point. Maybe a fewer families, but they are still coming in mass, and that's why places like this are so necessary. We're inside what was an empty warehouse just a month ago. It is now the headquarters for the World Central Kitchen. They are preparing here 10,000 meals a day for those who are making the run to freedom.
Daybreak brings another attack on Kyiv. Crumbling buildings litter the capital city as Russian airstrikes continue around the clock. In the battered city of Mariupol, the shelling continues even as they unload the wounded. Doctors at this hospital, one of the last standing in the region, treat the victims of war, while villages across Ukraine honor their fallen heroes.
These guys are like angels for us. They died here protecting us physically, and then probably they're going to be protecting us there in heaven.
As so many go through the hell of trying to escape, already more than 3 million have rushed from the fighting. Mothers clutching their babies just across the border, safe, but uncertain of what comes next.
Whatever's happening here is going to be happening for a long time, and people are going to need a lot of things and a lot of supplies and clothing and everything.
Because they've left most everything behind.
For NBC News. And then back to you at 3.
All right, we're losing Jay Gray there as you see him speaking at the World Central Kitchen's area and workspace there, the work of Chef Jose Andres. And thanks to Jay for that report.
Texas authorities are investigating a collision that killed 9 people, including college students, a coach, and 2 others. Officials say this crash happened after a pickup truck and a van carrying members of the University of the Southwest men's and women's golf teams collided. 6 students and their coach were among those killed, along with 2 people in the pickup truck. And 2 students were also left in the hospital in critical condition. Authorities said the team's van was headed home from a Texas tournament when a pickup truck veered into their lane.
Smoke was visible for miles near Indianapolis after a Walmart distribution center went up in flames. The Plainsfield fire chief says they don't know what caused it, but that it seems a lot of clothing was stored in the area where it started. All of the employees got out safely. People in the area were warned not to touch any debris falling in their yards because the material could be toxic. Walmart says it'll continue working with police and fire officials.
All right, time now for a check of our St. Patrick's Day weather with NBC meteorologist Bill Cairns. Good morning, Bill.
Hey, Steve Francis, good morning to you guys. And if you remember back in the beginning of winter, everyone was like, where's the snow in Colorado? Denver hasn't had any snow. Well, in the last 2 months, it won't stop snowing, and it's happening once again this morning. Already about 4 inches on the ground in Denver, and it's snowing pretty hard, and it will continue right through your early morning commute. The heaviest snow totals will be from Denver southwards down to Colorado Springs, especially into the foothills. But now we're actually going to watch this expanding during the day today and into tonight into areas of Kansas, and that snow could accumulate even in areas north of Topeka, near Omaha, St. Joseph, Des Moines, and in through southern Wisconsin. And the other concern later today on St. Patrick's Day, severe weather from New Orleans all the way through Shreveport and up towards Oklahoma City is the area of concern. That's your national forecast. Now here's a look at the weather outside your window. Well, very warm and windy in Texas, so the brush fire threat is high. Then it's cold enough for that snow in Colorado, and then also we're still going to have severe weather later today. Also another storm moving up the East Coast, going to bring some rain to southern New England. And that rainy forecast is going to bring some unwelcomed raindrops to that New York City parade. We'll give you the other forecast coming up.
Yeah, people are excited to celebrate, especially after 2 years being out of COVID. All right, Bill, thank you. And there will be many people out there who will celebrate today by raising a pint, according to a Fox Business survey. These are the states where St. Patrick's Day revelers consume the most beverages. You got Pennsylvania, Minnesota, and Mississippi topping the list with averages of at least 4 drinks per person. For those celebrating St. Patrick's Day with alcohol, it's always a good idea. We got to remind you to enjoy responsibly.
Well, Japan just experienced a 7.3 magnitude earthquake, with some witnesses saying that shaking lasted almost 2 full minutes.
And details on that, plus over 100 people rounded up at a human trafficking sting operation, including a judge. We're back in just 1 minute.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Good morning, I'm Joe Pryor.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
students from Southlake caught on camera using racial slurs.
It's been covered up for a very long time.
We are strongly against critical race theory.
Racism in reverse is racism. Shame!
This is Southlake. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
A deadly earthquake struck off the coast of Japan. Take a look at this shaking here. This is off the coast of Fukushima. It's the same region rocked by a powerful quake 11 years ago. According to the Associated Press, Japan's prime minister reported 4 people have been killed and more than 90 hurt. The quake registered a 7.4 magnitude by Japan's meteorological agency. It also led to widespread power outages and a tsunami warning.
Now to Florida, where over 100 people were arrested in a human trafficking sting, including 4 Disney employees.
He thought he was chatting with a 14-year-old, and he sent photos of himself doing things that's totally inappropriate. Oh, did I mention that he just happens to be a lifeguard at the Polynesian Resort for Disney? You think there's a few children around there?
The 6-day undercover operation was dubbed Operation March Sadness 2. A 66-year-old retired judge from Chicago was also arrested.
Well, it's no surprise now the price of gas is at an all-time high, and that's leading to a growing trend: fuel theft. The Chevron gas station in Spring, Texas, near Houston, has become the latest victim. The gas station's owner said over the weekend suspects were caught on camera filling up on stolen diesel, then leaving and coming right back for more. In an interview with NBC affiliate KPRC, the gas station owner said he discovered about 2,000 gallons of gas totaling $10,000 was missing. The owner said surveillance video showed the thieves used a key to access that diesel.
So to come on early today, the reaction on Wall Street as the Fed cracks down on soaring inflation.
To cover the news, you have to be in it.
This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Wall Street cheering the Fed's first move to fight inflation. Markets rallied after the Federal Reserve hiked interest rates for the first time since 2018 and signaled 6 more hikes this year. The Dow rallied more than 500 points while the Nasdaq was up nearly 4%. One of the big winners was Berkshire Hathaway, closing above $500,000 a share for the first time ever. Warren Buffett's company is up more than 11% this year.
Now the question is, will the markets be able to build on that momentum? CNBC's Juliana Tatelbaum joins us now with the latest outlook on that. Hi, Juliana. Good morning.
Francis, good morning. Well, yesterday was really a roller coaster for markets. As you just outlined, we did see U.S. stock markets end the day sharply higher, but it wasn't smooth sailing. Initially, after that decision came through, we saw the S&P 500 pull back into negative territory. But then this was the game changer. During the press conference yesterday, the Fed Chair Jerome Powell, he said that the probability of a recession was not particularly elevated and that the economy is very strong and can handle higher interest rates. And that commentary seems to be continuing to keep markets up, and we're looking at a modestly positive start to trade today, according to U.S. futures. Now, in a corporate story that we've been following closely, Starbucks, we learned that Starbucks CEO Kevin Johnson plans to retire in April, and now former CEO Howard Schultz will step in as interim chief. He's only planning to hold that role, though, until the autumn. So now the big question, who will succeed him on a permanent basis? A few prospects being floated out there. COO John Culver is one of them. Former Starbucks COO and CFO Troy Alstead, another one. Howard Schultz could even stick in the role for the long term. Or they could look to choose one of their board members potentially. And then, of course, the possibility that they go external. So that remains to be seen. Guys, back over to you.
Juliana, thank you as always.
Well, coming up this morning, get ready to shake those shamrocks. Bill's got your St. Patrick's Day forecast.
And ahead, the healing power of music in times of crisis.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it.
This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Hold on to your seats.
The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
A strange story and a career of strange stories.
All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
this.
Off the screen. The handoff to Harper. Harper for three. It's good with the basketball.
Under the wire, Rutgers and Notre Dame played in a double overtime where Paul Atkinson Jr. called game. He gets the putback and lays it in with 2 seconds to go. By the luck of the Irish, Notre Dame advances with an 89-87 victory.
The late game in the women's tournament was not as close. Erin Whalen led the way for Dayton with 28 points, and the Dayton Flyers soared high over DePaul for an 88-57 win. 2 more matchups in the women's first 4 are set for today.
And the men's round of 64 tips off later today with Colorado State and Michigan just after noon Eastern. And number 1 seed Kansas plays Texas Southern in the nightcap.
All right, let's get one more check of your St. Patrick's Day weather. Here's Bill Cairns. Hey, Bill.
Yeah, we have some good weather out there, especially in areas of, say, from Tennessee to Kentucky up through Indiana. Looks perfect, nice weather conditions, but we will be watching, unfortunately, some rain moving in towards the New York City area as we go throughout the parade time. It starts at 11 a.m., and that's unfortunate when rain will be arriving. We'll be right back with more news.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Pallets of supplies from the U.S. are making their way to aid the Ukrainian army. The Department of Defense released this video of the 436th Aerial Port Squadron loading supplies to be sent to Ukrainian soldiers. The shipment contains body armor and helmets. This is the United Nations Refugee Agency reports companies, foundations, and philanthropists have donated over $200 million toward its emergency response in Ukraine.
Papa John's is facing backlash after an American franchise owner refused to close 190 stores in Russia, even after the company said it would suspend business in that country. The operator, Chris Wynn, told the New York Times the best thing he could do is show compassion for his employees and customers without judging them. The French Open said it would allow Russian athletes like top men's player Daniil Medvedev to compete under a neutral flag.
Netflix announced it is bringing the show Servant of the People to its U.S. service. The comedy starred Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. And a zoo in the Czech Republic recently welcomed an endangered baby rhino. The zoo named him Kyiv in honor of Ukrainian heroes.
Now to a story about the power of music in a country at war. Our very own Molly Hunter spoke to some musicians who were providing much needed comfort during the chaos in Lviv, Ukraine.
Far from the front line, this city's soundtrack is different here in the West. The Lviv Philharmonic Orchestra is giving it everything they've got. 33-year-old Daniel, grateful to play.
A little gift, a little sunshine in heart.
You see the sunshine in their heart.
Yeah.
And like so many young Ukrainian men, next week might look different.
If our army will need my hands and my heart, I'm ready.
Musicians here, some residents, some new arrivals, fighting in their own way. Music producer Maxim, in the black, fled the eastern city of Kharkiv about a week ago. Yesterday, he heard Tadej singing, and today it's a duet of a Ukrainian folk song. And around the corner, 31-year-old Paul is donating all his tips to the military.
There are lots of ways to support your country, and this is how you're doing it right now.
Yes, and I can play, I played.
This is also the sound of a country at war. Molly Hunter, NBC News, Lviv.
Wow, gives you chills. They're picking up their instruments instead of weapons, doing their part.
And hopefully that is the case, that they can hang on to those instruments and not have to exchange them for those weapons.
Let's hope. Thanks for starting your day with us.
I'm Frances Rivera along with Stephen Romo. Have a good one.
Good morning, I'm Vicki Nguyen in for Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We begin with the war in Ukraine breaking overnight. More civilian casualties from heavy shelling by the Russians in key cities. Ukrainian officials say at least one person was killed and several others injured after a missile hit a multi-story apartment building yesterday in the outskirts of Kyiv. And in besieged Mariupol, officials say Russian forces bombed a theater there that was sheltering more than 1,000 people. The death toll is still unknown, but this morning, according to a post on Facebook by a Ukrainian official, some people are emerging from the rubble alive. It appears Russia's military progress has been stalled. UK defense officials saying Russian forces are suffering heavy losses from Ukrainian resistance.
All this as a war of words unfolds. President Biden calling Russian President Vladimir Putin a war criminal for the first time as he comments and he commits another $800 million in military support for Ukraine.
I want to be honest with you. This could be a long and difficult battle. But the American people will be steadfast in our support of the people of Ukraine.
And this morning, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky now pleading with Germany's parliament for help, one day after an impassioned address to Congress. Zelensky addressing fears of another world war with our own Lester Holt.
Do you agree that it wouldn't take much to end up in World War III?
Nobody knows whether it may have already started.
NBC News correspondent Molly Hunter begins our coverage this morning from Lviv. Good morning, Molly. President Zelensky addressed Germany's parliament earlier today, one day after speaking to our Congress. He appeared to be a little critical of Germany in his remarks. Tell us more about that speech.
Yeah, not just a little critical. It was scathing, and he still got a standing ovation. So as you say, this is one day after, of course, he addressed the Congress, where he also got a standing ovation. But he basically blasted Germany for being complicit in Russia's war through their Russian business ties, through their indecision, through their lack of leadership. He said, "We saw how many connections your companies still maintain with Russia, your country, and some other countries as well. We are asking you to act as the aggressor, sees you as a power, and not that you're just thinking about the economy, the economy, the economy." And he addressed German Chancellor Scholz directly to say, give Germany the leader that they deserve.
Molly, Mariupol has been one of the worst hit cities in this conflict. Ukrainian officials have accused Russia of bombing a theater and a swimming pool that was sheltering civilians. Russia has denied carrying out that attack. What can you tell us about this incident, and how are the humanitarian efforts going in that city?
Yeah, this was the big headline overnight. So it was a drama theater, and apparently it was in the heart of what was once a very vibrant section of Mariupol. That is that southeast city on the Black Sea that we have been talking about for the last 2 weeks that has been besieged by the Russians. 450,000 people basically being starved out. Well, this theater was a refuge for civilians. But next to this theater, we see in pictures, satellite images by Maxar, they had written kids in white writing in the Russian language, so that from the air you can quite easily see that kids are staying there. Now, our understanding is that 1,200 people were sleeping there. We are hearing reports, as you mentioned in the open, about possibly survivors, but we don't have any kind of death toll or real numbers yet to share.
That is so heartbreaking. Molly, we are also hearing that one person has died in the capital, Kyiv, after the remains of a downed missile hit a residential building there. What's the latest on that?
Yeah, and this has been happening for the last several nights, as our Richard Engel has been reporting, in the capital of Kyiv. Now, according to the Ukrainian military, they have stalled Russian ground forces, so tanks and ground troops outside some of these cities that they have attacked heavily and besieged, like Mariupol, like Volnovakha, like Kharkiv, and like the capital city. What's happening now, because those troops have stalled, is they are firing rockets, they are firing attacks, they are firing missiles into the center of these cities indiscriminately, hitting civilian targets like apartment buildings, like metro stops, like a railway station. In Zaporizhia yesterday, they hit a botanical garden, things with no military infrastructure in any way around. These could not be confused for military targets. The Russians are now sending indiscriminate attacks into city centers, civilian centers, and the civilian death toll because of that is going up inside Kyiv.
Molly, these are some of the terrible war crimes that Russia is being accused of. Thank you so much for your reporting. We'll catch up with you a little later in the show.
Now, after his emotional message to Congress yesterday, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky spoke with our own Lester Holt to discuss the state of his country as the Russian invasion continues. Here's Lester with more.
I spoke to Ukraine's President Zelensky in an NBC News exclusive interview with the help of a Ukrainian government-provided translator. I'd like to begin by asking you the status of negotiations between Ukraine and Russia. There's been some reporting that the framework of a deal is being hammered out, one in which you would renounce NATO ambitions, declare neutrality, not allow foreign militaries to base on your land. Can you confirm any of that and update us on the status of negotiations?
Well, thank you for this question, Lester. First of all, the negotiations are still in progress. The negotiations are fairly difficult, and the current conditions of negotiation, I would say, it continues. Any war could be finished at the table of negotiations.
You delivered a very passionate speech to Congress. You once again renewed your call for a no-fly zone. As you know, that's a non-starter in this country. But you also made the pitch for an alternative, and that's the fighter planes. Do you think that President Biden is inching closer to perhaps reconsidering transferring fighter planes to Ukraine?
Well, this is the choice for the President Biden to take, and the whole civilized world would need to take. And hopefully, that choice would coincide with the choice of the Ukrainian people, because currently, Russia has an advantage in the air. Our partners can support us from the standpoint of supporting and supplying of those aircrafts.
President Biden has been very clear. He's worried about provocations that could trigger World War III. Do you understand his concern there, and do you agree that it wouldn't take much to end up in World War III?
Well, nobody knows whether it may have already started, and what is the possibility of this war if Ukraine will fall, in case Ukraine will fall. It's very hard to say, and we've seen this 80 years ago when the Second World War has started, and there were similar tragedies in the history. Nobody would be able to predict when the full-scale war would start and how it will end and who will put an end to that. In any case, the wars tend to end up in millions of people lost. People die, and millions of buildings destroyed. Now we have different technologies, nuclear weapons. In this case, we have the whole civilization at stake.
The U.S. administration has raised concerns that Russia might launch a chemical attack. Do you think there is a red line, and whether that would be a red line that the U.S. would move forward and become more actively involved in combat?
I believe that Russians have already crossed all the red lines when they started shelling civilians. They've killed over 100 of children, and I don't understand the meaning of red lines. What else should we wait for? For letting Russians kill 200, 300, or 400 children?
And then I asked him about the fate of Ukraine's capital, the city where he still is tonight, with the Russian onslaught intensifying. If Kyiv falls to the Russians, does the entire country of Ukraine fall to the Russians?
Well, our people are unconquerable. And this is what our people have clearly demonstrated. You can conquer the city, you can break the heart, but you won't be able to force anyone to love someone. That is why the heart will always remain with the Ukrainians.
President Zelensky hosted 3 European leaders earlier this week. I asked him whether he has invited President Biden. He replied he would be happy to do so.
Lester Holt, thank you so much again, interviewing him right after addressing Congress. Pretty amazing.
Powerful remarks. Well, let's dig a little deeper into the situation in Ukraine with Joe Cirincione. He's a nuclear expert and a distinguished fellow at the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft. Joe, good morning. You said in a recent interview that we are closer to the risk of nuclear use than at any time since the 1980s. Yesterday, President Biden called Putin, quote, a war criminal, which then Moscow called unacceptable and unforgivable. My question is, at this point, is it wise to use rhetoric like that? Or does the world need to call a spade and take action to stop Putin? I've read that, sometimes with a bully, you have to speak bully. Use language Putin understands. What do you think, Joe?
I think President Biden is speaking the simple truth. It's been obvious to most of us since the beginning of this war that Putin is engaged in multiple war crimes. Remember, it's against the law of war, the so-called Geneva Conventions, to shell civilians indiscriminately, to target civilian infrastructure, to attack nuclear power plants. There's a whole separate law against attacking civilian nuclear power plants. These are war crimes, and Putin is the one directing this war. I think Biden's accurate and is correct to be calling him out at this point. I hope the U.S. will go further and actually bring war crime charges against Putin during the war before the International Criminal Court.
Such an important distinction there. There really is a difference just between these things that we're seeing that look awful and an actual war crime. Now, Joe, that, of course, was this escalation of rhetoric from Washington, but we are also seeing this new supply of military aid. But Russia previously warned the U.S. that it's acting dangerously by supplying weapons to Ukraine. And I think a lot of people are confused about what these lines are. I think it's pretty clear how a no-fly zone, the enforcement of that, puts American and NATO forces head-to-head with Russian forces, so that makes sense. But this line about weapons or this line about jets seems blurrier. Are you concerned that this $800 million package raises the risk of U.S. being dragged into a conflict with Russia? Or do you think a concern like that even is just essentially allowing Putin to make the rules?
Well, the rules actually are just prescribed in international law. If you are aiding one side in a war, technically you're a co-belligerent. That is, you're involved in the war effort. And the distinction that's being made is not really a legal one, but a military one. Most experts would draw the line at heavy equipment, heavy weaponry, like jet fighters, like tanks, like armored vehicles. The kind of aid we've been giving them, however, is actually more effective. It's more the things that they need. This is very sophisticated equipment. These javelins, these stingers, these other anti-armor weapons, these new Switchblade drones, so-called kamikaze drones that are in this $800 million package are extremely effective. I just heard a Ukrainian lawmaker on your network yesterday talking about her friend, her teacher, was teaching school 3 weeks ago, is now carrying a Javelin anti-tank missile. They're sophisticated, but part of that sophistication is that they're very easy to use. Think of them like like your iPhone, a very sophisticated piece of machinery, but very simple to operate and deadly to Ukrainian forces. I think these weapons, plus the tenacity and morale of the Ukrainian forces, are why you see the Russian offensive stalled and why you see Ukrainian forces now going on the counteroffensive. They're able, with small bands of Ukrainian fighters, to go in and completely disrupt these armored columns.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Joe, thank you so much. Really great analysis there. We so appreciate it, as always. Now, Ukrainian President Zelensky's speech to Congress has helped boost U.S. support for Ukraine. Just after he spoke, President Biden was quick to commit to new military aid to Ukraine, as we were just discussing. The president announced an additional $800 million in military support and also called Russian President Vladimir Putin a war criminal.
The American people will be steadfast in our support of the people of Ukraine in the face of Putin's immoral, unethical attacks on civilian populations. We are united in our abhorrence of Putin's depraved onslaught, and we're going to continue to have their backs as they fight for their freedom, their democracy, their very survival.
Let's go now to NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander in Washington. Peter, good morning. So, of course, let's start with that comment from President Biden. We know the U.S. is investigating possible war crimes in Ukraine. Did the White House elaborate on the president calling Putin a war criminal? I mean, that is, as a lot of us have become more comfortable understanding at this point, a very important distinction than just feeling that what's happening in Ukraine is this terrible thing, a war criminal. What kind of comments, what kind of weight do those comments carry?
Well, this was clearly the harshest condemnation by President Biden himself of Vladimir Putin since this now 3+ week old war began. The White House to this point has steered clear of using that phrase war criminal. They note that there was an ongoing international and U.S. Investigation into war crimes that Putin is accused of. But the White House said yesterday the president, in fact, was speaking his opinion, that that's what he believes. They say those investigations are continuing. Nonetheless, Russia is pushing back on it. We heard from Dmitry Peskov. Notably, he is the press secretary, the spokesperson for Putin, describing President Biden's comments as unacceptable and unforgivable, and then following up and saying that those comments are not admissible in court. This is one of those situations that it's going to take a while to fully investigate, but it's clear based on what the world is watching from independent journalists on the ground right now and all the video that's been provided from there that civilians by heavy numbers have been the worst victims and often targeted, it appears, in the course of this war.
Yeah, absolutely, especially as we wait to hear the death toll from that strike in Mariupol recently. Now, Peter, the added assistance to Ukraine brings the total amount of aid to Ukraine authorized by the president to $2 billion now at this point, but the White House is still under pressure to do more. What else is in the works to aid Ukraine or punish Russia?
Well, let's start with what the White House just announced. Of course, this was the president's response to Zelensky's powerful remarks. The president said that Zelensky's speech was passionate, it was convincing, and then he detailed that $800 million of aid. It includes like 20 million rounds of ammunition, anti-aircraft equipment, anti-armor, anti-tank weapons as well, to say nothing of these deadly drones that the U.S. will now be providing, what are referred to as switchblades. They can effectively target Russian military positions and individuals from long distances away. And the U.S. is going to try to, the president says, acquire some longer range mobile missile anti-aircraft systems as well to target those planes and helicopters and the cruise missiles that Russia has been using. So that's what the U.S. is doing so far. $1 billion announced and given over just the course of the last week. The U.S. by far the biggest contributor of military aid to Ukraine. But the president notably did not make any mention of a no-fly zone. He didn't talk about the transfer, helping transfer those Polish fighter jets, Soviet-era MiG fighter jets to Ukraine that many lawmakers, mostly Republicans, have been demanding. The president, Savannah, as you know well, has warned that that would effectively spark World War III.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of back and forth, a lot of conversation and questions about that one. Peter Alexander, thank you so much.
Russia's attack on Ukraine has forced more than 3 million people to flee the country in just 3 weeks. More than 1.9 million Ukrainians have entered into Poland alone. That is higher than the entire population of Warsaw. That's the largest city in Poland. NBC News senior national correspondent Jay Gray joins us now from a town in Poland near the border of Ukraine. Good morning to you, Jay. We know Poland has opened its doors to the majority of Ukrainian refugees since this war began. How is the country doing in terms of handling this influx? And also talk to us about what the humanitarian workers there are doing to help.
Yeah, Vicki, it's overwhelming for Poland. They've about reached their limit as far as those that can stay here permanently. And so other countries are taking part of that burden because we know a lot more refugees are on the way. You asked about the humanitarian effort. There's not one that's much better than this. I'm standing in what used to be an empty warehouse, an abandoned warehouse, no power, no water. It has been transformed by the World Central Kitchen into a world-class kitchen. Chefs from around the country coming in and doing what they can to provide help, provide food, nourishment for those who are making that journey. And it's unbelievable just to see the process that they've created here. They are cooking hot meals every day around the clock for all of these refugees. They have the ability in this warehouse alone to make 200,000 meals a day or more, and you can see what they're using to cook here. I mean, it's amazing to see just these huge pots that continue to churn out soup, continue to churn out chicken, pork, beef, things that, you know, we don't think about a lot, but those who have walked maybe 2-3 days to get to the border with their children, they can't wait to have a hot meal. And so they get the process done here, they get the cooking done here, and then everything's loaded up into vans, into trucks. We've seen 18-wheelers here loading up food. They take this food to all of the border crossings, to every border crossing here, and some across the border as well. So they're really doing what no one else can. They're doing what they do best, providing food for those who have made this journey. And it's been amazing to see such a great and volunteer effort. Chefs from around the world, people from around the world just gathering to try and help out those that are making that trip.
The civilian volunteers, the professional chefs, everybody getting together. Thank you for that tour. It's really remarkable how organized it is and how quickly they were able to set up. Jay, earlier this week, the U.S. authorized $186 million in additional humanitarian aid for Ukraine and surrounding countries. Talk to us about where this aid money goes and how the U.S. and other countries can help with this situation. Certainly food, water, shelter, all priorities.
Yeah, and that's where a lot of this money is going, to organizations that are on the ground here so they can disperse what they know that the refugees need here. So a lot of that money goes to organizations that are buying clothes, blankets, toiletries for those that are coming across the border. Food is another issue, as you talk about, and just simple things like water, bread, and things like that. And so it's going into that. You'll see a lot of it also going into these programs to help people once they're established and starting to, in essence, start a new life, Vicki. And so it'll be put into getting children school supplies. It'll be put into helping job train some of these women who have come over and left their loved ones behind to fight. And so we're seeing that start to progress now. In fact, Poland yesterday began issuing ID cards to those who are staying for extended time in Poland. It'll give them a chance to register their kids for school, to get health insurance through the government here, to get a job. It'll make it easier to get a job. And so we're seeing that process start to unfold, and that's where a lot of that funding goes.
So many logistical needs as well, and hopefully getting those kids back in school, some normalcy for them. Jay Gray, thank you so much. Well, we will have more coverage on the war in Ukraine throughout the hour, but we are also following other news for you this morning.
Yeah, when we come back, a free man, actor Jussie Smollett, out from behind bars after his conviction for lying to police about a staged hate crime. We'll break down what's next in his case.
And one cup at a time, the new plan by Starbucks to reduce waste, plus other environmental headlines in this week's climate control. You're watching Morning News Now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Welcome back. More of our coverage of the war in Ukraine coming up, but we want to get to some of the other stories making news this morning right now.
Yeah, we're going to start with Jussie Smollett. He's a free man this morning after a court agreed with his lawyers that the actor should be released as he waits for the appeal of his conviction for lying to police about a staged hate crime. Joining us now to break all this down is NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos. Danny, good morning. So first, I want to play some of what Smollett's attorney said, Shay Allen, after the $150,000 bond was posted last night, and we'll talk on the other side.
I think we're here because the appellate court realized this was the right thing to do. I hope everyone realizes that the persecution that went on in that courthouse was absurd, and that the sentence was a draconian sentence. It was excessive.
Danny, do you agree with that assessment, and what do you make of the court's decision here to allow him to be out?
The key here is the fact that the sentence was really only about 150 days, and that is a short period of time, which is critical in most courts when they decide to release someone pending an appeal. And the idea behind that is that if they don't release someone with a very short sentence, then they could complete the sentence before the appeal's heard, and then winning the appeal becomes hollow. So it's a bit paradoxical, but if you have a very short sentence, you have a better chance of getting bail pending that appeal because of the short sentence. And of course, they raise an interesting double jeopardy issue.
Now, Smollett's lawyers criticized the special prosecutor's decision to charge the actor a second time. If everybody remembers, this is after the charges were initially dropped by the Cook County State Attorney. Walk us through that, and then also tell us, do they have a case here by criticizing that decision to pursue it again?
they might have a double jeopardy issue here. This could be Bill Cosby 2, the sequel in a sense. And the reason I say that is that Bill Cosby was released because the Supreme Court of Pennsylvania found that there was a previous agreement not to prosecute Cosby. So prosecuting him violated his right. Essentially, that's the argument here. Smollett's saying, hey, the first time around, I did this community service, I paid some money, and the idea was this case was over. Then in swoops this special prosecutor, and I get charged after I thought, hey, I'm in the clear. It's an interesting double jeopardy issue, and I am certain, even though the court issued a one-page order, that they must have thought that, not that necessarily it'll be successful, but that it has a shot. Note that this double jeopardy issue has nothing to do with the merits of the case. Smollett doesn't even appear to be arguing the merits, just really this double jeopardy issue and a couple other issues.
Right. That's interesting that you point that out, that it's not actually about what did or did not happen. It's about this legal process. I mean, how do you ultimately see this playing out in the end?
For criminal defense attorneys, who cares if the merits of the case aren't the reason that your client is exonerated or set free? So it goes up on appeal. The double jeopardy argument might even be stronger. In fact, I guarantee it's stronger than if you just challenged the jury's conclusion on the facts. That kind of challenge is rarely successful. So this is an interesting constitutional issue. And if I were the appellate lawyers, I'd be waving the Bill Cosby Supreme Court of Pennsylvania flag in my appeal.
Danny Savalos, this is why it is so great to have you on our team to walk us through these types of things. Thank you so much. Good to see you.
We are learning new details this morning about that fatal crash in Texas involving the University of Southwest men's and women's golf teams. 9 people were killed. Another 2 were seriously hurt in Tuesday's accident. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us now from Hobbs, New Mexico. That's where the school is located. Morgan, good morning.
Yeah, Vicki, good morning. And you talk to anyone in this community or by this campus, and you keep hearing the same word, and that is devastated. And here at their home course that the team played at just a few days ago, there's a growing memorial to pay tribute to those young lives lost, along with their coach. All of them killed in an accident that's now under investigation.
Heartbreak this morning in Hobbs, New Mexico, following a horrific head-on collision that took the lives of 9 people, including 7 members of a college golf team. Gary and Sandy Rains lost their daughter, Carissa, just 21 years old, a biology major and devout Christian.
Carissa was my baby, and I don't know what I'm going to do without her.
The accident happened just after 8 p.m. Tuesday on a remote farm road north of Midland, Texas. Authorities say the team from the University of the Southwest was returning from a tournament when a pickup truck crossed over into their lane.
Authorities say that head-on collision grew worse when flames engulfed both vehicles. Burn scars now line the side of the road where bystanders tried desperately to save those trapped inside.
We are going to need 2 helicopters, please.
Rescue crews airlifted 2 students more than 100 miles to Lubbock, Texas, where both remain in critical condition. But 6 student athletes, their coach, and 2 others inside the pickup truck lost their lives. Ben Kirks, the pro at the local golf course, worked closely with the team and helped create a hometown memorial to pay tribute.
Life shouldn't be taken for granted, and you should really hold on to those you love.
Among them, Lacey Stone, whose high school teacher called her a hardworking student and golfer who always found a reason to smile.
There's never a dull moment with Lacey. She joked and she sang and she just lived life to the fullest.
We are praying so much for the families of all those other kids.
Young lives full of promise, leaving many families struggling to heal.
Right now, we just keep thinking every once in a while we're going to wake up from this terrible nightmare, but it's not happening.
Yeah, so tough for so many. And we do know that the University of the Southwest was playing a golf tournament in Midland prior to this tragedy. The final round of that tournament was canceled. And in response, the head coach of Midland College left the scores up from the USW players on that board. He says to pay tribute to the great young people along with their coach. Vicki.
Morgan, such a tragedy. Our hearts are with those families and that community. Thank you.
Now, a 7.3 magnitude earthquake hit the coast of eastern Japan last night, killing at least 4 people and injuring more than 100 others. It hit near Fukushima, the site of the 2011 earthquake and tsunami that caused a nuclear plant meltdown. Now, a tsunami advisory was issued soon after yesterday's quake, but was lifted early this morning.
In this week's Climate Control, we are looking at the state of the Amazon rainforest.
Yeah, satellite data shows deforestation in Brazil reaching record levels. It comes as a new study warns that the Amazon is approaching a tipping point it couldn't come back from. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns is back with us for the segment. Hey, Bill, great to have you back this hour. So Brazil is one of the 100+ countries, actually, that pledged to halt or reverse deforestation at last year's COP26 climate summit. So tell us what we're learning, though, from the country's own space agency. What are we seeing is actually happening in the Amazon?
Yeah, good morning. And when they made that agreement and they signed on, a lot of people doubted that Brazil would actually follow through with this. So unfortunately, this isn't coming as a surprise to many. So first off, why is the Brazilian rainforest so important? Well, it produces 6% of the world's oxygen. Obviously, we need oxygen. And there are 390 billion trees that absorb the CO2. And they, about 60% of the rainforest remaining on our planet are all in Brazil. So that's why there's so much focus on the Amazon. And so for one of the first times ever, they actually studied using satellites to actually look down into the tree canopy to kind of see the health of the rainforest. And what they found was that only about 70% of it now is not healthy. It doesn't have the ability to reinvent itself the way it used to. So one of the biggest reasons why is because of cattle ranching and deforestation. So for food is why they are cutting down the trees. And a lot of they're doing it, they clear cut it with fires. And so what they found in January and February was that 166 square miles were cleared. That's 2 times the average over the past decade. And that's about the size of Chicago, or if you've ever been to New York City Central Park, it's 126 central parks that have been cleared just in the first 2 months of this year. So an alarming rate, especially since they just signed on saying that they were going to reverse the process. And if people are wondering kind of why this has changed recently, well, in 2019, the president of Brazil was elected saying that they were going to use the resources of the rainforest to help with the economy of Brazil. So this doesn't come to any surprise, but it's alarming because we need it to capture the carbon for all the CO2 that we're producing.
We need it as a world, also the country of Brazil. It's balancing humans with nature. Talk to us, Bill, are there any efforts to help restore the trees that are being lost to all of this deforestation?
It comes down to a math equation. We need to incentivize the rainforest and actually pay money to keep it that is more than, say, the farmers will make for their cattle or they'll make for their plantations or the crops. And the reason why is because the Amazon is what climate scientists call a tipping point, kind of similar to the ice in the Arctic or the ice sheets on Greenland or the Gulf Stream current in the Atlantic. There are certain tipping points in our planetary system that we're concerned that once they change, they can never be reversed. So they're racing to figure out when this point of no return is. And this is a separate study that was done by Nature Climate Change. And they said that 75% of the Amazon is less resilient now. It means they're more prone to fires. And the concern is with not just little fires, but mega fires could begin in the Amazon with in the future because of less rainfall. And that in the last, since 2005, there's been 3 droughts in the Amazon that have been considered 1 in 100-year droughts. And those are becoming more common. And more droughts means the rainforests are more vulnerable.
Bill, quickly, before we let you go, we do want to ask you about one that will impact a lot of people. We hear Starbucks has a new plan to tackle its waste. What more can you tell us about that?
And you think of Starbucks, you think of their iconic cups and their logos. And on Tuesday, Starbucks came out and they said by the end of next year, no more single-use paper cups. So that makes you wonder, how are they going to do this? Well, they're saying that they will provide, or you will bring in your own reusable cup You will bring it into the store, they will refill it, you will bring it home, you will clean it, and then you will bring it back the next day. And this will be by the end of next year. So think about every store that they have, not just in the U.S., but around the world. And this is a part of their sustainability plan by 2030 that for a planet positive goal. So that's a big change. And they want this to be something not just for their store, but they're thinking big. They want, you know, maybe that cup that you use, not just is used at their restaurant, but other restaurants too. So you could kind of picture you'll have that cup or two of your own and you'll use it everywhere.
With you everywhere.
It is smart marketing. It's great for the planet. I'm so excited to see them roll this out. The trash alone in New York City from people just drinking a cup of coffee and tossing it out, how much that will cut down on.
It's so cool to see like a big commercial business making a decision like this.
And hopefully others follow.
Yeah, exactly. All right, Bill, thank you. We love climate control. Thanks for coming back with us.
And coming up on Morning News Now, education amid the uncertainty. Up next, how teachers are working to keep Ukraine's children learning even in a time of war.
And the beat goes on. Listen to how Ukraine's musicians are using their art to provide comfort through all this chaos after the break.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it loved it.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. Another major airline says it will no longer fly over Russian airspace over concerns about the war in Ukraine.
Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome with the latest on that and more global reaction to the war. Good morning, Claudio.
Good morning, guys. Yes, Cathay Pacific Airways has joined a growing number of Asian airlines that stopped flying over Russia. Now, the Hong Kong-based airline is not among those that are banned right now by Russia, but at the same time, in a statement, it said that its planes are avoiding Russian airspace. OPS Group, an organization that assesses and shares information on flight risks, says that many airlines are avoiding Russia right now because the risks of landing there in an emergency is currently too high. And in other news, the economic effect of the war in Ukraine is being felt in the Middle East, to the point that many have started panicking on social media about the rising price and the shortage of wheat, sunflower oil and fuel, essential goods typically imported from Ukraine and Russia. As the war in Ukraine rages on, Egypt has banned the export of flour and wheat to protect its food reserves. And after a Russian journalist staged a brave protest against the war in Ukraine during a live news broadcast on Monday, more resignations from state-controlled Russian channels have come to light. Channel 1's Europe correspondent, as well as two other high-profile journalists from Russian channel NTV, have recently resigned, and more are expected to follow, guys.
All right.
Quite a statement.
Yeah, exactly. And maybe a way to get more true information to the people of Russia.
Claudio, thank you so much.
Now, more than 1.5 million children have joined the exodus from Ukraine. And get this, that's a rate of almost 1 child per second, according to UNICEF. And amid the chaos and horror, the country's teachers are doing everything they can to keep their children's education going. We want to bring in one of those teachers, one of those heroes, quite frankly, Alexandra Savchenko. Alexandra, good morning to you. Thank you so much for joining us. So first, how are you doing this? What is class like? Tell us about how you're able to try to keep something normal going for these children during a time that is so abnormal and so scary. How are you doing class right now?
Well, for now, we have an online process, and it was something that we were already ready for it because of pandemic. And yeah, in the first day when the war started in Kyiv, because I'm a teacher from Kyiv, so we understood that kids and parents need us, and we need them to be with each other, to communicate, just to say hello, to stand back, to just support. And few first days, those who wanted and can be online, started the process. We tried to read with all together, to work with the fakes and facts in articles that they're going around the kids. And we worked with information about what can we manage with the stress, what happened with our body, psychology, and etc., and how help each other. Now, for this week, we already have a almost a full program that we continue to work with them, because kids are adaptive more than us adults.
Oh, I know. I guess that is something that's a little bit of good news, that they can adapt in a quick way. But they are literally running for their lives, leaving the only country they've probably ever known, leaving their homes, in some cases leaving family and friends. How are they responding to your lessons? I mean, what are you seeing in them about how they're handling this? And does this seem like a distraction that's nice for them?
Well, it's something that we cannot, to say for now. We will work with this post-trauma after. And we already have some abnormal situation when some of our kids still in Kyiv sitting during the lesson and asking about the pause because there are bombs outside. So it's already something really that makes me in shock sometimes. But some of kids still are not ready to be. They're just they just really close to their parents. They close to themselves. Some of them are still on the way somewhere to be in a safety place in Europe. But yeah, we still have somebody who are ready to be online.
Absolutely. It's just such an important reminder, I think, too, for us in other parts of the world that, you think about a disruption to your child going to school and how much of a disruption to their entire lives is happening to all the children of Ukraine. Alexandra, thank you so much for joining us. It's incredible what you're doing. Please stay safe, and we'd love to check in with you.
We so appreciate our teachers. They are heroes on a good day, let alone during war.
Yeah.
Well, on the streets of Lviv, musicians are also doing their part, their art, providing a lot of needed relief from the sounds of war. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter listened in, and she brings us their stories.
Far from the front line, this city's soundtrack is different here in the West. The Lviv Philharmonic Orchestra is giving it everything they've got. 33-year-old Daniel, grateful to play.
A little gift, a little sunshine in heart.
You see the sunshine in their heart.
Yeah.
And like so many young Ukrainian men, next week might look different.
If our army will need my hands and my heart, I'm ready.
Musicians here, some residents, some new arrivals, fighting in their own way. Music producer Maxime, in the black, fled the eastern city of Kharkiv about a week ago. And around the corner, 31-year-old Paul is donating all his tips to the military.
There are lots of ways to support your country, and this is how you're doing it right now.
Yes, and I can play, I played.
This is also the sound of a country at war. Molly Hunter, NBC News, Lviv.
Amazing. Well, coming up on Morning News Now, Puerto Rico now out of bankruptcy, nearly 7 years after saying it couldn't pay $70 billion in debt. More on the largest public debt restructuring in U.S. history and what happens next.
And in need of a pep talk, a group of kindergartners has got you covered. Their words of encouragement now just one phone call away.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. What are you both? Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
And we're back. It's time for our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you.
Bertha Coombs is here with us in her St. Patrick's Day green. Hey, Bertha, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Vicki and Savannah. So it doesn't look like we're going to see a whole lot of green, at least not at the open on Wall Street. Maybe a bit of profit taking here as investors digest the Federal Reserve's latest move. Markets initially dipped yesterday when the Fed announced its first rate hike since 2018 and signaled that there are likely going to be 6 more hikes this year. The Fed also raising its projections for inflation for 2022. But stocks picked up once Fed Chairman Jerome Powell began his post-meeting news conference. He said, look, the economy is strong, it can withstand this, and investors appear to be taking those aggressive changes to rein in inflation in stride right now. The Dow closing up more than 500 points, the S&P 500 gaining about 2.5% yesterday. The NASDAQ jumped nearly 4%. Historically, markets actually do well after the first Fed rate hike, with an average gain of about 9% for the S&P over the following 12 months. Meantime, oil prices are back on the rise, reversing 3 straight days of losses. The move coming after the International Energy Agency warns that the market could lose 3 million barrels per day of Russian crude and refined products by April. Still, since hitting a high around $130 a barrel on March 9th, U.S. crude is down about 20%. Still, you may not see immediate relief at the gas pump, as there's usually a few days lag between oil and retail gas prices. The war in Ukraine could impact global car production, though. S&P Global Mobility cutting its forecast for light vehicle output by more than 2 million units over the next 2 years. The conflict has added to supply and logistics problems, as well as shortages of critical parts. Many automakers source wire harnesses from Ukraine. They're used to primarily for electric power and communication between parts. Volkswagen and BMW have been the most impacted automakers so far. This is really a time when supply chain situation is just so fragile. Back over to you guys.
Bertha, thanks so much, and happy St. Patrick's Day. I like how you wove green into your report there.
That was funny. I think our mics were down, but we both laughed. Thanks, Bertha. Good to see you. Now, nearly 7 years after announcing it was unable to pay its debts, Puerto Rico has now formally exited bankruptcy, completing the largest public debt restructuring in U.S. history. NBC News Digital reporter Nicole Acevedo joins us now with the latest. Hey, Nicole, good morning. So walk us through this in as layman's terms as possible here, because we keep on throwing around these terms, this restructuring and everything. So help everybody understand that when it entered bankruptcy, Puerto Rico owed $70 billion, and it was actually spending 25 cents of every taxpayer dollar on debt service. What are some of the takeaways from this new plan and how it all worked out?
Well, this new plan that was put into effect this week was approved earlier this year. And essentially what it did is that it reduced the biggest chunk of that $70 billion debt, which was incurred by the central government. So you're talking about nearly cutting down $33 billion of that central government debt down to $7 billion. And what that did was consequently reducing annual repayments to bondholders that own that debt. So instead of paying close to $4 billion, now they will be paying a little bit more than $1 billion, meaning that 7 cents of every taxpayer dollar that Puerto Ricans give will go to that repayment.
Now, since 2016, Puerto Rico's finances have actually been controlled by a federal oversight board, which has imposed strict measures. What does this deal mean for ordinary people on the island, for taxpayers?
Well, aside from, that a chunk of what you pay every year in taxes is going to go to that debt service, what it also means is that Puerto Ricans need to remain vigilant. The board is projecting that if the economy does as well as they're expecting, that by 2034, they're going to be able to pay this debt. However, if the past 5 years have taught Puerto Ricans anything, is that life is full of curveballs. And during one of the largest, most disastrous hurricanes, unprecedented earthquakes, a pandemic. So I think that if those scenarios change, we might have to go back to the drawing board and restructure that debt again, which is not only a costly process, but a time-consuming one.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, this deal, though, doesn't resolve all of Puerto Rico's debt issues. Its power company, its transportation authority are both still in bankruptcy proceedings. What's the latest with that?
That one is going to be a little tricky, particularly the one with the power company, because the money, the revenue stream that's going to service that debt comes from the electric bill Puerto Ricans will receive every year, meaning that Puerto Ricans will feel it more in their pockets. So you're going to see a lot of more back and forth in that one. It's also the agency with the largest public debt. They own about $9 billion. And in a country that, pays already double for electric service, unreliable electric service, the possibility that that could change and be more expensive to service this debt, it's something that's concerning Puerto Ricans. And again, they will remain vigilant about it.
All right, Nicole, thank you so much.
Well, if you have been feeling angry, frustrated, or nervous, just know you're not alone. There is a group of elementary school students with some very positive messages. All you have to do is dial their number.
If you're feeling mad, frustrated, or nervous, press 1.
If you're nervous, go get your wallet and spend it on ice cream and shoes.
Move over cold calls and doom scrolling. There's a new trend in positivity, accessible right from your cell phone. Welcome to the Pep Talk Hotline. Real advice you can use from the students at Westside Elementary in Healdsburg, California.
If you feel mad or frustrated, you can do what you want to do best, or you can do flips on the trampoline.
The hotline is the brainchild of Westside art teacher Jessica Martin and local artist Ashera Weiss, inspired by the positivity their students have shown over the last few years.
It's been a hard few years. We've been listening to the advice that you have, and
and everything you do to help yourself and your friends and your family feel better. And we'd like to share that with the world.
So that's what they did, starting small with posters.
Never back down, never give up. We love you!
But like any good campaign, the kids wanted to meet people where they are, naturally, on their phones.
We're on our screens all day, and to actually pick up a phone and talk to someone or listen to someone is very rare, actually.
If you need words of encouragement and life advice, press 2.
If you're feeling up high and unbalanced, think of groundhogs.
Fifth grader Matisse is proud of his contribution to the hotline.
I did the if you're feeling high and unbalanced, think of groundhogs, because I thought it would be a little funny thing, play on words, and it would make people smile.
He says when it comes to encouragement, kids just do it better.
No offense, but I feel like kids' voices can be better at encouraging than adults' voices. They're just like, I don't know, they're just better.
It's that perspective that has the Pep Talk hotline ringing off the hook.
2 days after we went live, we were getting 500 calls an hour. And last I checked, we were getting 11,000 calls an hour. So it's absolutely extraordinary.
10-year-old Liam says the hotline meets a critical need.
It's so stressful right now because the Russia and Ukraine war, COVID, and loss of family members. It's pretty sad.
I'm always happy, but then my mom, she comes home from work and she's just stressed, and I don't like that. I'm like, Mom, press number 2, listen to the little kids. You will be fine in an hour.
A few words from kids, now reaching adults around the world.
I think for them to understand one little small word, one sentence, look how it's impacting so many lives all across the world.
So take it from Liam, we could all use a pep talk.
Just with one word of encouragement, you might have a great day afterward.
You can do it! Keep trying! Don't give up!
I mean, the kid who's like, it just sounds better. No offense, grown-ups, but it's just more encouraging when we say stuff. It's kind of true.
Oh my gosh, and then you can have a great day.
Exactly.
Go buy some shoes.
Jump on the trampoline. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Vicki Wynn in for Joe Fryer. Let's get straight to the latest out of Ukraine this morning, where violence and Russian aggression has now entered a new week with no clear signs of a diplomatic resolution in sight. Moscow is continuing to step up its attacks in strategic cities across Ukraine, often with civilians in the crosshairs. In Mariupol, a port city under siege in the southeastern part of the country, a theater sheltering hundreds of people was reportedly shelled by Russian forces. The fate of those inside uncertain this morning as rescuers try to find survivors. Satellite imagery of the site taken just days before appears to show the word children written on the outside of the building in large white lettering.
The recent intensified attacks have prompted President Biden to sharpen his rhetoric toward Russia's Vladimir Putin, calling him a, quote, war criminal to reporters yesterday while promising millions more in military aid to Ukraine.
We're going to give Ukraine the arms to fight and defend themselves through all the difficult days ahead. We're going to continue to mobilize humanitarian relief to support people within Ukraine and those who have been forced to flee Ukraine.
Escalating tensions between world leaders as Ukraine President Zelensky makes a chilling prediction about the future of the war with our own Lester Holt.
Do you agree that it wouldn't take much to end up in World War III?
We've seen this 80 years ago when the Second World War has started. In this case, we have the whole civilization at stake.
We begin our coverage this morning with Chief Foreign Correspondent Richard Engel from Ukraine's capital, Kyiv, and a warning that some viewers may find the images in this report distressing.
Here on the edge of Kyiv, aid stations have been set up to evacuate victims of the Russian attacks. And doctors here tell us the vast majority of casualties they're seeing are civilians.
Russia's war plan now can only be described as scorched earth, obliterating a market in Kharkiv and bombing now every day apartment buildings in Kyiv. On the edge of Kyiv this morning in a hospital in Brovary, Katerina, who sold yogurt and milk at the market, says she came out of her basement for a moment to wash the blankets when a missile exploded. It blew off her leg and sent shrapnel through her back, piercing her lung. Before I had a house and a job. Now I'm disabled and have no home. And why? For what? She asked, and began to curse Russia. But one city is bearing the brunt of Russia's pitiless assault: Mariupol in the south. Many of the images from a hospital here are too graphic to broadcast. But one medic's account from a Ukrainian news outlet paints a mental picture of the horror. Every shelling means torn apart hands and legs and entrails falling from bodies. It is unpleasant to hear about this, but you have to listen, she says. Now we cannot bury the bodies. We can't get people with wounds and broken bones out of their houses because they're trapped in basements. And appeals to avoid killing civilians have been useless. New satellite images show Mariupol's main theater. In front and in back are signs in Russian that read children. They're large enough to be visible from the air. Ukraine's government said hundreds of people were sheltering inside. Russia struck the theater anyway, claiming it was a military headquarters. It's unclear how many may have been killed or injured. Russia may be bombing Mariupol with particular ferocity because it wants to keep it in an eventual settlement. The city could give Russia a strategic land bridge to Crimea. But Russia is destroying the very prize it seeks to own. And Ukrainian troops aren't taking this lying down. The New York Times, citing American intelligence estimates, reporting Ukrainian forces have killed around 7,000 Russians so far, more than the U.S. lost in Afghanistan and Iraq combined. But President Vladimir Putin may be willing to lose many more. In an angry-sounding speech, he framed the war as an existential fight for Russia's survival. He accused the Ukrainian government, calling them Nazis, of working with the United States to develop nuclear and biological weapons, including COVID. He said Russia had no choice but to strike first.
Ukrainian officials say the shelter under that theater in Mariupol remained intact, and as they're clearing away debris, survivors are emerging. Savannah, Vicki.
All right, Richard Engel, thank you so much. We now want to bring in NBC News and MSNBC military analyst Colonel Jack Jacobs. Colonel, as always, thank you for being here with us to talk through this war. Now, President Biden just signed off on $800 million in new military aid to Ukraine. We've been talking about that all morning. So that includes 800 Stinger anti-aircraft systems and 100 armed drones. This is this new technology known as switchblades. Notably, this does not include any talk of planes. This is not that conversation about those MiGs in Poland. Is this right here, what has been announced by Biden, enough to hold off Russia?
Well, for the time being, the Ukrainian army needs a continuous supply of all these things. Don't forget that the drones we're talking about are destroyed when they're used. The anti-armor systems, the Javelin missiles, are destroyed when they're used. All the ammunition as well. All this stuff has to be replaced. So this is just a stopgap. More equipment, more ammunition, more food and medicine, all that stuff needs to be continuously sent to Ukraine. Otherwise, they will fold. At the moment, their indomitable courage is really holding everything together, and we need to do what we can do in order to support them in that, Savannah.
Colonel, Vicki here. Yesterday, we saw Ukrainian President Zelensky speaking to Congress, and he again asked for those MiG fighter jets and the establishment of a no-fly zone. It continues to be a non-starter for the U.S. If we are willing to give these drones, these anti-aircraft systems, how is that different from giving the Ukrainians jets to fly to defend their airspace? Do you think we're just postponing the inevitable, Colonel?
Well, the problem with these aircraft is that they are old and they're not all that capable. There's a lot of maintenance that has to be performed on them. The good news is Ukrainians know how to fly them. These are MiG-29s. They're no match for F-16s, as you see here, but they are capable aircraft. The real problem is how do you get them from Poland to Ukraine? Who's going to bring them there? The instant that you have Polish pilots bringing Polish aircraft to Ukraine, the perception in Russia and in the United States is going to be that the United States is now directly involved in the fight in Ukraine. And we've made a political decision that we're not going to do that, Vicki.
Now, Ukrainian forces, as we all know, have been far more successful at holding off the Russian military than many expected, putting up quite a defense even right now. I mean, we've been hearing from some intelligence agencies that they really are stalling them almost completely. What's been the key to that success, Colonel? I mean, in your experience, how is it that they are outmanned, outgunned? What has been the key here, and how much longer can they last?
Well, there are a couple of things that are independent variables here. The first is, as we mentioned before, the courage of the Ukrainian people. They're very serious about defending themselves, and they have been training in order to do that because the invasion of Ukraine has not been any surprise to anybody who's been paying attention to this area of the world. The second thing is the ineptitude of the Russians. They have an enormous advantage in firepower. Many more tanks, artillery pieces, multiple rocket launches, and so on. But their use of tactics is very unprofessional. They stacked up a continuous convoy on main supply routes with no security to the flanks, leaving them vulnerable to attack from the flanks by the Ukrainian forces. It looks like the leadership at the level of lieutenant colonel, colonel, and general, that is battalion commanders, brigade commanders, and general officers, is terrible. They do not apparently know how to use the forces at their disposal, and those are two of the reasons why the Ukrainians are being able to hold the Russians off, at least for the time being.
Colonel Jack Jacobs, as always, we so appreciate your expertise. Thank you so much.
Well,
now, the war in Ukraine is creating another troubling situation in the region, food insecurity. With millions on the move and what the UN calls severe shortages looming, many don't know when or what they will eat next. NBC News correspondent Jacob Soboroff has more from Lviv, Ukraine.
With Ukrainian civilians and critical infrastructure like hospitals, schools, and supply routes under Russian attack, some fear food storage could be next.
In a normal report, I would tell you exactly where we are, but I can't because this food, all this food, in the middle of a war couldn't be a more valuable commodity.
The whereabouts of these apples, potatoes, and cabbages are being protected by Nate Mook, the executive director of World Central Kitchen. Some of it ends up here, where we met Nate and his Ukrainian partner, Yulia Stefanyuk, at one of the largest shelters in Lviv.
For about 700 people currently, we bring lunch and dinner every day.
Oh, man, it's not like. So what's in here?
These are hot meals being prepped out of our partner kitchen with Fest.
We brought the food into a makeshift cafeteria inside the Soviet-era university.
You have such a big smile on your face in the middle of a war. What is it that's...
No, it's my power.
Your smile is your power. This is your way of fighting.
Yeah.
Some people have weapons.
My weapons is spoon and knife.
With their local partners, World Central Kitchens fed 1 million people since the start of the war in Ukraine, in 14 different cities, and is now feeding 100,000 meals a day in 5 countries in the region.
Have you guys ever operated in a war zone before?
We haven't. We've operated in challenging places like Haiti and Venezuela, but of course this is a totally different environment. So this is one of the rooms where families are living. So there's 10 rooms like this around the university.
What was this room normally?
So this was a gymnasium.
By the time we made it back to the cafeteria, people were already eating. These 2 women are from hard-hit Irpin.
What's it like to be here?
You can say it's good, she told me. It's a little bit cold, but more or less it's fine.
What about to have a meal like this, a hot meal?
Of course we're so happy, she said. In our city, there's no gas, no water, nothing. People live in the basements.
It's hard for you.
Of course, she says. It's different, but we're here together.
All right, our thanks to Jacob Soboroff for that report and for all of our colleagues bringing us these stories of these real people being impacted. And as the refugee crisis in Ukraine escalates, humanitarian groups here in the U.S. now are preparing for people to arrive. But the process to bring these refugees into the country is a complicated one, and Ukrainians already in America are calling on the government to do more. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster is in the Cleveland area as that region gets ready for refugees to arrive. Shaq, good morning. So first, just tell us what this process is like to get these people settled here in the U.S. And as I just mentioned, Some Ukrainians who already are in this country are getting frustrated with how long this process is taking to get these refugees here. Tell us about that.
Yes, Savannah, look, this is a process that under normal circumstances could take about a decade. Under expedited timeline, it could take 1 to 2 years. And then under extreme circumstances, like the one we're in right now, it's a process that takes several months. But if you talk to people who are here in the United States, who are from Ukraine, who have families still there in the war zone, they say they don't have months, that it's a matter of days, and they want that process to be sped up even more. I want you to listen to a bit of my conversation with a Ukrainian refugee from 2015. He moved here in 2016 after Russia initially invaded Crimea, and he says he still has family in Ukraine who he wants to be here in the United States. Listen here.
I'm scared because of my family over there, and at the same time, I'm angry because governments, including America, they do kind of nothing to help us. Like they don't help us to bring our families over there.
To add to his frustration, his family that he's trying to get here in the United States, they've already gone through many of the security approval processes. It's just that with the war going on, things have slowed, and he's saying that's just building up more frustration and more fear.
And Shaq, tell me about the people that are in the town that you're in right now, in the Cleveland area, like I mentioned, who are preparing for the potential arrival of some of these refugees. What are they doing to get ready for them?
Yeah, this is an area with one of the largest populations of Ukrainians in the United States. They have resettled people from Ukraine. They've resettled people from all across the country. So many of the groups here say that they are ready to assist and take more of those refugees. In fact, they've done this just recently with Afghanistan, and that's why they're having this summit later today. They're trying to coordinate their resources so that if that refugee pool is ever expanded, then they would be able to take and support some more Ukrainians. Listen to what one of the groups told me just yesterday.
We've already got over 65 families that have either volunteered to let a family live with them, who've said we'll take them grocery shopping for 3 months on us, who've said we have jobs for people. And so what we're doing is building that inventory so that if and when people actually start to make it here from Poland and Moldova and Slovakia, Slovenia, that our community will be ready, because the truth is they will come here.
So later today, you're going to have the governor of this state bringing those groups together, bringing together members of the church community to send the message that they are ready to accept refugees when that time comes.
All right, Shaq Brewster, we can't wait to see what happens next. Thank you so much.
The U.S. has committed new military aid to Ukraine after President Volodymyr Zelensky's emotional address to Congress yesterday. President Biden also called Vladimir Putin a war criminal, marking a new phase in America's involvement in this conflict. NBC News chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander joins us now with more. Good morning, Peter.
Hey, Vicki, good morning. Nice to see you. President Biden yesterday praised President Zelensky's speech as passionate and convincing. Then he went on to detail nearly $1 billion in new military aid that the U.S. is rushing to Ukraine. But notably, the president in his remarks did not make any mention of a no-fly zone or to the transfer of Polish military fighter jets that Ukraine's president has been asking for. That remains a non-starter for the U.S.
This morning, on its way to Ukraine, a badly needed resupply of critical military equipment from the U.S., part of a new $800 million aid package announced by President Biden Wednesday.
The American people are answering President Zelensky's call for more help, more weapons for Ukraine.
After condemning Vladimir Putin's war for what he calls its appalling devastation and horror, the president, for the first time, accused Putin of war crimes.
I think he is a war criminal.
To repel the Russian invasion, the U.S. is sending Ukraine an arsenal, 800 Stinger anti-aircraft systems, 9,000 anti-tank weapons, and 100 deadly drones that can strike targets from miles away. It follows President Zelensky's pointed and powerful address to Congress, invoking the worst attacks in American history to capture the plight of his people.
Remember Pearl Harbor. Remember September the 11th. Our country experience the same every day.
Zelensky urging the U.S. to get tougher with Russia, calling for the establishment of a no-fly zone, or alternatively, the transfer of Soviet-era fighter jets for Ukraine to do it itself. A move President Biden opposes, warning it would spark World War III. Republicans calling on the president to give Zelensky what he's asking for.
We need them to win. And to win, they need to kill Russians. And to kill Russians, they need more weapons.
Zelensky concluding his remarks in English with a message to President Biden himself.
I wish you to be the leader of the world. Being the leader of the world means to be the leader of peace.
Zelensky bringing both parties together and bringing them to their feet.
And the White House is pushing back on the argument that it's not doing enough, emphasizing that the U.S. has been the single biggest contributor of weapons to Ukraine by far. As for the president's condemnation of Vladimir Putin as a war criminal, the White House says President Biden was offering his opinion and that formal international investigations into possible war crimes are ongoing. On that, the Kremlin is denouncing the president's words, calling them unacceptable and unforgivable. Vicki?
Peter Alexander, thank you.
And we'll have more of our continuing coverage of the war in Ukraine just ahead, as well as the other major stories that are making headlines here at home. Coming up, the first interest rate hike from the Federal Reserve in years, what it all means for your bottom line.
Plus, a staggering surge of COVID cases now being observed in China. What's being done to curb the spread? You're watching Morning News Now.
Students from Southlake caught on camera using racial slurs.
It's been covered up for a very long time.
We are strongly against critical race theory.
Racism in reverse is racism. Shame!
This is Southlake. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. More on the war in Ukraine just ahead. We'll hear from one woman still in Kyiv as she describes what life is like under Russia's relentless attack. But first, some other news this morning.
Yeah, financial planners are urging families across the country to act now to protect themselves from rising interest rates. This comes after the Federal Reserve just announced its first interest rate hike to bring inflation under control. NBC's Tom Costello has been on Fed Watch for us, and he joins us now with the very latest. Hey, Tom, good morning. It sounds like this is just the first of several rate hikes heading our way.
Yeah, that's right. More to come because inflation is, as you know, a very big problem, now running at 40-year highs. And families across the country are feeling it every time they shop for groceries, clothing, housing, transportation, gasoline. The Fed's challenge: hit the brakes on inflation without putting the economy into a full stop.
On Wall Street, a green arrow reaction. The Dow up more than 500 points as the Federal Reserve launches its first attack on the skyrocketing prices eating into nearly every family's budget. As expected, the Fed raising rates by a quarter point, while predicting 6 more rate hikes are likely this year, as it works to cool the economy without undermining a very strong labor market.
We understand that high inflation imposes significant hardship, especially on those least able to meet the higher costs of essentials like food, housing, and transportation.
But higher rates will also make some things more expensive, including credit cards, new car loans, adjustable rate loans, and new home mortgage rates. In New Orleans, Corey McClinton's grandmother warned her that rates were going higher, so she just bought her family their first home, locking in a 2.9% loan rate.
I did it, and I got, my offer accepted, which is crazy.
The big debate this morning: is the Fed raising rates fast enough to bring inflation under control after heavy government spending, or too fast and risking a potential recession?
The Fed is not going to solve the inflation puzzle alone by raising interest rates.
That's because other factors feed inflation. Higher gas prices, with oil production still not at pre-pandemic levels and Russian oil virtually cut off from the world market. The global supply chain remains stretched, with China again locking down cities in COVID hot zones, just as the war in Ukraine sends anxiety and prices even higher. Financial planners say American families should act now. Pay off credit cards before rates go even higher. Convert adjustable rate loans to fixed rates. And new home buyers should lock in their loan rates now. For Corey McClinton in New Orleans, timing was everything.
I feel like this is like a new chapter that I'm starting.
You know what it's like when you buy your first home, nothing like it. But there is great concern that inflation could hit double digits before it comes down. Again, double-digit inflation before it comes down. The Fed is hoping to eventually bring inflation down from 8% now down to 2% in maybe 2 years or so, but that could mean some very aggressive rate hikes this year. Instead of a quarter point, we may see a half-point rate hike coming down the pike multiple times this year. Vicki?
Yeah, Tom, they got to move all these levers to keep things in balance. Thanks for breaking it down for us.
You bet.
Now to a growing crisis in China. The rise of the Omicron subvariant has forced officials to implement local lockdowns and travel bans as part of China's zero-tolerance COVID policy. While COVID cases are still low compared to most places in the world, the Omicron subvariant is stretching hospitals thin, triggering a rush of COVID workers to flood places like Hong Kong. Health experts are now racing to control the spread of the virus in a country which already has some of the strictest COVID protocols. NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Fer joins us from Beijing with the latest. Hey, Janice, good morning. So walk us through how we got to this point. And is the virus affecting, a particular group of people, older people, healthcare workers, that type of thing? And how bad is the strain on hospitals right now?
Savannah, let's focus on Hong Kong first, because a lot of what's going on there is influencing the action plan that's happening in mainland China. In Hong Kong, we have seen this stealth Omicron variant just tear through the population over the past several weeks, sometimes 50,000 cases a day, which is a lot with the population being only 7.4 million people. It's targeting the elderly. About 80% of people in nursing homes have been infected, and only 15% of people over the age of 80 have been vaccinated. So there's this belief that Omicron is an intrinsically milder variant, but it isn't when it's in a population that has low immunity and this vaccine hesitancy in an age group that needs it the most. So those are the concerns that are playing out in Hong Kong. You take that onto mainland China, and the vaccination rate among older people is a little bit better, but not much. And there's 15 million people in that age group alone.
So, Janice, I mentioned how strict the protocols have been. China has had a zero-tolerance policy when it comes to fighting the virus, which means locking down entire cities if cases crop up. How is this impacting the life of people in China and also the economy? I mean, what's this lockdown like?
Well, now there's like a sliding scale of lockdowns and restrictions. You look in the north, the province of Jilin, the whole province is locked down. 24 million people, they can't travel between cities. They can't leave the province. Down in Shenzhen, the high-tech hub, there's a partial lockdown. The Foxconn production lines that make a lot of stuff for Apple, they've been allowed to start up again, but only because they've promised to introduce this sort of closed-loop bubble system that we saw with the Olympics here. Then in Shanghai, you have a lot of restrictions that are in place. It's on the verge of a lockdown, and there are concerns of a lockdown in Hong Kong, too. But across China, everywhere, even here in Beijing, there are travel bans, and people are being urged to, quote, live a simple life, which means stay at home.
Hey, Janice, I only have a couple seconds left with you, but I do want to quickly ask you about something that's kind of interesting here, an unintended consequence. As these lockdowns happen, not enough people end up with immunity to COVID. Explain what's happening with that and what they're going to do about it.
Yeah, it's the irony of the data. Zero COVID has done a good job in keeping down the COVID numbers here in mainland China for much of the past 2 years. But what it's done, it's created an entire population that has had no prior infection, the vast majority anyway. And there's a lot of uncertainty about the level of immunity. People are vaccinated, about 87%, but vaccinated with Chinese vaccines, and there's not a lot of data on them. So that's why they're keeping these strict zero COVID protocols in place for at least the next few weeks.
All right, Janice Mackey-Frayer, thank you so much.
All right, let's turn now to get a check of your Morning News Now weather.
Which, of course, means Bill Cairns is back. Hey, Bill.
Hey, good morning. So, pick your poison. We have a rainy day in New York City, kind of gloomy. But our friends in Denver are waking up to 5 inches of snow, and it is still snowing.
I'll take rain over snow any day.
I think I'm the opposite.
Exactly.
I'd take snow. I love snow.
You take, well, yeah, I mean, you can
I don't have a driveway to shovel,
Exactly.
So, yeah.
That's why.
Yeah.
I do.
You both do. We all know Bill does.
All your helpers and servants can take care of the snow.
I live in an apartment.
Don't do that to me.
All your helpers and servants.
Okay,
Bill's got you dialed.
Yeah, her.
And I've got him dialed.
Compound.
Just wait till the complaints start rolling in.
I'm going to get out of the middle of this. Bill, take it away.
All right, yeah, we'll get away from our fairy tale Savannah land, and we'll go into the forecast. So we're going to see the snow ending by about noon today in Denver. Things will slowly improve. We're still going to watch that storm, though, pushing into central portions of Kansas, and eventually this storm will move all the way through the plains. This is the time of year that during the daylight hours, a lot doesn't accumulate on the roads because the sun angle really kind of melts it and heats the roads up even through the clouds. But on the grassy surfaces, we could get a decent little snowfall later today from areas north of Topeka and south of Omaha, right through Des Moines and then areas of southern Wisconsin. The other thing we have to worry about later on today, severe weather threat for about 12 million people from Oklahoma City, Dallas, Shreveport, all of Louisiana, southern Mississippi, isolated cases of tornadoes and large hail could do some damage. And then tomorrow, that same storm producing the snow in Wisconsin and Iowa will also have a chance of producing some isolated severe storms from Evansville to Memphis and also down along the Gulf Coast. So for this St. Patrick's Day, I mentioned the gloomy kind of rainy weather in the Northeast, but let's put a little happy twist on it. Here's some of our favorite St. Patrick's Day related towns. Luck, Wisconsin, 44 and cloudy. Goldsboro, Pennsylvania, 57. How about Cloverleaf, Texas? I think we've all heard of Shamrock, Texas. And Dublin, California, all kind of fun St. Patrick's Day names.
I love it. You always have a treat for us, Bill. Appreciate that.
So cute, the little clovers.
Just a little touch.
Yeah, we love it. All right, thanks, Bill. I'm mad at you. What am I saying? I forgot. All right, thanks, Bill.
Bye, Bill. All right, well, Angelina Jolie once again using her voice to fight for social justice. The actress and longtime activist celebrated the re-signing of the Violence Against Women Act. That is a bill that was first introduced in 1994 to provide services to domestic abuse survivors. The updated bill now contains new provisions to help keep children safe. It is a move Jolie says was a long time coming. NBC News senior national correspondent Kate Snow sat down with Jolie for an exclusive one-on-one, and she joins us now with more on that interesting conversation. Hey, good morning, Kate.
Good morning, Vicki. So these are issues that Angelina Jolie has been passionate about for a long time now. As a special envoy for the United Nations Refugee Agency, you know, she's paying close attention to what's happening to women and children across the world, especially fleeing Ukraine. But she's also deeply concerned about women and children in this country. And she told me this is personal.
We know Angelina Jolie as an actor and an Oscar winner, but she's also a dedicated humanitarian, and on this day, one of the advocates at a White House celebration for the signing of the Violence Against Women Act.
It took time to change the culture, and you did it.
President Biden walked hand in hand with Ruth Glenn, who leads the National Coalition Against Domestic Violence.
This has been kind of an uphill battle.
Yes, absolutely.
I met up with Ruth and Angelina in Washington.
Angelina, you lobbied for the Violence Against Women Act to be reauthorized. You were all over Capitol Hill. This day has to feel big for you.
Well, we lobbied.
Yes, we did. Yes, we did.
For all of us and for all of those who've been doing it for a very, very long time, this is a long time coming.
What is the significance of this being signed into law?
Many, many survivors who had not had their needs addressed previously will now have their needs addressed. It fills the gaps for our Native American sisters and brothers, LGBTQI, the list goes on and on.
For the first time, there are also protections for women and children who allege abuse during custody disputes. For months, Angelina met with individual senators on Capitol Hill pushing that. At one press conference, getting emotional.
Most of all, I want to acknowledge the children who are terrified and suffering at this moment, and the many people for whom this legislation comes too late.
That provision is known as Caden's Law.
Played soccer right here.
Named after Kathy Sherlock's 7-year-old daughter, Caden was murdered by her own father following a custody dispute.
How many people did I have to beg for help? How many people did it take? And it didn't work.
She knew, and many of us know, what is not in place. And a lot of that is the training. The really basic training for
judges.
Caden's Law provides federal incentives for states to prioritize the safety of children in court proceedings.
There is science behind the damage, the real medical damage that is done when there is abuse and post-traumatic stress disorder and trauma. And if it's not responded to by the authorities appropriately, how that grows worse and settles in that body.
Do you think, absent training, do you think sometimes law enforcement and judges in this country are too quick to dismiss allegations of real abuse?
I think this country doesn't recognize what a serious domestic violence and child abuse problem it really has. When somebody harms a child, if it's a stranger, the way the law looks at it, the way the law responds, is quite strong. When it's somebody within a family, within a home, it is responded to less. And if you can imagine for the child, in fact, that's in many ways worse.
Angelina also pushed for funding for technology to detect bruises on children of color. Researchers have found in the first 24 hours, evidence of abuse is harder to detect on dark skin than light skin.
Part of this came from being a mom. My children have different skin tones, and I've noticed over the years, just even with dermatology, that so much of it is based on white skin. It's personal, and I won't say very much. But if somebody comes in and assaults us, you look at me and you look at Ruth, you have a better chance of seeing bruises on me. So anybody with darker skin is going to have less chance at justice.
And it's an inequity.
Yes. It is absolutely biased.
Absolutely.
It's biased forensics.
Angelina, you said this is personal. In passing a moment ago, I don't know if you realized you said that, but you said it is personal.
Personal for a lot of people. Yeah. It should be personal. It is personal to everyone. Everyone who cares about family, everyone who cares about children.
Jolie's own split and custody battle with ex-husband Brad Pitt gave her experience with the family court system.
I think once you're exposed to this system, whoever you are, once you're exposed to it and you realize how unbelievably broken this system is, you have to do something to improve it.
Last year, we reported on the family court system and custody disputes involving allegations of violence. It is a complicated subject, but one of the issues we heard again and again is that some women don't feel they can report abuse because it might be seen as simply an effort to badmouth the other parent and gain custody. And that sometimes means that parents who were abusive still have access to their children. That, Vicki, as you know, is what Caden's Law is trying to fix.
Kate, as always, thank you so much for shining a light on this really important issue. Well, coming up, voicemails of war. We will bring you the heart-wrenching first-hand account of the continuing violence in Ukraine in their own words. That's next.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
President Biden making news tonight on several fronts.
We're answering the questions you want answered.
There's a lot to talk about this evening.
Let's start breaking all this down.
We begin with breaking news.
Now to an NBC News exclusive interview.
We'll get right to that breaking news, the desperate search and rescue.
Our team is live all across the path of destruction tonight.
Nearly 200 firefighters responded to the scene.
What you see on the tablet here is what we see in real life on the street.
You know I got your back, right?
Keep going.
2022 midterms, the battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms. We are talking elections. I'm in a battleground state.
Meet the Press Election Night special. It is a big night.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world. Our NBC News crew heard explosions in the capital city of Kyiv.
People here are terrified.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facilities.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We begin with the pandemic today.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
Raise your hand if you have had enough of COVID.
A piece of space junk is on a collision course with the moon.
It does matter. It is significant. Why?
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Welcome back. Now, as you might remember, one of the most powerful parts of President Volodymyr Zelensky's address to Congress yesterday, those videos and images coming out of his country showing the destruction as Russia shells major cities. And we're seeing similar images like that come across social media. Some of the ones, if you were watching with us yesterday, that were in Zelensky's video, you might have seen on your own social feed. So our NBC News social news gathering team is working quickly to verify the authenticity of those videos. And I do want to warn you, we're about to show you some graphic images. So first, take a look at this video out of Chernihiv. This was posted by the official Telegram account of the Ukrainian parliament, and it allegedly shows a scene where Russian troops fired on Ukrainians who were lining up for bread, killing 10 people. This video was verified by our teammates Bianca Britton and Matteo Mascella, reporters on our NBC News social news gathering team. So first, I'm going to show you a freeze frame from that video that you just saw, this right here. So this is what I want you to pay attention to, is this here. We're going to show you how we were able to geolocate this, essentially. Our team was able to match the landmarks in this video, like this green awning here on this dentist's office, to images on Google Maps to make sure that the location was accurate. So first, here are the coordinates. Let's take a look at this. This is essentially the address on Google Maps. You have Google Maps at home where this happened. And then we were able to just look at a street view of that. And there's that same dentist office that you just saw a moment ago in that video, matching the coordinates where that video allegedly takes place. Now, that's important to make sure that that actually was where social media is claiming that it was. Here's another interesting way Bianca and Matteo verified the video, by checking the weather. So you can see in this scene, this is the video we played just a moment ago. It was sunny in Chernihiv as this happened, claiming to be just recently. Now, if we check the weather for Chernihiv yesterday, which is exactly what our team did, it was sunny too, so that also lines up. Now, the U.S. Embassy in Kyiv also tweeted about this tragic attack, saying, quote, "We are considering all available options to ensure accountability for atrocity crimes in Ukraine." Next, we've got another tragic video of the destroyed drama theater in Mariupol, something that you might have been seeing, again, on your social media feeds. So we're not sure exactly when this was shot, but Social News Gatherings' Bianca Britton verified that it's authentic. Again, first, by matching up locations on maps. So first, I'm going to show you a freeze frame from that video. Pay attention kind of to this area right here. You can see this building. This is the remains of the drama theater after that attack. And now here's a street view image of what the theater looked like before it was destroyed. So you can see that same structure, the same windows in place. Now, the Mariupol City Council put out a statement on its Telegram account saying a Russian plane dropped a bomb on the theater where hundreds of residents were hiding, and they're still working on identifying any victims of this attack. Of course, just heartbreaking. And we're seeing, again, so much of this play out on our social feeds, play out on TikTok. So it's so important that our teams are verifying that what you think you're seeing is actually true, and especially before you share anything online.
Yeah, this is incredible. It's so important to be able to understand the transparency that goes into this. This war is unlike anything we've ever seen because of the immediacy of social media and how it connects the world together.
Absolutely.
But verification is vital. Thank you for walking us through that, Savannah. It's so helpful. Well, constant shelling, eerie silences, supplies running out. That is how a 34-year-old woman in Kyiv is describing what it's like in Ukraine. Here are some of the voice messages that she's shared with NBC News.
Hi, I'm all right, I'm okay. This night and this morning was very loud, but I'm really okay. We were out with my dad, tried to buy something to eat, but, food of first need, not enough. A lot of chips, salt nuts, and all that. Hi, I'm okay. Last night was really quiet in Kiev, and that white all around me made me more nervous, more stressed, because you don't know when would be that attack. They shelling civilian, they shelling kindergartens. I can't even believe that a human can do that to other human. Outside Kiev, it's really hell on the earth. When I saw photos of killed family, now I think it's more safer to stay in Kiev. Hi, that's me. I'm okay. Today was a rather loud bam bam. Even my house shaked. Hi, that's me. I'm okay. Last night I heard aircraft so close that I was really scared. That I have no time to go anywhere, to bomb shelters. Oh, it was the most, I guess, scary moment from the beginning of this war. I don't want to be a refugee. I didn't do anything bad. And when I read about each death, how they killed some Ukrainians, it's like losing part of me, because we're all one nation. We all stand together. It's unbelievable that months ago I celebrated my birthday with my friends here in Kyiv in one of the bars. The biggest dream now is to sit near Andreevsky Church here in Kyiv and drink wine with friends. Hi, last evening was a lot of air sirens, and that night was not so quiet, but near 5 a.m. was so intensive shelling of Kyiv that in one moment I thought that missile fell down near my house. It was very loud and my house shook twice. It was really scary.
Wow, incredible to hear it in their own words like that.
It's very intimate, very personal, her taking us through day by day. I always do wonder what it is like for citizens who are there. And we appreciate that so much, and we hope she continues to stay safe.
All right, coming up on Morning News Now, taking the politics out of her pool performances and letting history speak for itself on her own terms. More on a transgender college swimmer who has come under intense scrutiny.
Plus, we'll tell you about a different kind of online shopping experience. This is just what I need, Savannah, more shopping. This brings gaming and even live entertainment to your purchase. It's all done through a live stream, and some experts say it's the future of e-commerce. That's next.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it love that.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hold on to your seats.
The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
A strange story and a career of strange stories.
All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The NCAA Women's Swimming and Diving Championships are underway, and the athlete everyone is watching is Leah Thomas, a transgender swimmer whose success in the pool has drawn both huge support and intense scrutiny. NBC correspondent Blaine Alexander joins us now with more on this story that has a lot of people talking. Hey, Blaine, good morning.
Absolutely. A lot of people talking this morning. You know, Leah Thomas is going to hit the pool for the first time at 10 o'clock, so just over an hour from now. The 500-yard freestyle, that's her event for today. But it's the first of 3 that she's competing in throughout the weekend, events that she has been dominating throughout the season. But her strong performances have brought more scrutiny, not just on Leah and her team, but also the rules around the sport. And a win tonight could take that discussion to a whole new level.
When Leah Thomas dives into the pool, she could be sealing her place in NCAA history. The standout swimmer from the University of Pennsylvania will compete to become the first Division I openly transgender athlete to be crowned a national champion. The UPenn swim team posted this picture of Leah and 2 teammates poolside. Here they are, all 3 of our NCAA superstars.
Leah Thomas to the wall first.
Her stellar season has smashed records.
And over the last half of the pool, nobody will touch Leah Thomas.
But also courted a wave of controversy, with some fellow athletes and parents concerned that Thomas has an unfair physical advantage. Thomas spent 3 seasons competing on the UPenn men's swim team and spoke candidly in December about her struggle during that time.
My mental health was not very good. There was a lot of unease about basically just feeling trapped in my body.
She has now completed 34 months of hormone replacement therapy, surpassing the 12-month NCAA requirement to compete on the women's team.
I can continue to do the sport I love as my authentic self.
It's left her teammates split, some sending a letter of public support, writing in part that Thomas and all transgender college athletes deserve to be able to participate in safe and welcoming athletic environments. While others have spoken out in opposition, one anonymous teammate tells the Philadelphia Inquirer she's concerned about physical advantages that don't, she says, give the other women a fair shot.
It's very difficult to focus when there's a lot of hatred and vitriol around you.
Skylar Baylor was the first openly transgender D1 athlete on a men's team. He flew to Atlanta this week to show his support for Leah.
We have to put our heads underwater and swim. And Leah has done an incredible job of that, but she shouldn't have to put her blinders on. So many of us before Leah have tried to say, hey, we exist to hopefully make the world a little bit more ready, right, for the next trans athlete. And Leah is now becoming part of that visibility train as well, so that the next trans person can hopefully be a little more accepted.
So again, Leah is taking the pool at 10 o'clock this morning. The 500-yard freestyle, the prelims, finals are tonight. She's favored to win that race along with the 200-yard freestyle. She's also competing in the 100 and has a very strong shot there as well. Savannah.
All right, Blaine Alexander, thank you so much. Now it's time to bust out the green apparel because today marks the return of St. Patrick's Day celebrations. It's been 2 years since most people have been able to participate in the events surrounding their traditional holiday.
It's a great holiday. Thank you for reminding me to wear green. Dozens of cities already gearing up for local parades to commemorate the holiday as COVID protocols like social distancing and mask requirements are gone. NBC News senior national correspondent Carrie Sanders joins us now from Lafayette Square in Savannah, Georgia, where the city's St. Patrick's Day parade is about to kick off. And Carrie, if there's one thing I know about you, if there are good times to be had, you are there.
Yeah, yesterday you were with the pandas. Today you're at a parade.
Oh, this is so exciting. You know, the largest St. Patrick's Day parade, that's in New York, second largest, right here in Savannah. And everybody today is saying, Erin go bragh.
It is a sight that would have made many green with envy during the height of the pandemic. St. Patrick's Day celebrations kicking off across the country. This morning, New York City is ready for the return of its Patty's Day parade, and Chicago's river has already been dyed that gorgeous green. Savannah, Georgia's Forsyth Park fountain has gone green too. People here have camped out for days to get that perfect position for a parade that hasn't run since 2019.
So we'll be out 2.5 days total.
It's all happening this same week COVID shut down most of the country back in 2020. The difference this time, cases in the U.S. are dropping and vaccines are widely available. Mayor Van Johnson, yes. Or should it be O. Johnson?
This time of the year, everybody's O everything.
Jokes aside, Savannah's mayor is aware the Patty's Day party is happening during a pandemic. How does it feel to finally be back? And we're not post-COVID, but we're getting there.
It's been a very difficult 2 years. We felt the consequences of COVID-19, but this city, this very strong, resilient city, helped us to be able to bounce back.
For some, this year's festivities will carry extra meaning. What should we be thinking about today on St. Patty's Day? Ireland's Consul General in her native Gaelic says, while today is about celebrating Irish culture, it should also remind us of the suffering in Ukraine. When mixed, the colors of Ukraine's yellow and blue flag make that iconic Irish green that will flood the streets and fill up pints as millions toast to St. Patrick.
It's time to get lit, and we're going to have a great time here. I'm excited.
Mayor, I love it. Excited. Time to get lit.
That's right.
Oh, goodness. Well, there we go. Happy St. Patty's Day, everybody. And if you happen to be born on this day and your name happens to be Patty, happy birthday on St. Patty's Day. Guys, back to you.
All right, Carrie. Have fun. Thank you.
Right out there. Bye. Thank you. Happy St. Patty's Day. Well, it is being dubbed Gen Z's home shopping network and the future of e-commerce. Live streaming on TikTok is a growing trend in the U.S.
Yeah, it's becoming a more popular way for young people to buy products online, combining shopping with live entertainment. And for viewers and sellers alike, the trend seems to be here to stay. Here's a closer look.
It's QVC meets Price is Right and like crazy game shows.
Oh, 25% off code!
When you think online shopping, this probably isn't what comes to mind.
Yeah, these prescriptions, those are, they are.
But for Lauren Davis's family hemp business, live streams like this are now their main revenue driver.
They have changed our life. If you look at our sales on those live stream days, the graph shoots up.
It is our bath ritual, bath soak.
Every week, Lauren and her mom go live for an hour on their TikTok account with more than 830,000 followers and interact with customers buying their products in real time.
I see the comments and I also see the orders coming in. And I have the order name and the order number, and I'll call out their names.
2044. If y'all are in the house, this giveaway spins for Crystal, Tracy, and Alyssa.
What's the wheel over your shoulder? What's that for?
So any order over $100 that's placed during the live stream will get a spin of our giveaway wheel.
This giveaway spin is for you. Big money, no way.
That gaming aspect is intentional and quickly becoming a live stream staple.
I think it's fun because there's like an element of mysteries.
Lindsay Holland is a shopper with a thing for crystal live streams.
They'll have like a big container and it'll have a bunch of different like rocks and crystals, and they'll take a cup or like a bowl and they'll scoop, and whatever you get in that scoop is what you get shipped to you.
An adventure you can't get when you just add an item to your cart on a static website.
It's the experience that you're paying for. It's the experience of watching them scoop it and like them saying your name.
So you're not just buying the product, but also the show.
It's meant to give them a reason to stay through the duration of that short video, and then to stay for the next one.
Franklin Chu is the managing director of e-commerce agency Azoya International. He says all signs point to this being the future of shopping.
The live streaming e-commerce market in China is about 200 billion. And it's only about 10 billion right now in the US. So there's a long runway for US merchants to use this medium to promote themselves.
He says over the next 2 to 3 years, more major US brands will hop on the trend. And some of the largest are already there. Walmart held its first live stream shopping event on TikTok in December of 2020. Now they have their own live shopping website, walmartshoplive.com. Amazon is following a similar path with Amazon Live, where shoppers can browse multiple live streams at a time. But the shoppers businesses attract on TikTok, the ones super engaged in the content they consume, are making this platform stand out.
When they go to Amazon, they expect a certain kind of experience, shopping for a particular product. People that go onto TikTok, they're looking for entertainment, they're looking for social interaction, and then the purchase decision. TikTok is really very consciously merge all of those functionalities together.
Lauren Davis is already seeing the benefit.
Would you quantify that as a live stream generates thousands of dollars for you? Hundreds?
Definitely thousands. That is a huge, it's a very vital day for us. It's a hoot and a half, truly.
I love this.
Well, that was fun.
Yeah, it was so much fun. It's like reading Rainbow, too. You got to, shout out my name when I'm shopping. Hey, Mike. Mike's hurrying us along. It's EP. He gives us these great stories, and we can't talk about them
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. Good morning. I'm Vicki Nguyen in for Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We begin with the war in Ukraine breaking overnight. More civilian casualties from heavy shelling by the Russians in key cities. Ukrainian officials say at least one person was killed and several others injured after a missile hit a multi-story apartment building yesterday in the outskirts of Kyiv. And in besieged Mariupol, officials say Russian forces bombed a theater there that was sheltering more than 1,000 people. The death toll is still unknown, but this morning, according to a post on Facebook by a Ukrainian official, some people are emerging from the rubble alive. It appears Russia's military progress has been stalled. UK defense officials saying Russian forces are suffering heavy losses from Ukrainian resistance.
All this as a war of words unfolds. President Biden calling Russian President Vladimir Putin a war criminal for the first time as he comments and it commits another $800 million in military support for Ukraine.
I want to be honest with you. This could be a long and difficult battle, but the American people will be steadfast in our support of the people of Ukraine.
And this morning, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky now pleading with Germany's parliament for help, one day after an impassioned address to Congress. Zelensky addressing fears of another world war with our own Lester Holt.
Do you agree that it wouldn't take much to end up in World War III?
Nobody knows whether it may have already started.
NBC News correspondent Molly Hunter begins our coverage this morning from Lviv. Good morning, Molly. President Zelensky addressed Germany's parliament earlier today, one day after speaking to our Congress. He appeared to be a little critical of Germany in his remarks. Tell us more about that speech.
Yeah, not just a little critical. It was scathing, and he still got a standing ovation. So as you say, this is one day after, of course, he addressed the Congress, where he also got a standing ovation. But he basically blasted Germany for being complicit in Russia's war through their Russian business ties, through their indecision, through their lack of leadership. He said, "We saw how many connections your companies still maintain with Russia, your country, and some other countries as well. We are asking you to act as the aggressor, seize you as a power, and not that you're just thinking about the economy, the economy, the economy." And he addressed German Chancellor Scholz directly to say, give Germany the leader that they deserve.
Molly, Mariupol has been one of the worst hit cities in this conflict. Ukrainian officials have accused Russia of bombing a theater and a swimming pool that was sheltering civilians. Russia has denied carrying out that attack. What can you tell us about this incident, and how are the humanitarian efforts going in that city?
Yeah, this was the big headline overnight. So it was a drama theater, and apparently it was in the heart of what was once a very vibrant section of Mariupol. That is that southeast city on the Black Sea that we have been talking about for the last 2 weeks that has been besieged by the Russians. 450,000 people basically being starved out. Well, this theater was a refuge for civilians. But next to this theater, we see in pictures, satellite images by Maxar, they had written kids in white writing in the Russian language, so that from the air you can quite easily see that kids are staying there. Now, our understanding is that 1,200 people were sleeping there. We are hearing reports, as you mentioned in the open, about possibly survivors, but we don't have any kind of death toll or real numbers yet to share.
That is so heartbreaking. Molly, we are also hearing that one person has died in the capital, Kyiv, after the remains of a downed missile hit a residential building there. What's the latest on that?
Yeah, and this has been happening for the last several nights, as our Richard Engel has been reporting, in the capital of Kyiv. Now, according to the Ukrainian military, they have stalled Russian ground forces, so tanks and ground troops outside some of these cities that they have attacked heavily and besieged, like Mariupol, like Volnovakha, like Kharkiv, and like the capital city. What's happening now, because those troops have stalled, is they are firing rockets, they are firing attacks, they are firing missiles into the center of these cities indiscriminately, hitting civilian targets like apartment buildings, like metro stops, like a railway station. In Zaporizhia yesterday, they hit a botanical garden, things with no military infrastructure in any way around. These could not be confused for military targets. The Russians are now sending indiscriminate attacks into city centers, civilian centers, and the civilian death toll because of that is going up inside Kyiv.
Molly, these are some of the terrible war crimes that Russia is being accused of. Thank you so much for your reporting. We'll catch up with you a little later in the show.
Now, after his emotional message to Congress yesterday, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky spoke with our own Lester Holt to discuss the state of his country as the Russian invasion continues. Here's Lester with more.
I spoke to Ukraine's President Zelensky in an NBC News exclusive interview with the help of a Ukrainian government-provided translator. I'd like to begin by asking you the status of negotiations between Ukraine and Russia. There's been some reporting that the framework of a deal is being hammered out, one in which you would renounce NATO ambitions, declare neutrality, not allow foreign militaries to base on your land. Can you confirm any of that and update us on the status of negotiations?
Well, thank you for this question, Lester. First of all, the negotiations are still in progress. The negotiations are fairly difficult. And the current conditions of negotiation, I would say, it continues. Any war could be finished at the table of negotiations.
You delivered a very passionate speech to Congress. You once again renewed your call for a no-fly zone. As you know, that's a non-starter in this country. But you also made the pitch for an alternative, and that's the fighter planes. Do you think that President Biden is inching closer to perhaps reconsidering transferring fighter planes to Ukraine?
Well, this is the choice for the President Biden to take, and the whole civilized world would need to take. And hopefully, that choice would coincide with the choice of the Ukrainian people, because currently Russia has an advantage in the air. Our partners can support us from the standpoint of supporting and supplying of those aircrafts.
President Biden has been very clear he's worried about provocations that could trigger World War III. Do you understand his concern there, and do you agree that it wouldn't take much to end up in World War III?
Well, nobody knows whether it may have already started, and what is the possibility of this war if Ukraine will fall, in case Ukraine will fall. It's very hard to say, and we've seen this 80 years ago when the Second World War has started, and there were similar tragedies in the history. Nobody would be able to predict when the full-scale war would start and how it will end and who will put an end to that. In any case, the wars tend to end up in millions of people lost. People die, and millions of buildings destroyed. Now we have different technologies, nuclear weapons. In this case, we have the whole civilization at stake.
The U.S. administration has raised concerns that Russia might launch a chemical attack. Do you think there is a red line, and whether that would be a red line that the U.S. would move forward and become more actively involved in combat?
I believe that Russians have already crossed all the red lines when they started shelling civilians. They've killed over 100 of children, and I don't understand the meaning of red lines. What else should we wait for? For letting Russians kill 200, 300, or 400 children?
And then I asked him about the fate of Ukraine's capital, the city where he still is tonight, with the Russian onslaught intensifying. If Kyiv falls to the Russians, does the entire country of Ukraine fall to the Russians?
Well, our people are unconquerable. And this is what our people have clearly demonstrated. You can conquer the city, you can break the heart, but you won't be able to force anyone to love someone. That is why the heart will always remain with the Ukrainians.
President Zelensky hosted 3 European leaders earlier this week. I asked him whether he has invited President Biden. He replied he would be happy to do so.
Lester Holt, thank you so much again, interviewing him right after addressing Congress. Pretty amazing.
Powerful remarks. Well, let's dig a little deeper into the situation in Ukraine with Joe Cirincione. He's a nuclear expert and a distinguished fellow at the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft. Joe, good morning. You said in a recent interview that we are closer to the risk of nuclear use than at any time since the 1980s. Yesterday, President Biden called Putin, quote, a war criminal, which then Moscow called unacceptable and unforgivable. My question is, at this point, is it wise to use rhetoric like that? Or does the world need to call a spade and take action to stop Putin? I've read that, sometimes with a bully, you have to speak bully. Use language Putin understands. What do you think, Joe?
I think President Biden is speaking the simple truth. It's been obvious to most of us since the beginning of this war that Putin is engaged in multiple war crimes. Remember, it's against the law of war, the so-called Geneva Conventions, to shell civilians indiscriminately, to target civilian infrastructure, to attack nuclear power plants. There's a whole separate law against attacking civilian nuclear power plants. These are war crimes, and Putin is the one directing this war. I think Biden's accurate and is correct to be calling him out at this point. I hope the U.S. will go further and actually bring war crime charges against Putin during the war before the International Criminal Court.
Such an important distinction there. There really is a difference just between these things that we're seeing that look awful and an actual war crime. Now, Joe, that, of course, was this escalation of rhetoric from Washington, but we are also seeing this new supply of military aid. But Russia previously warned the U.S. that it's acting dangerously by supplying weapons to Ukraine. And I think a lot of people are confused about what these lines are. I think it's pretty clear how a no-fly zone, the enforcement of that, puts American and NATO forces head-to-head with Russian forces, so that makes sense. But this line about weapons or this line about jets seems blurrier. Are you concerned that this $800 million package raises the risk of U.S. being dragged into a conflict with Russia? Or do you think a concern like that even is just essentially allowing Putin to make the rules?
Well, you know, the rules actually are just prescribed in international law. If you are aiding one side in a war, technically you're a co-belligerent. That is, you're involved in the war effort. And the distinction that's being made is not really a legal one, but a military one. Most experts would draw the line at heavy equipment, heavy weaponry, like jet fighters, like tanks, like armored vehicles. The kind of aid we've been giving them, however, is actually more effective. It's more the things that they need. This is very sophisticated equipment. These javelins, these stingers, these other anti-armor weapons, these new switchblade drones, so-called kamikaze drones that are in this $800 million package are extremely effective. I just heard a Ukrainian lawmaker on your network yesterday talking about her friend, her teacher, was teaching school 3 weeks ago, is now carrying a Javelin anti-tank missile. They're sophisticated, but part of that sophistication is that they're very easy to use. Think of them like your iPhone, a very sophisticated piece of machinery, but very simple to operate and deadly to Ukrainian forces. I think these weapons, plus the tenacity and morale of the Ukrainian forces, are why you see the Russian offensive stalled and why you see Ukrainian forces now going on the counteroffensive. They're able, with small bands of Ukrainian fighters, to go in and completely disrupt these armored columns.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Joe, thank you so much. Really great analysis there. We so appreciate it, as always. Now, Ukrainian President Zelensky's speech to Congress has helped boost U.S. support for Ukraine. Just after he spoke, President Biden was quick to commit to new military aid to Ukraine, as we were just discussing. The president announced an additional $800 million in military support and also called Russian President Vladimir Putin a war criminal.
The American people will be steadfast in our support of the people of Ukraine in the face of Putin's immoral, unethical attacks on civilian populations. We are united in our abhorrence of Putin's depraved onslaught, and we're going to continue to have their backs as they fight for their freedom, their democracy, their very survival.
Let's go now to NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander in Washington. Peter, good morning. So, of course, let's start with that comment from President Biden. We know the U.S. is investigating possible war crimes in Ukraine. Did the White House elaborate on the president calling Putin a war criminal? I mean, that is, as a lot of us have become more comfortable understanding at this point, a very important distinction than just feeling that what's happening in Ukraine is this terrible thing, a war criminal. What kind of comments, what kind of weight do those comments carry?
Well, this was clearly the harshest condemnation by President Biden himself of Vladimir Putin since this now 3+ week old war began. The White House to this point has steered clear of using that phrase war criminal. They note that there was an ongoing international and U.S. investigation into war crimes that Putin is accused of. But the White House said yesterday the president, in fact, was speaking his opinion, that that's what he believes. They say those investigations are continuing. Nonetheless, Russia is pushing back on it. We heard from Dmitry Peskov. Notably, he is the press secretary, the spokesperson for Putin. describing President Biden's comments as unacceptable and unforgivable, and then following up and saying that those comments are not admissible in court. This is one of those situations that it's going to take a while to fully investigate, but it's clear based on what the world is watching from independent journalists on the ground right now and all the video that's been provided from there that civilians by heavy numbers have been the worst victims and often targeted, it appears, in the course of this war.
Yeah, absolutely, especially as we wait to hear the death toll from that strike in Mariupol recently. Now, Peter, the added assistance to Ukraine brings the total amount of aid to Ukraine authorized by the president to $2 billion now at this point, but the White House is still under pressure to do more. What else is in the works to aid Ukraine or punish Russia?
Well, let's start with what the White House just announced. Of course, this was the president's response to Zelensky's powerful remarks. The president said that Zelensky's speech was passionate, it was convincing, and then he detailed that $800 million of aid. It includes like 20 million rounds of ammunition, anti-aircraft equipment, anti-armor, anti-tank weapons as well, to say nothing of these deadly drones that the U.S. will now be providing, what are referred to as switchblades. They can effectively target Russian military positions and individuals from long distances away. And the U.S. is going to try to, the president says, acquire some longer-range mobile missile anti-aircraft systems as well to target those planes and helicopters and the cruise missiles that Russia has been using. So that's what the U.S. is doing so far. $1 billion announced and given over just the course of the last week. The U.S. by far the biggest contributor of military aid to Ukraine. But the president notably did not make any mention of a no-fly zone. He didn't talk about the transfer, helping transfer those Polish fighter jets, Soviet-era MiG fighter jets to Ukraine that many lawmakers, mostly Republicans, have been demanding. The president, Savannah, as you know well, has warned that that would effectively spark World War III.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of back and forth, a lot of conversation and questions about that one. Peter Alexander, thank you so much.
Russia's attack on Ukraine has forced more than 3 million people to flee the country in just 3 weeks. More than 1.9 million Ukrainians have entered into Poland alone. That is higher than the entire population of Warsaw. That's the largest city in Poland. NBC News senior national correspondent Jay Gray joins us now from a town in Poland near the border of Ukraine. Good morning to you, Jay. We know Poland has opened its doors to the majority of Ukrainian refugees since this war began. How is the country doing in terms of handling this influx? And also talk to us about what the humanitarian workers there are doing to help.
Yeah, Vicki, it's overwhelming for Poland. They've about reached their limit as far as those that can stay here permanently. And so other countries are taking part of that burden because we know a lot more refugees are on the way. You asked about the humanitarian effort. There's not one that's much better than this. I'm standing in what used to be an empty warehouse, an abandoned warehouse. No power, no water. It has been transformed by the World Central Kitchen into a world-class kitchen. Chefs from around the country coming in and doing what they can to provide help, provide food, nourishment for those who are making that journey. And it's unbelievable just to see the process that they've created here. They are cooking hot meals every day around the clock for all of these refugees. They have the ability in this warehouse alone to make 200,000 meals a day or more, and you can see what they're using to cook here. I mean, it's amazing to see just these huge pots that continue to churn out soup, continue to churn out chicken, pork, beef, things that, you know, we don't think about a lot, but those who have walked maybe 2-3 days to get to the border with their children, they can't wait to have a hot meal. And so they get the process done here, they get the cooking done here, and then everything's loaded up into vans, into trucks. We've seen 18-wheelers here loading up food. They take this food to all of the border crossings, to every border crossing here, and some across the border as well. So they're really doing what no one else can. They're doing what they do best, providing food for those who have made this journey. And it's been amazing to see such a great and volunteer effort. Chefs from around the world, people from around the world just gathering to try and help out those that are making that trip.
The civilian volunteers, the professional chefs, everybody getting together. Thank you for that tour. It's really remarkable how organized it is and how quickly they were able to set up. Jay, earlier this week, the U.S. authorized $186 million in additional humanitarian aid for Ukraine and surrounding countries. Talk to us about where this aid money goes and how the U.S. and other countries can help with this situation. Certainly food, water, shelter, all priorities.
Yeah, and that's where a lot of this money is going, to organizations that are on the ground here, so they can disperse what they know that the refugees need here. So a lot of that money goes to organizations that are buying clothes, blankets, toiletries for those that are coming across the border. Food is another issue, as you talk about, and just simple things like water, bread, and things like that. And so it's going into that. You'll see a lot of it also going into these programs to help people once they're established and starting to, in essence, start a new life, Vicki. And so it'll be put into getting children school supplies. It'll be put into helping job train some of these women who have come over and left their loved ones behind to fight. And so we're seeing that start to progress now. In fact, Poland yesterday began issuing ID cards to those who are staying for extended time in Poland. It'll give them a chance to register their kids for school, to get health insurance through the government here, to get a job. It'll make it easier to get a job. And so we're seeing that process start to unfold, and that's where a lot of that funding goes.
So many logistical needs as well, and hopefully getting those kids back in school, some normalcy for them. Jay Gray, thank you so much. Well, we will have more coverage on the war in Ukraine throughout the hour, but we are also following other news for you this morning.
Yeah, when we come back, a free man, actor Jussie Smollett, out from behind bars after his conviction for lying to police about a staged hate crime. We'll break down what's next in his case.
And one cup at a time, the new plan by Starbucks to reduce waste, plus other environmental headlines in this week's Climate Control. You're watching Morning News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
President Biden making news tonight on several fronts.
We're answering the questions you want answered.
There's a lot to talk about this evening.
Let's start breaking all this down.
We begin with breaking news.
Now to an NBC News exclusive interview. We'll get right to that breaking news, the desperate search and rescue.
Our team is live all across the path of destruction tonight.
Nearly 200 firefighters responded to the scene.
What you see on the tablet here is what we see in real life on the street.
You know I got your back, right?
Keep going. 2022 midterms, the battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms. We are talking elections. I'm in a battleground state.
Meet the Press Election Night special. It is a big night.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world. Our NBC News crew heard explosions in the capital city of Kyiv.
People here are terrified.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facilities. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be? We begin with the pandemic today.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos? Raise your hand if you have had enough of COVID.
A piece of space junk is on a collision course with the moon.
It does matter. It is significant. Why?
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
To bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor. This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Welcome back. More of our coverage of the war in Ukraine coming up, but we want to get to some of the other stories making news this morning right now.
Yeah, we're going to start with Jussie Smollett. He's a free man this morning after a court agreed with his lawyers that the actor should be released as he waits for the appeal of his conviction for lying to police about a staged hate crime. Joining us now to break all this down is NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos. Danny, good morning. So first, I want to play some of what Smollett's attorney said, Shay Allen, after the $150,000 bond was posted last night, and we'll talk on the other side.
I think we're here because the appellate court realized this was the right thing to do. I hope everyone realizes that the persecution that went on in that courthouse was absurd, and that the sentence was a draconian sentence. It was excessive.
Danny, do you agree with that assessment, and what do you make of the court's decision here to allow him to be out?
The key here is the fact that the sentence was really only about 150 days. And that is a short period of time, which is critical in most courts when they decide to release someone pending an appeal. And the idea behind that is that if they don't release someone with a very short sentence, then they could complete the sentence before the appeal's heard, and then winning the appeal becomes hollow. So it's a bit paradoxical, but if you have a very short sentence, you have a better chance of getting bail pending that appeal because of the short sentence. And of course, they raise an interesting double jeopardy issue.
Now, Smollett's lawyers criticized the special prosecutor's decision to charge the actor a second time. If everybody remembers, this is after the charges were initially dropped by the Cook County State Attorney. Walk us through that, and then also tell us, do they have a case here by criticizing that decision to pursue it again?
They might have a double jeopardy issue here. This could be Bill Cosby 2, the sequel in a sense. And the reason I say that is that Bill Cosby was released because the Supreme Court of Pennsylvania found that there was a previous agreement not to prosecute Cosby. So prosecuting him violated his right. Essentially, that's the argument here. Smollett's saying, hey, the first time around, I did this community service, I paid some money, and the idea was this case was over. Then in swoops this special prosecutor, and I get charged after I thought, hey, I'm in the clear. It's an interesting double jeopardy issue, and I am certain, even though the court issued a one-page order, that they must have thought that, not that necessarily it'll be successful, but that it has a shot. Note that this double jeopardy issue has nothing to do with the merits of the case. Smollett doesn't even appear to be arguing the merits, just really this double jeopardy issue and a couple other issues.
Right. That's interesting that you point that out, that it's not actually about what did or did not happen. It's about this legal process. I mean, how do you ultimately see this playing out in the end?
For criminal defense attorneys, who cares if the merits of the case aren't the reason that your client is exonerated or set free? So it goes up on appeal. The double jeopardy argument might even be stronger. In fact, I guarantee it's stronger than if you just challenged the jury's conclusion on the facts. That kind of challenge is rarely successful. So this is an interesting constitutional issue. And if I were the appellate lawyers, I'd be waving the Bill Cosby Supreme Court of Pennsylvania flag in my appeal.
Danny Savalos, this is why it is so great to have you on our team to walk us through these types of things. Thank you so much. Good to see you.
We are learning new details this morning about that fatal crash in Texas involving the University of Southwest men's and women's golf teams. 9 people were killed. Another 2 were seriously hurt in Tuesday's accident. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us now from Hobbs, New Mexico. That's where the school is located. Morgan, good morning.
Yeah, Vicki, good morning. And you talk to anyone in this community or by this campus, and you keep hearing the same word, and that is devastated. And here at their home course that the team played at just a few days ago, there's a growing memorial to pay tribute to those young lives lost, along with their coach, all of them killed in an accident that's now under investigation.
Heartbreak this morning in Hobbs, New Mexico, following a horrific head-on collision that took the lives of 9 people, including 7 members of a college golf team. Gary and Sandy Rains lost their daughter, Carissa, just 21 years old, a biology major and devout Christian.
Carissa was my baby.
and I don't know what I'm going to do without her.
The accident happened just after 8 p.m. Tuesday on a remote farm road north of Midland, Texas. Authorities say the team from the University of the Southwest was returning from a tournament when a pickup truck crossed over into their lane. Authorities say that head-on collision grew worse when flames engulfed both vehicles. Burn scars now line the side of the road where bystanders tried desperately to save those trapped inside.
We are going to need 2 helicopters, please.
Rescue crews airlifted 2 students more than 100 miles to Lubbock, Texas, where both remain in critical condition. But 6 student athletes, their coach, and 2 others inside the pickup truck lost their lives. Ben Kirks, the pro at the local golf course, worked closely with the team and helped create a hometown memorial to pay tribute.
Life shouldn't be taken for granted, and you should really hold on to those you love.
Among them, Lacey Stone, whose high school teacher called her a hardworking student and golfer who always found a reason to smile.
There was never a dull moment with Lacey. She joked and she sang and she just lived life to the fullest.
We are praying so much for the families of all those other kids.
Young lives full of promise, leaving many families struggling to heal.
Right now, we just keep thinking every once in a while we're going to wake up from this terrible nightmare, but it's not happening.
Yeah, so tough for so many. And we do know that the University of the Southwest was playing a golf tournament in Midland prior to this tragedy. The final round of that tournament was canceled. And in response, the head coach of Midland College left the scores up from the USW players on that board. He says to pay tribute to the great young people along with their coach. Vicki.
Morgan, such a tragedy. Our hearts are with those families and that community. Thank you.
Now, a 7.3 magnitude earthquake hit the coast of eastern Japan last night, killing at least 4 people and injuring more than 100 others. It hit near Fukushima, the site of the 2011 earthquake and tsunami that caused a nuclear plant meltdown. Now, a tsunami advisory was issued soon after yesterday's quake, but was lifted early this morning.
In this week's Climate Control, we are looking at the state of the Amazon rainforest.
Yeah, satellite data shows deforestation in Brazil reaching record levels. It comes as a new study warns that the Amazon is approaching a tipping point it couldn't come back from. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns is back with us for the segment. Hey, Bill, great to have you back this hour. So Brazil is one of the 100+ countries, actually, that pledged to halt or reverse deforestation at last year's COP26 climate summit. So tell us what we're learning, though, from the country's own space agency. What are we seeing is actually happening in the Amazon?
Yeah, good morning. And when they made that agreement and they signed on, a lot of people doubted that Brazil would actually follow through with this. So unfortunately, this isn't coming as a surprise to many. So first off, why is the Brazilian rainforest so important? Well, it produces 6% of the world's oxygen. Obviously, we need oxygen. And there are 390 billion trees that absorb the CO2. And they, about 60% of the rainforest remaining on our planet are all in Brazil. So that's why there's so much focus on the Amazon. And so for one of the first times ever, they actually studied using satellites to actually look down into the tree canopy to kind of see the health of the rainforest. And what they found was that only about 70% of it now is not healthy. It doesn't have the ability to reinvent itself the way it used to. So one of the biggest reasons why is because of cattle ranching and deforestation. So for food is why they are cutting down the trees. And a lot of they're doing it, they clear cut it with fires. And so what they found in January and February was that 166 square miles were cleared. That's 2 times the average over the past decade. And that's about the size of Chicago, or if you've ever been to New York City Central Park, it's 126 Central Parks that have been cleared just in the first 2 months of this year. So an alarming rate, especially since they just signed on saying that they were going to reverse the process. And if people are wondering kind of why this has changed recently, well, in 2019, the president of Brazil was elected saying that they were going to use the resources of the rainforest to help with the economy of Brazil. So this doesn't come to any surprise, but it's alarming because we need it to capture the carbon for all the CO2 that we're producing.
We need it as a world, also the country of Brazil. It's balancing humans with nature. Talk to us, Bill, are there any efforts to help restore the trees that are being lost to all of this deforestation?
It comes down to a math equation. We need to incentivize the rainforest and actually pay money to keep it that is more than, say, the farmers will make for their cattle or they'll make for their plantations or the crops. And the reason why is because the Amazon is what climate scientists call a tipping point, kind of similar to the ice in the Arctic or the ice sheets on Greenland or the Gulf Stream current in the Atlantic. There are certain tipping points in our planetary system that we're concerned that once they change, they can never be reversed. So they're racing to figure out when this point of no return is. And this is a separate study that was done by Nature Climate Change. And they said that 75% of the Amazon is less resilient now. It means they're more prone to fires. And the concern is with not just little fires, but mega fires could begin in the Amazon with in the future because of less rainfall. And that in the last, since 2005, there's been 3 droughts in the Amazon that have been considered 1 in 100-year droughts. And those are becoming more common. And more droughts means the rainforests are more vulnerable.
Bill, quickly, before we let you go, we do want to ask you about one that will impact a lot of people. We hear Starbucks has a new plan to tackle its waste. What more can you tell us about that?
And you think of Starbucks, you think of their iconic cups and their logos. And on Tuesday, Starbucks came out and they said by the end of next year, no more single-use paper cups. So that makes you wonder, how are they going to do this? Well, they're saying that they will provide, or you will bring in your own reusable cup. You will bring it into the store, they will refill it, you will bring it home, you will clean it, and then you will bring it back the next day. And this will be by the end of next year. So think about every store that they have, not just in the U.S., but around the world. And this is a part of their sustainability plan by 2030 that for a planet positive goal. So that's a big change. And they want this to be something not just for their store, but they're thinking big. They want, maybe that cup that you use, not just is used at their restaurant, but other restaurants too. So you could kind of picture you'll have that cup or 2 of your own and you'll use it everywhere.
With you everywhere.
It is smart marketing. It's great for the planet. I'm so excited to see them roll this out. The trash alone in New York City from people just drinking a cup of coffee and tossing it out, how much that will cut down on.
It's so cool to see like a big commercial business making a decision like this.
And hopefully others follow.
Yeah, exactly. All right, Bill, thank you. We love climate control. Thanks for coming back with us.
And coming up on Morning News Now, education amid the uncertainty. Up next, how teachers are working to keep Ukraine's children learning even in a time of war.
And the beat goes on. Listen to how Ukraine's musicians are using their art to provide comfort through all this chaos after the break.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Another major airline says it will no longer fly over Russian airspace over concerns about the war in Ukraine.
Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome with the latest on that and more global reaction to the war. Good morning, Claudio.
Good morning, guys. Yes, Cathay Pacific Airways has joined a growing number of Asian airlines that stopped flying over Russia. Now, the Hong Kong-based airline is not among those that are banned right now by Russia, but at the same time, in a statement, it said that its planes are avoiding Russian airspace. OPS Group, an organization that assesses and shares information on flight risks, says that many airlines are avoiding Russia right now because the risks of landing there in an emergency is currently too high. And in other news, the economic effect of the war in Ukraine is being felt in the Middle East, to the point that many have started panicking on social media about the rising price and the shortage of wheat, sunflower oil and fuel, essential goods typically imported from Ukraine and Russia. As the war in Ukraine rages on, Egypt has banned the export of flour and wheat to protect its food reserves. And after a Russian journalist staged a brave protest against the war in Ukraine during a live news broadcast on Monday, more resignations from state-controlled Russian channels have come to light. Channel 1's Europe correspondent, as well as two other high-profile journalists from Russian channel NTV, have recently resigned, and more are expected to follow, guys.
All right.
Quite a statement.
Yeah, exactly. And maybe a way to get more true information to the people of Russia.
Claudio, thank you so much.
Now, more than 1.5 million children have joined the exodus from Ukraine. And get this, that's a rate of almost one child per second, according to UNICEF. And amid the chaos and horror, the country's teachers are doing everything they can to keep their children's education going. We want to bring in one of those teachers, one of those heroes, quite frankly, Alexandra Savchenko. Alexandra, good morning to you. Thank you so much for joining us. So first, how are you doing this? What is class like? Tell us about how you're able to try to keep something normal going for these children during a time that is so abnormal and so scary. How are you doing class right now?
Well, for now, we have an online process, and it was something that we were already ready for it because of pandemic. In the first day when the war started in Kyiv, because I'm a teacher from Kyiv, so we understood that kids and parents need us, and we need them to be with each other, to communicate, just to say hello, to stand back, to just support. And few first days, those who wanted and can be online, started the process. We tried to read with all together, to work with the fakes and facts in articles that they're going around the kids. And we worked with information about what can we manage with the stress, what happened with our body, psychology, and etc., and how help each other. Now, for this week, we already have a almost a full program that we continue to work with them, because kids are adaptive more than us adults.
Oh, I know. I guess that is something that's a little bit of good news, that they can adapt in a quick way. But they are literally running for their lives, leaving the only country they've probably ever known, leaving their homes, in some cases leaving family and friends. How are they responding to your lessons? I mean, what are you seeing in them about how they're handling this? And does this seem like a distraction that's nice for them?
Well, it's something that we cannot, to say for now. We will work with this post-trauma after. And we already have some abnormal situation when some of our kids still in Kyiv sitting during the lesson and asking about the pause because there are bombs outside. So it's already something really that makes me in shock sometimes. But some of kids still are not ready to be. They're just they just really close to their parents. They close to themselves. Some of them are still on the way somewhere to be in a safety place in Europe. But yeah, we still have somebody who are ready to be online.
Absolutely. It's just such an important reminder, I think, too, for us in other parts of the world that, you think about a disruption to your child going to school and how much of a disruption to their entire lives is happening to all the children of Ukraine. Alexandra, thank you so much for joining us. It's incredible what you're doing. Please stay safe, and we'd love to check in with you.
We so appreciate our teachers. They are heroes on a good day, let alone during war.
Yeah.
Well, on the streets of Lviv, musicians are also doing their part, their art, providing a lot of needed relief from the sounds of war. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter listened in, and she brings us their stories.
Far from the front line, this city's soundtrack is different here in the West. The Lviv Philharmonic Orchestra is giving it everything they've got. 33-year-old Daniel, grateful to play.
A little gift, a little sunshine in heart.
You see the sunshine in their heart.
Yeah.
And like so many young Ukrainian men, next week might look different.
If our army will need my hands and my heart, I'm ready.
Musicians here, some residents, some new arrivals, fighting in their own way. Music producer Maxime, in the black, fled the eastern city of Kharkiv about a week ago. And around the corner, 31-year-old Paul is donating all his tips to the military.
There are lots of ways to support your country, and this is how you're doing it right now.
Yes, and I can play, I played.
This is also the sound of a country at war. Molly Hunter, NBC News, Lviv.
Amazing. Well, coming up on Morning News Now, Puerto Rico now out of bankruptcy, nearly 7 years after saying it couldn't pay $70 billion in debt. More on the largest public debt restructuring in U.S. history and what happens next.
And in need of a pep talk, a group of kindergartners has got you covered. Their words of encouragement now just one phone call away.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
And we're back. It's time for our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you.
Bertha Coombs is here with us in her St. Patrick's Day green. Hey, Bertha, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Vicki and Savannah. So it doesn't look like we're going to see a whole lot of green, at least not at the open on Wall Street. Maybe a bit of profit taking here as investors digest the Federal Reserve's latest move. Markets initially dipped yesterday when the Fed announced its first rate hike since 2018 and signaled that there are likely going to be 6 more hikes this year. The Fed also raising its projections for inflation for 2022. But stocks picked up once Fed Chairman Jerome Powell began his post-meeting news conference. He said, look, the economy is strong, it can withstand this, and investors appear to be taking those aggressive changes to rein in inflation in stride right now. The Dow closing up more than 500 points, the S&P 500 gaining about 2.5% yesterday. The NASDAQ jumped nearly 4%. Historically, markets actually do well after the first Fed rate hike, with an average gain of about 9% for the S&P over the following 12 months. Meantime, oil prices are back on the rise, reversing 3 straight days of losses. The move coming after the International Energy Agency warns that the market could lose 3 million barrels per day of Russian crude and refined products by April. Still, since hitting a high around $130 a barrel on March 9th, U.S. crude is down about 20%. Still, you may not see immediate relief at the gas pump, as there's usually a few days lag between oil and retail gas prices. The war in Ukraine could impact global car production, though. S&P Global Mobility cutting its forecast for light vehicle output by more than 2 million units over the next 2 years. The conflict has added to supply and logistics problems, as well as shortages of critical parts. Many automakers source wire harnesses from Ukraine. They're used to primarily for electric power and communication between parts. Volkswagen and BMW have been the most impacted automakers so far. This is really a time when supply chain situation is just so fragile. Back over to you guys.
Bertha, thanks so much, and happy St. Patrick's Day. I like how you wove green into your report.
That was funny. I think our mics were down, but we both laughed. Thanks, Bertha. Good to see you. Now, nearly 7 years after announcing it was unable to pay its debts, Puerto Rico has now formally exited bankruptcy, completing the largest public debt restructuring in U.S. history. NBC News Digital reporter Nicole Acevedo joins us now with the latest. Hey, Nicole, good morning. So walk us through this in as layman's terms as possible here, because we keep on throwing around these terms, this restructuring and everything. So help everybody understand that when it entered bankruptcy, Puerto Rico owed $70 billion, and it was actually spending 25 cents of every taxpayer dollar on debt service. What are some of the takeaways from this new plan and how it all worked out?
Well, this new plan that was put into effect this week was approved earlier this year. And essentially what it did is that it reduced the biggest chunk of that $70 billion debt, which was incurred by the central government. So you're talking about nearly cutting down $33 billion of that central government debt down to $7 billion. And what that did was consequently reducing annual repayments to bondholders that own that debt. So instead of paying close to $4 billion, now they will be paying a little bit more than $1 billion, meaning that 7 cents of every taxpayer dollar that Puerto Ricans give will go to that repayment.
Now, since 2016, Puerto Rico's finances have actually been controlled by a federal oversight board, which has imposed strict measures. What does this deal mean for ordinary people on the island, for taxpayers?
Well, aside from, that a chunk of what you pay every year in taxes is going to go to that debt service, what it also means is that Puerto Ricans need to remain vigilant. The board is projecting that if the economy does as well as they're expecting, that by 2034, they're going to be able to pay this debt. However, if the past 5 years have taught Puerto Ricans anything, is that life is full of curveballs. And during one of the largest, most disastrous hurricanes, unprecedented earthquakes, a pandemic. So I think that if those scenarios change, we might have to go back to the drawing board and restructure that debt again, which is not only a costly process, but a time-consuming one.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, this deal, though, doesn't resolve all of Puerto Rico's debt issues. Its power company, its transportation authority are both still in bankruptcy proceedings. What's the latest with that?
That one, it's going to be a little tricky, particularly the one with the power company, because the money, the revenue stream that's going to service that debt comes from the electric bill Puerto Ricans will receive every year, meaning that Puerto Ricans will feel it more in their pockets. So you're going to see a lot of more back and forth. In that one, it's also the agency with the largest public debt. They own about $9 billion. And in a country that, pays already double for electric service, unreliable electric service, the possibility that that could change and be more expensive to service this debt, it's something that's concerning Puerto Ricans. And again, they will remain vigilant about it.
All right, Nicole, thank you so much.
Well, if you have been feeling angry, frustrated, or nervous, just know you're not alone. There is a group of elementary school students with some very positive messages. All you have to do is dial their number.
If you're feeling mad, frustrated, or nervous, press 1.
If you're nervous, go get your wallet and spend it on ice cream and shoes.
Move over cold calls and doom scrolling. There's a new trend in positivity, accessible right from your cell phone. Welcome to the Pep Talk Hotline. Real advice you can use from the students at Westside Elementary in Healdsburg, California.
If you feel mad or frustrated, you can do what you want to do best, or you can do flips on the trampoline.
The hotline is the brainchild of Westside art teacher Jessica Martin and local artist Ashera Weiss, inspired by the positivity their students have shown over the last few years.
It's been a hard few years. We've been listening to the advice that you have and everything you do to help yourself and your friends and your family feel better. And we'd like to share that with the world.
So that's what they did, starting small with posters.
Never back down, never give up. We love you!
But like any good campaign, the kids wanted to meet people where they are, naturally, on their phones.
We're on our screens all day, and to actually pick up a phone and talk to someone or listen to someone is very rare, actually.
If you need words of encouragement and life advice, press 2.
If you're feeling up high and unbalanced, think of groundhogs.
Fifth grader Matisse is proud of his contribution to the hotline.
I did the if you're feeling high and unbalanced, think of groundhogs, because I thought it would be a little funny thing, play on words, and it would make people smile.
He says when it comes to encouragement, kids just do it better.
No offense, but I feel like kids' voices can be better at encouraging than adults' voices. They're just like, I don't know, they're just better.
It's that perspective that has the Pep Talk hotline ringing off the hook.
2 days after we went live, we were getting 500 calls an hour. And last I checked, we were getting 11,000 calls an hour. So it's absolutely extraordinary.
10-year-old Liam says the hotline meets a critical need.
It's so stressful right now because the Russia and Ukraine war, COVID, and loss of family members. It's pretty sad.
I'm always happy, but then my mom, she comes home from work and she's just stressed, and I don't like that. I'm like, Mom, press number 2, listen to the little kids. You will be fine in an hour.
A few words from kids, now reaching adults around the world.
I think for them to understand one little small word, one sentence, look how it's impacting so many lives all across the world.
So take it from Liam, we could all use a pep talk.
Just with one word of encouragement, you might have a great day afterward.
You can do it! Keep trying! Don't give up!
I mean, the kid who's like, it just sounds better. No offense, grown-ups, but it's just more encouraging when we say stuff. It's kind of true.
Oh my gosh, and then you can have a great day.
Exactly.
Go buy some shoes.
Jump on the trampoline. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Vicki Wynn in for Joe Fryer. Let's get straight to the latest out of Ukraine this morning, where violence and Russian aggression has now entered a new week with no clear signs of a diplomatic resolution in sight. Moscow is continuing to step up its attacks in strategic cities across Ukraine, often with civilians in the crosshairs. In Mariupol, a port city under siege in the southeastern part of the country, a theater sheltering hundreds of people was reportedly shelled by Russian forces. The fate of those inside uncertain this morning as rescuers try to find survivors. Satellite imagery of the site taken just days before appears to show the word children written on the outside of the building in large white lettering.
The recent intensified attacks have prompted President Biden to sharpen his rhetoric toward Russia's Vladimir Putin, calling him a, quote, war criminal to reporters yesterday while promising millions more in military aid to Ukraine.
We're going to give Ukraine the arms to fight and defend themselves through all the difficult days ahead. We're going to continue to mobilize humanitarian relief to support people within Ukraine and those who've been forced to flee Ukraine.
Escalating tensions between world leaders as Ukraine President Zelensky makes a chilling prediction about the future of the war with our own Lester Holt.
Do you agree that it wouldn't take much to end up in World War III?
We've seen this 80 years ago when the Second World War has started. In this case, we have the whole civilization at stake.
We begin our coverage this morning with Chief Foreign Correspondent Richard Engel from Ukraine's capital, Kyiv, and a warning that some viewers may find the images in this report distressing.
Here on the edge of Kyiv, aid stations have been set up to evacuate victims of the Russian attacks. And doctors here tell us the vast majority of casualties they're seeing are civilians.
Russia's war plan now can only be described as scorched earth, obliterating a market in Kharkiv and bombing now every day apartment buildings in Kyiv. On the edge of Kyiv this morning in a hospital in Brovary, Katerina, who sold yogurt and milk at the market, says she came out of her basement for a moment to wash the blankets when a missile exploded. It blew off her leg and sent shrapnel through her back, piercing her lung. Before I had a house and a job. Now I'm disabled and have no home. And why? For what? She asked, and began to curse Russia. But one city is bearing the brunt of Russia's pitiless assault: Mariupol in the south. Many of the images from a hospital here are too graphic to broadcast. But one medic's account from a Ukrainian news outlet paints a mental picture of the horror. Every shelling means torn apart hands and legs and entrails falling from bodies. It is unpleasant to hear about this, but you have to listen, she says. Now we cannot bury the bodies. We can't get people with wounds and broken bones out of their houses because they're trapped in basements. And appeals to avoid killing civilians have been useless. New satellite images show Mariupol's main theater. In front and in back are signs in Russian that read children. They're large enough to be visible from the air. Ukraine's government said hundreds of people were sheltering inside. Russia struck the theater anyway, claiming it was a military headquarters. It's unclear how many may have been killed or injured. Russia may be bombing Mariupol with particular ferocity because it wants to keep it in an eventual settlement. The city could give Russia a strategic land bridge to Crimea. But Russia is destroying the very prize it seeks to own. And Ukrainian troops aren't taking this lying down. The New York Times, citing American intelligence estimates, reporting Ukrainian forces have killed around 7,000 Russians so far, more than the U.S. lost in Afghanistan and Iraq combined. But President Vladimir Putin may be willing to lose many more. In an angry-sounding speech, he framed the war as an existential fight for Russia's survival. He accused the Ukrainian government, calling them Nazis, of working with the United States to develop nuclear and biological weapons, including COVID. He said Russia had no choice but to strike first.
Ukrainian officials say the shelter under that theater in Mariupol remained intact, and as they're clearing away debris, survivors are emerging. Savannah, Vicki.
All right, Richard Engel, thank you so much. We now want to bring in NBC News and MSNBC military analyst Colonel Jack Jacobs. Colonel, as always, thank you for being here with us to talk through this war. Now, President Biden just signed off on $800 million in new military aid to Ukraine. We've been talking about that all morning. So that includes 800 Stinger anti-aircraft systems and 100 armed drones. This is this new technology known as switchblades. Notably, this does not include any talk of planes. This is not that conversation about those MiGs in Poland. Is this right here, what has been announced by Biden, enough to hold off Russia?
Well, for the time being, the Ukrainian army needs a continuous supply of all these things. Don't forget that the drones we're talking about are destroyed when they're used. The anti-armor systems, the Javelin missiles are destroyed when they're used. All the ammunition as well. All this stuff has to be replaced. So this is just a stopgap. More equipment, more ammunition, more food and medicine, all that stuff needs to be continuously sent to Ukraine. Otherwise, they will fold. At the moment, their indomitable courage is really holding everything together, and we need to do what we can do in order to support them in that, Savannah.
Colonel, Vicky here. Yesterday, we saw Ukrainian President Zelensky speaking to Congress, and he again asked for those MiG fighter jets and the establishment of a no-fly zone. It continues to be a non-starter for the U.S. If we are willing to give these drones, these anti-aircraft systems, how is that different from giving the Ukrainians jets to fly to defend their airspace? Do you think we're just postponing the inevitable, Colonel?
Well, the problem with these aircraft is that they are old and they're not all that capable. There's a lot of maintenance that has to be performed on them. The good news is Ukrainians know how to fly them. These are MiG-29s. They're no match for F-16s, as you see here, but they are capable aircraft. The real problem is how do you get them from Poland to Ukraine? Who's going to bring them there? The instant that you have Polish pilots bringing Polish aircraft to Ukraine, the perception in Russia and in the United States is going to be that the United States is now directly involved in the fight in Ukraine. And we've made a political decision that we're not going to do that, Vicky.
Now, Ukrainian forces, as we all know, have been far more successful at holding off the Russian military than many expected, putting up quite a defense even right now. I mean, we've been hearing from some intelligence agencies that they really are stalling them almost completely. What's been the key to that success, Colonel? I mean, in your experience, how is it that they are outmanned, outgunned? What has been the key here, and how much longer can they last?
Well, there are a couple of things that are independent variables here. The first is, as we mentioned before, the courage of the Ukrainian people. They're very serious about defending themselves, and they have been training in order to do that because the invasion of Ukraine has not been any surprise to anybody who's been paying attention to this area of the world. The second thing is the ineptitude of the Russians. They have an enormous advantage in firepower. Many more tanks, artillery pieces, multiple rocket launches, and so on. But their use of tactics is very unprofessional. They stacked up a continuous convoy on main supply routes with no security to the front flanks, leaving them vulnerable to attack from the flanks by the Ukrainian forces. It looks like the leadership at the level of lieutenant colonel, colonel, and general, that is battalion commanders, brigade commanders, and general officers, is terrible. They do not apparently know how to use the forces at their disposal, and those are two of the reasons why the Ukrainians are being able to hold the Russians off, at least for the time being.
Colonel Jack Jacobs, as always, we so appreciate your expertise. Thank you so much.
Well,
now, the war in Ukraine is creating another troubling situation in the region, food insecurity. With millions on the move and what the UN calls severe shortages looming, many don't know when or what they will eat next. NBC News correspondent Jacob Soboroff has more from Lviv, Ukraine.
With Ukrainian civilians and critical infrastructure like hospitals, schools, and supply routes under Russian attack, some fear food storage could be next.
In a normal report, I would tell you exactly where we are, but I can't because this food, all this food, in the middle of a war couldn't be a more valuable commodity.
The whereabouts of these apples, potatoes, and cabbages are being protected by Nate Mook, the executive director of World Central Kitchen. Some of it ends up here, where we met Nate and his Ukrainian partner, Yulia Stefanyuk, at one of the largest shelters in Lviv.
For about 700 people currently, we bring lunch and dinner every day.
Man, it's not light. So what's in here?
These are hot meals being prepped out of our partner kitchen with Fest.
We brought the food into a makeshift cafeteria inside the Soviet-era university.
You have such a big smile on your face in the middle of a war. What is it that's...
No, it's my power.
Your smile is your power. This is your way of fighting.
Yeah.
Some people have weapons.
My weapons is spoon and knife.
With their local partners, World Central Kitchens fed 1 million people since the start of the war in Ukraine, in 14 different cities, and is now feeding 100,000 meals a day in 5 countries in the region.
Have you guys ever operated in a war zone before?
We haven't. We've operated in challenging places like Haiti and Venezuela, but of course this is a totally different environment. So this is one of the rooms where families are living. So there's 10 rooms like this around the university.
What was this room normally?
So this was a gymnasium.
By the time we made it back to the cafeteria, people were already eating. These 2 women are from hard-hit Irpin.
What's it like to be here?
You can say it's good, she told me. It's a little bit cold, but more or less it's fine.
What about to have a meal like this, a hot meal?
Of course we're so happy, she said. In our city, there's no gas, no water, nothing. People live in the basements.
It's hard for you.
Of course, she says. It's different, but we're here together.
All right, our thanks to Jacob Soboroff for that report and for all of our colleagues bringing us these stories of these real people being impacted. And as the refugee crisis in Ukraine escalates, humanitarian groups here in the U.S. now are preparing for people to arrive. But the process to bring these refugees into the country is a complicated one, and Ukrainians already in America are calling on the government to do more. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster is in the Cleveland area as that region gets ready for refugees to arrive. Shaq, good morning. So first, just tell us what this process is like to get these people settled here in the U.S. And as I just mentioned, some Ukrainians who already are in this country are getting frustrated with how long this process is taking to get these refugees here. Tell us about that.
Yes, Savannah, look, this is a process that under normal circumstances could take about a decade. Under expedited timeline, it could take 1 to 2 years. And then under extreme circumstances, like the one we're in right now, it's a process that takes several months. But if you talk to people who are here in the United States, who are from Ukraine, who have families still there in the war zone, they say they don't have months, that it's a matter of days, and they want that process to be sped up even more. I want you to listen to a bit of my conversation with a Ukrainian refugee from 2015. He moved here in 2016 after Russia initially invaded Crimea, and he says he still has family in Ukraine who he wants to be here in the United States. Listen here.
I'm scared because of my family over there, and at the same time, I'm angry because governments, including America, they do kind of nothing to help us. Like they don't help us to bring our families over there.
To add to his frustration, his family that he's trying to get here in the United States, they've already gone through many of the security approval processes. It's just that with the war going on, things have slowed, and he's saying that's just building up more frustration and more fear.
And Shaq, tell me about the people that are in the town that you're in right now, in the Cleveland area, like I mentioned, who are preparing for the potential arrival of some of these refugees. What are they doing to get ready for them?
Yeah, this is an area with one of the largest populations of Ukrainians in the United States. They have resettled people from Ukraine. They've resettled people from all across the country. So many of the groups here say that they are ready to assist and take more of those refugees. In fact, they've done this just recently with Afghanistan, and that's why they're having this summit later today. They're trying to coordinate their resources so that if that refugee pool is ever expanded, then they would be able to take and support some more Ukrainians. Listen to what one of the groups told me just yesterday.
We've already got over 65 families that have either volunteered to let a family live with them, who've said we'll take them grocery shopping for 3 months on us, who've said we have jobs for people. And so what we're doing is building that inventory so that if and when people actually start to make it here from Poland and Moldova and Slovakia, Slovenia, that our community will be ready, because the truth is they will come here.
So later today, you're going to have the governor of this state bringing those groups together, bringing together members of the church community to send the message that they are ready to accept refugees when that time comes.
All right, Shaq Brewster, we can't wait to see what happens next. Thank you so much.
The U.S. has committed new military aid to Ukraine after President Volodymyr Zelensky's emotional address to Congress yesterday. President Biden also called Vladimir Putin a war criminal, marking a new phase in America's involvement in this conflict. NBC News chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander joins us now with more. Good morning, Peter.
Hey, Vicki, good morning. Nice to see you. President Biden yesterday praised President Zelensky's speech as passionate and convincing. Then he went on to detail nearly $1 billion in new military aid that the U.S. is rushing to Ukraine. But notably, the president in his remarks did not make any mention of a no-fly zone or to the transfer of Polish military fighter jets that Ukraine's president has been asking for. That remains a non-starter for the U.S.
This morning, on its way to Ukraine, a badly needed resupply of critical military equipment from the U.S., part of a new $800 million aid package announced by President Biden Wednesday.
The American people are answering President Zelensky's call for more help, more weapons for Ukraine.
After condemning Vladimir Putin's war for what he calls its appalling devastation and horror, the president, for the first time, accused Putin of war crimes.
I think he is a war criminal.
To repel the Russian invasion, the U.S. is sending Ukraine an arsenal, 800 Stinger anti-aircraft systems, 9,000 anti-tank weapons, and 100 deadly drones that can strike targets from miles away. It follows President Zelensky's pointed and powerful address to Congress, invoking the worst attacks in American history to capture the plight of his people.
Remember Pearl Harbor. Remember September the 11th. Our country experience the same every day.
Zelensky urging the U.S. to get tougher with Russia, calling for the establishment of a no-fly zone, or alternatively, the transfer of Soviet-era fighter jets for Ukraine to do it itself. A move President Biden opposes, warning it would spark World War III. Republicans calling on the president to give Zelensky what he's asking for.
We need them to win. And to win, they need to kill Russians. And to kill Russians, they need more weapons.
Zelensky concluding his remarks in English with a message to President Biden himself.
I wish you to be the leader of the world. Being the leader of the world means to be the leader of peace.
Zelensky bringing both parties together and bringing them to their feet.
And the White House is pushing back on the argument that it's not doing enough, emphasizing that the U.S. has been the single biggest contributor of weapons to Ukraine by far. As for the president's condemnation of Vladimir Putin as a war criminal, the White House says President Biden was offering his opinion and that formal international investigations into possible war crimes are ongoing. On that, the Kremlin is denouncing the president's words, calling them unacceptable and unforgivable. Vicki?
Peter Alexander, thank you.
And we'll have more of our continuing coverage of the war in Ukraine just ahead, as well as the other major stories that are making headlines here at home. Coming up, the first interest rate hike from the Federal Reserve in years, what it all means for your bottom line.
Plus, a staggering surge of COVID cases now being observed in China. What's being done to curb the spread? You're watching Morning News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. At any moment now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Students from Southlake caught on camera using racial slurs.
It's been covered up for a very long time.
We are strongly against critical race theory.
Racism in reverse is racism. Shame!
This is Southlake. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Welcome back. More on the war in Ukraine just ahead. We'll hear from one woman still in Kyiv as she describes what life is like under Russia's relentless attack. But first, some other news this morning.
Yeah, financial planners are urging families across the country to act now to protect themselves from rising interest rates. This comes after the Federal Reserve just announced its first interest rate hike to bring inflation under control. NBC's Tom Costello has been on FedWatch for us, and he joins us now with the very latest. Hey, Tom, good morning. It sounds like this is just the first of several rate hikes heading our way.
Yeah, that's right. More to come because inflation is, as you know, a very big problem, now running at 40-year highs. And families across the country are feeling it every time they shop for groceries, clothing, housing, transportation, gasoline. The Fed's challenge: hit the brakes on inflation without putting the economy into a full stop.
On Wall Street, a green arrow reaction. The Dow up more than 500 points as the Federal Reserve launches its first attack on the skyrocketing prices eating into nearly every family's budget. As expected, the Fed raising rates by a quarter point, while predicting 6 more rate hikes are likely this year, as it works to cool the economy without undermining a very strong labor market.
We understand that high inflation imposes significant hardship, especially on those least able to meet the higher costs of essentials like food, housing, and transportation.
But higher rates will also make some things more expensive, including credit cards, new car loans, adjustable rate loans, and new home mortgage rates. In New Orleans, Corey McClinton's grandmother warned her that rates were going higher, so she just bought her family their first home, locking in a 2.9% loan rate.
I did it, and I got, my offer accepted, which is crazy.
The big debate this morning is the Fed raising rates fast enough to bring inflation under control after heavy government spending, or too fast and risking a potential recession.
The Fed is not going to solve the inflation puzzle alone by raising interest rates.
That's because other factors feed inflation. Higher gas prices, with oil production still not at pre-pandemic levels and Russian oil virtually cut off from the world market. The global supply chain remains stretched, with China again locking down cities in COVID hot zones, just as the war in Ukraine sends anxiety and prices even higher. Financial planners say American families should act now. Pay off credit cards before rates go even higher. Convert adjustable rate loans to fixed rates. And new home buyers should lock in their loan rates now. For Corey McClinton in New Orleans, timing was everything.
I feel like this is like a new chapter that I'm starting.
You know what it's like when you buy your first home, nothing like it. But there is great concern that inflation could hit double digits before it comes down. Again, double-digit inflation before it comes down. The Fed is hoping to eventually bring inflation down from 8% now down to 2% in maybe 2 years or so, but that could mean some very aggressive rate hikes this year. Instead of a quarter point, we may see a half-point rate hike coming down the pike multiple times this year. Vicki?
Yeah, Tom, they got to move all these levers to keep things in balance. Thanks for breaking it down for us.
You bet.
Now to a growing crisis in China. The rise of the Omicron subvariant has forced officials to implement local lockdowns and travel bans as part of China's zero-tolerance COVID policy. While COVID cases are still low compared to most places in the world, the Omicron subvariant is stretching hospitals thin, triggering a rush of COVID workers to flood places like Hong Kong. Health experts are now racing to control the spread of the virus in a country which already has some of the strictest COVID protocols. NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Frayer joins us from Beijing with the latest. Hey, Janice, good morning. So walk us through how we got to this point. And is the virus affecting, a particular group of people, older people, healthcare workers, that type of thing? And how bad is the strain on hospitals right now?
Savannah, let's focus on Hong Kong first, because a lot of what's going on there is influencing the action plan that's happening in mainland China. In Hong Kong, we have seen this stealth Omicron variant just tear through the population over the past several weeks, sometimes 50,000 cases a day, which is a lot with the population being only 7.4 million people. It's targeting the elderly. About 80% of people in nursing homes have been infected, and only 15% of people over the age of 80 have been vaccinated. So there's this belief that Omicron is an intrinsically milder variant, but it isn't when it's in a population that has low immunity and this vaccine hesitancy in an age group that needs it the most. So those are the concerns that are playing out in Hong Kong. You take that onto mainland China, and the vaccination rate among older people is a little bit better, but not much. And there's 15 million people in that age group alone.
So, Janice, I mentioned how strict the protocols have been. China has had a zero-tolerance policy when it comes to fighting the virus, which means locking down entire cities if cases crop up. How is this impacting the life of people in China and also the economy? I mean, what's this lockdown like?
Well, now there's like a sliding scale of lockdowns and restrictions. You look in the north, the province of Jilin, the whole province is locked down. 24 million people, they can't travel between cities. They can't leave the province. Down in Shenzhen, the high-tech hub, there's a partial lockdown. The Foxconn production lines that make a lot of stuff for Apple, they've been allowed to start up again, but only because they've promised to introduce the sort of closed-loop bubble system that we saw with the Olympics here. Then in Shanghai, you have a lot of restrictions that are in place. It's on the verge of a lockdown, and there are concerns of a lockdown in Hong Kong, too. But across China, everywhere, even here in Beijing, there are travel bans, and people are being urged to, quote, live a simple life, which means stay at home.
Hey, Janice, I only have a couple seconds left with you, but I do want to quickly ask you about something that's kind of interesting here, an unintended consequence. As these lockdowns happen, not enough people end up with immunity to COVID. Explain what's happening with that and what they're going to do about it.
Yeah, it's the irony of the data. Zero COVID has done a good job in keeping down the COVID numbers here in mainland China for much of the past 2 years. But what it's done, it's created an entire population that has had no prior infection, the vast majority anyway. And there's a lot of uncertainty about the level of immunity. People are vaccinated, about 87%, but vaccinated with Chinese vaccines, and there's not a lot of data on them. So that's why they're keeping these strict zero COVID protocols in place for at least the next few weeks.
All right, Janice Mackey-Frayer, thank you so much.
All right, let's turn now to get a check of your Morning News Now weather.
Which, of course, means Bill Cairns is back. Hey, Bill.
Hey, good morning. So, pick your poison. We have a rainy day in New York City, kind of gloomy, but our friends in Denver are waking up to 5 inches of snow, and it is still snowing.
I'll take rain over snow any day.
I think I'm the opposite. Exactly. I'd take snow. I love snow.
You take, yeah, I mean,
I don't have a driveway to shovel,
Exactly.
So, yeah.
That's why. Yeah.
I do. You both do. We all know Bill does.
All your helpers and servants can take care of the snow.
I live in an apartment.
Don't do that to me.
All your helpers and servants.
Okay,
Bill's got you dialed.
Yeah, her.
And I've got him dialed.
Compound.
Just wait till the complaints start rolling in. I'm going to get out of the middle of this. Bill, take it away.
All right, yeah, we'll get away from our fairy tale Savannah land, and we'll go into the forecast. So we're going to see the snow ending by about noon today in Denver. Things will slowly improve. We're still going to watch that storm, though, pushing into central portions of Kansas, and eventually this storm will move all the way through the plains. This is the time of year that during the daylight hours, a lot doesn't accumulate on the roads because the sun angle really kind of melts it and heats the roads up even through the clouds. But on the grassy surfaces, we could get a decent little snowfall later today from areas north of Topeka and south of Omaha, right through Des Moines and then areas of southern Wisconsin. The other thing we have to worry about later on today, severe weather threat for about 12 million people from Oklahoma City, Dallas, Shreveport, all of Louisiana, southern Mississippi, isolated cases of tornadoes and large hail could do some damage. And then tomorrow, that same storm producing snow in Wisconsin and Iowa will also have a chance of producing some isolated severe storms from Evansville to Memphis and also down along the Gulf Coast. So for this St. Patrick's Day, I mentioned the gloomy kind of rainy weather in the Northeast, but let's put a little happy twist on it. Here's some of our favorite St. Patrick's Day related towns. Luck, Wisconsin, 44 and cloudy. Goldsboro, Pennsylvania, 57. How about Cloverleaf, Texas? And I think we've all heard of Shamrock, Texas. And Dublin, California, all kind of fun St. Patrick's Day names.
I love it. You always have a treat for us, Bill. Appreciate that.
So cute, the little clovers.
Just a little touch.
Yeah, we love it. All right, thanks, Bill. I'm mad at you. What am I saying? I forgot. All right, thanks, Bill.
Bye, Bill. All right, well, Angelina Jolie, once again using her voice to fight for social justice. The actress and longtime activist celebrated the re-signing of the Violence Against Women Act. That is a bill that was first introduced in 1994 to provide services to domestic abuse survivors. The updated bill now contains new provisions to help keep children safe. It is a move Jolie says was a long time coming. NBC News senior national correspondent Kate Snow sat down with Jolie for an exclusive one-on-one, and she joins us now with more on that interesting conversation. Hey, good morning, Kate.
Good morning, Vicki. So these are issues that Angelina Jolie has been passionate about for a long time now. As a special envoy for the United Nations Refugee Agency, you know, she's paying close attention to what's happening to women and children across the world, especially fleeing Ukraine. But she's also deeply concerned about women and children in this country. And she told me this is personal.
We know Angelina Jolie as an actor and an Oscar winner, but she's also a dedicated humanitarian, and on this day, one of the advocates at a White House celebration for the signing of the Violence Against Women Act.
It took time to change the culture, and you did it.
President Biden walked hand in hand with Ruth Glenn, who leads the National Coalition Against Domestic Violence.
This has been kind of an uphill battle.
Yes, absolutely.
I met up with Ruth and Angelina in Washington.
Angelina, you lobbied for the Violence Against Women Act to be reauthorized. You were all over Capitol Hill. This day has to feel big for you.
Well, we lobbied.
Yes, we did. Yes, we did.
For all of us and for all of those who've been doing it for a very, very long time, and this is a long time coming.
What is the significance of this being signed into law?
Many, many survivors who have not had their needs addressed previously will now have their needs addressed. It fills the gaps for our Native American sisters and brothers, LGBTQI, the list goes on and on.
For the first time, there are also protections for women and children who allege abuse during custody disputes. For months, Angelina met with individual senators on Capitol Hill pushing that. At one press conference, getting emotional.
Most of all, I want to acknowledge the children who are terrified and suffering at this moment, and the many people for whom this legislation comes too late.
That provision is known as Caden's Law.
Played soccer right here.
Named after Kathy Sherlock's 7-year-old daughter, Caden was murdered by her own father following a custody dispute.
How many people did I have to beg for help? How many people did it take? And it didn't work.
She knew, and many of us know, what is not in place. And a lot of that is the training. The really basic training for judges.
Caden's Law provides federal incentives for states to prioritize the safety of children in court proceedings.
There is science behind the damage, the real medical damage that is done when there is abuse and post-traumatic stress disorder and trauma. And if it's not responded to by the authorities appropriately, how that grows worse and settles in that body.
Do you think, absent training, do you think sometimes law enforcement and judges in this country are too quick to dismiss allegations of real abuse?
I think this country doesn't recognize what a serious domestic violence and child abuse problem it really has. When somebody harms a child, if it's a stranger, the way the law looks at it, the way the law responds, is quite strong. When it's somebody within a family, within a home, it is responded to less. And if you can imagine for the child, in fact, that's in many ways worse.
Angelina also pushed for funding for technology to detect bruises on children of color. Researchers have found in the first 24 hours, evidence of abuse is harder to detect on dark skin than light skin.
Part of this came from being a mom. My children have different skin tones, and I've noticed over the years, just even with dermatology, that so much of it is based on white skin. It's personal, and I won't say very much, but if somebody comes in and assaults us, you look at me and you look at Ruth, you have a better chance of seeing bruises on me. So anybody with darker skin is going to have less chance at justice. And
it's an inequity.
Yes, it is absolutely
systemic.
Biased. Absolutely, it's biased forensics.
Angelina, you said this is personal. In passing a moment ago, I don't know if you realized you said that, but you said it is personal.
Personal for a lot of people. Yeah. It should be personal. It is personal to everyone. Everyone who cares about family, everyone who cares about children.
Jolie's own split and custody battle with ex-husband Brad Pitt gave her experience with the family court system.
I think once you're exposed to this system, whoever you are, once you're exposed to it and you realize how unbelievably broken this system is, you have to do something to improve it.
Last year, we reported on the family court system and custody disputes involving allegations of violence. It is a complicated subject, but one of the issues we heard again and again is that some women don't feel they can report abuse because it might be seen as simply an effort to badmouth the other parent and gain custody. And that sometimes means that parents who were abusive still have access to their children. That, Vicki, as you know, is what Caden's Law is trying to fix.
Kate, as always, thank you so much for shining a light on this really important issue. Well, coming up, voicemails of war. We will bring you the heart-wrenching firsthand account of the continuing violence in Ukraine in their own words. That's next.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast. It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Welcome back. Now, as you might remember, one of the most powerful parts of President Volodymyr Zelensky's address to Congress yesterday, those videos and images coming out of his country showing the destruction as Russia shells major cities. And we're seeing similar images like that come across social media. Some of the ones, if you were watching with us yesterday, that were in Zelensky's video, you might have seen on your own social feed. So our NBC News social news gathering team is working quickly to verify the authenticity of those videos. And I do want to warn you, we're about to show you some graphic images. So first, take a look at this video out of Chernihiv. This was posted by the official Telegram account of the Ukrainian parliament, and it allegedly shows a scene where Russian troops fired on Ukrainians who were lining up for bread, killing 10 people. This video was verified by our teammates Bianca Britton and Matteo Mascella, reporters on our NBC News social news gathering team. So first, I'm going to show you a freeze frame from that video that you just saw, this right here. So this is what I want you to pay attention to, is this here. We're going to show you how we were able to geolocate this, essentially. Our team was able to match the landmarks in this video, like this green awning here on this dentist's office, to images on Google Maps to make sure that the location was accurate. So first, here are the coordinates. Let's take a look at this. This is essentially the address on Google Maps. You have Google Maps at home where this happened. And then we were able to just look at a street view of that. And there's that same dentist office that you just saw a moment ago in that video, matching the coordinates where that video allegedly takes place. Now, that's important to make sure that that actually was where social media is claiming that it was. Here's another interesting way Bianca and Matteo verified the video, by checking the weather. So you can see in this scene, this is the video we played just a moment ago. It was sunny in Chernihiv as this happened, claiming to be just recently. Now, if we check the weather for Chernihiv yesterday, which is exactly what our team did, it was sunny too, so that also lines up. Now, the U.S. Embassy in Kyiv also tweeted about this tragic attack, saying, quote, "We are considering all available options to ensure accountability for atrocity crimes in Ukraine." Next, we've got another tragic video of the destroyed drama theater in Mariupol, something that you might have been seeing, again, on your social media feeds. So we're not sure exactly when this was shot, but social news gatherings, Bianca Britton verified that it's authentic. Again, first, by matching up locations on maps. So first, I'm going to show you a freeze frame from that video. Pay attention kind of to this area right here. You can see this building. This is the remains of the drama theater after that attack. And now here's a street view image of what the theater looked like before it was destroyed. So you can see that same structure, the same windows in place. Now, the Mariupol City Council put out a statement on its Telegram account saying a Russian plane dropped a bomb on the theater where hundreds of residents were hiding, and they're still working on identifying any victims of this attack. Of course, just heartbreaking. And we're seeing, again, so much of this play out on our social feeds, play out on TikTok. So it's so important that our teams are verifying that what you think you're seeing is actually true, and especially before you share anything online.
Yeah, this is incredible. It's so important to be able to understand the transparency that goes into this. This war is unlike anything we've ever seen because of the immediacy of social media and how it connects the world together.
Absolutely.
But verification is vital. Thank you for walking us through that, Savannah. It's so helpful. Well, constant shelling, eerie silences, supplies running out. That is how a 34-year-old woman in Kyiv is describing what it's like in Ukraine. Here are some of the voice messages that she's shared with NBC News.
Hi, I'm all right, I'm okay. This night and this morning was very loud, but I'm really okay. We were out with my dad, tried to buy something to eat, but, you know, food of first need, not enough. A lot of chips, salt nuts, and all that. Hi, I'm okay. Last night was really quiet in Kiev, and that quiet all around me made me more nervous, more stressed, because you don't know when would be that attack. They shelling civilian, they shelling kindergartens. I can't even believe that a human can do that to other human. Outside Kiev, it's really hell on the earth. When I saw photos of killed family, now I think it's more safer to stay in Kiev. Hi, that's me. I'm okay. Today was a rather loud bum bum. Even my house shaked. Hi, that's me. I'm okay. Last night I heard aircraft so close that I was really scared. That I have no time to go anywhere, to bomb shelters. Oh, it was the most, I guess, scary moment from the beginning of this war. I don't want to be a refugee. I didn't do anything bad. And when I read about each death, how they killed some Ukrainians, you know, it's like losing part of me, because we're all one nation. We all stand together. It's unbelievable that months ago I celebrated my birthday with my friends here in Kyiv in one of the bars. The biggest dream now is to sit near Andreevsky Church here in Kyiv and drink wine with friends. Hi, you know, last evening was a lot of air sirens, and night was not so quiet, but near 5 a.m. was so intensive shelling of Kyiv that in one moment I thought that missile fell down near my house. It was very loud and my house shook twice. It was really scary.
Wow, incredible to hear it in their own words like that.
It's very intimate, very personal, her taking us through day by day. I always do wonder what it is like for citizens who are there. And we appreciate that so much, and we hope she continues to stay safe.
All right, coming up on Morning News Now, taking the politics out of her pool performances and letting history speak for itself on her own terms. More on a transgender college swimmer who has come under intense scrutiny.
Plus, we'll tell you about a different kind of online shopping experience. This is just what I need, Savannah, more shopping. This brings gaming and even live entertainment to your purchase. It's all done through a live stream, and some experts say it's the future of e-commerce. That's next.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin, to cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home.
Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Students from Southlake caught on camera using racial slurs.
It's been covered up for a very long time.
We are strongly against critical race theory.
Racism in reverse is racism. Shame!
This is Southlake. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
The NCAA Women's Swimming and Diving Championships are underway, and the athlete everyone is watching is Leah Thomas, a transgender swimmer whose success in the pool has drawn both huge support and intense scrutiny. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander is on the campus of Georgia Tech with more for us.
Absolutely. A lot of people talking this morning. You know, Leah Thomas is going to hit the pool for the first time at 10 o'clock, so just over an hour from now. The 500-yard freestyle, that's her event for today. But it's the first of 3 that she's competing in throughout the weekend, events that she has been dominating throughout the season. But her strong performances have brought more scrutiny, not just on Leah and her team, but also the rules around the sport. And a win tonight could take that discussion to a whole new level.
When Leah Thomas dives into the pool, she could be sealing her place in NCAA history. The standout swimmer from the University of Pennsylvania will compete to become the first Division I openly transgender athlete to be crowned a national champion. The UPenn swim team posted this picture of Leah and 2 teammates poolside. Here they are, all 3 of our NCAA superstars.
Leah Thomas to the wall first.
Her stellar season has smashed records.
And over the last half of the pool, nobody will touch Leah Thomas.
But also courted a wave of controversy, with some fellow athletes and parents concerned that Thomas has an unfair physical advantage. Thomas spent 3 seasons competing on the UPenn men's swim team and spoke candidly in December about her struggle during that time.
My mental health was not very good. There was a lot of unease about basically just feeling trapped in my body.
She has now completed 34 months of hormone replacement therapy, surpassing the 12-month NCAA requirement to compete on the women's team.
I can continue to do the sport I love as my authentic self.
It's left her teammates split, some sending a letter of public support, writing in part that Thomas and all transgender college athletes deserve to be able to participate in safe and welcoming athletic environments, while others have spoken out in opposition. One anonymous teammate tells the Philadelphia Inquirer she's concerned about physical advantages that don't, she says, give the other women a fair shot.
It's very difficult to focus when there's a lot of hatred and vitriol around you.
Skylar Baylor was the first openly transgender D1 athlete on a men's team. He flew to Atlanta this week to show his support for Leah.
We have to put our heads underwater and swim. And Leah has done an incredible job of that, but she shouldn't have to put her blinders on. So many of us before Leah have tried to say, hey, we exist to hopefully make the world a little bit more ready, right, for the next trans athlete. And Leah is now becoming part of that visibility train as well, so that the next trans person can hopefully be a little more accepted.
So again, Leah is taking the pool at 10 o'clock this morning. The 500-yard freestyle, the prelims, finals are tonight. She's favored to win that race along with the 200-yard freestyle. She's also competing in the 100 and has a very strong shot there as well. Savannah.
All right, Blaine Alexander, thank you so much. Now it's time to bust out the green apparel because today marks the return of St. Patrick's Day celebrations. It's been 2 years since most people have been able to participate in the events surrounding their traditional holiday.
It's a great holiday. Thank you for reminding me to wear green. Dozens of cities already gearing up for local parades to commemorate the holiday as COVID protocols like social distancing and mask requirements are gone. NBC News senior national correspondent Carrie Sanders joins us now from Lafayette Square in Savannah, Georgia, where the city's St. Patrick's Day parade is about to kick off. And Carrie, if there's one thing I know about you, if there are good times to be had, you are there.
Yeah, yesterday you were with the pandas. Today you're at a parade.
Oh, this is so exciting. You know, the largest St. Patrick's Day parade, that's in New York, second largest, right here in Savannah. And everybody today is saying, Erin go bragh. It is a sight that would have made many green with envy during the height of the pandemic. St. Patrick's Day celebrations kicking off across the country. This morning, New York City is ready for the return of its Patty's Day parade, and Chicago's river has already been dyed that gorgeous green. Savannah, Georgia's Forsyth Park fountain has gone green too. People here have camped out for days to get that perfect position for a parade that hasn't run since 2019.
So we'll be out 2.5 days total.
It's all happening this same week COVID shut down most of the country back in 2020. The difference this time, cases in the U.S. are dropping and vaccines are widely available. Mayor Van Johnson, or should it be O. Johnson?
This time of the year, everybody's O everything.
Jokes aside, Savannah's mayor is aware the Patty's Day party is happening during a pandemic. How does it feel to finally be back? And we're not post-COVID, but we're getting there.
It's been a very difficult 2 years. We felt the consequences of COVID-19, but this city, this very strong, resilient city, helped us to be able to bounce back.
For some, this year's festivities will carry extra meaning. What should we be thinking about today on St. Paddy's Day? Ireland's Consul General in her native Gaelic says, while today is about celebrating Irish culture, it should also remind us of the suffering in Ukraine. When mixed, the colors of Ukraine's yellow and blue flag make that iconic Irish green that will flood the streets and fill up pints as millions toast to St. Patrick.
It's time to get lit, and we're going to have a great time here. I'm excited.
Mayor, I love it. Excited. Time to get lit.
That's right.
Oh, goodness. Well, there we go. Happy St. Paddy's Day, everybody. And if you happen to be born on this day and your name happens to be Patty, happy birthday on St. Paddy's Day. Guys, back to you.
All right, Carrie. Have fun.
Great out there. Bye. Thank you. Happy St. Paddy's Day. Well, it is being dubbed Gen Z's home shopping network and the future of e-commerce. Live streaming on TikTok is a growing trend in the U.S.
Yeah, it's becoming a more popular way for young people to buy products online, combining shopping with live entertainment. And for viewers and sellers alike, the trend seems to be here to stay. Here's a closer look.
It's QVC meets Price is Right and like crazy game shows.
Oh, 25% off, guys!
When you think online shopping, this probably isn't what comes to mind.
Yeah, these prescriptions?
Those are, yeah, they are. But for Lauren Davis's family hemp business, live streams like this are now their main revenue driver.
They have changed our life. If you look at our sales on those live stream days, the graph shoots up. It is our bath ritual bath soak.
Every week, Lauren and her mom go live for an hour on their TikTok account with more than 830,000 followers and interact with customers buying their products in real time.
I see the comments and I also see the orders coming in. And I have the order name and the order number, and I'll call out their names. 2044, if y'all are in the house, this giveaway spins for Crystal, Tracy, and Alyssa.
What's the wheel over your shoulder? What's that for?
So any order over $100 that's placed during the live stream will get a spin of our giveaway wheel. This giveaway spin is for you. Big money, no way.
That gaming aspect is intentional and quickly becoming a live stream staple.
I think it's fun because there's like an element of mysteries.
Lindsay Holland is a shopper with a thing for crystal live streams.
They'll have like a big container and it'll have a bunch of different like rocks and crystals, and they'll take a cup or like a bowl and they'll scoop, and whatever you get in that scoop is what you get shipped to you.
An adventure you can't get when you just add an item to your cart on a static website.
It's the experience that you're paying for. It's the experience of watching them scoop it and like them saying your name.
So you're not just buying the product, but also the show.
It's meant to give them a reason to stay through the duration of that short video, and then to stay for the next one.
Franklin Chu is the managing director of e-commerce agency Azoya International. He says all signs point to this being the future of shopping.
The live streaming e-commerce market in China is about 200 billion. And it's only about 10 billion right now in the US. So there's a long runway for US merchants to use this medium to promote themselves.
He says over the next 2 to 3 years, more major US brands will hop on the trend, and some of the largest are already there. Walmart held its first live stream shopping event on TikTok in December of 2020. Now they have their own live shopping website, walmartshoplive.com. Amazon is following a similar path with Amazon Live, where shoppers can browse multiple live streams at a time. But the shoppers businesses attract on TikTok, the ones super engaged in the content they consume, are making this platform stand out.
When they go to Amazon, they expect a certain kind of experience, shopping for a particular product. People that go onto TikTok, they're looking for entertainment, they're looking for social interaction, and then the purchase decision. TikTok is really very consciously merge all of those functionalities together.
Lauren Davis is already seeing the benefit.
Would you quantify that as a live stream generates thousands of dollars for you? Hundreds?
Definitely thousands. Like that is a huge, it's a very vital day for us. It's a hoot and a half, truly.
I love this.
Oh, that was fun.
Yeah, it was so much fun. It's like reading Rainbow, too. You got to, like, shout out my name when I'm shopping. Hey, Mike. Mike's hurrying us along. It's EP. He gives us these great stories, and we can't talk about them
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now.
Breaking news first, no mercy. A building used to shelter civilians in Ukraine bombed by Russians. How Ukrainian fighters are standing their ground trying to defend their country.
And fighting inflation, the Federal Reserve taking new steps to curb the surge in prices all across America. How many more rate hikes we can expect and when the next one may be coming.
Going green, Americans marking St. Patrick's Day in person for the first time since the start of the pandemic. What's being done to ensure the celebrations are COVID safe?
And mic drop. Former President Trump is parting ways with his former VP. Why he says Pence likely will not be on the ticket if, in fact, he runs again in 2024. Hi there, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us this Thursday. I'm Morgan Radford.
And good Thursday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. We begin with breaking news. Russia's all-out assault on Ukraine is intensifying. Overnight, a missile hit a school near the city of Kharkiv. The building was destroyed. And in the capital city of Kyiv, another apartment building was damaged in an airstrike. Debris from a broken missile hit the top floors of that building. At least one person inside was killed.
Ukraine's president addressing another group of lawmakers this morning. Volodymyr Zelensky blasted Germany's parliament for not acting fast enough.
How is it possible when we told you that the Russians were preparing weapons and troops, and we knew that they were preparing for war, but all you cared was the economy.
We have a team of correspondents following every single angle of this breaking story. So let's begin with NBC News correspondent Ali Arouzi there in Lviv, Ukraine. Ali, I want to start with the situation in Mariupol specifically. Video from that city shows more civilian areas being hit. So what exactly can you tell us about what's happening there as we speak?
That's right, Morgan. The situation in Mariupol continues to be desperate. The Red Cross call it a worst-case scenario unfolding. Russian troops had previously, by air and shells, damaged and destroyed children's hospital, apartment buildings and churches. And now Russian forces have dropped a bomb on a theater where, according to Ukrainian officials, at least 1,000 civilians were taking shelter in there, most of them women and children. There are images from Maxar satellite imagery that show the words children written in Russian in front of the hospital and behind the hospital, but that didn't seem to deter Russian forces. The Mariupol City Council said it was a deliberate and cynical attack on civilians, but on some thankful news, it appears that most of those civilians were in the basement of that building during the attack, so the casualty rate may be low, but we're still waiting to hear on that. President Zelensky said that it was also a deliberate attack and that our hearts are broken by what the Russians are doing to our people, to our Mariupol.
Ali, I want to stay on Zelensky there for a minute. I mean, it's an impossible image to hear what you're saying about the word children being written on the outside of buildings, but that's in Mariupol. Can you take us to Kyiv for a minute? Because we also understand that apartment buildings there seem to be the regular targets of Russian strikes. So how is the capital dealing with that, especially given that we do know that President Zelensky is still there?
That's right, Morgan. The capital is also a major target. The capital is a city under constant air and missile attacks. Those were the words of President Zelensky when he was speaking to Congress yesterday from the capital. As you mentioned, one person was killed when debris from a missile that was intercepted hit an apartment building, causing damage as well, killing one person. There is constant fighting in that city. The civilian the citizens of Kiev are constantly terrorized by the sounds of explosions and gunfire. They're trapped between heavy fighting by Ukrainian forces who are defending them and Russian forces that are trying to make their way into the center of Kiev, surround the city and take it over. But I don't think the Russians expected such a fierce resistance by the Ukrainians, and that's why they haven't been able to overrun it. They're also targeting many non-military places. We had a report this morning that they hit a food depot storage as well, completely destroying it, making life even more difficult for the people of Kiev who are already low on supplies.
And difficult just feels like an understatement at this point even. I want to bring in NBC News global security reporter Dan DeLuce right now. Dan, what is the latest assessment from the Pentagon about that Russian troop movement?
The Pentagon is saying that the Russians continue to be frustrated. They are trying to advance and encircle the capital of Kyiv to try to take other cities in the south and the southeast, and they're just not able to do it because they've shown some signs of incompetence, frankly. That's the assessment of Western governments, and then this fierce resistance from the Ukrainian forces. The Pentagon is also saying they have been shelling from naval ships in cities near Odessa in the south. And it's not clear if that's going to sort of be the preparation for a larger, broader attack on Odessa. So we'll just have to see how that unfolds. Another thing that's interesting, the Pentagon is saying it looks like the Russians are considering somehow resupplying, bringing in more troops and more ammunition and weapons for their forces. So another indication that things are not going as planned for Moscow.
All right, Ali El-Rouzi for us and Dan DeLuce, thank you both so much.
Now, President Biden has announced $800 million in new aid to Ukraine, but it's a comment he made after that announcement that's getting global attention and sparking some backlash. NBC News Chief White House Correspondent Peter Alexander is joining us now. Peter, sort of an off-the-cuff remark there, obviously, from the president. But what's the response been from the White House about that comment from Biden, and how's Russia reacting to it?
Yeah, Aaron, to be clear, this was the harshest condemnation by President Biden since this war, now in the start of its fourth week, began. To this point, the president and the White House certainly have sort of steered clear of calling Vladimir Putin a war criminal in spite of all the awful attacks, the atrocities we've seen, where it appears so often that civilians are the targets. The White House's position, the U.S. position, has been that there is a series of international investigations that the U.S. is helping with right now that would formalize that declaration at any point after a criminal trial could take place. But clearly the president did want to answer this question. He was pressed by a reporter. The White House says that he was speaking his opinion. They do again point to those international investigations taking place right now. But Russia was unimpressed by his words. We heard from Vladimir Putin's personal spokesperson, Dmitry Peskov, a name that may be familiar to a lot of our viewers right now. Peskov said that the president's words calling Putin a war criminal were both unacceptable and unforgivable, and said that the president's comment would not be admissible in any sort of criminal pursuit. Aaron?
Yeah, and Peter, we just learned that President Biden will speak to China's President Xi. What do we know about the plan for that call?
Yeah, so that call we have now learned the White House has announced is going to take place tomorrow on Friday. The leader of the United States speaking to his Chinese counterpart, President Xi. And this is significant for a variety of reasons, not the least of which is the recent reports that Moscow has asked Beijing to help provide it some supplies to help with its war effort in Ukraine. Chinese officials have said they have no awareness of that ask. But Jake Sullivan, the president's national security advisor, met with his Chinese counterpart within the last several days and warned China that there would be, quote, consequences if China was to help supply Russia in any form as part of this war effort that we're watching taking place right now in Ukraine. And beyond that, the U.S. has criticized China for helping spread false claims, as it describes them, that Ukraine has been using bio warfare labs in its own country to prepare for an attack on Russia. The U.S. has described that as a false flag operation, effectively a pretext, a false pretext, U.S. officials say, to try to prepare for the potential for a Russian chemical attack inside Ukraine, Aaron.
All right, Peter Alexander for us at the White House today. Peter, thank you.
The House committee investigating the Capitol riot is holding off on enforcing a subpoena for records from the RNC. Lawmakers were seeking information from a vendor that actually provides data for the Republican National Committee. Republicans, though, are challenging that subpoena in court, calling it a fishing expedition. Let's go ahead and bring in NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale right now. Ali, just first talk to us a little bit more about why the RNC is fighting this subpoena.
Well, Morgan, you laid out what the January 6th committee is trying to get, which is data and information from Salesforce, which is a contractor for the Republican National Committee dealing with data and other things like that. The RNC arguing that they don't want that information to be turned over, calling the subpoena broad and overreaching. Of course, the January 6th committee has a different take on that. In a statement, they said that, as I pull it up here, that they issued this subpoena to an email fundraising vendor, Salesforce, in order to help investigators understand the impact of false inflammatory messages in the weeks before January 6th, the flow of funds and whether contributions were actually directed to the purpose indicated. They go on to say that this action has absolutely nothing to do with getting the private information of voters or donors, because, of course, that's the argument that the RNC is making. They're saying that this exposes some of their sensitive strategies and the people who support their committee. The January 6th committee, though, by going down this road, what we're seeing is the multiple prongs to this investigation as they try to suss out not just what was happening in the White House with former President Donald Trump, not just what was going on in the conversations that former Vice President Mike Pence was having, and not just what was happening at the state level in these attempts to overturn the election results, but also what the different parts of the party apparatus were doing and the impact of what the big lie did for them. Morgan?
Speaking of that big lie, though, Ali, I mean, looking ahead, what's next in this timeline?
We always talk about how for the January 6th committee, this is supposed to be public hearing season. That has gotten pushed back in large part because of cases like this one. The RNC are not the only people who have sued in court to try to block the disclosure of information. And so what we're seeing is when things get to court, they get bogged down. The legal system is not necessarily known for its expeditiousness. And in this instance, speed is the key because the committee, as we have long talked about, is up against the clock for the midterms. If Democrats lose the majority, this committee goes away. And to that end, what we're seeing, Chairman Benny Thompson said this yesterday, we'll start seeing in May is his goal, the start of public hearings. And that's going to be the committee's chance to set this narrative, even if they're still trying to get some of this information. But the key here, Morgan, is Thompson says he wants to finish depositions and a lot of the information gathering by April 1st. So just a few weeks from now.
A deadline to watch. And I know you'll be there. Ali Vitale for us there live from Capitol Hill. Ali, thank you.
Today, students from historically black colleges and universities and members of the Biden administration are speaking to lawmakers on Capitol Hill. In recent months, there's been a growing number of bomb threats targeting HBCUs. Congress now looking for ways that the federal government can offer more support to these schools. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen is joining us now. Ron, I know you've been monitoring that hearing today. What are some of the big takeaways here so far?
Well, so far, 36 of the nation's 101 HBCUs have received bomb threats. There have been as many as 59 threats at these schools and black churches as well. The FBI is saying numbers higher than we thought initially going into the hearing. This is considered hate crimes, domestic terrorism, and there was a lot of anger expressed about the fact that the FBI law enforcement has not arrested anyone yet for any of these threats. They've disrupted campuses. There have been lockdowns, sheltering in place orders. We were at Howard University a few weeks ago when there was a security warning that happened at 2 a.m. in the morning, which gives you an idea of how disruptive and how frankly terrifying this can be to students who are on campus trying to learn. A number of students testified, and they focused on the importance of HBCUs in the life of the nation. These schools have produced huge percentages of the nation's black professionals, engineers, doctors, lawyers, so forth. Here's some of what those students had to say about why this is such an important issue.
When you support historically black colleges and universities, what you're really supporting is the next generation of black lawyers, filmmakers, engineers, artists, doctors, and even politicians.
My university and HBCUs across the nation cultivate leaders and the change agents of tomorrow,
FBI said during this hearing that they can't really talk about investigations that are ongoing, but they believe that there's one juvenile who was responsible for the majority of these bomb threats. They didn't identify this individual. They said that the others are copycats probably, and as many as 5 juveniles are responsible for those. But again, no word that an arrest is imminent or soon or anything like that. So these things remain unsolved. And there was a bomb threat just earlier this week at Morehouse in Atlanta. So it continues.
And Ron, I want to ask you too. I know there was some news from the White House about grants for HBCUs. What can you tell us about that?
Yes, at the White House yesterday, Vice President Harris, a graduate herself of Howard University, announced that the federal government is going to make money available for security and for mental health services to the schools that have been impacted by these bomb threats. And that was the big ask, I think, from a lot of the folks who testified today, was more money, more support, more resources, more security, more law enforcement attention to this issue, because they see a historical problem here of bomb threats, violence directed at the black community during a period of time now since 2019 or so, when the number of hate crimes and threats against the African American community has been increasing. So there's a broader context for this and a demand for a focus on these schools and a stop to this this crime that's considered, again, hate crimes and a form of domestic terrorism. Aaron?
All right, Ron Allen for us today. Ron, thank you.
We now know the names of the victims killed in a tragic bus crash in Texas. 6 students and their coach died in Tuesday's accident near Midland. You can see their faces on your screen. They're members of the golf team for the University of the Southwest. Here's NBC News correspondent Maureen Chesky with more. It appears like we do not have Morgan Chesky's report for you, and we look forward to bringing you that within the next hour. But stay with us, because the sky-high prices at the pump really have some people going to the extreme and turning to crime. Authorities across the country are reporting an increase in gas thefts, in some cases thousands of dollars worth of fuel. Now, the staffers at some of those gas stations, well, they're fighting back. Here's NBC's Nicolas Senwa.
Gas thieves striking U.S. stations and drivers from Texas, California to Pennsylvania. In Long Beach, police say there's been a string of heists as the price of fuel continues to rise, leaving area stores on high alert.
No license plate number.
One gas station cashier shared video with NBC of white trucks he says were outfitted to steal gasoline. The trucks seemingly just topping up, but now accused by station staff of guzzling up thousands of dollars worth of fuel.
You see they have the tank in the back.
On Thursday, the cashier says accused drivers, seen here, quickly scattered once police arrived. Police say they arrested one suspect at the scene, but other stations haven't been so lucky. In Spring, Texas, one Chevron station says they lost $10,000 worth of fuel and only noticed when balancing their books.
It's not gonna come through the computer unless we take the reading from inside, and nobody knows.
Cameras captured as many as 8 trucks alleged by the store owner to have stolen gasoline. The local police captain responding.
Especially given the cost of fuel and oil right now throughout the country, this is especially an egregious crime with individuals taking advantage of businesses like this.
Experts say inflation and Russia's invasion of Ukraine has caused gasoline prices to soar, up nearly 80 cents from a month ago. But it's not just stations. Individuals have been targeted too. One Pennsylvania woman who did not want her name or face shown for privacy found a hole drilled into her gas tank. Home video showing a person circling her vehicle.
My husband, when he came home, he looked at the camera. He's like, the guy had the drill in his hand. So yeah, and when he looked at the hole, it's a drill.
Gas theft is not only illegal, it's dangerous.
Yeah, it can be very dangerous for the people that are doing it, especially if it is a metal gas tank. If you get any sparks flying or anything like that around gas, you're going to have a fire.
But there are preventative steps one can take.
Obviously, ciphering gas is something that has been done for a long time. But the one way to prevent that is they do have, for more traditional gas caps, they make ones that you can put on their aftermarket that have a key and lock in it.
Temporary solutions to what experts hope will be a temporary problem. And in regard to that California case, I spoke with police on Wednesday, and they tell me there are at least 2 other suspects and that the case is ongoing. That said, if you're a driver and not a station owner, law enforcement and mechanics say to try and buy a gas cap that can lock and also avoid keeping your car outside for extended periods of time. Back to you.
On the heels of the Federal Reserve raising interest rates, the agency is now saying half a dozen more rate hikes could be coming later this year. The Fed now walking a very fine line as it works to address spiraling inflation without stunting economic growth. NBC News Now anchor Allison Morris joins us now. She covers business and the economy for us. So, Allison, where are Americans going to start feeling the impacts of this rate hike first? And what can they do to get ready for it?
Well, look, you're already seeing it sort of indirectly, if you will, in mortgages, right? The 30-year fixed topping 4% for the first time since May of 2019. Now, mortgages are tied to the 10-year Treasury yield, but that's been going up ahead of this rate hike. So there it is, 4.16. We haven't seen that since May of 2019. So mortgages are going to start to creep up, and we expect them to go higher as rates go higher. Just remember, though, if you have a fixed rate mortgage already, this does not affect you. That rate is fixed, as the title goes. But if you have an ARM, an adjustable rate mortgage, you'll see that go up. If you're shopping for a mortgage, expect them to keep creeping higher into the 4s. Also, please keep an eye on your credit cards. Those notices that you may get in the mail or those emails that you tend to ignore. The APR, the annual percentage rate on your credit card, could definitely go up as a result of this. Some credit card companies are doing that anyway to pay for all those great perks and bonuses that you get with your cards now. But don't ignore those notices. A lot of them will say things like, hey, this rate is going to go up. If you don't do anything, it's just going to happen to you. So make sure you're aware, because if you carry a balance on a credit card, you're going to be paying more interest there as well.
You know, there's some experts that say the Fed is already behind on this point, and that 6 more rate hikes this year still might not be enough. Help us to understand why the Fed is choosing to move at the pace that it's moving.
Yeah, I mean, look, you want to be gradual about it, right? If we've got inflation here and a recession here, the Fed doesn't want to take a move that takes us from inflation all the way into an economic recession. That's certainly not a good move. But there absolutely have been people who said, maybe a 1/4 point isn't enough. The St. Louis Fed president voted yesterday for a 1/2 point hike. He thought that that would have been more appropriate. But given the situation in Ukraine, the Fed is just a little nervous about doing anything too dramatic. Their next meeting is the first week of May. We're looking at about 6 weeks from now. Look at what happens between now and then. The Fed will certainly be doing that. And perhaps in May, they could raise a 1/2 point if they think this 1/4 point didn't do enough. But they want to move things slowly along so that you'll get a 1/4 point, a 1/2 point here and there throughout the year so as not to shock the system, if you will.
Very quickly, can you sort of put this into some context for us? I mean, how does this compare to how the Fed has handled inflation in the past?
Yeah, anyone who's lived through the 1980s will tell you don't panic. Back then, we had hyperinflation. I'm talking about inflation over 14%. And so the Fed did hyper hikes, if you will, to try to bring that down dramatically. The Fed started 1980 with a Fed funds rate around 14%. Its end goal was 19 to 20%. We're looking at an end goal this year of 1.9% after 6 hikes. So what we were dealing with in the 80s was 10 times higher, 10 times worse than what we've got on our hands right now. So do not panic. Rates are going up, but we're not looking at anything like that just yet.
All right, got it. Allison Morris for us. Allison, thank you.
Thanks, Aaron.
All right, so one of the nation's largest gatherings is back in full swing for the first time since the start of the pandemic. New York City and many other cities all across the country are gearing up for St. Patrick's Day celebrations. NBC News senior national correspondent Carrie Sanders is in Savannah, Georgia, where those festivities are well underway.
Majin Y, that is Irish Gaelic for top of the morning to you, or top of the day to you. It's a special day, of course. We're in Savannah, Georgia. The folks have gathered for this parade. More than 100,000 people will be here, and this is the first time in 2 years because of course, the pandemic. But why Savannah, you might say to yourself, because this is the second largest St. Patty's Day parade in the country, next to New York. It's because about 200 years ago, the Irish were fleeing famine, and a lot of them came here, and 6 generations later, they're still here. It is a sight that would have made many green with envy during the height of the pandemic. St. Patrick's Day celebrations kicking off across the country. This morning, New York City is ready for the return of its Patty's Day parade, and Chicago's river has already been dyed that gorgeous green. Savannah, Georgia's Forsyth Park fountain has gone green too. People here have camped out for days to get that perfect position for a parade that hasn't run since 2019.
So we'll be out 2.5 days total.
It's all happening the same week COVID shut down most of the country back in 2020. The difference this time, cases in the U.S. are dropping and vaccines are widely available. Mayor Van Johnson, or should it be O. Johnson?
This time of the year, everybody's O everything.
Jokes aside, Savannah's mayor is aware the Patty's Day party is happening during a pandemic. How does it feel to finally be back? And we're not post-COVID, but we're getting there.
It's been a very difficult 2 years. We felt the consequences of COVID-19, but this city, this very strong, resilient city, helped us to be able to bounce back.
For some, this year's festivities will carry extra meaning. What should we be thinking about today on St. Paddy's Day? Ireland's Consul General in her native Gaelic says, while today is about celebrating Irish culture, it should also remind us of the suffering in Ukraine. When mixed, the colors of Ukraine's yellow and blue flag make that iconic Irish green that will flood the streets and fill up pints as millions toast to St. Patrick.
It's time to get lit, and we're going to have a great time here. I'm excited.
Mayor, I love it.
Excited.
Time to get lit.
That's right.
My name is Kerry, named after the county in Ireland. I'm 50% Irish, but as they say, on St. Paddy's Day, everybody is Irish.
One of the many devastating fallouts from the war in Ukraine is food insecurity.
Coming up, what's being done to help what the UN says has become a, quote, hurricane of hunger.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home.
Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Making news right now, the Justice Department has reached a multi-million-dollar settlement in the 2018 Parkland school shooting. 17 people died and 17 others were hurt in the attack at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Florida. The $127 million total officially settles 40 cases filed by victims' families. The plaintiffs allege the FBI failed to follow up on tips about the gunman before the attack. NASA is set to debut its new Mega Moon rocket. That rocket and spacecraft will be rolled out this evening in a 4-mile trip to the launch pad. This is all part of the Artemis project, designed to be a stepping stone to putting humans on Mars. The first unmanned trip to the moon could happen as soon as late May. And Ye, formerly known as Kanye West, is banned from Instagram only for about 24 hours, though. The platform says he violated its hate speech and bullying policies. Kanye posted a photo of comedian Trevor Noah and captioned it with racial slurs. At the bottom of the hour now, the latest on the breaking developments in the war in Ukraine.
Rescue operations are underway in Mariupol after Russian forces bombed a theater that was sheltering civilians, and that includes children. Now, this attack comes after President Biden called Vladimir Putin a war criminal. President Biden will speak with Chinese President Xi Jinping tomorrow. The humanitarian crisis, meanwhile, is deepening by the hour. This as more and more Ukrainians are trying to escape this war. The United Nations warning of severe food shortages in an already devastated country. The UN Security Council is set to meet on this issue this afternoon. That's why we have an entire team of reporters covering every single angle of this story for us. Let's go ahead and begin with NBC's Kelly Kobiella, who is live for us in Warsaw, Poland. Kelly, I have to ask, what is happening once these Ukrainian refugees actually make it into Poland? I mean, are there enough resources there to keep them safe in Poland?
Well, I think aid agencies will tell you and government officials will tell you as well that resources are stretched very thin at this point. There are now a number of refugees from Ukraine in this country is now higher than the entire population of Poland, of Warsaw, the country's biggest city. 1.95 million refugees in this country. This is a country of 38 million. It's not a huge country. And like I said, Poland, a city of under 2 million, now has something like 300,000 refugees and climbing, because what happens is when people come into the country, into those border towns, they're quickly moved to bigger cities like Krakow, like Warsaw, and often beyond into other parts of Europe. But these big cities are having trouble coping with the numbers, and we've heard from the mayor of Warsaw over the past couple of days about how resources are stretched thin, even saw people sleeping in train stations for a couple of nights. That's now cleared a bit. They are now developing a system where people are moved on to reception centers. They're kept in shelters on cots, but still they're not sleeping in the cold. And then they try to match them with a host family. They try to get them transportation onto another country if they have friends or family in other countries. And what we were hearing from people today when we were talking to them at this train station in Warsaw, in the western part of the city, was that many wanted to move on. They were traveling to Estonia, a 17-hour train ride away, to Germany, to Italy, to where they had friends and family. But a lot of these people, again, Morgan, are very badly traumatized. One woman was just in tears when she was talking to us the entire time, telling us about her trip out, telling us about the state of her village, which is close to Kharkiv and close to the Russian border, worried about her husband and the rest of her son and the rest of her family. I mean, just really difficult stories, difficult situations that these people are going through. Morgan.
Just really unimaginable. Kelly Kobiella for us there, live from Poland. Kelly, thank you.
Now, the growing humanitarian crisis is fueling a catastrophic hunger crisis. The UN chief describes it as a hurricane of hunger with severe food shortages on the horizon. With millions of Ukrainians on the move, many refugees don't know when, where, or what their next meal might be. NBC News correspondent Jacob Soboroff joining us now from Lviv, Ukraine, with more on one effort that's trying to change that reality. Hi, Jacob.
Aaron, hi. This is just a unbelievable travesty, what we're seeing play out before our eyes here in Ukraine. Earlier today, Richard Engel reported from a food warehouse in Kyiv that had been bombed by the Russians. It cannot be overstated how consequential those types of actions are. It's exactly why the World Food Program has warned of emergency levels of malnutrition and hunger here. And there are efforts underway. I'm at one right now in order to make sure that starvation does not happen. With Ukrainian civilians and critical infrastructure like hospitals, schools, and supply routes under Russian attack, some fear food storage could be next. In a normal report, I would tell you exactly where we are, but I can't because this food, all this food, in the middle of a war couldn't be a more valuable commodity. The whereabouts of these apples, potatoes, and cabbages are being protected by Nate Mook, the executive director of World Central Kitchen. Some of it ends up here, where we met Nate and his Ukrainian partner, Yulia Stefanyuk, at one of the largest shelters in Lviv.
For about 700 people currently, we bring lunch and dinner every day.
Man, it's not like. So what's in here?
These are hot meals being prepped out of our partner kitchen with Fest.
We brought the food into a makeshift cafeteria inside the Soviet-era university. You have such a big smile on your face in the middle of a war. What is it that's...
No, it's my power.
Your smile is your power. This is your way of fighting.
Yeah.
Some people have weapons.
My weapons is spoon and knife.
With their local partners, World Central Kitchen's fed 1 million people since the start of the war in Ukraine, in 14 different cities, and is now feeding 100,000 meals a day in 5 countries in the region. Have you guys ever operated in a war zone before?
We haven't. We've operated in challenging places like Haiti and Venezuela, but of course this is a totally different environment. So this is one of the rooms where families are living. So there's 10 rooms like this around the university.
What was this room normally?
So this was a gymnasium.
By the time we made it back to the cafeteria, people were already eating. These 2 women are from hard-hit Irpin. What's it like to be here? You can say it's good, she told me. It's a little bit cold, but more or less it's fine. What about to have a meal like this, a hot meal? Of course we're so happy, she said. In our city, there's no gas, no water, nothing. People live in the basements. It's hard for you. Of course, she says. It's different, but we're here together.
You know, Jacob, World Central Kitchen has proven it knows how to meet such a critical, immediate need. But what does the organization see as its broader mission there in that part of Europe?
I think, Aaron, to make sure that nobody goes hungry, there are so many people transiting, in particular through this city right now. Lviv is a city of 700,000 people. There are 300,000, the Red Cross told me, who are here temporarily. They're called IDPs, internally displaced people. Last night, Chef Jose Andres actually called us on our cell phone unexpectedly, the man behind World Central Kitchen, and he told me he's been here twice. He's going to be back here a 3rd time, and both figuratively, and literally, they're working at building towards longer tables like this, where you see them making literally 24/7 around-the-clock supply of sandwiches, of hot food, you name it, they're making it, but also bringing people together so that these types of travesties do not happen anywhere in the world. And this is something that is desperately needed right here in Ukraine.
All right, Jacob Soboroff for us today in Lviv, Ukraine. Jacob, thank you.
Meanwhile, the popular social media platforms like Facebook, Instagram, Slack are now banned in Russia. The Russian government crackdown is intensifying the country's isolation from the rest of the world, while more U.S. companies are now feeling the heat for continuing to operate inside Russia. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hillier joins us now with a look at how these American companies are really navigating this pretty murky social media space. Hi there, Vaughn.
Yeah, good afternoon, Morgan. It's a tricky balance here. There are some of these social media companies that have been outright banned inside of Russia, but then others who are choosing to separate and limit what Russians have available to them. What we do know is that there are consequences of Russia's social isolation. Russia's geopolitical separation from Europe and the rest of the West is increasingly becoming a social separation too. The latest this week, Instagram, joining a host of social media networks now banned by the Russian government.
Facebook will be blocked in Russian.
Meta in a statement saying, millions of ordinary Russians will find themselves cut off from reliable information, silenced from speaking out. We will continue to do everything to restore our services.
Eliminating access to social media dramatically influences people's access to news, particularly the real-time news that people have begun to rely on, especially in a time of crisis.
Twitter now also forbidden, but both networks actively working to take down disinformation accounts operated from within Russia and Belarus as part of its propaganda warfare.
These are two separate but sort of in tandem anti-Ukrainian disinformation operations.
These social media platforms run by private companies, but whose operations are viewed as consequential and of concern to the White House.
I agree. I don't have anything to read out for you in terms of private conversations with Twitter or any other social platform, but I'm happy to check and see if there's more. Go ahead.
YouTube this weekend globally banishing Russia's two state-funded TV operations, RT and Sputnik, from being viewed.
What more obligations do American social media companies have who are operating in the region?
And what we need to do, I think, as the West, as the U.S. government, is make sure that doesn't cut off access to accurate information. But it's going to be a very tough road forward. And I think it's going to be very, very difficult for Western companies.
Then there is Chinese-owned TikTok, which has chosen to no longer allow Russians to post new content or live stream, including messages of dissent against Putin. TikTok citing Russia's new law banning user-generated content that Russia considers to be, quote, fake news about its military. Karen Kornblue is the former U.S. ambassador to the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development.
They want to make it as difficult as possible for these platforms to operate, even in that neutral way. So I think they'll find it hard to provide that window into the outside world. And they may find ways to do that, but I think the Russians are going to make it increasingly hard.
The decisions made by both Russia and American media companies creating undisputed, immediate impact, but their intended consequences playing out in real time.
To what extent is it possible to make an already socially connected society disconnected and socially isolated?
I expect that there are going to be dark web communiques that will facilitate how people really think. And those will serve as platforms for protest, platforms for messaging, platforms for rebellion if people choose to follow those.
Vaughn, this is interesting because we've sort of seen this before. I mean, the war in Ukraine comes 11 years after the Arab Spring, which was a moment where social media was really believed to be vital to the rise of calls for democracy. But now misinformation is sort of its own cottage industry. So how do these two moments sort of compare historically?
Right. I think 11, 12 years ago, we were just beginning to understand the true impact of user-generated content. And what we've seen over these last 11, 12 years is that groups that are looking to demonstrate, but even more so, governments, in this case Russia, are not naive to the power that user-generated content has. And if you can play a role in that space and you can promote some of these conspiracies or this misinformation that directly not only competes against that true user-generated content, but also traditional news, that becomes a powerful force. And that is where those questions hang in the balance for not only American social media companies, but also those overseas here in the middle of this war.
No, it's a great point. Vaughn Hilliard there for us. Vaughn, thank you.
Thanks.
Now, the war in Ukraine is changing perceptions of President Biden and his performance in office, especially among younger Americans. And new polling shows there is still a lot of anxiety about the country's overall direction. NBC LX political editor Noah Pransky has been digging into the latest polls for us. He joins us now. So, Noah, overall, where does the public stand on the president's handling of the Ukraine crisis?
Overall, Aaron, it's pretty lukewarm, but it is trending up for him, especially in those younger generations, Gen Z and millennials. Take a look at the latest numbers from YouGov and CBS News. It shows you can see he's about even with those younger generations, but voters over the age of 45, not nearly the same. His handling on Ukraine and Russia better in most people's minds than his handling of other economic issues.
So how do younger Americans rate Biden's handling of this crisis over time?
So big differences. Let's look a month ago. The young generations, millennials and Gen Z, were his lowest performing generations when it comes to popularity. Now 12 points higher just on this one issue. Look, it really shows that some of the frustrations that young people had with the president before on, unfulfilled campaign promises, from climate to housing to civil justice, they've kind of taken a back seat now, and there's more of a focus on international stability.
Yeah, I know you took a look at the broader picture too here. How do Americans feel about the future of this country in general?
Well, not great right now, but again, if there is a bright spot for the Biden administration, it's in those younger generations. Really, young millennials and Gen Zers, you look under the age of 30, he's got a 40% of that demographic saying the country is on the right track. You look at the next age group, older millennials and like exennials, not quite the same. And then you have a big drop off on older voters. So despite the frustrations of a lot of young voters with the centrist kind of Democratic president, they still are the most hopeful and most happy with the way things have been performing.
All right, Noah, and you taught me a new term, exennial. I'm going to have to look that up now. Try to keep up here. Noah Pransky from NBC LX. Thank you, Noah. And you can see more of his reporting at NBCLX.com. With a rumored run for the White House in 2024, former President Donald Trump makes a running mate revelation.
That's right. Still ahead, the decision behind Trump's reported mic drop. Stay with us.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hold on to your seats.
The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
A strange story and a career of strange stories.
All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
With his eye on another 4 years in the White House, former President Donald Trump is dropping hints about a potential running mate. In a new interview with the Washington Examiner, Trump suggests that Vice President Mike Pence may not actually be on his rumored 2024 ticket, saying he doesn't think the people would accept Pence. NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray joins us now from Washington with a look at what this all means for that 2024 election. Mark, we're in pretty uncharted waters here. I mean, a former one-term president eyeing re-election, but this time with a different running mate. So what's the reaction from the political world?
I think the reaction is this isn't all that surprising, and certainly the former president's reactions to his former vice president when it came to Donald Trump wanting Mike Pence to overturn the election results during the electoral count voting from Congress back in January of 2021, the hang Mike Pence chants that we ended up hearing, and of course their disagreement even after the fact, where Mike Pence ended up saying that he had no constitutional role whatsoever in being able to overturn overturn the Electoral College votes. And so this is a relationship that is really no longer there, Morgan. And it's all not that surprising a lot of times that when you used to have incumbent presidents that they would sometimes end up changing vice presidents. We saw Franklin Delano Roosevelt do that throughout his multiple terms in office.
And Mark, I mean, if Pence is off Trump's list of potential running mates, I mean, is there anyone else who's sort of moving to that front runner position?
Yeah, Morgan, it's important to know 2024 is a very long time away. We still don't know if the former president, Donald Trump, is going to run for president again in 2024. But some of the names that have been circled around include South Carolina Senator Tim Scott, as well as South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem if Donald Trump runs for the presidency and decides to have a woman. But I don't think that anyone is expecting Mike Pence. It would be somebody else if Donald Trump ends up running.
All right, NBC's Mark Murray live from Washington. Mark, as always, thank you.
Former President Trump is still clinging to the unproven claims that widespread voter fraud in Georgia cost him the White House. Now Georgia Republican lawmakers are pushing ahead with sweeping election reforms that could have the Georgia Bureau of Investigation stepping in. NBC News senior reporter Jane Tim joins us now. Jane, walk us through this House bill and how it could impact voters in particular.
Aaron, this new bill would give jurisdiction to the Georgia Bureau of Investigations to investigate voter fraud or election crimes. Now, the GBI, as it's called, typically helps local law enforcement on things like homicide investigations, major crimes. But this would ask them to keep investigating voter fraud. Of course, we know there's very few limited evidence of anything more than anecdotal voter fraud across the country. But nonetheless, this is the latest state that's trying to up their investigations and their voter fraud policing forces. Advocates are real worried that this could intimidate voters and just sort of over-criminalize something that doesn't require a criminal police force, if you will.
I want to stay on elections, but would like to shift from Georgia to New Mexico real quick if we can. The House Oversight Panel there launched an investigation into New Mexico's audit force. Talk to us about that. What exactly is that?
So in Otero County, New Mexico, which is just north of El Paso and the border of Texas, there's county commissioners there have spent nearly $50,000 to do an audit, what they're calling an audit, a very Arizona-style partisan ballot review, looking into the 2020 election results. And that includes something called the New Mexico Audit Force, which is going door to door and asking voters about how they voted. Now, the House Oversight Committee is worried this could violate federal civil rights protections, as well as just be fueled by disinformation about voter fraud in the 2020 election. They're looking into that, including the company that is running this investigation. It's called Echo Mail, and it was also one of the subcontractors in the Maricopa County ballot review that we talked about so much last year. So they'll be looking into that for sure.
All right, we know you will be too. Jane Tim for us today. Jane, thank you. Actress and activist Angelina Jolie opens up about a cause she considers very personal.
Just after the break, her new push to protect women and children from abuse. Stay with us.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Students from South Lake caught on camera using racial slurs.
It's been covered up for a very long time.
We are strongly against critical race theory. Racism in reverse is racism. Shame!
This is South Lake. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
For the first time in 3 years, the Violence Against Women Act is back on the books, this time through 2027.
That's right. Activist and actress Angelina Jolie says it's a personal issue for her. NBC News senior national correspondent Kate Snow sat down with Jolie, as well as the head of the National Coalition Against Domestic Violence. Take a listen.
These are issues Angelina Jolie has been passionate about for a long time. As a special envoy for the United Nations Refugee Agency, she's paying close attention to what's happening to women and children fleeing Ukraine right now. But she's also deeply concerned about women and children in this country. And she told me this work is personal to her. We know Angelina Jolie as an actor and an Oscar winner, but she's also a dedicated humanitarian. And on this day, one of the advocates at a White House celebration for the signing of the Violence Against Women Act.
It took time to change the culture, and you did it.
President Biden walked hand in hand with Ruth Glenn, who leads the National Coalition Against Domestic Violence. This has been kind of an uphill battle.
Yes, absolutely.
I met up with Ruth and Angelina in Washington. Angelina, you lobbied for the Violence Against Women Act to be reauthorized. You were all over Capitol Hill. This day has to feel big for you.
Well, we lobbied.
Yes, we did. Yes, we did.
For all of us and for all of those who've been doing it for a very, very long time, this is a long time coming.
What is the significance of this being signed into law?
Many, many survivors who have not had their needs addressed previously will now have their needs addressed. It fills the gaps for our Native American sisters and brothers, LGBTQI, the list goes on and on.
For the first time, there are also protections for women and children who allege abuse during custody disputes. For months, Angelina met with individual senators on Capitol Hill pushing that. At one press conference, getting emotional.
Most of all, I want to acknowledge the children who are terrified and suffering at this moment, and the many people for whom this legislation comes too late.
That provision is known as Caden's Law.
Played soccer right here.
Named after Kathy Sherlock's 7-year-old daughter, Caden was murdered by her own father following a custody dispute.
How many people did I have to beg for help? How many people did it take? And it didn't work.
She knew, and many of us know, what is not in place. And a lot of that is the training. The really basic training for judges.
Caden's Law provides federal incentives for states to prioritize the safety of children in court proceedings.
There is science behind the damage, the real medical damage that is done when there is abuse and post-traumatic stress disorder and trauma. And if it's not responded to by the authorities appropriately, how that grows worse and settles in that body.
Do you think, absent training, do you think sometimes law enforcement and judges in this country are too quick to dismiss allegations of real abuse?
I think this country doesn't recognize what a serious domestic violence and child abuse problem it really has. When somebody harms a child, if it's a stranger, the way the law looks at it, the way the law responds, is quite strong. When it's somebody within a family, within a home, it is responded to less. And if you can imagine for the child, in fact, that's in many ways worse.
Angelina also pushed for funding for technology to detect bruises on children of color. Researchers have found in the first 24 hours, evidence of abuse is harder to detect on dark skin than light skin.
Part of this came from being a mom. My children have different skin tones, and I've noticed over the years, just even with dermatology, that so much of it is based on white skin. It's personal, and I won't say very much. But if somebody comes in and assaults us, you look at me and you look at Ruth, you have a better chance of seeing bruises on me. So anybody with darker skin is going to have less chance at justice. And
it's an inequity.
Yes. It is absolutely
systemic.
biased.
Absolutely.
It's biased forensics.
Angelina, you said this is personal. In passing a moment ago, I don't know if you realized you said that, but you said it is personal.
Personal for a lot of people.
Yeah.
It should be personal. It is personal to everyone. Everyone who cares about family, everyone who cares about children.
Jolie's own split and custody battle with ex-husband Brad Pitt gave her experience with the family court system.
And I think once you're exposed to this system, whoever you are, once you're exposed to it and you realize how unbelievably broken this system is, you have to do something to improve it.
Last year, we first reported on the family court system and custody disputes involving allegations of violence. Look, it's complicated, but one of the issues that we heard again and again is that some women don't feel they can report abuse because it might be seen as simply an effort to badmouth the other parent and gain custody. Some lawyers even tell women not to mention abuse. Family court judges are often inclined to preserve both parents' rights to be with their kids, and sometimes that means that parents who were abusive still have access to their children. That is what Caden's Law is trying to fix. Back to you.
Breaking on NBC News Now, the horrors of war. Dramatic new images of the devastation in Ukraine and how Russian forces are escalating their attacks with civilians in the line of fire.
The new surge. COVID cases may be down in America, but the pandemic is not over. Where cases are spiking yet again and why some health experts fear the U.S. could be next.
Out of jail just days after he was sentenced for his hate crime hoax, Jussie Smollett is a free man. Why a judge let him out, at least for now.
And fair share? Netflix knows you're giving your password to your friends and family. How it's taking action to make those of us doing that pay up. And good Thursday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Morgan Radford. Thank you so much for joining us. We begin this hour with the dire situation in southern Ukrainian city of Mariupol appearing to get even worse. A Russian airstrike hit a theater sheltering women and children there. Rescue operations are now underway, and a member of Ukraine's parliament, originally from Mariupol, tells NBC News the bomb shelter was below the structure and it did withstand the attack.
In Kyiv, another apartment building was badly damaged in an airstrike. Debris from a broken missile hit the top floors of that building. At least one person died. We're also learning a food storage facility in Kyiv, one of the largest in Ukraine, has been destroyed. Despite the escalation, a landmark diplomatic effort is scheduled for tomorrow. President Biden is set to speak with Chinese President Xi Jinping about the crisis.
NBC News is covering all of these breaking developments for you. So let's start our coverage in Ukraine with NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez. Gabe, give us a sense first off of the situation in Lviv specifically right now.
Morgan, good afternoon. So yes, as you mentioned, here in Lviv, there have been refugees streaming into this part of the country. You had mentioned earlier some of the airstrikes that were happening in the east and southern parts of Ukraine, as well as surrounding the capital, Kyiv. So shelling is driving refugees from those parts of Ukraine to the western part. And as you can see behind me, there are a number of refugees here at this church, a makeshift shelter that are preparing to spend yet another night being cared for by volunteers. And this is something that we have seen over the last few days, Morgan. The train station here overwhelmed by refugees that are heading to other parts of Europe, Poland, Hungary, and beyond. More than 3 million refugees have fled from Ukraine so far, according to the UN, about half of them children. Here at this church specifically, there are more than 40 people that are expected to spend the night here. The pastor has just told us, though, that many church members are taking these refugees home with them, giving them a place to sleep for the night while they decide where their next move will be. And we have heard several dramatic stories of people here, of parents that are trying to decide where to take their kids next. And also one man in particular who had not heard from his wife and 3 young children for several days. Thankfully, he got the news this morning that he was able to reach them, and they're now in Poland. Still, desperate situation here for so many refugees, Morgan.
I want to go ahead and bring in NBC News correspondent Josh Lederman, who joins us from Brussels today. Josh, I know that U.S. officials continue to show support for NATO's easternmost nations, but what is the message from Defense Secretary Austin today?
Well, Morgan, despite that emotional plea from President Zelensky to U.S. Congress yesterday for a no-fly zone over Ukraine, Secretary Austin, during his very brief visit today to Bratislava, doubled down on U.S. opposition to creating a no-fly zone, saying President Biden has been clear we are not going to get into a direct military conflict with Russia. He also put the kibosh on an idea that a lot of lawmakers have been proposing, which is for sort of a halfway no-fly zone, maybe a humanitarian or partial no-fly zone over some of those corridors where they're trying to bring in supplies and medicine and food and bring out civilians. Secretary Austin saying there's no such thing as a no-fly zone light. But actually, the biggest news today came from the Defense Secretary of Slovakia in the news conference when he was talking about this issue of not going to do a no-fly zone. Can we at least give more missile and air defense to the Ukrainians? That has been a big topic of conversation because there are 3 NATO countries that have the S-300 former Soviet anti-missile systems that the Ukrainians want. The Greeks, the Bulgarians, and the Slovakians. And the Slovakian defense minister was asked whether he would consider giving some of those to the Ukrainians. Take a look at what he said.
We're willing to do so immediately when we have a proper replacement. The only strategic air defense system that we have in Slovakia is S-300 system. So what would happen immediately when we decide to give it to Ukrainians is that we actually create a gap, a security gap in NATO. Should there be a situation that we have a proper replacement or that we have a capability guaranteed for a certain period of time, then we would be willing to discuss the future of S-300 system.
Interestingly, he also brought up MiG jets, those jets that the U.S. prevented essentially a deal where Poland would give them to the Ukrainians through the U.S. The Slovakian defense minister saying, we've got MiG jets and we've actually made a decision not to use them anymore, which seems to open the door potentially to Slovakia providing those to the Ukrainians. But he made the point that they are waiting for their own stock of aircraft to be replenished by F-16s from the United States that they're expecting to get in the next few years. So you see how these NATO allies, they want to help Ukraine, but they don't want to hand over their own critical defense equipment unless they are going to get replacements quickly from the U.S., Morgan.
All right, NBC's Gabe Gutierrez and Josh Lederman for us there. Gentlemen, thank you both.
Let's bring in Garrett Haake now. He's at his post on Capitol Hill for us today. Garrett, how are the senators and the congressmen we saw yesterday reacting to that address from President Zelensky?
Aaron, they were moved by it. The address, the video, Zelensky's clothes in English, I think all left lawmakers feeling a little shaken when they came out of the theater yesterday after listening to his message. And they were ready to try to find some ways to offer him at least some of the things he told them he needed. And we've heard that from lawmakers on both sides of the aisle, continuing even today. Take a listen.
The fact is what he wants is a result. And what's a result that says, we have to, if you are not going to give us air cover with your own personnel, we need air cover or we need equipment to effect air cover so that we can take out whatever the Russians are putting forth.
There were all sorts of particular ways where the administration yesterday said a lot of the right things, but just because the pen was in President Biden's hand yesterday doesn't mean the weapons are in Zelensky's hands today. At every point, we're too slow.
So we heard a lot of that, what you heard from Ben Sass there, the idea that the administration is starting to take the right steps, those anti-air systems, those S-300s that Josh was just talking about. If Congress can find a way to help facilitate those transfers, they want to be a part of that. That may involve moving up American weapon systems, giving them to those other allies. They want to be in this fight. They want to do everything they can to back up Zelensky, and they're really just trying to figure out what is the best role for them to most effectuate defending Ukraine's skies, Aaron.
All right, Garrett Haake for us on the Hill today. Garrett, thank you.
A dire COVID warning from the World Health Organization. They say the case surge happening now in China and Europe is the tip of the iceberg. Cases have risen dramatically in Europe in just the past few days. In fact, according to the New York Times, there are 95 cases there for every 100,000 people. By comparison, the U.S. is at 10 cases per 100,000 people. The surge is coming during a pretty critical change at the White House. The Biden administration announcing his national COVID coordinator is stepping down and set to be replaced by a familiar face, Dr. Ashish Jha, who's the dean of Brown University School of Public Health and one of the leading experts on the pandemic. You may even recognize him from his many appearances here on this show. That said, we've got a lot of COVID news to get to this hour, so let's go ahead and begin with NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander. Peter, it's great to see you this afternoon. First, just talk to us a little bit about the change in this White House leadership. I mean, why now, and why Dr. Jha?
Well, Dr. Jha is obviously been a calming presence on this network and across the board on many channels, frankly, over the course of the last several months. And the administration noticed that. So Jeff Zients will be leaving. His expertise, obviously, as a management consultant, as an entrepreneur as well, was helping sort of facilitate those vaccines, getting out the distribution and the implementation of that plan. 213 million Americans now fully vaccinated right now. But notably, this switchover that's going to be taking place over the course of the next month, likely to begin in April, we're told by the White House, sort of indicates a new change in phase right now, where Dr. Jha will be focusing on helping Americans cope with COVID, specifically looking to help get back to more normal lifestyles across this country right now as the mask recommendations have been rolled back across the country. And beyond that, as you've witnessed, Americans are sort of returning to their workplaces at schools and offices right now. That'll be Dr. Jha's priorities, to keep an eye on those future variants and potential future waves as well.
All right, Peter Alexander joining us live from the White House. Peter, thank you.
In China, tens of millions of people are under lockdown right now. That country dealing with its worst COVID outbreak since the start of the pandemic. NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Frere is in Beijing with the extraordinary measures that are now being taken.
A surge in stealth Omicron cases is triggering lockdowns, travel bans, and mass testing in scenes that take us back to the early days of the pandemic here. In Shenzhen, the tech hub, there's a partial lockdown for 17 million people, though the Foxconn production lines, the people that make a lot of stuff for Apple, they've been allowed to start up again only because they've promised to introduce the sort of closed-loop bubble measures that we saw at the Olympics. In Shanghai, the city is on edge with flights being diverted and schools closed down. And up in the north, the entire province of Jilin has been locked down. 24 million people aren't allowed to leave the province or even travel between cities. But the situation is most serious in Hong Kong, where there are tens of thousands of cases each day, and that's a lot because the population is only 7.5 million people. It's targeting the elderly. 80% of people in nursing homes have been infected, and only 15% of that age group is vaccinated. So while Omicron is seen as a milder variant, it isn't in a population that has little to no immunity. Why the vaccine hesitancy? People say it's because there was mixed messaging, hype around side effects, and a belief in more traditional methods. The concern here in mainland China is that the vaccination rate in that age group isn't much better, and there are 15 million people in that age group alone. So the zero COVID strategy and the restrictions will stay in place for at least the next few weeks until authorities believe the outbreak is under control.
3 Republican senators are now demanding an investigation into a New Jersey nursing home. It's become notorious for conditions that many are calling inhumane. NBC News investigative reporter Laura Strickler has been following this story from the beginning for us. Laura, why are senators from other states asking the Justice Department to look into this nursing home in New Jersey?
Well, that's a great question. I think that tells you how egregious this alleged behavior has been. One way to look at this is that 70% of all funding for nursing homes comes from federal taxpayers like you and me. So when those nursing homes are found to be allegedly neglectful or abusive, then taxpayers are in fact financing those activities. So Senator Grassley and 2 other senators are asking, why hasn't the federal government cut off the funding? And the federal government at this point is saying that they're going to hold off, wait and see if conditions improve, and then make a decision on that in August. The senators are asking for a response from the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services by the end of the month.
Laura, have you been able to get a handle on the current situation inside that nursing home and why it's still open?
Yeah, so there were these horrific reports in February where inspectors said that CPR was not performed, life-saving medicines were not given to COVID patients. So the state of New Jersey paused new admissions, and they've appointed a monitor to conduct a top-to-bottom review of the facility. I've also heard that they're urgently trying to hire more staff, which, as you know, has been a problem throughout the pandemic. So far, the state has not pulled the license. The federal government, as we said, has not canceled the contract. And so we're going to wait and see, basically if conditions improve and to see what steps regulators might take here.
All right, Laura Strickler for us today. Laura, thank you.
Thank you.
Jussie Smollett out of jail today after a judge ordered his release. The court set him free on bond pending his appeal, and Smollett was sentenced to 150 days in jail and probation after being convicted of falsely reporting to police that he was the victim of a racist and homophobic attack. The former Empire star claimed two men assaulted him, threw a chemical in his face, and wrapped a noose around his neck. A jury found Smollett actually paid the men to stage that attack. Joining us now, we have NBC News correspondent Megan Fitzgerald and NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos. Megan, I'd like to start with you. Look, have we heard from Smollett or his legal team about this release?
So yesterday, Morgan, we saw Smollett as he walked out of jail, headed straight into an SUV that was waiting for him. He didn't have anything to say, but his attorneys, they had a lot to say. They talked a lot about how they were pleased with the latest court's decision to release their client. And then they talked about their frustration and their anger over what they said was the fact that their client was punished twice for a crime that he didn't commit, they said. And what they're referring to is, you'll remember when he was originally charged, he took a deal whereby he didn't have to say he was guilty or not guilty. He paid a $10,000 fine. He did some community service. Those charges went away until, of course, that special prosecutor was brought in, a grand jury was convened, and then that reignited this entire case. So his attorneys last night not holding back. I actually want to play a little bit of what they had to say for you. Take a listen.
I think we're here because the appellate court realized this was the right thing to do. I hope everyone realizes that the persecution that went on in that courthouse was absurd and that the sentence was a draconian sentence. It was excessive.
Now, remember, this is just him being free on bond pending the appeal of that conviction, Morgan.
Danny, I want to go back to what Megan just said to make it really clear for our viewers. Look, Smollett was arrested and indicted first back in 2019, but charges were dropped after he made a deal with prosecutors. Then a different special prosecutor indicted him in 2020, leading to that conviction. Smollett's attorney, as Megan just mentioned, is basically saying that he was punished twice. So that, of course, is unconstitutional. Does he have a point here?
He might. It's an interesting double jeopardy argument. It's not as clear as his attorneys make it out to be. It's not as if he was charged and tried and then charged and tried again. What you might see is that this ends up being similar to the Bill Cosby dismissal by the Pennsylvania Supreme Court, in which it wasn't a prior trial, but essentially a prior promise, supposedly, to not prosecute in exchange for community service or whatever. And is it possible then that jeopardy attached as a result? Of course, the government's going to argue, no way, this is not the same as a trial. Whatever deal he entered into with the local prosecutor did not prevent the independent prosecutor from coming in and prosecuting.
All right, Megan Fitzgerald and Danny Savalos there for us. Thank you both.
New video has emerged of a man who died in police custody in California. Officers were trying to draw his blood after a DUI stop. That man repeatedly shouted, "I can't breathe," while he was pinned on his stomach. Here's NBC News Now correspondent Priscilla Thompson.
Well, the family of Edward Bronstein is calling for criminal charges against the officers who arrested him. Video released on Tuesday shows the moments leading up to the fatal encounter, and a warning that footage is disturbing. Disturbing video showing the final moments of life for a man who died in police custody. The victim's family blaming police for 38-year-old Edward Bronstein's death, now suing the officers involved, claiming they ignored his cries for help and didn't render aid quickly.
I hope they pay for what they did, and I want justice.
Bronstein was stopped by California Highway Patrol in March of 2020 for allegedly driving under the influence. Video released this week by court order appears to show officers attempting to get a blood sample.
You can just provide it and still say you don't consent. That's fine.
Nearly a minute into the exchange,
this is your last opportunity. Otherwise, you're going face down on the mat.
Officers appear to continue coaxing Bronstein. Then this.
I'll do it willingly, I told you. Please don't. Okay, I'll do it willingly. I'll do it willingly. I'll do it willingly, I promise.
Several officers appear to restrain Bronstein in order to take the sample. Bronstein can be heard screaming throughout the ordeal, at one point declaring,
I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't breathe.
Just stop yelling.
Within seconds, no more screams. Now, the lawsuit and the attorney for Bronstein's family seizing on how officers responded to those cries.
He says, I can't breathe. 12 times is what I counted. 12 times he says, I can't breathe. Not one officer took the action to pull the others off of him. Pull him to his side. Do something to give him air.
After about a minute and a half of silence, someone appears to check Bronstein's pulse as the blood draw continues. 30 seconds later, that person begins tapping Bronstein's cheek, something seen multiple times throughout the more than 17-minute video.
Edward.
Wake him up.
The blood drawing appears to continue until about 4 minutes later, when police roll Bronstein over.
Lift his head up. Get his airway open.
An autopsy found Bronstein died of a meth overdose while restrained by police.
Edward. Where is CPR? Where is first aid?
His screams, his face, them slapping him around, it will live in my head forever.
Bronstein's family is now suing the California Highway Patrol and the officers involved, alleging negligence, wrongful death, assault, and battery, among other claims.
I want them put away so they will never hurt nobody again.
It's unclear whether the officers involved are being investigated in connection to Bronstein's death. California Highway Patrol declined to comment on the case, citing pending litigation. The family is also calling on the Los Angeles County District Attorney to file criminal charges against the officers. The DA's office tells NBC News the matter remains under review.
I wish my dad was here every day, and there's nothing that will take that away.
And we reached out to the California Highway Patrol about their specific protocols concerning handling someone who may be under the influence of a substance, and also any rules for rendering aid. They did not respond to NBC's questions.
And New York City is taking a major step in the fight against gun violence. The NYPD launched its new anti-crime units this week. They're tasked with taking guns off the streets by patrolling neighborhoods where the vast majority of violent crimes happen. The police commissioner says these teams are designed to connect closely with the people who live and work in these communities. Now, the officers in these units are trained specifically in techniques to avoid direct contact, things like minimal force techniques, de-escalation, and constitutional policing. New York City has tried anti-crime units before, and some say they were not successful. Skeptics fear a potential rise in police brutality, specifically toward people of color. Our partner, Telemundo New York, spoke with a retired NYPD detective who is confident the units will work this time if they're used the right way.
I know as a police officer, as a detective, as an undercover myself, I know it works. I know it works. It's a good unit when used properly and kept in check, meaning having the right supervisors to make sure that these police officers aren't abusing their authority, that they're readily identifiable. And I see that they're using some kind, they're not completely plainclothes, meaning they just can't wear whatever they want. They're wearing some kind of a modified uniform. They got the body cams. And I think that's important. It's a good step in the right direction.
Now, each team has 5 officers commanded by a sergeant. Officers are clearly identified as members of the NYPD, and their undercover cars will all be equipped with dash cameras.
On the money this hour, soaring inflation is taking a bigger bite out of your paycheck than you may have even thought initially. While wages are on the rise, the prices you're paying for goods and services, well, those prices are rising even faster. CNBC Global Markets reporter Seema Modi joins us now. Seema, thanks for being here. Can you just give us some specifics? What exactly is costing us more?
Yeah, Morgan, it's a great point because inflation remains a huge problem across this nation. If you look at the cost of food, the cost of travel, airline tickets are up about 26% versus the same time a year ago. The average rate at a hotel right now up 40% compared to this time last year. The timing is unfortunate because it comes as Americans want to get back out there as COVID cases decline for now. And yes, wages are ticking up, but it's not rising hand in hand with inflation, which means Americans are still feeling the sticker shock at the gas pump and at the grocery store. So the question now is how long it will take to see consumers pull back in a real way. We did see that survey from Credit Karma, which shows that 66% of the U.S. population say their wages right now cannot make up for the rise in the cost of food and other inflationary goods, guys.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of people talk about even how that's affecting their voting habits as we enter this midterm year. But are we seeing a shift in buying habits in response to the inflation we're talking about?
Yeah, Morgan, I spoke to a number of economists, and back to travel, that happens to be my beat. You know, we're already starting to see Americans prioritize trips closer to home. Other ways to look at this is whether Americans start to pull back on buying big ticket items, whether it's cars or even housing. We know the housing market has been on fire since the onset of the pandemic. If we start to see buyers take a breather due in part to higher prices and also interest rates, which are now on the rise, that will be a very telling sign as to how higher costs are impacting Americans. And of course, that could potentially be a huge political problem for this administration.
Seema Modi there from CNBC. Thank you so much, Seema.
All right, all you Netflix password sharers out there, you want to hear this. The streaming service is onto you, us, whatever. Netflix is going to launch a pilot program that'll let primary account holders pay an extra fee for users outside their homes. It's the latest attempt to try to crack down on all that free sharing. Here's Today's Show anchor Chanel Jones.
Hey, Morgan and Aaron, here's a warning if you've shared your Netflix password with a friend or two. Under pressure with more competition and a trend that means lost revenue, the streaming service is ready to crack down, launching a test program charging more to users who pass on their login. Sharing your favorite Netflix binge with a buddy may soon come at a price. The streaming giant behind hits like Inventing Anna.
Who's more famous right now than Anna Delvey?
The Tiger King and Bridgerton.
Yes, that is why I thought of it.
Announcing Wednesday that it's cracking down on sharing passwords with someone outside your household in a different location. It will begin testing new ways to make users sharing accounts pay additional fees, posting a statement to its website saying, "We've always made it easy for people who live together to share their Netflix account." While these have been hugely popular, they have also created some confusion about when and how Netflix can be shared. The company says the upcoming test launch will begin with a trio of countries in Central and South America. Users with standard and premium plans will be able to add up to 2 people they don't live with for less than the cost of a separate Netflix plan. After years of turning a blind eye to password sharing, inspiring endless jokes.
Netflix, it's great, especially since it's free if you use your band leader's username and password. Thank you, John. Thank you.
Raise your hand if this affects you. How many people here share a Netflix account?
The reaction to this latest announcement sparking outrage on social media. Subscribers tweeting, "You do this and goodbye Netflix. Got plenty of other options." Another writing, "To those of you who have my Netflix password, it's been a real one. Looks like the fun is over." A new requirement that could make the streaming service's greeting, "Who's watching Netflix?" the most important question of the day. This test will roll out first in parts of Central and South America. It may or may not expand beyond those markets. Guys?
Millions of people escaping Ukraine in need of a place to stay.
Coming up, how cities across the U.S. are preparing to help and what challenges refugees face coming to America.
News is happening.
now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Students from Southlake caught on camera using racial slurs.
It's been covered up for a very long time.
We are strongly against critical race theory.
Racism in reverse is racism. Shame!
This is Southlake. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Hold on to your seats.
The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
A strange story and a career of strange stories.
All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Making news right now, WNBA basketball player Brittany Griner will be detained in Russia until May 19th, according to Russia State News. Griner was arrested on allegations of smuggling marijuana vape cartridges into Moscow's airport last month. Meanwhile, people in Sarasota, Florida are surveying the damage after a tornado touched down late night on Wednesday. You can see here the roof of a building just partially collapsed. Thankfully, however, there are no serious injuries to report. And how much would you pay for a woolly mammoth's tooth? Well, the tooth is believed to be 12,000 years old and was auctioned on eBay for more than $10,000. The seller, though, has pledged to donate every single proceed to the World Central Kitchen, which is an organization that's feeding victims of the war in Ukraine.
And at the bottom of the hour now, let's get you up to speed on the breaking developments in the war in Ukraine. That conflict now entering its 4th week. Russia is intensifying its attacks on civilian targets. Across that country, cities have been decimated. This is what's left of a school in Kharkiv.
But no city has been hit harder than Mariupol. Overnight, Russian forces hit a theater where hundreds had taken shelter. The word children had been written in Russian on the outside of the building. The evacuation of refugees remains a top priority. Ukraine's presidential office says 9 humanitarian corridors have been set up today as thousands are trying to leave the country.
NBC News reporters have every angle of this story covered for you at this hour. Let's begin with NBC's Jay Gray at the border between Ukraine and Poland. Jay, where you've been for several weeks now, telling us the stories of the real people who are impacted by this war. What can you tell us about the facility where you are today and what they're doing there?
Yeah, it's an amazing facility, Aaron, and I want you to consider something. This is a place that less than a month ago was an abandoned warehouse, no electricity, no power, and now you see it is a place that is really a world-class kitchen, and I want you to take a look around. You guys were just talking about the World Central Kitchen. Well, this is their facility, and what they've done here is create something not short of amazing. You see the baking machines that line the wall here, where they can make bread, where they can make vegetables and things like that. And then you've got these giant pots that they cook stew in, that they cook soup in, that they cook chicken and pork in, and they do this with chefs from around the world. You know, at a peak here, this kitchen, if it were running 24/7, could make 200,000 meals in one day. Now, right now, you can see it's the evening here, and so they've backed down. But this is a situation where they make these meals, hot meals, for those that are making the trip across the border. And so they bring them, they keep them contained, they keep them warm, and take them to the borders. And as people walk across, some who've walked for 2 and 3 days without a meal, come across and get that hot meal. We've got Monica Majors here, who is one of those that keeps things flowing here. First of all, thank you for being here. It's an amazing place. And tell us a little bit about just the flow of work here. You guys have chefs that are just in here cooking, right?
Very fortunate to have an extended relationship with chefs worldwide. Volunteers have come here from all corners of the world. Really, it takes an entire village is sort of the phrase, but really here you see the world has come together. So specifically here out of our Relief Operations Center in Shamish, we've turned this warehouse into a full-service kitchen facility. Obviously, we've got a large, we've also got our large cold storage here, receiving and also distribution, importantly. So not just for the hot meals that are prepared here, but also receiving loads of bulk goods, produce, dry foods that are also then continuing on to our team, both in Lviv, also in Odessa. We've sent trucks out, semi-tractor trailers.
Yeah, I was going to talk about that. You see these trucks coming in and loading up and going out, and we've been on the border. We've been here for about 3 weeks. To see people who are coming across and get that hot meal, I mean, it's amazing to see the response that makes. And I had one of the chefs tell me today that the last mile might be the toughest mile, and they're proud that they can give them the nutrition to make that last step. It's got to be a rewarding operation for you guys.
Well, it is, it's about getting that nice balance of something that's welcoming but also wholesome and nutritious, right? So with so many women and children, especially coming across and making sure that it's a hot cup of broth, hot chocolate, that balance of maybe the only meal that they've had, recently with still something that warms their soul. So everything from the inside out. But yes, certainly anybody that comes here does see that. We see that it's our neighbors. We see that it's extended family members. This one it definitely hits differently.
And it's something that you guys are committed to, right? I mean, you're going to be here for as long as necessary.
Yeah, I think that's the message that needs to be reiterated, is that we will be here for as long as we are needed.
Well, thank you for the work you're doing. It is amazing to see. Aaron, I mean, this facility is overwhelming. To think it was a warehouse that was just empty and standing here, and now it is a world-class kitchen providing food for those who need it the most. I mean, it's unbelievable.
Beautiful and necessary effort that's being made there. Jay Gray for us in Poland today. Jay, thank you.
With the humanitarian crisis in Ukraine growing even more dire, refugee resettlement groups are gearing up to help families headed here to the United States. Ohio Governor Mike DeWine is holding a summit this afternoon to really help groups coordinate and understand what can sometimes be a pretty murky process. NBC Shaquille Brewster joins us now from just outside of Cleveland there in Parma, Ohio. Shaq, what specifically are these groups doing to help these refugees come to the United States?
Well, already, Morgan, they're providing legal aid. They're taking donations and commitments from folks who are willing to house these refugees. And look, one thing you're hearing from these groups is that they have done it before, that they are ready to accept refugees when the federal government allows them to. And the message that you're hearing from them is that they're calling on the federal government to expedite the process to allow those who are in the pipeline to be approved to get here faster. Listen to my conversation with one of the groups that will be attending the summit that the governor is hosting later this afternoon.
We had a family arrive 2 days before the invasion, and we had 3 more cases that were scheduled the following week. those 3 cases weren't able to fly. The airport was destroyed before they could get out.
How many other Ukrainians who are seeking refugee status, how many are there who are already in the pipeline?
Hundreds.
Hundreds of people who have already gone through the security approval, the application process, some of them paying money and paying their fees. And you have many of these groups saying, hey, we're ready to help. Federal government just approved these cases that were already approved.
And Shaq, what are you hearing from Ukrainians who are already here in the U.S. about the process to bring their family members here too?
Well, you're hearing how emotional it is, how much fear that many Ukrainian Americans have knowing that their families are still in that war zone. And then there's the added frustration knowing that for some, including this individual I just spoke to yesterday, he got his sister approved to come to the United States, a process that took several years, but now she's stuck in limbo because she's still in Ukraine and doesn't have a clear way out. Listen to a little bit of our conversation.
I'm scared because of my family over there, and at the same time, I'm angry because governments, including America, they do kind of nothing to help us. Like they don't help us to bring our families over there.
Part of why the governor is hosting this summit is because he wants to hear more from those groups and from refugees who already resettled in the United States. He wants them all coordinating and talking to one another so that whenever that process does open up to allow more Ukrainian refugees to come to the United States, that Ohio, and specifically the Cleveland area, is ready.
All right, NBC Shaquille Brewster for us there in Ohio. Shaq, thanks.
Now, Ukraine's capital city remains in Ukrainian hands despite Russia's persistent bombing there. Russian forces, however, are still trying to push closer to the city center. Sky News correspondent Alex Crawford is following the battle for Kyiv.
The capital's skyline is very different now. Kyiv's 18th century St. Andrew's Church, but with a backdrop of battle which is getting closer. The city's been put under strict curfew to try to limit the lives lost, but there's no protecting against attacks like these. A second missile strikes less than a minute later. The Ukrainian demands for a no-fly zone grow more ardent with every strike. And despite hints of progress on peace talks, the president's chief of staff told us there were red lines they would not cross.
Would you be prepared to give up Donbass?
Look, I say and answer to your questions. We don't discuss our freedom, our independence, our territorial integrity, our sovereignty. All another issue we can sittings and discuss. And my presidents are ready to sitting in any days, in any place.
But you're not prepared to give up any territory?
Yes.
No territory?
Yes.
They're on the lookout for Russian saboteurs. We filmed the detention of these 2 suspects before the capital's curfew. The Ukrainians are worried that Russian agents have infiltrated the main city and are acting as guides for possible airstrikes, leaving tags or markers on potential targets, or just acting as informants on troop and military movements. These concerns have heightened over the past 24 hours as the Russian soldiers inch closer to Kyiv and the center of Ukrainian power. Amongst those at risk of being trapped in the capital are scores of surrogate babies. There are so many, the nursery is a constant hubbub of crying demands for attention. The babies are being cared for in a basement, which has been turned into an underground shelter by a very small team of babysitters. These women have left their families to look after these little ones after the babies' actual parents couldn't reach them because of all the fighting. You have to understand this is war, this babysitter says. Not everyone is able to come. The airports are all closed, so their parents just can't pick them up. We love all the babies, another says. As she explains, they become part of our hearts, our family. And when the parents do take them away, we cry, she tells us. But with heavy fighting around the capital, it's meant the women looking after the babies here are also all that stands between them and the bombings. There are so many acts of defiance being played out on these streets. One soldier and his flute and the national anthem. We won't be ruled by others, it goes. In so many ways, he speaks for his country. Alex Crawford, Sky News, Kiev.
Civilians in Kyiv are taking up arms to defend their city against Russia. Many are learning now how to use guns for the very first time in their lives. Kira Rudik is one of those people. She's a member of Ukraine's parliament and joins us now live from Kyiv. Ms. Rudik, first I want to thank you for being with us at a time that is so volatile and uncertain on that side of the world. But first, can you just give us a quick update on the situation in Kyiv right now?
Thank you so much for having me. So right now we are off the 35-hour curfew that was established because there were risks that Russians will attack. They indeed tried to attack, but were stopped by our army and the resistance forces at the outskirts of Kyiv. So the plans to take Kyiv failed once again. And we hope that they will fail once again as well, and many, many times. We are ready to protect the city, and we were ready for different variants of events. So the first variant that we expected was that they will do a full-speed land attack, but that only happened at the outskirts. The second variant is they will try to close the entrance and exits to the city and siege the city, and we were ready to that as well. And the third one is the most painful one, is to bombard the city. This is what actually happened. At least 4 buildings were destroyed, people were killed, and the partially subway station was destroyed as well. So Russians do continue destroying the cities and just acting on this barbaric way of taking cities to the ground without even letting their forces in. And this is something where we cannot do anything about. And this is why we were asking for the no-fly zone to be provided.
Ms. Rudik, I do want to ask, though, going back to what you described as sort of your willingness to defend your city, you personally have learned how to use a gun for the very first time. Can you describe what that's been like and what made you initially decide to do it?
Yes, indeed. 22 days ago was my first time when I tried to carry a gun, and I decided that I will be protecting my home, will be protecting my city, and will be protecting my country. I just realized that there is nothing else that we have, that this is our motherland and this is our duty to protect it. And as I actually have a gun here with me. So this is why we are training, and every citizen that can hold up the arms is training to make sure that we will be able to protect ourselves against Russian soldiers if they come. This is the duty that we have.
Wow, a duty. Ms. Kira Rudik, I want to thank you for your time and your service. I know, again, you're a member of parliament there. Thank you for sharing your experience with us, because I think it's so important for our audience here in America to understand the personal impact of how these things are affecting you, especially those of you who have decided to stay in Kyiv. So thank you, Ms. Kira Rudik, for joining us.
And glory to Ukraine.
The president of Ukraine sitting down with NBC Nightly News anchor Lester Holt.
Still ahead, his biggest asks to President Biden and how the political world is reacting.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
After delivering a historic speech to Congress, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky sat down with NBC's Lester Holt. In that interview, Zelensky compares this point in history to the beginning of World War II. Take a listen.
Do you agree that it wouldn't take much to end up in World War III?
We've seen this 80 years ago when the Second World War has started. In this case, we have the whole civilization at stake.
NBC's Jonathan Allen joins us now. Jonathan, look, it's great to see you. During that speech, President Zelensky played a video that frankly left lawmakers in tears. I mean, he invoked Pearl Harbor and the September 11th attacks. Did this speech and sort of those comparisons accomplish what Zelensky was hoping to do with that speech? What has the reaction been like?
That's such a great question, Morgan. And the answer is no, it didn't. He did do what you said in terms of really pulling at the heartstrings of members of Congress. It was emotional in that room as they watched on the video screen. I was up on Capitol Hill yesterday, spoke to several lawmakers who were in there. They are certainly touched by what's going on in Ukraine. They are heartbroken for the Ukrainian people and at the same time proud of their resistance. And yet what I've heard from members of Congress is really that they're not ready to give Zelensky and the Ukrainians what they want, which is either a no-fly zone or at least some more support in terms of being able to take planes from other countries and use those to combat Russian air power. That's really a non-starter right now with most leaders.
So much to unpack, but I know at least that speech, to your point, was helping to humanize this issue for a lot of people, because I think there is not an American on this planet who doesn't hear 9/11 and understand viscerally what that means and what that meant for this country. John Allen for us there, as always. John, thanks, my friend.
Tension over the International Space Station is rising. American astronauts and Russian cosmonauts share that facility, and the head of Russia's space agency has been tweeting provocative statements and videos seeming to threaten Americans. NBC News senior political reporter Mark Caputo has been following this story. So, Mark, what exactly has the Russian space chief been doing?
Well, he's quite the Twitter troll. His name is Rogozin, Dmitry Rogozin, and a little while ago, after the invasion of Ukraine and the U.S. sanctions that were placed on Russia, he suggested in a rather long ranting Twitter feed that Russia, which essentially controls the engines for the International Space Station, might just stop and cause it to crash to Earth. In fact, he said that, like, oh, what would happen if it crashed to Earth? It wouldn't crash in Russia. You know, kind of like, hey, nice space station you got in the space there, in the sky there. Shame if anything happened to it. Then his news agency, or better said, Roscosmos, the space agency, produced a video which was then released through a Russian news agency. They said it was a joke. A lot of people weren't laughing, and it showed the Russian modules of the space station disconnecting from the space station, the International Space Station, and leaving behind an American astronaut, Mark Vande Hei, who's been in space longer than any other human being ever. It's now about 343 days, suggesting that they might just leave him stranded up there. Now, NASA does have plans to get him if that happens. Incidentally, on Friday, Russia is scheduled to launch one of its rockets, bringing 3 cosmonauts up there. That vessel, that spaceship, is supposed to return on March 30th with Van de Hey. So the launch is being closely watched to make sure that things are still on schedule.
Yeah, Mark, bigger picture here. I mean, Russia and the U.S. have been working together on space exploration since, the late 80s, 87 or something like that, right? Are we hearing anything about whether that could be at risk?
Well, there are people who are saying, yes, it is at risk. I mean, if you have a kind of a crazed Russian space agency chief who's essentially saying, well, we might stop working together up there, it leads the United States to think, well, maybe we should consider not working together up there. There are people, the Space Frontier Foundation, which is a nonprofit that advocates for joint space exploration, including a privatized component of it. They're saying, look, we need to start seriously considering this. Coca-Cola has pulled out of Russia. Maybe NASA should as well.
All right, NBC's Mark Caputo for us today. Mark, thank you.
Thank you.
And stay with us because there is a lot of attention being paid to the upcoming college swimming and diving championships, which are just getting underway.
After the break, how one standout swimmer from the University of Pennsylvania hopes to swim into history.
Students from Southlake caught on camera using racial slurs.
It's been covered up for a very long time.
We are strongly against critical race theory.
Racism in reverse is racism. Shame!
This is Southlake. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Well, enjoy it while you can. This could be the last day. Many March Madness brackets are still intact. Colorado State and Michigan tipping off the 64-team tournament today. 16 games will be played today alone. The Notre Dame Fighting Irish caught some early St. Patrick's Day luck last night. They took down Rutgers in double overtime, clinching that final play-in spot for the big dance. Luck is also what you'll need to score a perfect bracket here. According to Wallet Hub, the odds of predicting every result correctly, 1 in 9.2 quintillion. I don't even know how many zeros that is.
I wanted to really just talk about the way you read that. Yeah. I feel like you were coming from Mike Tirico's. Like, you gave that some real chutzpah, that read.
My little sports read?
Yeah, that was like a whole different errand.
That's as good as it gets.
No,
so
okay,
don't worry, Mike.
Well, listen, history could be made at the Women's College Swimming Championships this week. University of Pennsylvania's Leah Thomas could be the first known transgender athlete to win a Division I national championship. But her competition is creating controversy. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander has more.
Well, Leah's first race is set for today. It's the 500-yard freestyle. She is set to compete. That's the first of 3 events that she's set to compete in throughout the weekend, events that she's dominated throughout the season. But her strong performance has brought increased scrutiny, not only to Leah and her team, but to the rules of the sport. And a win tonight could take that discussion to a whole new level.
When Leah Thomas dives into the pool, she could be sealing her place in NCAA history.
The standout swimmer from the University of Pennsylvania will compete to become the first Division I openly transgender athlete to be crowned a national champion. The UPenn swim team posted this picture of Leah and two teammates poolside. Here they are, all three of our NCAA superstars.
Leah Thomas to the wall first.
Her stellar season has smashed records.
And over the last half of the pool, nobody will touch Leah Thomas.
But also courted a wave of controversy with some fellow athletes and parents concerned that Thomas has an unfair physical advantage. Thomas spent 3 seasons competing on the UPenn men's swim team and spoke candidly in December about her struggle during that time.
My mental health was not very good. There was a lot of unease about basically just feeling trapped in my body.
She has now completed 34 months of hormone replacement therapy, surpassing the 12-month NCAA requirement to compete on the women's team.
I can continue to do the sport I love as my authentic self.
It's left her teammates split, some sending a letter of public support, writing in part that Thomas and all transgender college athletes deserve to be able to participate in safe and welcoming athletic environments. While others have spoken out in opposition, one anonymous teammate tells the Philadelphia Inquirer she's concerned about physical advantages that don't, she says, give the other women a fair shot.
It's very difficult to focus when there's a lot of hatred and vitriol around you.
Skylar Baylor was the first openly transgender D1 athlete on a men's team. He flew to Atlanta this week to show his support for Leah.
We have to put our heads underwater and swim. And Leah has done an incredible job of that, but she shouldn't have to put her blinders on. So many of us before Leah have tried to say, hey, we exist to hopefully make the world a little bit more ready, right, for the next trans athlete. And Leah is now becoming part of that visibility train as well, so that the next trans person can hopefully be a little more accepted.
And this really is an issue that's gone beyond the pool and into politics. In fact, over the last 2 years, 11 states have enacted laws that would prohibit athletes from competing on teams that match their gender identity. Now, these are for K through 12 schools we're talking about, and there are a number of other states that are considering similar legislation, including right here in Georgia, where Leah Thomas is poised to make history. In Atlanta, I'm Blaine Alexander, NBC News.
Thank you so much for being with us this hour. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. The news continues right now. Breaking news first, no mercy. A building used to shelter civilians in Ukraine bombed by Russians. How Ukrainian fighters are standing their ground trying to defend their country.
And fighting inflation, the Federal Reserve taking new steps to curb the surge in prices all across America. How many more rate hikes we can expect and when the next one may be coming.
Going green, Americans marking St. Patrick's Day in person for the first time since the start of the pandemic. What's being done to ensure the celebrations are COVID safe?
And mic drop. Former President Trump is parting ways with his former VP. Why he says Pence likely will not be on the ticket if, in fact, he runs again in 2024. Hi there, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us this Thursday. I'm Morgan Radford.
And good Thursday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. We begin with breaking news. Russia's all-out assault on Ukraine is intensifying. Overnight, a missile hit a school near the city of Kharkiv. The building was destroyed. And in the capital city of Kyiv, another apartment building was damaged in an airstrike. Debris from a broken missile hit the top floors of that building. At least one person inside was killed.
Ukraine's president addressing another group of lawmakers this morning. Volodymyr Zelensky blasted Germany's parliament for not acting fast enough.
How is it possible when we told you that the Russians were preparing weapons and troops, and we knew that they were preparing for war, but all you cared was the economy.
We have a team of correspondents following every single angle of this breaking story. So let's begin with NBC News correspondent Ali Arouzi there in Lviv, Ukraine. Ali, I want to start with the situation in Mariupol specifically. Video from that city shows more civilian areas being hit. So what exactly can you tell us about what's happening there as we speak?
That's right, Morgan. The situation in Mariupol continues to be desperate. The Red Cross call it a worst-case scenario unfolding. Russian troops had previously, by air and shells, damaged and destroyed children's hospital, apartment buildings, and churches. And now Russian forces have dropped a bomb on a theater where, according to Ukrainian officials, at least 1,000 civilians were taking shelter in there. Most of them are women and children. There are images from Maxar satellite imagery that show the words children written in Russian in front of the hospital and behind the hospital, but that didn't seem to deter Russian forces. The Mariupol City Council said it was a deliberate and cynical attack on civilians, but on some thankful news, it appears that most of those civilians were in the basement of that building during the attack, so the casualty rate may be low, but we're still waiting to hear on that. President Zelensky said that it was also a deliberate attack and that our hearts are broken by what the Russians are doing to our people, to our Mariupol.
Ali, I want to stay on Zelensky there for a minute. I mean, it's an impossible image to hear what you're saying about the word children being written on the outside of buildings, but that's in Mariupol. Can you take us to Kyiv for a minute? Because we also understand that apartment buildings there seem to be the regular targets of Russian strikes. So how is the capital dealing with that, especially given that we do know that President Zelensky is still there?
That's right, Morgan. The capital is also a major target. The capital is a city under constant air and missile attacks. Those were the words of President Zelensky when he was speaking to Congress yesterday from the capital. As you mentioned, one person was killed when debris from a missile that was intercepted hit an apartment building, causing damage as well, killing one person. There is constant fighting in that city. The citizens of Kyiv are constantly terrorized by the sounds of explosions and gunfire. They're trapped between heavy fighting by Ukrainian forces who are defending them and Russian forces that are trying to make their way into the center of Kyiv, surround the city, and take it over. But I don't think the Russians expected such a fierce resistance by the Ukrainians, and that's why they haven't been able to overrun it. They're also targeting many non-military places. We had a report this morning that they hit a food depot storage as well, completely destroying it, making life even more difficult for the people of Kiev who are already low on supplies.
And difficult just feels like an understatement at this point even. I want to bring in NBC News global security reporter Dan DeLuce right now. Dan, what is the latest assessment from the Pentagon about that Russian troop movement?
The Pentagon is saying that the Russians continue to be frustrated. They are trying to advance and encircle the capital of Kyiv to try to take other cities in the south and the southeast, and they're just not able to do it because they've shown some signs of incompetence, frankly. That's the assessment of Western governments, and then this fierce resistance from the Ukrainian forces. The Pentagon is also saying they have been shelling from naval ships in cities near Odessa in the south. And it's not clear if that's going to sort of be the preparation for a larger, broader attack on Odessa. So we'll just have to see how that unfolds. Another thing that's interesting, the Pentagon is saying it looks like the Russians are considering somehow resupplying, bringing in more troops and more ammunition and weapons for their forces. So another indication that things are not going as planned for Moscow.
All right. Ali Elruzzi for us and Dan DeLuce, thank you both so much.
Now, President Biden has announced $800 million in new aid to Ukraine, but it's a comment he made after that announcement that's getting global attention and sparking some backlash. NBC News Chief White House Correspondent Peter Alexander is joining us now. Peter, sort of an off-the-cuff remark there, obviously, from the president. But what's the response been from the White House about that comment from Biden, and how's Russia reacting to it?
Yeah, Aaron, to be clear, this was the harshest condemnation by President Biden since this war now in the start of its fourth week.
began. To this point, the president and the White House certainly have sort of steered clear of calling Vladimir Putin a war criminal in spite of all the awful attacks, the atrocities we've seen, where it appears so often that civilians are the targets. The White House's position, the U.S. position, has been that there is a series of international investigations that the U.S. is helping with right now that would formalize that declaration at any point after a criminal trial could take place. But clearly the president did want to answer this question. He was pressed by a reporter. The White House says that he was speaking his opinion. They do again point to those international investigations taking place right now. But Russia was unimpressed by his words. We heard from Vladimir Putin's personal spokesperson, Dmitry Peskov, a name that may be familiar to a lot of our viewers right now. Peskov said that the president's words calling Putin a war criminal were both unacceptable and unforgivable, and said that the president's comment would not be admissible in any sort of criminal pursuit. Aaron?
Yeah, and Peter, we just learned that President Biden will speak to China's President Xi. What do we know about the plan for that call?
Yeah, so that call, we have now learned, the White House has announced, is going to take place tomorrow on Friday. The leader of the United States speaking to his Chinese counterpart, President Xi. And this is significant for a variety of reasons, not the least of which is the recent reports that Moscow has asked Beijing to help provide it some supplies to help with its war effort in Ukraine. Chinese officials have said they have no awareness of that ask. But Jake Sullivan, the president's national security advisor, met with his Chinese counterpart within the last several days and warned China that there would be, quote, consequences if China was to help supply Russia in any form as part of this war effort that we're watching taking place right now in Ukraine. And beyond that, the U.S. has criticized China for helping spread false claims, as it describes them, that Ukraine has been using bio warfare labs in its own country to prepare for an attack on Russia. The U.S. has described that as a false flag operation, effectively a pretext, a false pretext, U.S. officials say, to try to prepare for the potential for a Russian chemical attack inside Ukraine, Aaron.
All right, Peter Alexander for us at the White House today. Peter, thank you.
The House committee investigating the Capitol riot is holding off on enforcing a subpoena for records from the RNC. Lawmakers were seeking information from a vendor that actually provides data for the Republican National Committee. Republicans, though, are challenging that subpoena in court, calling it a fishing expedition. Let's go ahead and bring in NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale right now. Ali, just first talk to us a little bit more about why the RNC is fighting this subpoena.
Well, Morgan, you laid out what the January 6th committee is trying to get, which is data and information from Salesforce, which is a contractor for the Republican National Committee dealing with data and other things like that. The RNC arguing that they don't want that information to be turned over, calling the subpoena broad and overreaching. Of course, the January 6th committee has a different take on that. In a statement, they said that, as I pull it up here, that they issued this subpoena to an email fundraising vendor, Salesforce, in order to help investigators understand the impact of false inflammatory messages in the weeks before January 6th, the flow of funds and whether contributions were actually directed to the purpose indicated. They go on to say that this action has absolutely nothing to do with getting the private information of voters or donors, because, of course, that's the argument that the RNC is making. They're saying that this exposes some of their sensitive strategies and the people who support their committee. The January 6th committee, though, by going down this road, what we're seeing is the multiple prongs to this investigation as they try to suss out not just what was happening in the White House with former President Donald Trump, not just what was going on in the conversations that former Vice President Mike Pence was having, and not just what was happening at the state level in these attempts to overturn the election results, but also what the different parts of the party apparatus were doing and the impact of what the big lie did for them. Morgan?
Speaking of that big lie, though, Ali, I mean, looking ahead, what's next in this timeline?
We always talk about how for the January 6th committee, this is supposed to be public hearing season. That has gotten pushed back in large part because of cases like this one. The RNC are not the only people who have sued in court to try to block the disclosure of information. And so what we're seeing is when things get to court, they get bogged down. The legal system is not necessarily known for its expeditiousness. And in this instance, speed is the key because the committee, as we have long talked about, is up against the clock for the midterms. If Democrats lose the majority, this committee committee goes away. And to that end, what we're seeing, Chairman Benny Thompson said this yesterday, we'll start seeing in May as his goal the start of public hearings, and that's going to be the committee's chance to set this narrative, even if they're still trying to get some of this information. But the key here, Morgan, is Thompson says he wants to finish depositions and a lot of the information gathering by April 1st, so just a few weeks from now.
A deadline to watch, and I know you'll be there. Ali Vitale for us there live from Capitol Hill. Ali, thank you.
Today, students from historically black colleges and universities and members of the Biden administration are speaking to lawmakers on Capitol Hill. In recent months, there's been a growing number of bomb threats targeting HBCUs. Congress now looking for ways that the federal government can offer more support to these schools. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen is joining us now. Ron, I know you've been monitoring that hearing today. What are some of the big takeaways here so far?
Well, so far, 36 of the nation's 101 HBCUs have received bomb threats. There have been as many as 59 threats at these schools and black churches as well. The FBI is saying numbers higher than we thought initially going into the hearing. This is considered hate crimes, domestic terrorism, and there was a lot of anger expressed about the fact that the FBI law enforcement has not arrested anyone yet for any of these threats. They've disrupted campuses. There have been lockdowns, sheltering in place orders. We were at Howard University a few weeks ago when there was a security warning that happened at 2 a.m. in the morning, which gives you an idea of how disruptive and how frankly terrifying this can be to students who are on campus trying to learn. A number of students testified, and they focused on the importance of HBCUs in the life of the nation. These schools have produced huge percentages of the nation's black professionals, engineers, doctors, lawyers, so forth. Here's some of what those students had to say about why this is such an important issue.
When you support historically black colleges and universities, what you're really supporting is the next generation of black lawyers, filmmakers, engineers, artists, doctors, and even politicians.
My university and HBCUs across the nation cultivate leaders and the change agents of tomorrow,
The FBI said during this hearing that they can't really talk about investigations that are ongoing, but they believe that there's one juvenile who was responsible for the majority of these bomb threats. They didn't identify this individual. They said that the others are copycats probably, and as many as 5 juveniles are responsible for those. But again, no word that an arrest is imminent or soon or anything like that. So these things remain unsolved. And there was a bomb threat just earlier this week at Morehouse in Atlanta. So it continues.
And Ron, I want to ask you, too, I know there was some news from the White House about grants for HBCUs. What can you tell us about that?
Yes. At the White House yesterday, Vice President Harris, a graduate herself of Howard University, announced that the federal government is going to make money available for security and for mental health services to the schools that have been impacted by these bomb threats. And that was the big ask, I think, from a lot of the folks who testified today, was more money, more support, more resources, more security, more law enforcement attention to this issue, because they see a historical problem here of bomb threats, violence directed at the black community during a period of time now since 2019 or so, when the number of hate crimes and threats against the African American community has been increasing. So there's a broader context for this and a demand for a focus on these schools and a stop to this this crime that's considered, again, hate crimes and a form of domestic terrorism. Aaron?
All right, Ron Allen for us today. Ron, thank you.
Sky-high prices at the pump really has some people going to the extreme and turning to crime. Authorities across the country are reporting an increase in gas thefts, in some cases thousands of dollars worth of fuel. Now, the staffers at some of those gas stations, well, they're fighting back. Here's NBC's Zinklea Semwa.
Gas thieves striking U.S. stations and drivers from Texas, California to Pennsylvania. In Long Beach, police say there's been a string of heists as the price of fuel continues to rise, leaving area stores on high alert.
No license plate number.
One gas station cashier shared video with NBC of white trucks he says were outfitted to steal gasoline. The trucks seemingly just topping up, but now accused by station staff of guzzling up thousands of dollars worth of fuel.
You see they have the tank in the back?
On Thursday, the cashier says accused drivers seen here quickly scattered once police arrived. Police say they arrested one suspect at the scene, but other stations haven't been so lucky. In Spring, Texas, one Chevron station says they lost $10,000 worth of fuel and only noticed when balancing their books.
It's not gonna come through the computer
unless we take the reading from inside, and nobody knows.
Cameras captured as many as 8 trucks alleged by the store owner to have stolen gasoline. The local police captain responding.
Especially given the cost of fuel and oil right now throughout the country, this is especially an egregious crime with individuals taking advantage of businesses like this.
Experts say inflation and Russia's invasion of Ukraine has caused gasoline prices to soar, up nearly 80 cents from a month ago. But it's not just stations. Individuals have been targeted too. One Pennsylvania woman who did not want her name or face shown for privacy found a hole drilled into her gas tank. Home video showing a person circling her vehicle.
My husband, when he came home, he looked at the camera and he's like, the guy has a drill in his hand. So yeah, and when he looked at the hole, it's a drill.
Gas theft is not only illegal, it's dangerous.
Yeah, it can be very dangerous for the people that are doing it, especially if it is a metal gas tank. If you get any sparks flying or anything like that around gas, you're going to have a fire.
But there are preventative steps one can take.
Obviously, ciphering gas is something that has been done for a long time. But the one way to prevent that is they do have, for more traditional gas caps, they make ones that you can put on their aftermarket that have a key and lock in it.
Temporary solutions to what experts hope will be a temporary problem.
And in regard to that California case, I spoke with police on Wednesday, and they tell me there are at least 2 other suspects and that the case is ongoing. That said, if you're a driver and not a station owner, law enforcement and mechanics say to try and buy a gas cap that can lock and also avoid keeping your car outside for extended periods of time. Back to you.
On the heels of the Federal Reserve raising interest rates, the agency is now saying half a dozen more rate hikes could be coming later this year. The Fed now walking a very fine line as it works to address spiraling inflation without stunting economic growth. NBC News Now anchor Allison Morris joins us now. She covers business and the economy for us. So, Allison, where are Americans going to start feeling the impacts of this rate hike first? And what can they do to get ready for it?
Well, look, you're already seeing it sort of indirectly, if you will, in mortgages, right? The 30-year fixed topping 4% for the first time since May of 2019. Now, mortgages are tied to the 10-year Treasury yield, but that's been going up ahead of this rate hike. So there it is, 4.16. We haven't seen that since May of 2019. So mortgages are going to start to creep up, and we expect them to go higher as rates go higher. Just remember, though, if you have a fixed rate mortgage already, this does not affect you. That rate is fixed, as the title goes. But if you have an ARM, an adjustable rate mortgage, you'll see that go up. If you're shopping for a mortgage, expect them to keep creeping higher into the 4s. Also, please keep an eye on your credit cards. Those notices that you may get in the mail or those emails that you tend to ignore, the APR, the annual percentage rate on your credit card, could definitely go up as a result of this. Some credit card companies are doing that anyway to pay for all those great perks and bonuses that you get with your cards now. But don't ignore those notices. A lot of them will say things like, hey, this rate is going to go up. If you don't do anything, it's just going to happen to you. So make sure you're aware, because if you carry a balance on a credit card, you're going to be paying more interest there as well.
You know, there's some experts that say the Fed is already behind on this point, and that 6 more rate hikes this year still might not be enough. Help us to understand why the Fed is choosing to move at the pace that it's moving.
Yeah, I mean, look, you want to be gradual about it, right? If we've got inflation here and a recession here, the Fed doesn't want to take a move that takes us from inflation all the way into an economic recession. That's certainly not a good move. But there absolutely have been people who said, maybe a quarter point isn't enough. The St. Louis Fed president voted yesterday for a ½ point hike. He thought that that would have been more appropriate. But given the situation in Ukraine, the Fed is just a little nervous about doing anything too dramatic. Their next meeting is the first week of May. We're looking at about 6 weeks from now. Look at what happens between now and then. The Fed will certainly be doing that. And perhaps in May, they could raise a ½ point if they think this quarter point didn't do enough. But they want to move things slowly along. So you'll get a quarter point, a ½ point here and there throughout the year, so as not to shock the system, if you will.
Very quickly, can you sort of put this into some context for us? I mean, how does this compare to how the Fed has handled inflation in the past?
Yeah, anyone who's lived through the 1980s will tell you don't panic. Back then, we had hyperinflation. I'm talking about inflation over 14%. And so the Fed did hyper hikes, if you will, to try to bring that down dramatically. The Fed started 1980 with a Fed funds rate around 14%. Its end goal was 19 to 20%. We're looking at an end goal this year of 1.9% after 6 hikes. So what we were dealing with in the 80s was 10 times higher, 10 times worse than what we've got on our hands right now. So do not panic. Rates are going up, but we're not looking at anything like that just yet.
All right, got it. Allison Morris for us. Allison, thank you.
Thanks, Aaron.
All right, so one of the nation's largest gatherings is back in full swing for the first time since the start of the pandemic. New York City and many other cities all across the country are gearing up for St. Patrick's Day celebrations. NBC News senior national correspondent Carrie Sanders is in Savannah, Georgia, where those festivities are well underway.
Modjin Y, that is Irish Gaelic for top of the morning to you, or top of the day to you. It's a special day, of course. We're in Savannah, Georgia. The folks have gathered for this parade. More than 100,000 people will be here, and this is the first time in 2 years because of course, the pandemic. But why Savannah, you might say to yourself, because this is the second largest St. Patty's Day parade in the country, next to New York. It's because about 200 years ago, the Irish were fleeing famine, and a lot of them came here, and 6 generations later, they're still here. It is a sight that would have made many green with envy during the height of the pandemic. St. Patrick's Day celebrations kicking off across the country. This morning, New York City is ready for the return of its Patty's Day parade, and Chicago's river has already been dyed that gorgeous green. Savannah, Georgia's Forsyth Park fountain has gone green too. People here have camped out for days to get that perfect position for a parade that hasn't run since 2019.
So we'll be out 2.5 days total.
It's all happening this same week COVID shut down most of the country back in 2020. The difference this time, cases in the U.S. are dropping and vaccines are widely available. Mayor Van Johnson, yes. Or should it be O. Johnson?
This time of the year, everybody's O everything.
Jokes aside, Savannah's mayor is aware the Patty's Day party is happening during a pandemic. How does it feel to finally be back? And we're not post-COVID, but we're getting there.
It's been a very difficult 2 years. We felt the consequences of COVID-19, but this city, this very strong, resilient city, helped us to be able to bounce back.
For some, this year's festivities will carry extra meaning. What should we be thinking about today on St. Patty's Day? Ireland's Consul General in her native Gaelic says, while today is about celebrating Irish culture, it should also remind us of the suffering in Ukraine. When mixed, the colors of Ukraine's yellow and blue flag make that iconic Irish green that will flood the streets and fill up pints as millions toast to St. Patrick.
It's time to get lit, and we're going to have a great time here. I'm excited.
Mayor, I love it. Excited. Time to get lit.
That's right.
My name is Kerry, named after the county in Ireland. I'm 50% Irish, but as they say, on St. Patty's Day, everybody is Irish.
One of the many devastating fallouts from the war in Ukraine is food insecurity.
Coming up, what's being done to help what the UN says has become a, quote, hurricane of hunger.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hold on to your seats. The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison. A strange story and a career of strange stories. All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hold on to your seats. The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison. A strange story and a career of strange stories. All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Making news right now, the Justice Department has reached a multi-million-dollar settlement in the 2018 Parkland school shooting. 17 people died and 17 others were hurt in the attack at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Florida. The $127 million total officially settles 40 cases filed by victims' families. The plaintiffs allege the FBI failed to follow up on tips about the gunman before the attack. NASA is set to debut its new Mega Moon rocket. That rocket and spacecraft will be rolled out this evening in a 4-mile trip to the launch pad. This is all part of the Artemis project, designed to be a stepping stone to putting humans on Mars. The first unmanned trip to the moon could happen as soon as late May. And Ye, formerly known as Kanye West, is banned from Instagram only for about 24 hours, though. The platform says he violated its hate speech and bullying policies. Kanye posted a photo of comedian Trevor Noah and captioned it with racial slurs. At the bottom of the hour now, the latest on the breaking developments in the war in Ukraine.
Rescue operations are underway in Mariupol after Russian forces bombed a theater that was sheltering civilians, and that includes children. Now, this attack comes after President Biden called Vladimir Putin a war criminal. President Biden will speak with Chinese President Xi Jinping tomorrow. The humanitarian crisis, meanwhile, is deepening by the hour. This as more and more Ukrainians are trying to escape this war. The United Nations warning of severe food shortages in an already devastated country. The UN Security Council is set to meet on this issue this afternoon. That's why we have an entire team of reporters covering every single angle of this story for us. Let's go ahead and begin with NBC's Kelly Kobiela, who is live for us in Warsaw, Poland. Kelly, I have to ask, what is happening once these Ukrainian refugees actually make it into Poland? I mean, are there enough resources there to keep them safe in Poland?
Well, I think aid agencies will tell you, and government officials will tell you as well, that resources are stretched very thin at this point. There are now a number of refugees from Ukraine in this country is now higher than the entire population of Poland, of Warsaw, the country's biggest city. 1.95 million refugees in this country. This is a country of 38 million. It's not a huge country. And like I said, Poland, a city of under 2 million, now has something like 300,000 refugees and climbing, because what happens is when people come into the country, into those border towns, they're quickly moved to bigger cities like Krakow, like Warsaw, and often beyond into other parts of Europe. But these big cities are having trouble coping with the numbers, and we've heard from the mayor of Warsaw over the past couple of days about how resources are stretched thin, even saw people sleeping in train stations for a couple of nights. That's now cleared a bit. They are now developing a system where people are moved on to reception centers. They're kept in shelters on cots, but still they're not sleeping in the cold. And then they try to match them with a host family. They try to get them transportation onto another country if they have friends or family in other countries. And what what we were hearing from people today when we were talking to them at this train station in Warsaw in the western part of the city was that many wanted to move on. They were traveling to Estonia, a 17-hour train ride away, to Germany, to Italy, to where they were had friends and family. But a lot of these people, again, Morgan, were very badly traumatized. One woman was just in tears when she was talking to us the entire time, telling us about her trip out, telling us about the state of her village, which is close to Kharkiv and close to the Russian border, worried about her husband and the rest of her son and the rest of her family. I mean, just really difficult stories, difficult situations that these people are going through. Morgan.
Just really unimaginable. Kelly Kobiea for us there live from Poland. Kelly, thank you.
Now, the growing humanitarian crisis is fueling a catastrophic hunger crisis. The UN chief describes it as a hurricane of hunger with severe food shortages on the horizon. With millions of Ukrainians on the move, many refugees don't know when, where, or what their next meal might be. NBC News correspondent Jacob Soboroff joining us now from Lviv, Ukraine, with more on one effort that's trying to change that reality. Hi, Jacob.
Aaron, hi. This is just a unbelievable travesty, what we're seeing play out before our eyes here in Ukraine. Earlier today, Richard Engel reported from a food warehouse in Kyiv that had been bombed by the Russians. It cannot be overstated how consequential those types of actions are. It's exactly why the World Food Program has warned of emergency levels of malnutrition and hunger here. And there are efforts underway. I'm at one right now in order to make sure that starvation does not happen. With Ukrainian civilians and critical infrastructure like hospitals, schools, and supply routes under Russian attack, some fear food storage could be next. In a normal report, I would tell you exactly where we are, but I can't because this food, all this food, in the middle of a war couldn't be a more valuable commodity. The whereabouts of these apples, potatoes, and cabbages are being protected by Nate Mook, the executive director of World Central Kitchen. Some of it ends up here, where we met Nate and his Ukrainian partner, Yulia Stefanyuk, at one of the largest shelters in Lviv.
For about 700 people currently, we bring lunch and dinner every day.
Man, it's not like. So what's in here?
These are hot meals being prepped out of our partner kitchen with Fest.
We brought the food into a makeshift cafeteria inside the Soviet-era university. You have such a big smile on your face in the middle of a war. What is it that's...
No, it's my power.
Your smile is your power. This is your way of fighting.
Yeah.
Some people have weapons.
My weapons is spoon and knife.
With their local partners, World Central Kitchens fed 1 million people since the start of the war in Ukraine, in 14 different cities, and is now feeding 100,000 meals a day in 5 countries in the region. Have you guys ever operated in a war zone before?
We haven't. We've operated in challenging places like Haiti and Venezuela, but of course this is a totally different environment. So this is one of the rooms where families are living. So there's 10 rooms like this around the university.
What was this room normally?
So this was a gymnasium.
By the time we made it back to the cafeteria, people were already eating. These 2 women are from hard-hit Irpin. What's it like to be here? You can say it's good, she told me. It's a little bit cold, but more or less it's fine. What about to have a meal like this, a hot meal? Of course we're so happy, she said. In our city, there's no gas, no water, nothing. People live in the basements. It's hard for you. Of course, she says. It's different, but we're here together.
You know, Jacob, World Central Kitchen has proven it knows how to meet such a critical, immediate need. But what does the organization see as its broader mission there in that part of Europe?
I think, Aaron, to make sure that nobody goes hungry, there are so many people transiting, in particular through this city right now. Lviv is a city of 700,000 people. There are 300,000, the Red Cross told me, who are here temporarily. They're called IDPs, internally displaced people. Last night, Chef Jose Andres actually called us on our cell phone unexpectedly, the man behind World Central Kitchen, and he told me he's been here twice. He's going to be back here a 3rd time, and both figuratively, and literally, they're working at building towards longer tables tables like this where you see them making literally 24/7 around-the-clock supply of sandwiches, of hot food, you name it, they're making it, but also bringing people together so that these types of travesties do not happen anywhere in the world. And this is something that is desperately needed right here in Ukraine.
All right, Jacob Soboroff for us today in Lviv, Ukraine. Jacob, thank you.
Meanwhile, the popular social media platforms like Facebook, Instagram, Slack are now banned in Russia. The Russian government crackdown is intensifying the country's isolation from the rest of the world, while more U.S. companies are now feeling the heat for continuing to operate inside Russia. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hillier joins us now with a look at how these American companies are really navigating this pretty murky social media space. Hi there, Vaughn.
Yeah, good afternoon, Morgan. It's a tricky balance here. There are some of these social media companies that have been outright banned inside of Russia, but then others who are choosing to separate and limit what Russians have available to them. What we do know is that there are consequences of Russia's social isolation. Russia's geopolitical separation from Europe and the rest of the West is increasingly becoming a social separation, too. The latest this week, Instagram, joining a host of social media networks now banned by the Russian government.
Facebook will be blocked in Russian.
Meta in a statement saying, millions of ordinary Russians will find themselves cut off from reliable information, silenced from speaking out. We will continue to do everything to restore our services.
Eliminating access to social media dramatically influences people's access to news, particularly the real-time news that people have begun to rely on, especially in a time of crisis.
Twitter now also forbidden, but both networks actively working to take down disinformation accounts operated from within Russia and Belarus as part of its propaganda warfare.
These are two separate but sort of in tandem anti-Ukrainian disinformation operations.
These social media platforms run by private companies, but whose operations are viewed as consequential and of concern to the White House.
I agree. I don't have anything to read out for you in terms of private conversations with Twitter or any other social platform, but I'm happy to check and see if there's more. Go ahead.
YouTube this weekend globally banishing Russia's two state-funded TV operations, RT and Sputnik, from being viewed.
What more obligations do American social media companies have who are operating in the region?
And what we need to do, I think, as the West, as the U.S. government, is make sure that doesn't cut off access to accurate information. But it's going to be a very tough road forward. And I think it's going to be very, very difficult for Western companies.
Then there is Chinese-owned TikTok, which has chosen to no longer allow Russians to post new content or live stream, including messages of dissent against Putin. TikTok citing Russia's new law banning user-generated content that Russia considers to be, quote, fake news about its military. Karen Kornblue is the former U.S. ambassador to the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development.
They want to make it as difficult as possible for these platforms to operate, even in that neutral way. So I think they'll find it hard to provide that window into the outside world. And they may find ways to do that, but I think the Russians are going to make it increasingly hard.
The decisions made by both Russia and American media companies creating undisputed, immediate impact, but their intended consequences playing out in real time.
To what extent is it possible to make an already socially connected society disconnected and socially isolated?
I expect that there are going to be dark web communiques that will facilitate how people really think. And those will serve as platforms for protest, platforms for messaging, platforms for rebellion if people choose to follow those.
Vaughn, this is interesting because we've sort of seen this before. I mean, the war in Ukraine comes 11 years after the Arab Spring, which was a moment where social media was really believed to be vital to the rise of calls for democracy. But now misinformation is sort of its own cottage industry. So how do these two moments sort of compare historically?
Right. I think 11, 12 years ago, we were just beginning to understand the true impact of user-generated content. And what we've seen over these last 11, 12 years is that groups that are looking to demonstrate, but even more so, governments, in this case Russia, are not naive to the power that user-generated content has. And if you can play a role in that space and you can promote some of these conspiracies or this misinformation that directly not only competes against that true user-generated content, but also traditional news, that becomes a powerful force. And that is where those questions hang in the balance for not only American social media companies, but also those overseas here in the middle of this war.
No, it's a great point. Ukraine. Vaughn Hilliard there for us. Vaughn, thank you.
Thanks.
Now, the war in Ukraine is changing perceptions of President Biden and his performance in office, especially among younger Americans. And new polling shows there is still a lot of anxiety about the country's overall direction. NBC LX political editor Noah Pransky has been digging into the latest polls for us. He joins us now. So, Noah, overall, where does the public stand on the president's handling of the Ukraine crisis?
Overall, Aaron, it's pretty lukewarm, but it is trending up for him, especially in those younger generations, Gen Z and millennials. Take a look at the latest numbers from YouGov and CBS News. It shows you can see he's about even with those younger generations, but voters over the age of 45, not nearly the same. His handling on Ukraine and Russia better in most people's minds than his handling of other economic issues.
So how do younger Americans rate Biden's handling of this crisis over time?
So big differences. Let's look a month ago. The young generations, millennials and Gen Z, were his lowest performing generations when it comes to popularity. Now 12 points higher just on this one issue. Look, it really shows that some of the frustrations that young people had with the president before on, unfulfilled campaign promises from climate to housing to civil justice, they've kind of taken a back seat now when there's more of a focus on international stability.
Yeah, I know you took a look at the broader picture, too, here. How do Americans feel about the future of this country in general?
Well, not great right now. But again, if there is a bright spot for the Biden administration, it's in those younger generations. Really, young millennials and Gen Zers, you look under the age of 30, he's got a 40% of that demographic saying the country is on the right track. You look at the next age group, older millennials and like exennials, not quite the same. And then you have a big drop off on older voters. So despite the frustrations of a lot of young voters with the centrist kind of Democratic president, they still are the most hopeful and most happy with the way things have been performing.
All right, Noah, and you taught me a new term, exennial. I'm going to have to look that up now. Try to keep up here. Noah Pransky from NBC LX. Thank you, Noah. And you can see more of his reporting at NBCLX.com. With a rumored run for the White House in 2024, former President Donald Trump makes a running mate revelation.
That's right. Still ahead, the decision behind Trump's reported mic drop. Stay with us.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this? Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
With his eye on another 4 years in the White House, former President Donald Trump is dropping hints about a potential running mate. In a new interview with the Washington Examiner, Trump suggests that Vice President Mike Pence may not actually be on his rumored 2024 ticket, saying he doesn't think the people would accept Pence. NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray joins us now from Washington with a look at what this all means for that 2024 election. Mark, we're in pretty uncharted waters here. I mean, a former one-term president eyeing re-election, but this time with a different running mate. So what's the reaction from the political world?
I think the reaction is this isn't all that surprising, and certainly the former president's reactions to his former vice president when it came to Donald Trump wanting Mike Pence to overturn the election results during the electoral count voting from Congress back in January of 2021, the hang Mike Pence chants that we ended up hearing, and of course their disagreement even after the fact where Mike Pence ended up saying that he had no constitutional role whatsoever in being able to overturn the Electoral College votes. And so this is a relationship that is really no longer there, Morgan. And it's all not that surprising a lot of times that when you used to have incumbent presidents that they would sometimes end up changing vice presidents. We saw Franklin Delano Roosevelt do that throughout his multiple terms in office.
And Mark, I mean, if Pence is off Trump's list of potential running mates, I mean, is there anyone else who's sort of moving to that front runner position?
Yeah, Morgan, it's important to know 2024 is a very long time away. We still don't know if the former president, Donald Trump, is going to run for president again in 2024. But some of the names that have been circled around include South Carolina Senator Tim Scott, as well as South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem if Donald Trump runs for the presidency and decides to have a woman. But I don't think that anyone is expecting Mike Pence. It would be somebody else if Donald Trump ends up running.
All right, NBC's Mark Murray live from Washington. Mark, as always, thank you.
Former President Trump is still clinging to the unproven claims that widespread voter fraud in Georgia cost him the White House. Now Georgia Republican lawmakers are pushing ahead with sweeping election reforms that could have the Georgia Bureau of Investigation stepping in. NBC News senior reporter Jane Tim joins us now. Jane, walk us through this House bill and how it could impact voters in particular.
Aaron, this new bill would give jurisdiction to the Georgia Bureau of Investigations to investigate voter fraud or election crimes. Now, the GBI, as it's called, typically helps local law enforcement on things like homicide investigations, major crimes. But this would ask them to keep investigating voter fraud. Of course, we know there's very few limited evidence of anything more than anecdotal voter fraud across the country. But nonetheless, this is the latest state that's trying to up their investigations and their voter fraud policing forces. Advocates are real worried that this could intimidate voters and just sort of over-criminalize something that doesn't require a criminal police force, if you will.
I want to stay on elections, but would like to shift from Georgia to New Mexico real quick if we can. The House Oversight Panel there launched an investigation into New Mexico's audit force. Talk to us about that. What exactly is that?
So in Otero County, New Mexico, which is just north of El Paso and the border of Texas, there's a county commissioners there has spent nearly $50,000 to do an audit, what they're calling an audit, a very Arizona-style partisan ballot review, looking into the 2020 election results. And that includes something called the New Mexico Audit Force, which is going door to door and asking voters about how they voted. Now, the House Oversight Committee is worried this could violate federal civil rights protections, as well as just be fueled by disinformation about voter fraud in the 2020 election. They're looking into that, including the company that is running this investigation. It's called Echo Mail, and it was also one of the subcontractors in the Maricopa County ballot review that we talked about so much last year. So they'll be looking into that for sure.
All right, we know you will be too. Jane Tim for us today. Jane, thank you. Actress and activist Angelina Jolie opens up about a cause she considers very personal.
Just after the break, her new push to protect women and children from abuse. Stay with us.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
President Biden making news tonight on several fronts.
We're answering the questions you want answered.
There's a lot to talk about this evening.
Let's start breaking all this down.
We begin with breaking news.
Now to an NBC News exclusive interview.
We'll get right to that breaking news, the desperate search and rescue.
Our team is live all across the path of destruction tonight.
Nearly 200 firefighters responded to the scene.
What you see on the tablet here is what we see in real life on the street.
You know I got your back, right? Keep going. 2022 midterms, the battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms.
We are talking elections. I'm in a battleground state.
Meet the Press Election Night special. It is a big night.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world.
Our NBC News crew heard explosions in the capital city of Kyiv.
People here are terrified.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facilities.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We begin with the pandemic today.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
Raise your hand if you have had enough of COVID.
A piece of space junk is on a collision course with the moon.
It does matter. It is significant. Why?
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. That Larry, you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
For the first time in 3 years, the Violence Against Women Act is back on the books, this time through 2027.
That's right. Activist and actress Angelina Jolie says it's a personal issue for her. NBC News senior national correspondent Kate Snow sat down with Jolie, as well as the head of the National Coalition Against Domestic Violence. Take a listen.
These are issues Angelina Jolie has been passionate about for a long time. As a special envoy for the United Nations Refugee Agency, she's paying close attention to what's happening to women and children fleeing Ukraine right now. But she's also deeply concerned about women and children in this country. And she told me this work is personal to her.
We know Angelina Jolie as an actor and an Oscar winner, but she's also a dedicated humanitarian, and on this day, one of the advocates at a White House celebration for the signing of the Violence Against Women Act.
It took time to change the culture, and you did it.
President Biden walked hand in hand with Ruth Glenn, who leads the National Coalition Against Domestic Violence.
This has been kind of an uphill battle.
Yes, absolutely.
I met up with Ruth and Angelina in Washington.
Angelina, you lobbied for the Violence Against Women Act to be reauthorized. You were all over Capitol Hill. This day has to feel big for you.
Well, we lobbied.
Yes, we did. Yes, we did.
For all of us and for all of those who've been doing it for a very, very long time, this is a long time coming.
What is the significance of this being signed into law?
Many, many survivors who have not had their needs addressed previously will now have their needs addressed. It fills the gaps for our Native American sisters and brothers, LGBTQI, the list goes on and on.
For the first time, there are also protections for women and children who allege abuse during custody disputes. For months, Angelina met with individual senators on Capitol Hill pushing that. At one press conference, getting emotional.
Most of all, I want to acknowledge the children who are terrified and suffering at this moment, and the many people for whom this legislation comes too late.
That provision is known as Caden's Law.
Played soccer right here.
Named after Kathy Sherlock's 7-year-old daughter, Caden was murdered by her own father following a custody dispute.
How many people did I have to beg for help? How many people did it take? And it didn't work.
She knew, and many of us know, what is not in place. And a lot of that is the training, the really basic training for judges.
Caden's Law provides federal incentives for states to prioritize the safety of children in court proceedings.
There is science behind the damage, the real medical damage that is done when there is abuse and post-traumatic stress disorder and trauma. And if it's not responded to by the authorities appropriately, how that grows worse and settles in that body.
Do you think, absent training, do you think sometimes law enforcement and judges in this country are too quick to dismiss allegations of real abuse?
I think this country doesn't recognize what a serious domestic violence and child abuse problem it really has. When somebody harms a child, if it's a stranger, the way the law looks at it, the way the law responds, is quite strong. When it's somebody within a family, within a home, it is responded to less. And if you can imagine for the child, in fact, that's in many ways worse.
Angelina also pushed for funding for technology to detect bruises on children of color. Researchers have found in the first 24 hours, evidence of abuse is harder to detect on dark skin than light skin.
Part of this came from being a mom. My children have different skin tones, and I've noticed over the years, just even with dermatology, that so much of it is based on white skin. It's personal, and I won't say very much, but if somebody comes in and assaults us, you look at me and you look at Ruth, you have a better chance of seeing bruises on me. So anybody with darker skin is going to have less chance at justice. And
it's an inequity.
Yes. It is absolutely biased. Absolutely. It's biased forensics.
Angelina, you said this is personal. In passing a moment ago, I don't know if you realized you said that, but you said it is personal.
Personal for a lot of people. Yeah. It should be personal. It is personal to everyone. Everyone who cares about family, everyone who cares about children.
Jolie's own split and custody battle with ex-husband Brad Pitt gave her experience with the family court system.
I think once you're exposed to this system, whoever you are, once you're exposed to it and you realize how unbelievably broken this system is, you have to do something to improve it.
Last year, we first reported on the family court system and custody disputes involving allegations of violence. Look, it's complicated, but one of the issues that we heard again and again is that some women don't feel they can report abuse because it might be seen as simply an effort to badmouth the other parent and gain custody. Some lawyers even tell women not to mention abuse. Family court judges are often inclined to preserve both parents' rights to be with their kids, and sometimes that means that parents who were abusive still have access to their children. That is what Caden's Law is trying to fix. Back to you.
Breaking on NBC News Now, the horrors of war. Dramatic new images of the devastation in Ukraine and how Russian forces are escalating their attacks with civilians in the line of fire.
The new surge. COVID cases may be down in America, but the pandemic is not over. Where cases are spiking yet again and why some health experts fear the U.S. could be next.
Out of jail just days after he was sentenced for his hate crime hoax, Jussie Smollett is a free man. Why a judge let him out, at least for now.
And fair share? Netflix knows you're giving your password to your friends and family. How it's taking action to make those of us doing that pay up. And good Thursday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Morgan Radford. Thank you so much for joining us. We begin this hour with the dire situation in southern Ukrainian city of Mariupol appearing to get even worse. A Russian airstrike hit a theater sheltering women and children there. Rescue operations are now underway, and a member of Ukraine's parliament, originally from Mariupol, tells NBC News the bomb shelter was below the structure and it did withstand the attack.
In Kyiv, another apartment building was badly damaged in an airstrike. Debris from a broken missile hit the top floors of that building. At least one person died. We're also learning a food storage facility in Kyiv, one of the largest in Ukraine, has been destroyed. Despite the escalation, a landmark diplomatic effort is scheduled for tomorrow. President Biden is set to speak with Chinese President Xi Jinping about the crisis.
NBC News is covering all of these breaking developments for you. So let's start our coverage in Ukraine with NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez. Gabe, give us a sense first off of the situation in Lviv specifically right now.
Morgan, good afternoon. So yes, as you mentioned, here in Lviv, there have been refugees streaming into this part of the country. You had mentioned earlier some of the airstrikes that were happening in the east and southern parts of Ukraine, as well as surrounding the capital, Kyiv. So shelling is driving refugees from those parts of Ukraine to the western part. And as you can see behind me, there are a number of refugees here at this church, a makeshift shelter that are preparing to spend yet another night being cared for by volunteers. And this is something that we have seen over the last few days, Morgan. The train station here overwhelmed by refugees that are heading to other parts of Europe, Poland, Hungary, and beyond. More than 3 million refugees have fled from Ukraine so far, according to the UN, about half of them children. Here at this church specifically, there are more than 40 people that are expected to spend the night here. The pastor has just told us, though, that many church members are taking these refugees home with them, giving them a place to sleep for the night while they decide where their next move will be. And we have heard several dramatic stories of people here, of parents that are trying to decide where to take their kids next. And also one man in particular who had not heard from his wife and 3 young children for several days. Thankfully, he got the news this morning that he was able to reach them, and they're now in Poland. Still, desperate situation here for so many refugees, Morgan.
I want to go ahead and bring in NBC News correspondent Josh Lederman, who joins us from Brussels today. Josh, I know that U.S. officials continue to show support for NATO's easternmost nations, but what is the message from Defense Secretary Austin today?
Well, Morgan, despite that emotional plea from President Zelensky to U.S. Congress yesterday for a no-fly zone over Ukraine, Secretary Austin, during his very brief visit today to Bratislava, doubled down on U.S. opposition to creating a no-fly zone, saying President Biden has been clear we are not going to get into a direct military conflict with Russia. He also put the kibosh on an idea that a lot of lawmakers have been proposing, which is for sort of a halfway no-fly zone, maybe a humanitarian or partial no-fly zone over some of those corridors where they're trying to bring in supplies and medicine and food and bring out civilians. Secretary Austin saying there's no such thing as a no-fly zone light. But actually, the biggest news today came from the defense secretary of Slovakia in the news conference when he was talking about this issue of not going to do a no-fly zone. Can we at least give more missile and air defense to the Ukrainians? That has been a big topic of conversation because there are 3 NATO countries that have the S-300 former Soviet anti-missile systems that the Ukrainians want. The Greeks, the Bulgarians, and the Slovakians. And the Slovakian defense minister was asked whether he would consider giving some of those to the Ukrainians. Take a look at what he said.
We're willing to do so immediately when we have a proper replacement. The only strategic air defense system that we have in Slovakia is S-300 system. So what would happen immediately when we decide to give it to Ukrainians is that we actually create a gap, a security gap in NATO. Should there be a situation that we have a proper replacement or that we have a capability guaranteed for a certain period of time, then we would be willing to discuss the future of S-300 system.
Interestingly, he also brought up MiG jets, those jets that the U.S. prevented essentially a deal where Poland would give them to the Ukrainians through the U.S. The Slovakian defense minister saying, we've got MiG jets and we've actually made a decision not to use them anymore, which seemed to open the door potentially to Slovakia providing those to the Ukrainians. But he made the point that they are waiting for their own stock of aircraft to be replenished by F-16s from the United States that they're expecting to get in the next few years. So you see how these NATO allies, they want to help Ukraine, but they don't want to hand over their own critical defense equipment unless they are going to get replacements quickly from the U.S., Morgan.
All right, NBC's Gabe Gutierrez and Josh Letterman for us there. Gentlemen, thank you both.
Let's bring in Garrett Haake now. He's at his post on Capitol Hill for us today. Garrett, how are the senators and the congressmen we saw yesterday reacting to that address from President Zelensky?
Aaron, they were moved by it. The address, the video, Zelensky's clothes in English, I think all left lawmakers feeling a little shaken when they came out of the theater yesterday after listening to his message. And they were ready to try to find some ways to offer him at least some of the things he told them he needed. And we've heard that from lawmakers on both sides of the aisle, continuing even today. Take a listen.
The fact is what he wants is a result. And what's a result that says, we have to, if you are not going to give us air cover with your own personnel, we need air cover or we need equipment to effect air cover so that we can take out whatever the Russians are putting forth.
There were all sorts of particular ways where the administration yesterday said a lot of the right things, but just because the pen was in President Biden's hand yesterday doesn't mean the weapons are in Zelensky's hands today. At every point, we're too slow.
So we heard a lot of that, what you heard from Ben Sasse there, the idea that the administration is starting to take the right steps, those anti-air systems, those S-300s that Josh was just talking about. If Congress can find a way to help facilitate those transfers, they want to be a part of that. That may involve moving up American weapon systems, giving them to those other allies. They want to be in this fight. They want to do everything they can to back up Zelensky, and they're really just trying to figure out what is the best role for them to most effectuate defending Ukraine's skies, Aaron.
All right, Garrett Haake for us on the Hill today. Garrett, thank you.
A dire COVID warning from the World Health Organization. They say the case surge happening now in China and Europe is the tip of the iceberg. Cases have risen dramatically in Europe in just the past few days. In fact, according to the New York Times, there are 95 cases there for every 100,000 people. By comparison, the U.S. is at 10 cases per 100,000 people. The surge is coming during a pretty critical change at the White House. The Biden administration announcing his national COVID coordinator is stepping down and set to be replaced by a familiar face, Dr. Ashish Jha, who's the dean of Brown University School of Public Health and one of the leading experts on the pandemic. You may even recognize him from his many appearances here on this show. That said, we've got a lot of COVID news to get to this hour, so let's go ahead and begin with NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander. Peter, it's great to see you this afternoon. First, just talk to us a little bit about the change in this White House leadership. I mean, why now and why Dr. Jha?
Well, Dr. Jha is obviously been a calming presence on this network and across the board on many channels, frankly, in the course of the last several months. And the administration noticed that. So Jeff Zients will be leaving. His expertise, obviously, as a management consultant, as an entrepreneur as well, was helping sort of facilitate those vaccines, getting out the distribution and the implementation of that plan. 213 million Americans now fully vaccinated right now. But notably, this switchover that's going to be taking place over the course of the next month, likely to begin in April, we're told by the White House, sort of indicates a new change in phase right now, where Dr. Jha will be focusing on helping Americans cope with COVID, specifically looking to help get back to more normal lifestyles across this country right now as the mask recommendations have been rolled back across the country. And beyond that, as you've witnessed, Americans are sort of returning to their workplaces at schools and offices right now. That'll be Dr. Jha's priorities, to keep an eye on those future variants and potential future waves as well.
All right, Peter Alexander joining us live from the White House. Peter, thank you.
In China, tens of millions of people are under lockdown right now. That country dealing with its worst COVID outbreak since the start of the pandemic. NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Frere is in Beijing with the extraordinary measures that are now being taken.
A surge in stealth Omicron cases is triggering lockdowns, travel bans, and mass testing in scenes that take us back to the early days of the pandemic here. In Shenzhen, the tech hub, there's a partial lockdown for 17 million people, though the Foxconn production lines, the people that make a lot of stuff for Apple, they've been allowed to start up again only because they've promised to introduce the sort of closed-loop bubble measures that we saw at the Olympics. In Shanghai, the city is on edge with flights being diverted and schools closed down. And up in the north, the entire province of Jilin has been locked down. 24 million people aren't allowed to leave the province or even travel between cities. But the situation is most serious in Hong Kong, where there are tens of thousands of cases each day, and that's a lot because the population is only 7.5 million people. It's targeting the elderly. 80% of people in nursing homes have been infected, and only 15% of that age group is vaccinated. So while Omicron is seen as a milder variant, it isn't in a population that has little to no immunity. Why the vaccine hesitancy? People say it's because there was mixed messaging, hype around side effects, and a belief in more traditional methods. The concern here in mainland China is that the vaccination rate in that age group isn't much better, and there are 15 million people in that age group alone. So the zero COVID strategy and the restrictions will stay in place for at least the next few weeks until authorities believe the outbreak is under control.
3 Republican senators are now demanding an investigation into a New Jersey nursing home. It's become notorious for conditions that many are calling inhumane. NBC News investigative reporter Laura Strickler has been following this story from the beginning for us. Laura, why are senators from other states asking the Justice Department to look into this nursing home in New Jersey?
Well, that's a great question. I think that tells you how egregious this alleged behavior has been. One way to look at this is that 70% of all funding for nursing homes comes from federal taxpayers like you and me. So when those nursing homes are found to be allegedly neglectful or abusive, then taxpayers are in fact financing those activities. So Senator Grassley and 2 other senators are asking, why hasn't the federal government cut off the funding? And the federal government at this point is saying that they're going to hold off, wait and see if conditions improve, and then make a decision on that in August. The senators are asking for a response from the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services by the end of the month.
Laura, have you been able to get a handle on the current situation inside that nursing home and why it's still open?
Yeah, so there were these horrific reports in February where inspectors said that CPR was not performed, life-saving medicines were not given to COVID patients. So the state of New Jersey paused new admissions, and they've appointed a monitor to conduct a top-to-bottom review of the facility. I've also heard that they're urgently trying to hire more staff, which, as you know, has been a problem throughout the pandemic. So far, the state has not pulled the license. The federal government, as we said, has not canceled the contract. And so we're going to wait and see, basically if conditions improve and to see what steps regulators might take here.
All right, Laura Strickler for us today. Laura, thank you.
Thank you.
Jussie Smollett out of jail today after a judge ordered his release. The court set him free on bond pending his appeal, and Smollett was sentenced to 150 days in jail and probation after being convicted of falsely reporting to police that he was the victim of a racist and homophobic attack. The former Empire star claimed 2 men assaulted him, threw a chemical in his face, and wrapped a noose around his neck. A jury found Smollett actually paid the men to stage that attack. Joining us now, we have NBC News correspondent Megan Fitzgerald and NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos. Megan, I'd like to start with you. Look, have we heard from Smollett or his legal team about this release?
So yesterday, Morgan, we saw Smollett as he walked out of jail, headed straight into an SUV that was waiting for him. He didn't have anything to say, but his attorneys, they had a lot to say. They talked a lot about how they were pleased with the latest court's decision to release their client. And then they talked about their frustration and their anger over what they said was the fact that their client was punished twice for a crime that he didn't commit, they said. And what they're referring to is, you'll remember when he was originally charged, he took a deal whereby he didn't have to say he was guilty or not guilty. He paid a $10,000 fine. He did some community service. Those charges went away until, of course, that special prosecutor was brought in, a grand jury was convened, and then that reignited this entire case. So his attorneys last night not holding back. I actually want to play a little bit of what they had to say for you. Take a listen.
I think we're here because the appellate court realized this was the right thing to do. I hope everyone realizes that the persecution that went on in that courthouse was absurd and that the sentence was a draconian sentence. It was excessive.
Now, remember, this is just him being free on bond pending the appeal of that conviction, Morgan.
Danny, I want to go back to what Megan just said to make it really clear for our viewers. Look, Smollett was arrested and indicted first back in 2019, but charges were dropped after he made a deal with prosecutors. Then a different special prosecutor indicted him in 2020, leading to that conviction. Smollett's attorney, as Megan just mentioned, is basically saying that he was punished twice. So that, of course, is unconstitutional. Does he have a point here?
He might. It's an interesting double jeopardy argument. It's not as clear as his attorneys make it out to be. It's not as if he was charged and tried and then charged and tried again. What you might see is that this ends up being similar to the Bill Cosby dismissal by the Pennsylvania Supreme Court, in which it wasn't a prior trial, but essentially a prior promise, supposedly, to not prosecute in exchange for community service or whatever. And is it possible then that jeopardy attached as a result? Of course, the government's going to argue, no way, this is not the same as a trial. Whatever deal he entered into with the local prosecutor did not prevent the independent prosecutor from coming in and prosecuting.
All right, Megan Fitzgerald and Danny Swallows there for us. Thank you both.
New video has emerged of a man who died in police custody in California. Officers were trying to draw his blood after a DUI stop. That man repeatedly shouted, "I can't breathe," while he was pinned on his stomach. Here's NBC News Now correspondent Priscilla Thompson.
Well, the family of Edward Bronstein is calling for criminal charges against the officers who arrested him. Video released on Tuesday shows the moments leading up to the fatal encounter, and a warning that footage is disturbing. Disturbing video showing the final moments of life for a man who died in police custody.
Please help! I can't breathe!
The victim's family blaming police for 38-year-old Edward Bronstein's death, now suing the officers involved, claiming they ignored his cries for help and didn't render aid quickly.
I hope they pay for what they did, and I want justice.
Bronstein was stopped by California Highway Patrol in March of 2020 for allegedly driving under the influence. Video released this week by court order appears to show officers attempting to get a blood sample.
You can just provide it and still say you don't consent. That's fine.
Nearly a minute into the exchange,
this is your last opportunity. Otherwise, you're going face down on the mat.
Officers appear to continue coaxing Bronstein.
Okay? You can't do it.
Then this.
Do it willingly, I told you. Please don't. Okay. I'll do it willingly. I'll do it willingly. I'll do it willingly.
Several officers appear to restrain Bronstein in order to take the sample. Bronstein can be heard screaming throughout the ordeal, at one point declaring,
"I can't breathe! I can't breathe! I can't breathe!"
Just stop yelling!
Within seconds, no more screams. Now, the lawsuit and the attorney for Bronstein's family seizing on how officers responded to those cries.
He says, "I can't breathe." 12 times is what I counted. 12 times he says, "I can't breathe." Not one officer took the action to pull the others off of him, pull him to his side, do something to give him air.
After about a minute and a half of silence, someone appears to check Bronstein's pulse as the blood draw continues. 30 seconds later, that person begins tapping Bronstein's cheek, something seen multiple times throughout the more than 17-minute video.
Edward.
Wake him up.
The blood drawing appears to continue until about 4 minutes later when police roll Bronstein over.
Lift his head up. Get his airway open.
An autopsy found Bronstein died of a meth overdose while restrained by police.
Edward. Where is CPR? Where is first aid?
His screams, his face, them slapping him around,
it will live in my head forever.
Bronstein's family is now suing the California Highway Patrol and the officers involved, alleging negligence, wrongful death, assault, and battery, among other claims.
I want them put away so they will never hurt nobody again.
It's unclear whether the officers involved are being investigated in connection to Bronstein's death. California Highway Patrol declined to comment on the case, citing pending litigation. The family is also calling on the Los Angeles County District Attorney to file criminal charges against the officers. The DA's office tells NBC News the matter remains under review.
I wish my dad was here every day, and there's nothing that will take that away.
And we reached out to the California Highway Patrol about their specific protocols concerning handling someone who may be under the influence of a substance, and also any rules for rendering aid. They did not respond to NBC's questions.
And New York City is taking a major step in the fight against gun violence. The NYPD launched its new anti-crime units this week. They're tasked with taking guns off the streets by patrolling neighborhoods where the vast majority of violent crimes happen. The police commissioner says these teams are designed to connect closely with the people who live and work in these communities. Now, the officers in these units are trained specifically in techniques to avoid direct contact, things like minimal force techniques, de-escalation, and constitutional policing. New York City has tried anti-crime units before, and some say they were not successful. Skeptics fear a potential rise in police brutality, specifically toward people of color. Our partner, Telemundo New York, spoke with a retired NYPD detective who is confident the units will work this time if they're used the right way.
I know as a police officer, as a detective, as an undercover myself, I know it works. I know it works. It's a good unit when used properly and kept in check, meaning having the right supervisors to make sure that these police officers aren't abusing their authority, that they're readily identifiable. And I see that they're using some kind, they're not completely plainclothes, meaning they just can't wear whatever they want. They're wearing some kind of a modified uniform. They got the body cams. And I think that's important. It's a good step in the right direction.
Now, each team has 5 officers commanded by a sergeant. Officers are clearly identified as members of the NYPD, and their undercover cars will all be equipped with dash cameras.
On the money this hour, soaring inflation is taking a bigger bite out of your paycheck than you may have even thought initially. While wages are on the rise, the prices you're paying for goods and services, well, those prices are rising even faster. CNBC Global Markets reporter Seema Modi joins us now. Seema, thanks for being here. Can you just give us some specifics? What exactly is costing us more?
Yeah, Morgan, it's a great point because inflation remains a huge problem across this nation. If you look at the cost of food, the cost of travel, airline tickets are up about 26% versus the same time a year ago. The average rate at a hotel right now up 40% compared to this time last year. The timing is unfortunate because it comes as Americans want to get back out there as COVID cases decline for now. And yes, wages are ticking up, but it's not rising hand in hand with inflation, which means Americans are still feeling the sticker shock at the gas pump and at the grocery store. So the question now is how long it will take to see consumers pull back in a real way. We did see that survey from Credit Karma, which shows that 66% of the U.S. population say their wages right now cannot make up for the rise in the cost of food and other inflationary goods, guys.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of people talk about even how that's affecting their voting habits as we enter this midterm year. But are we seeing a shift in buying habits in response to the inflation we're talking about?
Yeah, Morgan, I spoke to a number of economists, and back to travel, it happens to be my beat. You know, we're already starting to see Americans prioritize trips closer to home. Other ways to look at this is whether Americans start to pull back on buying big ticket items, whether it's cars or even housing. We know the housing market has been on fire since the onset of the pandemic. If we start to see buyers take a breather due in part to higher prices and also interest rates, which are now on the rise, that will be a very telling sign as to how higher costs are impacting Americans. And of course, that could potentially be a huge political problem for this administration.
Seema Modi there from CNBC. Thank you so much, Seema.
Into account. As President Biden described, this new security assistance package includes 800 anti-aircraft systems to stop attacking planes and helicopters before they destroy more of Ukraine, 9,000 anti-armor systems, to destroy tanks and armored vehicles, 7,000 small arms, including machine guns and grenade launchers, and 20 million rounds of ammunition. We're also helping Ukraine acquire longer-range anti-aircraft systems and munitions at President Zelensky's request. And I've been in almost daily contact with Foreign Minister Kuleba, coordinating to respond swiftly to Ukraine's most urgent needs. Our allies and partners continue to step up with their own significant shipments of security assistance. I've authorized more than a dozen countries to provide U.S. origin equipment, and dozens more around the world have provided security assistance of their own. I'd also note that in addition to assistance from the Department of Defense, we're sending support from other agencies, including $10 million worth of armored vehicles from our own diplomatic security service. And yesterday, I announced another $186 million in humanitarian assistance to help the more than 3 million refugees who fled Ukraine in the past 3 weeks, the fastest growing refugee crisis in Europe since World War II, as well as internally displaced people still in Ukraine. This brings our total humanitarian aid since last month to $293 million. And of the more than $13 billion for Ukraine that Congress is putting forward, more than $4 billion of that will go to humanitarian assistance. Ukraine's neighbors in Europe are generously welcoming, supporting refugees. The United States will do our part to help those governments and the humanitarian organizations on the ground meet this tremendous need. All the steps that we and our allies and partners are taking are aimed at one goal: to end the war. The support we're providing Ukraine, as well as our financial and economic measures against Moscow, will strengthen Ukraine's hand at the diplomatic table. And we commend Ukraine for staying at that table and continuing to pursue diplomacy while the Kremlin's brutal aggression continues. We'll support Ukraine's diplomatic efforts however we can. We continue to call on all nations, especially those with direct influence with Russia, to use whatever leverage they have to compel Moscow to end this war of choice. We believe China in particular has a responsibility to use its influence with President Putin and to defend the international rules and principles that it professes to support. Instead, it appears that China is moving in the opposite direction by refusing to condemn this aggression while seeking to portray itself as a neutral arbiter. And we're concerned that they're considering directly assisting Russia with military equipment to use in Ukraine. President Biden will be speaking to President Xi tomorrow and will make clear that China will bear responsibility for any actions it takes to support Russia's aggression, and we will not hesitate to impose costs. Let me close by saying that President Zelensky's message to Congress and to the American people yesterday was incredibly powerful. He's asked for more help, which we are providing and will continue to provide. And he said that the people of Ukraine want the same things for themselves that we want for ourselves: democracy, independence, freedom. No one who's watched the events of the past 3 weeks could ever doubt the depth of Ukraine's commitment to these ideals. We'll continue to stand with Ukraine as it fights for its future. We'll continue to increase the costs on Russia until it ends this war of choice. And we'll continue to provide life-saving aid to the Ukrainian people as they endure the brutal consequences of Russia's aggression. With that, happy to take some questions.
Paul. So what do you think about the talks between Ukraine and Russia? Are they making any progress? President Zelensky seems to suggest there are things they are talking about.
So we're in close contact, as I said, with Ukraine's leaders, including, in my case, Foreign Minister Kuleba. We're in close contact with other countries that have, in one way or another, been engaging on diplomacy. And to date, I have to say, on the one hand, we commend Ukraine for being at the table despite being under bombardment every minute of the day. At the same time, I have not seen any meaningful efforts by Russia to bring this war that it's perpetrating to a conclusion through diplomacy. We support Ukraine's efforts to try to de-escalate through diplomacy, to reach a ceasefire, and of course the withdrawal of Russian forces. We appreciate the efforts of other countries, including France, Germany, Israel, Turkey, and others. But again, from where I sit, diplomacy requires both sides engaging in good faith to de-escalate, and I don't see signs right now that Putin is prepared to stop. On the contrary, if you listen to, just for example, his most recent remarks yesterday, that suggests that he is moving in the opposite direction. But never mind the words, what we're really focused on is actions. And the actions that we're seeing Russia take every single day, virtually every minute of every day, are in total contrast to any serious diplomatic effort to end the war. So we're looking to see Russia take meaningful actions to de-escalate, to stop the violence that is perpetrating on Ukraine, and to engage in good faith talks. We will support any effort that Ukraine makes to do that. We're certainly doing everything we can to back them, but also to make sure that they have the strongest possible hand if there are any real negotiations and if diplomacy does advance. Hence the support that we're giving to Ukraine, as well as the pressure that we continue to put and even increase on Russia.
Thank you, Secretary. There is, this department is confirming that an American has died in Ukraine today. So I'm wondering if you can share any more with us about the circumstances, about who that person is, and if there will be specific consequences for Russia because an American died. And then second, earlier this week, you said on CNN that one way or another, Ukraine will be there, and at some point, Putin won't. But we're watching every day, Ukrainians are getting killed, their cities are being demolished. So how can you be so confident to say something like that? And are you suggesting that Putin should be removed as the leader of Russia? Thank you.
Kali, first with regard to the American citizen, I can confirm that an American citizen was killed. I don't have any more details for you than that, but I can confirm that. Second, it is, I think, not only clear to me, but clear to the world that an independent Ukraine will be there long after Vladimir Putin. And it's also clear that this could horrifically go on for some time. But when all is said and done, an independent Ukraine will be there, and at some point Vladimir Putin will not. The real question is how much death and destruction is going to occur in the meantime. And we're doing everything we can to bring this war perpetrated by Russia to the quickest possible end. That's where the support for Ukraine comes in. That's where the pressure on Russia comes in. That's where the work, the coordination that we're doing with countries around the world comes in. But I think the world has seen this. The world has seen the absolute determination of the Ukrainian people to hold on to their country, to hold on to their future, to hold on to their freedom. And there is nothing that Vladimir Putin can do to subjugate that to his will. But as I said, this could go on for some time, and we're going to continue to work to bring it to an end as quickly as we can.
And should Putin
Kylie, we're
remain the
trying to
leader
move
of
around.
Russia?
Connor?
Mr. Secretary, you described what you called Russia's terror tactics. Is the State Department considering designating Russia a state sponsor of terrorism? And then second, everything that you described, the words that the president has used in recent days, war criminal, murderous dictator, pure thug, do you think that there can ever be normal relations between the United States and Russia so long as Vladimir Putin is in power?
So our focus first and foremost is on doing everything we can to help bring this war to a quick end, to stop the suffering of the Ukrainian people. That's the result of Russia's aggression on Ukraine. That's our focus. As we're doing that, and as I said earlier, we're also looking very carefully at what is happening, what is being done, and in particular looking at the question of whether war crimes are being committed. And among other things, the intentional targeting of civilians would constitute a war crime. You heard President Biden speak to this yesterday. You heard what I said a few minutes ago. So we are documenting. We welcome the efforts of various groups, institutions, organizations that focus on this to bring all of the evidence together, to continue to document things, and then for there to be accountability one way or the other. In terms of other designations based on actions that Russia is taking, we are and we will look at everything.
Yulia Yarmolenko.
On the second question, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, but remind me.
Just as long as Putin is in power, can there be normal relations between Russia and the United States?
Again, our focus is on ending this war. I don't want to speculate about the future, but there's going to have to be, one way or another, accountability for this war of aggression.
Yulia Yarmolenko, VOA Ukrainian.
So, on possible negotiations between Ukraine and Russia, if Russia agrees to stop attacks and withdraw its forces from Ukraine, are there any security formats that will guarantee that Russia would not renew its aggression against Ukraine? If it's not membership in NATO for Ukraine, then what? And another question, President Biden said that U.S. will accept Ukrainian refugees with open arms. And so far, there is no official visa or other program for Ukrainians who are fleeing war or who want to come to the United States or reunite with their families. Is the Department of State working on some special expedited program for Ukrainian refugees? And if yes, when it might be launched?
Right. Thank you. First, on the diplomacy, look, I'm not going to speculate on the substance of any negotiations, where that might go. As I said, we fully and strongly support whatever the government of Ukraine, the democratically elected government of Ukraine, does. We very much welcome sentiments that we've heard expressed for trying to bring this to a diplomatic end as quickly as possible. I think in the first instance, what Ukraine needs is de-escalation. It needs Russian forces out of Ukraine. It needs to have basic freedom and independence returned. But I leave it to Ukrainian partners to work on advancing the diplomacy if they believe that can be productive. We will look at whatever we can do to support that. And if there are issues that wind up being negotiated that require in some fashion our participation, of course, we'll look at that and see where we can be helpful. We want to be able, in the first instance, to do what we're doing, which is to support the government of Ukraine, the Ukrainian people, along with putting pressure on Russia. If diplomacy finally carries the day, and there are things that we can do to support that diplomacy and to support any outcomes that restore Ukraine's independence, we will, of course, look at that, and I'm sure do that. With regard to refugees, a couple of things. First, as I said, this is the largest refugee crisis in Europe since World War II. The numbers are staggering. And of course, what gets lost sometimes behind these numbers are the real lives that are at stake and that are being changed, maybe not forever, but are being changed in profound ways. I saw some of that firsthand when I was on the border between Poland and Ukraine with a number of you just a couple of weeks ago, talking to people who had made the journey across the border looking for safety in the face of this Russian onslaught. And in many cases, most cases, women and children, the men staying behind to fight. And we see the impact, of course, in Ukraine. We see the impact on neighboring countries, Poland, Moldova, Romania, others, that are taking in very large numbers of refugees. The generosity, I think, is extraordinary. But the numbers are growing. The challenge is growing. I was on a call, a video conference this morning with our G7 partners. And this is one of the things that we talked about, having a coordinated approach to dealing with and helping refugees coming over. The United States is already and will remain the largest provider of humanitarian assistance to Ukraine. Part of the package that is in the supplemental includes about $4 billion in humanitarian assistance. And that will go both directly to Ukraine. It will also go to neighboring countries and others, and Ukrainians outside of Ukraine to support them. Second, we are working closely with UNHCR to see how we can support this effort. Finally, we're looking at things that we can do ourselves and do directly. For example, looking at steps we may be able to take on family reunification and other things that we can do to be supportive and to really take part in this effort. Last thing I'll say is this. And of course, there is the refugee referral process, but that takes time. But if people apply for refugee status and seek to come to the United States, of course, we will take referrals. But we're looking at steps that we can take in the near term. Last thing is this. I think what we're seeing, at least initially, is that so many people coming out of Ukraine understandably want to stay close to home. We hope, that they'll be able to return home as soon as possible. They also want to stay close to home because, as I said, in many cases, it's women and children who have left behind spouses, husbands, fathers, brothers, and they want to be reunited as quickly as possible. So they want to stay as close as possible. But as this, and if this goes on, as the numbers increase, as the burden increases for European partners, we will certainly do everything we can to help. So I suspect we'll have more to say on this in the coming days. It's something we're very focused on right now.
Time for one final quick question from Andrea.
Mr. Secretary, you outlined, recounted a litany of horrific attacks on civilians. You've said you agree with the president's comment that they are war crimes, as the UN ambassador said last week. I know there has to be an investigation, but where will the accountability be? What should happen to Vladimir Putin if he is found guilty, since he is the state? What should happen to this leader? Tell the world.
So, Andrea, a few things. First, we're all seeing what, and you're showing powerfully on television, these devastating images coming out of Ukraine. And we are seeing the destruction of so much of the country by Russian bombs and artillery. We're seeing civilian sites being devastated. We're seeing people being killed. Hundreds, thousands of people, civilians. And yes, as I said, again, as the president said yesterday, in his opinion, war crimes are being committed. I agree with that. After all the destruction that we've seen, it's really hard to conclude otherwise. But what we're doing is this, and I'll come to your question. We are, in the first instance, supporting the very important work that's being done, the evidentiary process, to bring the evidence together, to document what's happened, to support and to work with human rights activists, with civil society, with independent media, as well as with the appropriate organizations and institutions that look into this. So we need to go through this process of compiling the evidence, collecting the evidence, understanding the evidence. We'll share that, and our allies and partners, I'm sure, will do the same with all of the investigations that are ongoing to support accountability using every tool that we have available. I'm not going to get ahead of, first of all, what the outcome will be or what the consequences will be, but I can say with conviction that there will be accountability for any war crimes that are determined to have occurred.
Aleppo in Bosnia, he does it repeatedly. He's a repeat offender.
You know,
as a war criminal.
Andrea, when we said before Russia's aggression that there would be massive consequences for that aggression, including unprecedented sanctions on Russia, I know some people had their doubts. I think we've demonstrated that we've been good to our word. When we said that there would be sustained, powerful support for Ukraine and its efforts to defend itself, we've demonstrated that we're good to our word. So when I tell you that there will be accountability and consequences for any war crimes that have been committed, I hope you'll take me at my word, but actions always speak louder than words.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you. Thanks.
One is to bombard the city. This is what actually happened. At least 4 buildings were destroyed, people were killed, and the partially subway station was destroyed as well. So Russians do continue destroying the cities and just acting on this barbaric way of taking cities to the ground, without even letting their forces in. And this is something where we cannot do anything about. And this is why we were asking for the no-fly zone to be provided.
Ms. Rudik, I do want to ask, though, going back to what you described as sort of your willingness to defend your city, you personally have learned how to use a gun for the very first time. Can you describe what that's been like and what made you initially decide to do it?
Yes, indeed. 22 days ago was my first time when I tried to carry a gun, and I decided that I will be protecting my home, will be protecting my city, and will be protecting my country. I just realized that there is nothing else that we have, that this is our motherland, and this is our duty to protect it. And as I actually have a gun here with me. So this is why we are training, and every citizen that can hold up the arms is training to make sure that we will be able to protect ourselves against Russian soldiers if they come. This is the duty that we have.
Wow, a duty. Ms. Kira Rudik, I want to thank you for your time and your service. I know, again, you're a member of parliament there. Thank you for sharing your experience with us, because I think it's so important for our audience here in America to understand the personal impact of how these things are affecting you, especially those of you who have decided to stay in Kyiv. So thank you, Ms. Kira Rudik, for joining us.
And glory to Ukraine.
The president of Ukraine sitting down with NBC Nightly News anchor Lester Holt.
Still ahead, his biggest ask to President Biden and how the political world is reacting.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans, late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
After After delivering a historic speech to Congress, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky sat down with NBC's Lester Holt. In that interview, Zelensky compares this point in history to the beginning of World War II. Take a listen.
Do you agree that it wouldn't take much to end up in World War III?
We've seen this 80 years ago when the Second World War has started. In this case, we have the whole civilization at stake.
NBC's Jonathan Allen joins us now. Jonathan, look, it's great to see you. During that speech, President Zelensky played a video that frankly left lawmakers in tears. I mean, he invoked Pearl Harbor and the September 11th attacks. Did this speech and sort of those comparisons accomplish what Zelensky was hoping to do with that speech? What has the reaction been like?
That's such a great question, Morgan. And the answer is no, it didn't. He did do what you said in terms of really pulling at the heartstrings of members of Congress. It was emotional in that room as they watched on the video screen. I was up on Capitol Hill yesterday, spoke to several lawmakers who were in there. They are certainly touched by what's going on in Ukraine. They are heartbroken for the Ukrainian people and at the same time proud of their resistance. And yet what I've heard from members of Congress is really that they're not ready to give Zelensky and the Ukrainians what they want, which is either a no-fly zone or at least some more support in terms of being able to take planes from other countries and use those to combat Russian air power. That's really a non-starter right now with most leaders.
There's so much to unpack, but I know at least that speech, to your point, was helping to humanize this issue for a lot of people, because I think there is not an American on this planet who doesn't hear 9/11 and understand viscerally what that means and what that meant for this country. John Allen for us there, as always. John, thanks, my friend.
Tension over the International Space Station is rising. American astronauts and Russian cosmonauts share that facility, and the head of Russia's space agency has been tweeting provocative statements and videos seeming to threaten Americans. NBC News senior political reporter Mark Caputo has been following this story. So, Mark, what exactly has the Russian space chief been doing?
Well, he's quite the Twitter troll. His name is Rogozin, Dmitry Rogozin, and a little while ago, after the invasion of Ukraine and the U.S. sanctions that were placed on Russia, he suggested in a rather long ranting Twitter feed that Russia, which essentially controls the engines for the International Space Station, might just stop and cause it to crash to Earth. In fact, he said that, like, oh, what would happen if it crashed to Earth? It wouldn't crash in Russia. You know, kind of like, hey, nice space station you got in the space there, in the sky there. Shame if anything happened to it. Then his news agency, or better said, Roscosmos, the space agency, produced a video which was then released through a Russian news agency. They said it was a joke. A lot of people weren't laughing, and it showed the Russian modules of the space station disconnecting from the space station, the International Space Station, and leaving behind an American astronaut, Mark Vande Hei, who's been in space longer than any other human being ever. It's now about 343 days, suggesting that they might just leave him stranded up there. Now, NASA does have plans to get him if that happens. Incidentally, on Friday, Russia is scheduled to launch one of its rockets, bringing 3 cosmonauts up there. That vessel, that spaceship, is supposed to return on March 30th with Vande Hei. So the launch is being closely watched to make sure that things are still on schedule.
Yeah, Mark, bigger picture here. I mean, Russia and the U.S. have been working together on space exploration since, the late 80s, 87 or something like that, right? Are we hearing anything about whether that could be at risk?
Well, there are people who are saying, yes, it is at risk. I mean, if you have a kind of a crazed Russian space agency chief who's essentially saying, well, we might stop working together up there, it leads the United States to think, well, maybe we should consider not working together up there. There are people, the Space Frontier Foundation, which is a nonprofit that advocates for joint space exploration, including a privatized component of it. They're saying, look, we need to start seriously considering this. Coca-Cola has pulled out of Russia. Maybe NASA should as well.
All right, NBC's Mark Caputo for us today. Mark, thank you.
Thank you.
And stay with us, because there is a lot of attention being paid to the upcoming college swimming and diving championships, which are just getting underway.
After the break, how one standout swimmer from the University of Pennsylvania hopes to swim into history.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Well, enjoy it while you can. This could be the last day. Many March Madness brackets are still intact. Colorado State and Michigan tipping off the 64-team tournament today. 16 games will be played today alone. The Notre Dame Fighting Irish caught some early St. Patrick's Day luck last night. They took down Rutgers in double overtime, clinching that final play-in spot for the big dance. Luck is also what you'll need to score a perfect bracket here. According to Wallet Hub, the odds of predicting every result correctly 1 in 9.2 quintillion. I don't even know how many zeros that is.
I wanted to really just talk about the way you read that.
Yeah.
I feel like you were coming from Mike Tirico's. Like, you gave that some real chutzpah, that read.
My little sports read?
Yeah, that was like a whole different errand.
That's as good as it gets.
No,
so
okay,
don't
all right.
worry, Mike.
Well, listen, history could be made at the Women's College Swimming Championships this week. University of Pennsylvania's Leah Thomas could be the first known transgender athlete to win a Division I national championship. But her competition is creating controversy. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander has more.
Well, Leah's first race is set for today. It's the 500-yard freestyle. She is set to compete. That's the first of 3 events that she's set to compete in throughout the weekend, events that she's dominated throughout the season. But her strong performance has brought increased scrutiny, not only to Leah and her team, but to the rules of the sport. And a win tonight could take that discussion to a whole new level.
When Leah Thomas dives into the pool, she could be sealing her place in NCAA history. The standout swimmer from the University of Pennsylvania will compete to become the first Division I openly transgender athlete to be crowned a national champion. The UPenn swim team posted this picture of Leah and 2 teammates poolside. Here they are, all 3 of our NCAA superstars.
Leah Thomas to the wall first.
Her stellar season has smashed records.
And over the last half of the pool, nobody will touch Leah Thomas.
But also courted a wave of controversy, with some fellow athletes and parents concerned that Thomas has an unfair physical advantage. Thomas spent 3 seasons competing on the UPenn men's swim team and spoke candidly in December about her struggle during that time.
My mental health was not very good. There was a lot of unease about basically just feeling trapped in my body.
She has now completed 34 months of hormone replacement therapy, surpassing the 12-month NCAA requirement to compete on the women's team.
I can continue to do the sport I love as my authentic self.
It's left her teammates split, some sending a letter of public support, writing in part that Thomas and all transgender college athletes deserve to be able to participate in safe and welcoming athletic environments. while others have spoken out in opposition. One anonymous teammate tells the Philadelphia Inquirer she's concerned about physical advantages that don't, she says, give the other women a fair shot.
It's very difficult to focus when there's a lot of hatred and vitriol around you.
Skylar Baylor was the first openly transgender D1 athlete on a men's team. He flew to Atlanta this week to show his support for Leah.
We have to put our heads underwater and swim. And Leah has done an incredible job of that, but she shouldn't have to put her blinders on. So many of us before Leah have tried to say, hey, we exist to hopefully make the world a little bit more ready, right, for the next trans athlete. And Leah is now becoming part of that visibility train as well, so that the next trans person can hopefully be a little more accepted.
And this really is an issue that's gone beyond the pool and into politics. In fact, over the last 2 years, 11 states have enacted laws that would prohibit athletes from competing on teams that match their gender identity. Now, these are for K through 12 schools we're talking about, and there are a number of other states that are considering similar legislation, including right here in Georgia, where Leah Thomas is poised to make history. In Atlanta, I'm Blaine Alexander, NBC News.
Thank you so much for being with us this hour. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. The news continues right now.
Hey everyone, I'm Allison Morris. You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening. Civilians under attack. Russian airstrikes killed dozens, including a family of 5, plus some miraculous survival stories. She is in. UPenn's Leah Thomas swimming closer to history, qualifying for her first NCAA final. Will she become the first known transgender person to win a Division I national title tonight? And gas grifters, thieves stealing thousands of dollars of fuel as gas prices skyrocket. So how can you protect your car? We start with the United Nations Security Council meeting right now after another day of deadly attacks in Ukraine. Russian strikes hit a school in a town near Kharkiv. The local prosecutor's office says those strikes killed 21 people and hurt 25 others. NBC News has not independently verified those numbers. In Kyiv, remnants of a rocket hit an apartment building, killing at least one person. That citywide curfew expired this morning. And this afternoon, the State Department confirming a U.S. citizen died in Ukraine today. Here's Secretary of State Antony Blinken briefing reporters in the last hour.
President Biden said that, in his opinion, war crimes have been committed in Ukraine. Personally, I agree. Intentionally targeting civilians is a war crime. After all the destruction of the past 3 weeks, I find it difficult to conclude that the Russians are doing otherwise.
NBC News correspondent Ali Arouzi is in Ukraine. Ali, what can you tell us about the U.S. citizen who was killed today?
Hey, Allison. Well, Ukrainian police are saying that after the Russians had a very heavy attack on the city of Chernihiv, which is in the north of the country close to Belarus, one U.S. citizen was killed there after constant attacks. They say that the Russians had targeted the center of the city of Chernihiv, and that amongst the dead was an American, but many other civilians in that city were also killed. As you mentioned, the U.S. State Department said that they are aware of the reports of an American citizen being killed, and they've given their condolences to everybody that's been hard hit in that city. Ukrainian police say that they are carefully investigating the site, that they are collecting all the documentation that they can to present this as evidence against Russia for war crimes. So another tragic situation in another city in Ukraine.
Ali, officials in Chernihiv, north of Kyiv, say the strikes have killed dozens of people in the last 36 hours, including a family of 5 today. Do you know what the situation is like on the ground there tonight? How can you describe it?
Yeah, it appears to be another appalling situation on the ground there. As you mentioned, a family of 5 were killed there. We're learning that they were 2 3-year-old twins, their 12-year-old sister and their parents, who are all sleeping in a dormitory that was hit by the Russians. But the situation there has been devastating. I mean, just in the last 24 hours, Ukrainian authorities are saying that at least 50 people have been killed in that city. Amongst them, 10 people that were in a bread line waiting to get food, which is very difficult to come by, and they were shot on by Russian troops just waiting to get bread.
Ali, some survivors are coming out of the rubble at that Mariupol theater that was attacked yesterday. It's according to 2 Ukrainian lawmakers. What are you learning about the rescue there tonight?
Yeah, I mean, it's an incredible story. I mean, a little bit of good news from that theater in Mariupol. The Ukrainian authorities say that there were about 1,000 civilians in the basement of that theater hiding from Russian attacks. About 130 of them have been rescued so far by Ukrainian rescue services, literally going through the rubble by hand, trying to get people out of that theater that was just flattened. And just to give you an idea of what a terrible situation it was, Maxar satellite imagery had shown on the 14th of March what appeared to show children written in front of the theater and behind the theater, but that didn't seem to deter Russian forces. We spoke to a woman who had escaped Mariupol. Let's take a listen to what she had to say about the conditions there.
I can describe how it looked like when I left. It is unknown for me how it looks like now, because every minute something changed there. Because when the bombs falling down on the city, everything ruins in a moment. The ruining is very strong. When you wake up, look out of the window and see the black smoke in the direction of your house or other districts. And dust, a lot of dust.
Can you imagine not being able to describe? Can you imagine not being able to describe your city because it's getting bombed so heavily? It changes moment for moment. She also told us that because there is a sort of siege and starve campaign by the Russians there, there's no electricity, there's no water. They've had to resort to collecting rainwater and snow, crudely filtering it, boiling it, and using that for drinking water.
Oh, my goodness. Ali Arouzi, thank you so much once again for your reporting tonight. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin meeting with Slovakia's defense minister in Bratislava today, underscoring the U.S. commitment to NATO and Ukraine.
As NATO allies, we stand united in support of Ukraine and its right to defend its sovereign territory. We're committed to helping the brave Ukrainian people as they protect themselves and their freedom from Russia's unjust and unprovoked invasion.
NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman's in Brussels. Josh, Secretary Austin rejecting the idea that the U.S. could enforce a no-fly zone over Ukraine. How did he explain that one?
Well, he explained it, Allison, as creating a risk that the U.S. would get directly drawn into military conflict with Russia, something that has been at the forefront of U.S. and NATO concerns really since this war started, with the defense secretary explaining that, look, when you impose a no-fly zone, what that means is that if a Russian aircraft then flies into the no-fly zone, you have to shoot it down, which is clearly an extreme escalation in what the U.S. has tried to do so far, which is to keep avoiding this becoming a full-fledged U.S.-NATO war with Russia's nuclear-armed military. Here's the way that Secretary Austin put it today.
So what this really means is that in order to control the skies, you have to shut down the air defenses that are on the ground. And some of those air defense systems are in Russia. And so, again, there's no easy or simple a way to do this. There's no such thing as a no-fly zone light. A no-fly zone means that you're in a conflict with Russia.
And Allison, when Secretary Austin says no such thing as a no-fly zone light, he appears to be alluding to a proposal that has gotten increasing attention from lawmakers recently to create something short of a total no-fly zone, but maybe a partial no-fly zone directly over the humanitarian corridors or in certain parts of the country, over nuclear sites, for example. Austin today seeming to close the door to that idea as well.
Josh, Slovakia's foreign minister talking about whether his country could provide air and missile defense systems to Ukraine. Is that on the table? And if so, when could it happen?
It could happen immediately, according to Slovakia's defense minister. And this made some news today, Allison, because there has been so much attention to, short of a no-fly zone, short of transferring those MiG jets that the U.S. was reluctant to participate in sending to the Ukrainians, to try to bolster Ukraine's air and missile defense system, including by sending them S-300, old Soviet air defense systems. And the Slovakian defense minister said, look, we've got them. We're willing to give them to the Ukrainians Ukrainians right away, but this is all we've got to defend our own skies. And so he says that would only happen if the Slovakians are able to replenish and replace what they would give to the Ukrainians with new systems. And what he's essentially saying is, if you want us to give what we've got to the Ukrainians, the U.S., better give us something that we can use to defend ourselves. So far, no indications that's ready to happen.
Josh, Secretary Austin also talking about the brutality of Russian forces targeting Ukrainians. We know that the U.S. has been adamant that it will not get into a fight with Russia. But could that change if more civilians are targeted? Do you get a sense of what the red line is here?
Well, Austin said that the U.S. is watching this very closely, and you played just a few minutes ago a clip of Secretary Blinken today saying he agrees that Putin's military has committed war crimes, echoing something President Biden said just a day ago. But the reality is the U.S. has been very firm that notwithstanding those atrocities against civilians, they don't want to get militarily involved in this, even when the U.S. has been asked about what it would do if President Putin's military used chemical weapons. The U.S. has suggested even that might not be a red line that would directly bring the U.S. into this conflict. Of course, if we were to see something on the scale of ethnic cleansing or genocide, one has to imagine that the world community might look at it differently than it is right now. But so far, the U.S. is being very firm and very consistent that there is really no step that they foresee right now that would bring the U.S. directly militarily into this conflict, Allison.
All right, Josh Letterman in Brussels, thank you. The war in Ukraine fueling a hunger crisis. Whether they have left or stayed in their country, Ukrainians don't know where their next meals are coming from. World Central Kitchen is working to change that using new weapons of war, spoons and knives. NBC News correspondent Jacob Soboroff takes us inside their operation.
With Ukrainian civilians and critical infrastructure like hospitals, schools, and supply routes under Russian attack, some fear food storage could be next.
In a normal report, I would tell you exactly where we are, but I can't because this food, all this food, in the middle of a war couldn't be a more valuable commodity.
The whereabouts of these apples, potatoes, and cabbages are being protected by Nate Mook, the executive director of World Central Kitchen. Some of it ends up here, where we met Nate and his Ukrainian partner, Yulia Stefanyuk, at one of the largest shelters in Lviv.
For about 700 people currently, we bring lunch and dinner every day.
Man, it's not light. So what's in here?
These are hot meals being prepped out of our partner kitchen with Fest.
We brought the food into a makeshift cafeteria inside the Soviet-era university.
You have such a big smile on your face in the middle of a war. What is it that's...
No, it's my power.
Your smile is your power. This is your way of fighting.
Yeah.
Some people have weapons.
My weapons is spoon and knife.
With their local partners, World Central Kitchen's fed 1 million people since the start of the war in Ukraine, in 14 different cities, and is now feeding 100,000 meals a day in 5 countries in the region.
Have you guys ever operated in a war zone before?
We haven't. We've operated in challenging places like Haiti and Venezuela, but of course this is a totally different environment. So this is one of the rooms where families are living. So there's 10 rooms like this around the university.
What was this room normally?
So this was a gymnasium.
By the time we made it back to the cafeteria, people were already eating. These 2 women are from hard-hit Irpin.
What's it like to be here?
You can say it's good, she told me. It's a little bit cold, but more or less it's fine.
What about to have a meal like this, a hot meal?
Of course we're so happy, she said. In our city, there's no gas, no water, nothing. People live in the basements.
It's hard for you.
Of course, she says. It's different, but we're here together.
World War III may have already started. That's one of the things Ukrainian President Zelensky told NBC nightly news anchor Lester Holt in an exclusive interview conducted through an interpreter provided by Ukraine's government. Here's more of their conversation.
I'd like to begin by asking you the status of negotiations between Ukraine and Russia. There's been some reporting that the framework of a deal is being hammered out, one in which you would renounce NATO ambitions, declare neutrality, not allow foreign militaries to base on your land. Can you confirm any of that and update us on the status of negotiations?
Well, thank you for this question, Lester. First of all, the negotiations are still in progress. The negotiations are fairly difficult. And the current conditions of negotiation, I would say, it continues. Any war could be finished at the table of negotiations.
You delivered a very passionate speech to Congress. You once again renewed your call for a no-fly zone. As you know, that's a non-starter in this country. But you also made the pitch for an alternative, and that's the fighter planes. Do you think that President Biden is inching closer to perhaps reconsidering transferring fighter planes to Ukraine?
Well, this is the choice for the President Biden to take, and the whole civilized world would need to take. And hopefully, that choice would coincide with the choice of the Ukrainian people, because currently Russia has an advantage in the air. Our partners can support us from the standpoint of supporting and supplying of those aircrafts.
President Biden has been very clear he's worried about provocations that could trigger World War III. Do you understand his concern there, and do you agree that it wouldn't take much to end up in World War III?
Well, nobody knows whether it may have already started, and what is the possibility of this war if Ukraine will fall, in case Ukraine will fall. It's very hard to say, and we've seen this 80 years ago when the Second World War has started, and there were similar tragedies in the history. Nobody would be able to predict when the full-scale war would start and how it will end, and who will put an end to that. In any case, the wars tend to end up in millions of people lost. People die, and millions of buildings destroyed. Now we have different technologies, nuclear weapons. In this case, we have the whole civilization at stake.
The U.S. administration has raised concerns that Russia might launch a chemical attack. Do you think there is a red line, and whether that would be a red line that the U.S. would move forward and become more actively involved in combat?
I believe that Russians have already crossed all the red lines when they started shelling civilians. They've killed over 100 of children, and I don't understand the meaning of red lines. What else should we wait for letting Russians kill 200, 300, or 400 children?
And then I asked him about the fate of Ukraine's capital, the city where he still is tonight, with the Russian onslaught intensifying.
If Kyiv falls to the Russians, does the entire country of Ukraine fall to the Russians?
Well, our people are unconquerable, and this is what our people have clearly demonstrated. You can conquer the city, you can break the heart, but you won't be able to force anyone to love someone. That is why the heart will always remain with the Ukrainians.
Coming up, talk about sexual orientation, but don't teach it. A lot of questions about what Florida's Don't Say Gay bill actually does. We'll dive in next.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Hold on to your seats.
The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
A strange story and a career of strange stories.
All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Let's go to NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eglin. She's got the latest headlines from NBCNews.com. Maya, what's happening?
Hey, Allison, we start in Russia, where a state news agency says WNBA star Brittany Griner's detention has been extended until May 19th. Russian officials say they found vape cartridges containing oil derived from cannabis in her luggage at the airport. Police in New York City say about 400 bulletproof vests that were supposed to go to Ukraine were stolen from a nonprofit group. No suspects have been identified yet. A Honduran judge ruled the country's former president should be extradited to the United States. Juan Orlando Hernandez is facing drug trafficking and weapons charges. He denies any wrongdoing. A new survey finding about 1/3 of teachers say they want to transfer or quit education altogether. Many staff members reporting incidents of threats or violence from students and parents during the pandemic. And President Biden naming Dr. Ashish Jha as the new White House COVID response coordinator. Dr. Jha will replace Jeff Zients, who's leaving the White House in April. Allison?
All right, Maya, thank you. From trapdoors to elaborate cons, drilling holes in vehicles, we're talking about gas heists. Thieves stealing thousands of dollars of gas because it's worth so much these days. Here's NBC News Now correspondent Zincle Esamoah.
Gas thieves striking U.S. stations and drivers from Texas, California to Pennsylvania. In Long Beach, police say there's been a string of heists as the price of fuel continues to rise, leaving area stores on high alert.
No license plate number.
One gas station cashier shared video with NBC of white trucks he says were outfitted to steal gasoline. The trucks seemingly just topping up, but now accused by station staff of guzzling up thousands of dollars worth of fuel.
You see they have the tank in the back?
On Thursday, the cashier says accused drivers, seen here, quickly scattered once police arrived. Police say they arrested one suspect at the scene, but other stations haven't been so lucky. In Spring, Texas, one Chevron station says they lost $10,000 worth of fuel and only noticed when balancing their books.
It's not gonna come through the computer unless we take the reading from inside, and nobody knows.
Cameras captured as many as 8 trucks alleged by the store owner to have stolen gasoline. The local police captain responding.
Especially given the cost of fuel and oil right now throughout the country, this is especially an egregious crime with individuals taking advantage of businesses like this.
Experts say inflation and Russia's invasion of Ukraine has caused gasoline prices to soar, up nearly 80 cents from a month ago. But it's not just stations. Individuals have been targeted too. One Pennsylvania woman who did not want her name or face shown for privacy found a hole drilled into her gas tank. Home video showing a person circling her vehicle.
My husband, when he came home, he looked at the camera. He's like, the guy had the drill in his hand. So yeah, and when he looked at the hole, it's a drill.
Gas theft is not only illegal, it's dangerous.
Yeah, it can be very dangerous for the people that are doing it, especially if it is a metal gas tank. If you get any sparks flying or anything like that around gas, you're going to have a fire.
But there are preventative steps one can take.
Obviously, ciphering gas is something that has been done for a long time. But the one way to prevent that is they do have, for more traditional gas caps, they make ones that you can put on their aftermarket that have a key and lock in it.
Temporary solutions to what experts hope will be a temporary problem.
In Atlanta this week, UPenn swimmer Leah Thomas is one race closer to becoming a national champ. This morning, the transgender athlete qualified for the 500-yard freestyle final in the NCAA Women's Swimming and Diving Championships. She will swim for her first title tonight. Here's NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander.
When Leah Thomas dives into the pool, she could be sealing her place in NCAA history. The standout swimmer from the University of Pennsylvania will compete to become the first Division I openly transgender athlete to be crowned a national champion. The UPenn swim team posted this picture of Leah and two teammates poolside. Here they are, all three of our NCAA superstars.
Leah Thomas to the wall first.
Her stellar season has smashed records.
And over the last half of the pool, nobody will touch Leah Thomas.
But also courted a wave of controversy with some fellow athletes and parents concerned that Thomas has an unfair physical advantage. Thomas spent 3 seasons competing on the UPenn men's swim team and spoke candidly in December about her struggle during that time.
My mental health was not very good. There was a lot of unease about basically just feeling trapped in my body.
She has now completed 34 months of hormone replacement therapy, surpassing the 12-month NCAA requirement to compete on the women's team.
I can continue to do the sport I love as my authentic self.
It's left her teammates split, some sending a letter of public support, writing in part that Thomas and all transgender college athletes deserve to be able to participate in safe and welcoming athletic environments. While others have spoken out in opposition, one anonymous teammate tells the Philadelphia Inquirer she's concerned about physical advantages that don't, she says, give the other women a fair shot.
It's very difficult to focus when there's a lot of hatred and vitriol around you.
Skylar Baylor was the first openly transgender D1 athlete on a men's team. He flew to Atlanta this week to show his support for Leah.
We have to put our heads underwater and swim. And Leah has done an incredible job of that, but she shouldn't have to put her blinders on. So many of us before Leah have tried to say, hey, we exist to hopefully make the world a little bit more ready, right, for the next trans athlete. And Leah is now becoming part of that visibility train as well, so that the next trans person can hopefully be a little more accepted.
Disney employees are protesting Florida's Don't Say Gay bill. They're walking out during their breaks this week, and their grand finale, a major walkout next Tuesday in both Florida and California. They say the company's been too slow to publicly criticize the controversial bill that Governor Ron DeSantis is expected to sign. So what does HB 1557 actually do? Well, opponents say it unfairly targets the LGBTQ+ community. Supporters say it gives parents control over their kids' education. But how exactly? NBC News reporter Matt Levita spoke to some legal experts. So, Matt, the core question here is whether this bill bans the instruction or the discussion of sexual orientation. The wording is confusing. What do the legal experts say?
Right. So the bill actually says both. In its preamble, which is sort of the statement of purpose of a bill, it says that it would prohibit the discussion of sexual orientation or gender identity. Later in the bill statute, the meat of the bill, the part of the bill that's upholdable in a court of law, it says that it would prevent the instruction of sexual orientation or gender identity. So legal experts here are saying that because we're both saying the discussion and the instruction of sexual orientation or gender identity, this could lead to a flood of lawsuits targeting teachers and school districts.
So the wording is kind of vague, and that might not be an accident. Another law professor told you people aren't vague just because they're ignorant. They're not vague because they're sloppy. They're not vague because they're lazy. Sometimes they are intentionally vague to move the site of where the political fight is going to take place. So where does this vagueness put that political fight?
Right. So this discrepancy is creating this scenario where you have the proponents and the sponsors of the bill saying, well, we're not trying to prevent the instruction of sexual orientation or gender identity. We're not trying to prevent the discussion of sexual orientation or gender identity. We're only trying to prevent the instruction. But as we just noted, the bill says both. So again, you're creating this scenario where a parent may sue a teacher or a school district for discussing sexual orientation or gender identity in a classroom setting.
There are also questions about who this bill applies to, which age groups in particular. Could you just tell us about the issue there?
Yeah, so the bill says that it would apply to kids in kindergarten through third grade, or in a manner that's deemed not age appropriate according to state standards. So again, this or section, this gray area, this vagueness in the language of the bill is creating this scenario where you're going to see potentially a flood of lawsuits targeting teachers and school districts in scenarios where sexual orientation or gender identity is mentioned in classroom settings.
All right, Matt, thank you so much for helping us understand this one a little better and all of its conflicting information. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Coming up, Ohio's getting ready to help. The U.S. could soon accept refugees from Ukraine. How the state is prepping for them. Next.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Students from Southlake caught on camera using racial slurs.
It's been covered up for a very long time.
We are strongly against critical race theory.
Racism in reverse is racism. Shame!
This is Southlake. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Completely unnecessary. New Mexico Secretary of State talking about a ballot review of the 2020 election results in Otero County. Now the House Oversight Committee is investigating whether an audit force there illegally interferes with Americans' right to vote by spreading disinformation about elections and intimidating voters. NBC News reporter Jane Tim is here now. Jane, and we are still talking to you about 2020. Tell us about this audit force and what they're doing there in Otero County.
Yeah, so Otero County, Trump won it with more than 60% of the vote in 2020. It's a small county, about 25,000 people voted, and they've spent nearly $50,000 to do what they're calling an audit of their results. It looks a lot like that partisan ballot review that happened in Maricopa County, Arizona. But this one includes a door-to-door canvas of the voter rolls, attempting to go and say, did you vote in 2020? Do you live here? And check that sort of public data to see if it's accurate. Now, this is the kind of thing that was canceled in Maricopa County because the Department of Justice said this may well violate civil rights laws that protect voters from being intimidated. And the House is particularly concerned because, as they point out, Otero County is about 40% non-white, Hispanic, as well as other immigrants in the county. Otero County, for those of us who didn't know until we Googled this, is just north of El Paso. It's a small county.
You said it's 25,000 people?
Those are the people who voted.
Okay.
So a bit more than that. Not everyone votes, but it's a smaller county in New Mexico. And this is what they're trying to examine, these ballot rolls. And I've talked to the Secretary of State's office, and they said, like, the people who were involved in this just have a fundamental misunderstanding of how elections work. And they say we have 3 levels of audits at the sort of state and the local process to try and verify and make sure that the election results are accurate.
Oh my goodness. You also said, you mentioned what happened in Maricopa County. That was the cyber ninjas, right? There's a connection between the audit force folks and the cyber ninjas besides just what they're trying to do?
Yeah, so the company that was hired to do this ballot review called EchoMail, and they were one of the subcontractors on the Maricopa County one, brought in by the cyber ninjas. The founder of that company actually testified in Congress in front of the House Oversight Committee, so he is no stranger to the committee that is now going to be investigating them again. The House Oversight Committee is definitely looking for ties between these two audits and operations, looking for similar people who might be involved. They seem to have some things in common. They look real similar on paper, but I mean, election experts said with that one, they just didn't understand how elections were run and were misconstruing sort of basic processes as signs of fraud.
And one other similarity that we keep bringing up in all of these cases, there is no evidence in any of these of any widespread voter fraud that needs to be investigated.
You talk to election officials around the country and they say, oh yeah, there was one case last year. Oh, 2 cases a couple years ago. Gosh. It's really anecdotal. It's really small.
Yeah.
It's not 50% of the ballot rolls. You know, it's not 40% of the ballot rolls. The kind of allegations that get thrown around by these investigators.
So I keep saying it, but we're still talking to you about 2020, yet we've got the midterms coming up in a matter of months. I mean, how could these partisan audits going on right now affect the midterms come November?
You know, experts really worry that people will either just not feel safe about their vote or question that. I know the Secretary of State's office in New Mexico is concerned that people might be like, is my vote not secret? Or do people know about this? Because there's people showing up on my doorstep asking me about how I voted in 2020, sort of personal information that unsettles people. They've gotten a number of complaints, and they're worried about that kind of thing. This is why you see the House Oversight Committee launching these investigations, because the audits, as they call them, just keep coming. You see more and more counties calling for them, pushing for them, despite the fact that we just have no evidence. 2020 was deeply examined. I mean, I'm going to be reporting on 2020 until I'm in my 50s, I think. But
not Jane.
But we have the evidence. This was a very fair, accurately counted election. The couple anecdotal cases of fraud that we know from the election, they're being prosecuted and looked into.
I hope that you are not reporting on the 2020 election into your 50s, but we are so thankful that you continue to come back every time there's one of these issues. Hopefully there'll be fewer and further between. We can start talking about 2022 and beyond. Jane.
Looking forward to it.
Yeah, us too. Thank you so much. In Peru, a landslide has killed 2 people, at least 8 more are missing. Rescuers now putting themselves in danger. They're hoping to find survivors in the Andes Mountains. Here's NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas.
Devastating video shows the moment the hillside crumbled Tuesday morning, burying entire homes and trapping people inside. The landslide obliterating this northern Peruvian neighborhood after heavy rain saturated the area, according to authorities.
De una señora y su bebé.
La señora y su bebé, señor.
Nada más, ¿ya? Entonces, eso es lo único que hasta el momento se ha podido recuperar.
Neighbors digging tunnels in an attempt to reach survivors before it's too late.
We think that after one day that they are underground, it's very difficult to rescue them alive.
Local government leaders are declaring an emergency and urging residents to vacate the area.
Nuestras casas están como lo ve, estamos viviendo prácticamente un caos porque estamos debajo del derrumbe, tenemos miedo que nos tape también a nosotros, pero no hay a dónde ir.
The region's governor informing 60 to 80 homes have been completely covered. The president arriving by helicopter to help coordinate a response.
Lo que nos interesa en este momento es ir a rescatar a esas personas, a esas familias que el día de hoy han perdido la vida. Tenemos que ser fríos, tenemos que ser sinceros en eso.
Yet rescue experts say the task is challenging with limited resources on the ground.
The local authorities from the district, they are not well prepared. That's why the national authorities and the regional authorities are in charge of the rescue of the of people that is buried right now.
A rescue mission taking place under the threat of another landslide with hopes of finding those alive.
China battling another COVID crisis. Tens of millions of people there now living in lockdown. In Hong Kong, the situation is even worse. Tens of thousands of new Omicron cases there every day, and deaths are on the rise. NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Freyer reports from Beijing.
A surge in stealth Omicron cases is triggering lockdowns, travel bans, and mass testing in scenes that take us back to the early days of the pandemic here. In Shenzhen, the tech hub, there's a partial lockdown for 17 million people, though the Foxconn production lines, the people that make a lot of stuff for Apple, they've been allowed to start up again only because they've promised to introduce the sort of closed-loop bubble measures that we saw at the Olympics. In Shanghai, the city is on edge with flights being diverted and schools closed down. And up in the north, the entire province of Jilin has been locked down. 24 million people aren't allowed to leave the province or even travel between cities. But the situation is most serious in Hong Kong, where there are tens of thousands of cases each day, and that's a lot because the population is only 7.5 million people. It's targeting the elderly. 80% of people in nursing homes have been infected, and only 15% of that age group is vaccinated. So while Omicron is seen as a milder variant, it isn't in a population that has little to no immunity. Why the vaccine hesitancy? People say it's because there was mixed messaging, hype around side effects, and a belief in more traditional methods. The concern here in mainland China is that the vaccination rate in that age group isn't much better, and there are 15 million people in that age group alone. So the zero COVID strategy and the restrictions will stay in place for at least the next few weeks until authorities believe the outbreak is under control.
If you need a little pep talk, just grab your phone. Up next, a group of kindergartners from California with a hotline to brighten your day.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this? There were
residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Students from Southlake caught on camera using racial slurs.
It's been covered up for a very long time.
We are strongly against critical race theory.
Racism in reverse is racism. Shame!
This is Southlake. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We don't know how many refugees will be coming here or even if we will have refugees, but it seemed that we need to get ready.
Ohio Governor Mike DeWine hosting a summit in Parma, Ohio right now, getting his state and humanitarian groups ready to help Ukrainian refugees. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster is there. Shaq, I understand you spoke with a few resettlement groups at that summit. How will they help here?
Yeah, these are groups that are part of the summit that is still ongoing right now. And one thing that they're emphasizing is the idea that they are already trying to do what they can to help people who seek to be refugees in the United States. For people who have family who are in Ukraine, they are providing legal aid. For potential refugees, they're securing housing commitments and donations for those folks. But one thing that they're underscoring right now is they don't know when the refugees will come or how many will come, but they're emphasizing that they're ready. Listen to a little bit of my conversations.
We're ready and willing and able, and we have a ton of support from the Ukrainian community. They're incredibly supportive of newcomers, and they're all ready to receive them.
We've already got over 65 families that have either volunteered to let a family live with them, who've said we'll take them grocery shopping for 3 months on us, who've said we have jobs for people. And so what we're doing is building that inventory so that if and when people actually start to make it here from Poland and Moldova and Slovakia, Slovenia, that our community will be ready, because the truth is they will come here.
Now, there is a consistent message that you're also hearing from many of these humanitarian groups that are participating in the summit. Is that they're calling on the Biden administration to expedite the processing of Ukrainians already in the pipeline, people who were already trying to seek refuge in the United States, but because of the war, that process got stopped. They want that process to be expedited to get more Ukrainians who want to be here in areas like Cleveland.
So, Shaq, President Biden said Friday the U.S. is going to welcome Ukrainian refugees with open arms, though that is not very specific. Yeah. What else have you learned about when and where that might happen?
It's still very much an open question because, yeah, that refugee cap has not been lifted. There's a certain annual limit on how many refugees can be admitted into the United States. One call that you're hearing is for that cap to be increased, considering what you're seeing happen overseas. You know, there's another point here, and that's that you hear from the president. It's the idea that those neighboring countries around Ukraine, we're talking about countries like Poland, that is where many refugees want to be, because the idea is at the end of the war that they can easily get back into their country and start those rebuilding efforts. So they're not it's not that every refugee wants to come to the United States, but you're hearing more and more people say that for those who do, for those who have family ties here, they want to make that pathway a little bit easier for when that time comes.
Shaq, how about Ukrainians already in the U.S. looking to bring their loved ones here safely? What are you hearing from them?
Yeah, you know, you can just imagine seeing those images and knowing that your family and friends are back there, back in Ukraine, and there's a lot of anxiety there. I want you to listen to a bit of my conversation with Nazar, who I spoke to yesterday. And one thing to note before we get to the sound is that this is someone who was a refugee from Ukraine. He came here in 2016 after Vladimir Putin invaded and annexed the Crimea region of Ukraine. And now he has family. He has a sister back in Ukraine who he said got all the approvals to get here, but now she is stuck in the process. Listen to what he told me.
I'm scared because of my family over there, and at the same time I'm angry because governments, including America, they do kind of nothing. to help us. Like they don't help us to bring our families over there.
More than 3 million people are now refugees, I should say, because of the war in Ukraine. And you're getting the sense that more and more Americans, as they're watching these images, seeing the heartbreak overseas, they're wanting and they're asking what more can they do to help, in case you have many of those people wanting to come to places like Cleveland.
All right, Shaq Brister in Ohio, thank you so much.
Now this is a story all about how my life got flipped, turned upside down, and I'd like to take a minute, just sit right there. I'll tell you how I became the prince of a town called Bel Air.
Apologies for the earworm. I'm going to be singing that all day. You could call this the Fresh Prince of Bel Air refreshed. One of the most popular TV shows of the 90s is back in a reboot called Bel Air. The new version, though, nothing like the sitcom you remember. It is darker and grittier, and it's the topic of the latest MSNBC Into America podcast with host Tremaine Lee. Tremaine, this all started when show creator Morgan Cooper posted a short film reimagining the Fresh Prince. You spoke with him for your podcast. Tell us how this came to be and how that video turned into this new reboot.
Allison, first of all, with everything going on in the world, this was a breath of fresh air.
For real.
It was fun, and now I heard that song. I heard that song at the top, and it's gonna be stuck in my head as it's been for like the last month and a half.
Oh, I can't imagine. You've been rapping that in your head, no doubt, since you worked on this podcast. But we really can use this, so thank you.
It's happening now. Exactly. So Morgan Cooper, the creator of this reimagined Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, this reboot, said he was driving on the highway one day, singing that song, and he heard that part where it's like, I got in one little fight, and my mom got scared, right? And he said, that just doesn't happen like that. You don't get in a fight on a basketball court and then get shipped off to Bel-Air. And he thought about what would have really sparked, him being shipped off. And he thought, I don't want to give it away for anyone, but he's like, it just dinged in his head, a light bulb went off, and he immediately set out on making a trailer, a short film, basically 3.5 minutes, that would describe exactly what happened. And in that 24-hour period after he finally released it, right, it took a while to make, he got a call from Will Smith himself, the Fresh Prince, and the rest after that is history. But again, this reimagining, this darker, grittier, much more dramatic story of what happened with the Fresh Prince, it's compelling, but it's very different from what you remember.
Yeah, our senior producer, Brittany Ruff, is a big fan, and the first thing she said to me was, though I'd never let my kids watch it with me because they're young, and it tackles some pretty adult issues. We're talking about drugs and mental health. What did Cooper tell you about the decision to tackle heavier topics than the original? Because we all watched The Fresh Prince, even though it did hit on some issues at the time, we all watched it for a good laugh.
Yeah, Morgan Cooper said that he always imagined this as a 1-hour drama, and he wanted to really dig deep into that format. And he said, let's think about reality here. What happens when you have power, this black affluent family set in Bel-Air, a kid from West Philly who gets jammed up a little bit and he has to get, literally bailed out by his Uncle Phil, and he's trying to remake his life. What would that redemption story be like? And so he said he wanted to make sure that he stuck to, a more authentic storyline, not a comedy. And again, it's gripping. It's good stuff.
Also, Will Smith very involved here. Tremaine, first of all, we need to thank you because we had you on last week. You were our inaugural guest on Now Reading. Everybody absolutely loved the segment, and we're really grateful for all your book recommendations. Among them, you talked about reading one of Will Smith's autobiographies and what a fan you are of him. And he's an executive producer here, as I think we just showed.
That's right. Will Smith is actually an executive producer. And when you read his book, Will, you realize that he's not just the jokester, the big-time movie star. He's dealt with a lot in life, and it's kind of an amazing feat, but also a lot of luck that led him from, West Philadelphia, growing up in a household where he witnessed a lot, right, in a community where he witnessed a lot, and then emerging as Will Smith, and dealing with the pangs and stress of Hollywood and some missteps to arrive where he is today, happy and healthy. But it's amazing that he was able to see this 30 years later, The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, 30 years old now, reimagined so many decades later in a really fresh new way.
I'm so glad you came on to talk to us about this today, because when I first heard about it, you hear about these reboots and you're like, no, I lived through the 90s. I love that show. I don't want to see somebody mess it up. But this is a really cool concept to just take it like make it a little darker, a little grittier, a little more serious. I'm in. You've sold me.
Watch it tonight on Peacock.
Tremaine, thanks so much for being with us. We always love talking about your podcast.
Thanks, Allison. I appreciate it.
If you are in need of a pep talk, and honestly, who isn't these days, a group of kindergartners has you covered. Their positive messages are just a phone call away. Here's NBC News correspondent Vicki Wynn.
If you're feeling mad, frustrated, or nervous, press 1.
If you're nervous, go get your wallet and spend it on ice cream and shoes.
Move over cold calls and doom scrolling. There's a new trend in positivity, accessible right from your cell phone. Welcome to the Pep Talk Hotline. Real advice you can use from the students at Westside Elementary in Healdsburg, California.
If you feel mad or frustrated, you can do what you want to do best, or you can do flips on the trampoline.
The hotline is the brainchild of Westside art teacher Jessica Martin and local artist Ashera Weiss, inspired by the positivity their students have shown over the last few years.
It's been a hard few years. We've been listening to the advice that you have and everything you do to help yourself and your friends and your family feel better, and we'd like to share that with the world.
So that's what they did, starting small with posters.
Never back down, never give up. We love you!
But like any good campaign, the kids wanted to meet people where they are, naturally, on their phones.
We're on our screens all day, and to actually pick up a phone and talk to someone or listen to someone is very rare, actually.
If you need words of encouragement and life advice, press 2.
If you're feeling up high and unbalanced, think of groundhogs.
5th grader Matisse is proud of his contribution to the hotline.
I did the if you're feeling high and unbalanced, think of groundhogs, because I thought it would be a little funny thing, play on words, and it would make people smile.
He says when it comes to encouragement, kids just do it better.
No offense, but I feel like kids' voices can be better at encouraging than adults' voices. They're just like, I don't know, they're just better.
It's that perspective that has the Pep Talk hotline ringing off the hook.
2 days after we went live, we were getting 500 calls an hour, and last I checked, we were getting 11,000 calls an hour. So it's absolutely extraordinary.
10-year-old Liam says the hotline meets a critical need.
It's so stressful right now because the Russia and Ukraine war, COVID, and loss of family members. It's pretty sad.
I'm always happy, but then my mom, she comes home from work and she's just stressed, and I don't like that. I'm like, Mom, press number 2, listen to the little kids. You will be fine in an hour.
A few words from kids, now reaching adults around the world.
I think for them to understand one little small word, one sentence, look how it's impacting so many lives all across the world.
So take it from Liam, we could all use a pep talk.
Just with one word of encouragement, you might have a great day afterward.
You can do it! Keep trying! Don't give up!
St. Patrick's Day is back. Major cities spreading Irish cheer for the first time in 2 years. NBC News correspondent Carrie Sanders shows us some of the excitement around the country.
It is a sight that would have made many green with envy during the height of the pandemic. St. Patrick's Day celebrations kicking off across the country. New York City is ready for the return of its Patty's Day Parade, and Chicago's river has already been dyed that gorgeous green. Savannah, Georgia's Forsyth Park fountain has gone green too. People here have camped out for days to get that perfect position for a parade that hasn't run since 2019.
So we'll be out 2.5 days total.
It's all happening this same week COVID shut down most of the country back in 2020. The difference this time, cases in the U.S. are dropping and vaccines are widely available.
Mayor Van Johnson, yes. Or should it be O. Johnson?
This time of the year, everybody's O everything.
Jokes aside, Savannah's mayor is aware the Patty's Day party is happening during a pandemic.
How does it feel to finally be back? And we're not post-COVID, but we're getting there.
It's been a very difficult 2 years. We felt the consequences of COVID-19, but this city, this very strong, resilient city, helped us to be able to bounce back.
For some, this year's festivities will carry extra meaning. What should we be thinking about today on St. Patty's Day?
Someone said Kenora?
Ireland's Consul General in her native Gaelic says, while today is about celebrating Irish culture, it should also remind us of the suffering in Ukraine. When mixed, the colors of Ukraine's yellow and blue flag make that iconic Irish green that will flood the streets and fill up pints as millions toast to St. Patrick.
It's time to get lit, and we're going to have a great time here. I'm excited.
Mayor, I love it.
Excited.
Time to get lit.
That's right.
Hey everyone, I'm Allison Morris. You are watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening. Devastating damage. Russian forces battering Kyiv, targeting precious food storage as the war enters week 4. She would absolutely do it again. A Texas flower shop owner bragging about storming the Capitol. The DOJ saying if you do the crime, you got to do the time. And companies cashing out on TikTok. But is live stream shopping the next big wave in online retail? We start in Ukraine with some devastating numbers out of Mariupol. The city council says 50 to 100 bombs are dropping there every day. 80% of the city's housing destroyed, more than 350,000 people hiding in shelters or basements. Meanwhile, new video showing a massive fire at a street market in the city of Kharkiv. Reuters reporting that Russia shelled the market. During his address to Germany's parliament, President Zelensky criticized lawmakers for prioritizing their economy over Ukraine's security, saying help came too late. NBC News correspondent Ali Arouzi reports from Lviv.
President Zelensky addressed members of the German parliament via video link, and his address was packed full of historical parallels, carefully tailored to his audience. And it was an impassioned speech delivered with pitch-perfect precision. He described a new Berlin Wall being erected that's once again dividing Europe between oppression and freedom. It must have been hard for German MPs to listen to, some of whom would have grown up in East Berlin, behind the Berlin Wall. President Zelensky said that he was outraged that some German businesses were still doing business in Russia. He referenced the Nord Stream 2 gas pipeline, which has since been cancelled. He said that was cement for a new Berlin Wall. He also said that he was upset that the Germans were holding back Ukrainian membership of the European Union, and he said that was another brick in the wall of division in Europe. Let's take a little listen to what President Zelensky had to say.
You are not behind the Berlin Wall now, but you're in the middle of Europe. You're living in freedom. How is it possible when we told you that the Russians were preparing weapons and troops, and we knew that they were preparing for war, but all you cared was the economy?
And in other parts of Ukraine today, Mariupol continues to be a desperate city under siege and starvation tactics by the Russians. We saw that theater that was bombed yesterday with very, very distressing images by Maxar satellite imagery showing on March 14th the word children written in front of the theater and behind the theater, but that didn't seem to deter Russian troops from bombing the theater. Ukrainian officials say that there were about 1,000 civilians down in the shelter of that theater, most of them women and children. But some good news out of there. Ukrainian officials are saying that Ukrainian rescue workers have rescued about 130 people from there, and that many of them may have survived because the underground structure was able to protect them.
Russia striking food storage warehouses in Kyiv, destroying critical supply hubs for starving Ukrainians. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel takes us inside one of the damaged facilities.
Russia has now clearly resorted to siege warfare. It has surrounded the city of Mariupol, and here in Kyiv, it seems that Russia wants to starve people out. This was one of the country's biggest food storage facilities, and it's completely destroyed. There were 50,000 tons of food here, and the way it worked is food would come from all over the country, be stored here, trucks would pick it up and then distribute it to the areas all around Kyiv. And it wasn't just bombed once. This was no accident. You could say, well, maybe the Russians hit it by accident. It's a large place. It was hit twice. And then another food storage facility just about a mile from here was also attacked. So 3 strikes seems like it could not have been a coincidence. And that Russia is attacking civilians, it's surrounding cities, and it's trying to starve people.
Refugees from war-torn eastern Ukraine making their way west and out of their home country. So where did they rest along their journey? NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez is at a church in Lviv.
The United Nations now says that more than 3.2 million people have already fled Ukraine, and about half of them are children. Here at this church in Lviv, volunteers have been helping refugees stay warm night after night since the war began. More than 40 people are expected to stay here just tonight, and parishioners are taking other refugees home with them and giving them a safe place to stay for the night. Many of these refugees, including so many young children, are trying to get to places like Poland and Hungary and other parts of Europe. We spoke with one man who lives near Kyiv, and he actually just managed to get a hold of his wife and 4 young children just today after being out of touch for several days. They're trying to get to Poland en route to Germany. There is so much uncertainty for so many of these families. And again, the UN says that about 1 child every second is leaving this country. A war with no end in sight.
Deepfake technology, the latest weapon in the information war in Ukraine. Hackers accessing a Ukrainian news site, posting a fake video of President Zelensky telling his people to surrender. NBC News cybersecurity reporter Kevin Collier joins me now. So, Kevin, the channel is Ukraine 24. They say this message was fake. Have they managed to get it down?
It is off the website.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, what else can you tell us about it?
Well, so yesterday, the website was updated to post this fake video of President Zelensky claiming he's going to surrender. And then at the same time, the actual live broadcast had a chyron that said basically the same thing. Ukrainian officials have said that this sort of thing would happen, that Russia would try to plant these false messages of surrender. We don't know who's actually behind this, but it does fit that same MO.
So they have not figured that part out, who did?
It's not officially attributed yet.
Okay.
Right. At the same time, this also went on Facebook and Twitter. It was taken down promptly there, but this was something of a coordinated campaign to spread this very shoddy disinformation.
Yeah, I mean, this is really serious. We have seen deep fakes before that are humorous, the guy who looks like Tom Cruise, these kinds of things. I mean, we're talking about matters of national security here. You wrote, disinformation experts have long warned that deep fakes, computer-generated videos of a real person saying or doing things they didn't actually say or do, could be used for malicious political purposes. So what are the repercussions for posting deep fakes like this when it's a matter of national security? Are there any at this stage?
Right. I mean, not really. A lot of our warnings, a lot of our fears for it were concerning the election. You know, what if somebody tried to plant a false message about a candidate? This is a different beast. You know, we're talking about a war, and a president's falsely, an image of a president is made to seem like he is surrendering. But not really. I mean, you'll get your account banned at Facebook or Twitter, something like that, but not real consequences beyond that.
So if our viewers are thinking, wow, I don't know that I'd be able to spot one, because some of them are really good, are there signs, things you could look for so that you know that something you're watching might not be accurate?
Well, in this case, it's really obvious. I mean, the voice sounds funny, the mouth doesn't move right, the head is bouncing all over his shoulders. It's very, very obviously a fake. There are much better fakes out there. Not that we've seen deployed in this way, but theoretically that could be the case. Our big tech companies do have like algorithmic methods of checking to see, even if they're a really solid fake, they can verify that it's not real, even one that would fool a person. But some experts warn that that's not really the point, that really the most malicious use of a deepfake like this isn't to convince you of a specific false line. It would be to generally get viewers to distrust what they're seeing in general. They can see, oh, well, I was watching the news and I could tell that wasn't true, therefore I don't really trust the news anymore.
So you start questioning everything. Even if the deepfake is lousy.
Yes.
Oh, gosh, Kevin, it's unbelievable. I know. We're going to have you on one day and just talk about all the wonderful things you have found on the internet.
One day.
One of these days. Thank you, though. It's important stuff for our viewers to know.
Thanks.
Russian forces still stalled outside of Kyiv, according to a senior U.S. defense official, but there's increased naval activity in the south. Let's bring in NBC News national security analyst Clint Watts at the big board. He's also a distinguished research fellow at the Foreign Policy Research Institute. Clint, that defense official is saying the Russian Navy is shelling near Odessa. Tell us about the strategic significance of that city in particular.
So in the South, I think that what's important to look at is the bigger picture. One, for week now, 2 weeks, they've been trying to advance here and move to the west, essentially to get to Transnistria, cutting off Odessa. Odessa sits as the major port city. It's an economic center right at the top of the Black Sea. It's where a lot of exports, to include in particular the wheat exports that Ukraine is known for throughout this region, they go through here. We've seen those reports. They had markings here of Russian Navy out here right on the Black Sea and coming up close to Odessa. But I think what's more important, as you can look at here in this map, is it is a major modern city. It's a place even known for tourism. A lot of people would travel there. It's really the economic heart of Ukraine, so to speak. And if it were to be lost, this is the port city where everything comes in. It's where it hooks into railheads that can be moved in and through highways, railheads, anywhere else in the country. Now, the key part of this is it is actually much more difficult in many ways to do an amphibious landing or come in by the sea, particularly if you have not come back here and overtaken the city and encircled it on land, meaning that reinforcements could continue to come in. It would be very difficult to take this with a strictly amphibious assault. So I'm sure they're trying to bring the two of those together. The question is just, are they getting impatient? They just need to take this to really shut off all of this southern area. I think that's the bigger picture. We had talked before about what the Russian government might be trying to do. What Vladimir Putin would want is to essentially link with the land bridge here, connect this part of Donbass, which they already control, with this area here. This is the advance to Mariupol, which they essentially have encircled. And then if the Russian military could go here, connect it with Transnistria, and then take Odessa here to the south, they will have essentially recreated a centuries-old historic place known as Novorossiya, or New Russia. Putin could then say that he has united ethnic Russian people all along the north of the Black Sea, and he would essentially suffocate Ukraine over time because they would not be able to do a lot of this economic development. They'd be shut off from the sea. All supplies would have to come in over land. That brings me to one other, I think, key part that we need to look at, which is what's going on in the east. Despite all of the successes that Russia has had in the south, they are still contested. They're meeting protests. But even here in the east, you're seeing counteroffensives. Again, Kharkiv is a major battle area where they've not been able to encircle and hold that city despite intense onslaughts, indirect fire from artillery, missiles, and aircraft. So it really begs the question is, what is the grand plan for all of this? Whenever you look at the current map, the south, they've made advances, but probably can't hold. In the east, they've really struggled and taken major combat losses. And in the north, in and around Kyiv, they've tried to encircle, and they have failed repeatedly. You now have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 different logistical axes of advance. It's impossible, really, for a military to keep up with that over time. It's going to be very difficult for them to encircle these cities. I think Putin will get to a point where he has to pick his place. My guess is he will pick the south. That's where he's going to really try and make his gamble to hold on to it and then debate on whether to fully encircle and try and take Kyiv.
All right, Clint, thank you so much for your analysis. Appreciate it. Coming up, hidden in plain sight, meth users on nearly every social media platform, how the internet's making a blazing global addiction a whole lot worse.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Hold on to your seats.
The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
A strange story and a career of strange stories.
All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
It is time to check in with NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eagling. She has the latest headlines from NBCnews.com. Maya, what's happening?
Hey, Alison, we start in Kansas, where a student fired 5 shots toward a school officer after being asked to search his bag. According to police, the officer returned fire, leaving the 18-year-old hospitalized. 4 Disney employees arrested in an undercover operation targeting human traffickers and child predators. Authorities found the workers at a news conference after a 6-day operation that led to more than 100 arrests. Corey Fleming, longtime friend of South Carolina attorney Alex Murdaugh, is facing 18 charges related to the theft of more than $3 million. Fleming says he's a victim of Murdaugh's fraud, not an associate. A white high school freshman charged with a hate crime after a video showed him throwing cotton balls at a black student and whipping him with his belt in Louisiana. The school's president says they do not tolerate bullying or racism. And Target has installed solar panels on carports to fully power one of its stores in California. It's part of the company's plan to reach net zero carbon emissions by 2040. Allison.
All right, Maya, thank you. A Texas woman who stormed the Capitol on January 6th says she would do it again in a heartbeat. And now the Justice Department wants Jenny Cudd to serve 70 days behind bars for doing it. NBC News Justice reporter Ryan Riley joining me now. Ryan, how was Jenny Cudd involved in January 6th? And what has she already pled guilty to? What can you tell us here?
Yeah, so Jenny Cudd was one of these really early cases that we saw in the immediate aftermath of January 6th, and that's just because she posted all of the evidence on social media. She posted about how she'd gone to the Capitol and was actually live streaming on Facebook that evening and talking about what she did. What her defense says is that she was using sort of the royal we here when she was making that live stream video, and that she wasn't really talking about what she did individually, but was talking about what all of the rioters did. And that's sort of the notion that the defense is trying to put forward in this case here.
In a Facebook Live on the night of the 6th, she said, "I'm proud of everything that I was part of today. I'll be proud of everything that I'm a part of at the next one." Has she shown any remorse since? What are you hearing from her on that, or her attorney?
She is not. In fact, she actually is scheduled to speak. She spoke already at an event for January 6th defendants. And actually, after the attack in February last year, she actually took a trip to Mexico that got a lot of headlines and was given permission to do that. She's one of these people who still believes that the election was stolen. And so she sort of is in that mind frame and thinks that she's the victim here.
50+ people have already been sentenced to jail for their involvement in January 6th. What kind of time did they get, and does it give us any idea of what her sentence could look like?
It really varies, but for
Okay.
these lower level defendants, there's definitely a situation where what you say and if you express remorse, that has a lot to do with whether or not you actually you actually face a lot of prison time.
All right, Ryan, thanks so much for being with us this afternoon.
Thanks so much.
Every American should be able to learn, work, worship, and gather without fear. It is our duty to do everything we can to protect all our communities.
Vice President Kamala Harris, they're addressing a recent rash of bomb threats targeting historically black colleges and universities. There are 2 House committee hearings on those crimes today. Lawmakers listening to testimony from students, administrators, and law enforcement. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen joins me now. So, Ron, walk us through those hearings today.
Well, the vice president said that there have been 80 threats directed at not just HBCUs, but synagogues, churches, all in the last part of the year. And it's 36 of the 101 HBCU schools have received a threat, some of them multiple ones. And while on the one hand, there have been no devices found, it's still angering a lot of people.
Sure.
And it's reminding people that there's a history of threats and violence against the African-American community, and they see a repeating of this. Here's some of the testimony from a college president and some of the students about trying to elevate this issue and make sure that people understand that these are hate crimes, this is domestic terrorism, and that these schools, the HBCUs, occupy a very unique place in the country.
Sure.
Recent bomb threats against the institution I lead, my alma mater, Jackson State University, and the almost 24 other HBCUs make a mockery of how far we've come as a nation. There's always a group of individuals who will attempt to drag us back to a time when terrorizing our communities was a frequent occurrence, often without admonishment.
HBCUs have a history of contributing to society and developing civically engaged and responsible leaders. Racially charged acts like the bomb threats are not only an attack on our campus, but they are an attack on the ideals and the values of HBCUs and their collective mission.
Our resilience stands as a testament to the fact that no threat, either real or fictitious, could ever stand against our legacy, our community, and our commitment to supporting each other.
Remember, these threats came in a big rash at February 1st, the beginning of Black History Month, which is part of the insidiousness of this.
Yeah.
But the students were particularly eloquent, and they were making the point that these universities produce about half of the black doctors in the country, lawyers, engineers, and only 3% of the African-American students who go to college go to these schools. So there's a real feeling of a family, a real feeling of the importance of what these institutions do, and that's what a lot of the hearing was, just trying to let the nation know that background, that context, and making it people even more angry that this is happening. And still happening.
Do they have any leads here? Are they close to arresting anyone? Do they know who's responsible?
About a month ago, and this was repeated today, the FBI said that they have 6 persons of interest who are all juveniles. An agent said today that there's one person in particular who they think is responsible for the majority of these things, and they couldn't talk about it because of an ongoing investigation. They're obviously tech savvy, but that's part of the problem. That, they seem to know who this is, but they can't arrest the individual. And some people say, well, why do you take this all so seriously? Because there haven't been any devices found, but you just don't do it one time, and it could be real.
Yeah.
And these threats force the schools to go on lockdown, students to shelter in place. They've evacuated campuses. It's been very disruptive to learning, to being a student, being a teacher. And there was just one earlier this week at Morehouse University in Atlanta. So it's continuing.
Even if they are just threats, they are threatening the well-being of young people in our country, and they should absolutely be able to go to school without dealing with that. Ron, yesterday, the vice president announced financial help for HBCUs. And if people aren't understanding why you would need financial help because of a bomb threat, I mean, we are talking about mental health if you've been in a lockdown and you're frightened. Security you might need to beef up on campus. What are the campuses saying that they need most to make sure that as these threats continue, that they are protecting their students?
You might be surprised at some very basic things like exterior lighting and better security systems, key card systems to get people in and out of doors, reinforced glass in certain windows. historically, these schools have been underfunded compared to the mainstream schools. So there's been a push for more resources, more training, more security, better cooperation with the external law enforcement in the community. When we were at Howard University a few weeks ago, the Metro Police from D.C. came to campus and got more involved in what was going on because of these bomb threats. And of course, the FBI, they're trying to reach out to communities. You know, they made the point that we need to partner with people. We need help. We need information, intelligence to solve these things and to protect people. And but again, you know, it's been a lot of bomb threats during a short period of time. One again just this week, and so. Just talking to people on these campuses, there's a feeling of when will this ever end?
Yeah.
And it doesn't seem to be soon.
Well,
sadly.
Ron, I'm glad you came on to bring attention to it because it's important that we know what's going on and hopefully it'll stop. It's just terrible. Thanks for being with us. How does Pfizer's COVID vaccine affect the heart? It is safe for patients with prior myocarditis, according to a new but small French study. Let's bring in NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel. She's a primary care physician and a former director of policy for the Obama administration. And someday, we very deeply hope to have her on to not be talking about COVID. Maybe there will be something else. Dr. Patel, this study included 55 patients. Most of them were young men who had been hospitalized with myocarditis within the last 5 years and later got the COVID vaccine. None of them had any serious adverse reactions. Dr. Patel, I know it's a small study, but what do you make of the findings?
Yeah, I think it's just incredible because so many people, Allison, have said that they don't want to get the vaccine because they're worried about myocarditis, which is really just an inflammation of the heart muscle. It can be serious, but when we see it after getting it from the vaccine, it almost always resolves back to normal. But this was an unusual study because, as you mentioned, it's younger people who have had a history in the last 5 years of that inflammation of the heart, not from a vaccine, but from an infection and from something else. And so you would think that they would be more likely to get this inflammation if a vaccine could trigger it, but in this case it didn't. So it just shows that we're learning more and more about the safety specifically of the mRNA vaccines.
What would you say to people with heart problems who are reluctant, nervous about getting vaccinated? Should this reassure them, or do you want to see more data here?
No, it should reassure them. And here's why. I see too many people have already witnessed too many people who have been hospitalized, Allison, unfortunately some who have died because they did not get vaccinated and they had heart disease. And when you get an infection like COVID-19, it goes into every part of your body, including your heart. It just puts stress on your heart. And that can make someone with a heart condition have an even higher risk of ending up in the hospital. So it just gives me more reason to tell a patient who's worried about myocarditis, look, we know that it's safe. Billions of people have taken this vaccine, and even people who have had heart problems did not get those heart problems after the vaccine.
At this point, are there any underlying conditions where you would suggest a patient hold off on getting vaccinated or would just want to talk it through further with them before they do?
Yeah, the only patients really, it has to do with more of like the Johnson & Johnson type of vaccine, which we're really not using much in the U.S. But if you are a woman and you've had a blood clot or a history of clots, I actually have said, no, I don't want you to get Johnson & Johnson. I want you to get one of the other choices. But really, Allison, outside of that, there are very few circumstances where I say, hard stop, we should not give you any COVID-19 vaccine. So I think that's important to ask, though. I think people have fears and they think, oh, I've heard this and there's no options for me. We're actually starting to see more and more options. There may be even more new vaccine options this year that could provide choices for patients.
Let's take a look at COVID and another underlying condition. As scientists are exploring a potential connection between COVID and diabetes, researchers say COVID can attack insulin-producing cells in the pancreas. What's your take on this early study, and how does it add to what we already know about COVID and diabetes?
Oh, Allison, you know, sometimes when you read studies, you have those aha moments like, yes, that's what I've seen in my patients.
Yeah.
I have that exact same aha moment when I saw the NBC reporting on this, because we have been seeing a lot of patients who they weren't super healthy, but then they had COVID and then they start coming to my office and they're diabetic, outright needing insulin, diabetic. And this was some great NBC reporting with children who showed up with diabetes after COVID, but we also see a lot of adults. And insulin, just as a reminder, insulin is a natural
naturally produced hormone by our pancreas that helps to reduce levels of sugar in our body. And you can have type 1 diabetes where you don't make enough insulin, so you have to inject it. And you can have type 2 diabetes. It could also require insulin, but usually in type 2 diabetes, we have a resistance to the insulin our body produces. Either way, though, what we think happens with COVID is that after a COVID infection, even months later, you have an autoimmune effect where basically the pancreas and other cells that make insulin just somehow read that your body is infected and they start to attack itself. And then you actually have no insulin. Your sugars go through the roof. And that's what we've seen. We've seen children and adults who were previously healthy coming in with diabetes. So if you're actually listening to this and you know somebody who's been having some weird spells, maybe going to the bathroom more, maybe blurry vision, and it's even been months since COVID, it's worth going into the doctors and asking, could I be diabetic? Could I have something that started with that COVID infection and is still lasting till now? And it's consistent with what we're seeing around the world.
Dr. Patel, just anecdotally, have you seen in your patients, is it something that's temporary and then goes away, or have people come in, oh yeah, now you're diabetic, and that continues?
Yeah, unfortunately, Allison, every single person I've seen, and it's many, unfortunately, they have all still remained diabetic. Okay. So, you know, it's interesting. I don't even know, like I actually said, is this long COVID? But not really, because they technically meet the criteria for diabetes based on their blood sugars, based on some of the blood markers. And so it's very real. And I think that it's one more reason, one, to get vaccinated, and two, even if you are infected, don't be scared, but it's a reason to listen to your body. If you've had an infection and just months later you just don't feel like your old self, go get checked out, because there are a number of things that we're discovering.
Wow, the after effects of this virus are just unbelievable. Dr. Patel, thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you.
I know exactly what to do. I know exactly where to go. Recovering addicts describing the temptations on social media, from Zoom rooms of people using meth to profiles devoted entirely to drug use. Here's NBC News reporter Vaughn Hilliard.
Today, social media platforms have become an underground network for drug use, and only escalating the difficulty for addicts to separate and recover. A new report by NBC News detailing just how expansive these networks are.
In the largest rooms, there are up to 200 people.
It's connecting and reinforcing the using world on a level I never thought could happen.
Zoom rooms with hundreds of people congregating to use meth, and Reddit groups where people frequently post photos and videos of themselves using meth, and Twitter, Tumblr, YouTube, and Instagram profiles devoted to meth content. Adam Jones is now 1 month into recovery.
How did it heighten your use?
It's a way to band together for our cause, which is using and escaping and, supporting our using needs.
How hard is it with social media to separate from the addict community?
You can still send a message and you can still open it and get an invite and be triggered and get what you want within 30 minutes. Social media has made it too easy. Where I am in my recovery, I'm about to hit 30 days for the first time without rehab. So I'm very proud of myself right now. And however, if I have a bad day, I know exactly what to do. I know exactly where to go, how to look for it, what time of day. But at the same time, it can also be a good thing because I attend meetings via Zoom, and it's saving my life.
NBC News reporter Benjamin Goggin spoke with 10 current and recovering meth users about their use of these platforms.
Really, the biggest shift that technology has offered to addicts is that it's given essentially every single person the instant ability to connect with other addicts, drug dealers, and temptations. So even if someone is trying to get sober and trying to stay away from drugs, they'll have either content coming in their feeds referencing drug use. They'll have friends, old dealers reaching out.
This coinciding with the surging meth industry. From 2015 to 2019, the U.S. National Institutes of Health reports that frequent meth use jumped by 66%. A Reddit spokesperson told NBC News that it allows these types of communities to exist on its platforms with harm reduction in mind so that users are not alone, but that it bans the buying and selling of drugs. A spokesperson for Zoom, though, told NBC News in part in a statement, this type of activity is not welcome on Zoom, and we take action whenever we become aware of it. And spokespeople for Meta, Twitter, and Tumblr all telling NBC News that their platforms prohibit the use of illegal drugs. But NBC News reporting shows Zoom, Facebook, and other platforms encountering new accounts and sessions as others are taken down.
They're clearly facing incredibly sort of difficult moderation issues, and they're sort of struggling to react to this.
Links to join these Zoom sessions are not difficult to come by and remain open for multiple days. An individual high on meth can stay awake for more than 24, 48, or 72 hours. The drug use is sometimes combined with streaming pornography and users having sex.
It's a whole nother world. It's very dark, and it's very it's scary. But when you're in it, it's your everything.
The NTSB now saying a 13-year-old was behind the wheel of the truck that crashed into a van in West Texas this week. 6 students and their coach died in that crash on Tuesday, all of them on the University of the Southwest golf team. Here's NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky.
Heartbreak this morning in Hobbs, New Mexico, following a horrific head-on collision that took the lives of 9 people, including 7 members of a college golf team. Gary and Sandy Rains lost their daughter, Carissa, just 21 years old, a biology major and devout Christian.
Carissa was my baby, and I don't know what I'm going to do without her.
The accident happened just after 8 p.m. Tuesday on a remote farm road north of Midland, Texas. Authorities say the team from the University of the Southwest was returning from a tournament when a pickup truck crossed over into their lane.
Authorities say that head-on collision grew worse when flames engulfed both vehicles. Burn scars now line the side of the road where bystanders tried desperately to save those trapped inside.
We are going to need 2 helicopters, please.
Rescue crews airlifted 2 students more than 100 miles to Lubbock, Texas, where both remain in critical condition. But 6 student athletes, their coach, and 2 others inside the pickup truck lost their lives. Ben Kirks, the pro at the local golf course, worked closely with the team and helped create a hometown memorial to pay tribute.
Life shouldn't be taken for granted, and you should really hold on to those you love.
Among them, Lacey Stone, whose high school teacher called her a hardworking student and golfer who always found a reason to smile.
There was never a dull moment with Lacey. She joked and she sang and she just lived life to the fullest.
We are praying so much for the families of all those other kids.
Young lives full of promise, leaving many families struggling to heal.
Right now, we just keep thinking every once in a while we're going to wake up from this terrible nightmare, but it's not happening.
Coming up, budgeting for higher interest rates. Financial planners say you could pay the price if you don't act now. Some of their expert advice after the break.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
President Biden making news tonight on several fronts.
We're answering the questions you want answered.
There's a lot to talk about this evening.
Let's start breaking all this down.
We begin with breaking news.
Now to an NBC News exclusive interview.
We'll get right to that breaking news, the desperate search and rescue.
Our team is live all across the path of destruction tonight.
Nearly 200 firefighters responded to the scene.
What you see on the tablet here is what we see in real life on the street.
You know I got your back, right?
Keep going.
2022 midterms, the battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms.
We are talking elections. I'm in a battleground state.
Meet the Press Election Night special.
It is a big night.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world. Our NBC News crew heard explosions in the capital city of Kyiv.
People here are terrified.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facilities. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be? We begin with the pandemic today. today.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
Raise your hand if you have had enough of COVID.
A piece of space junk is on a collision course with the moon.
It does matter. It is significant. Why?
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
It is time for the bottom line, our daily look at what's going on in the business world and beyond. Financial planners telling families don't wait. Get your finances in order now that interest rates are going up. So how exactly do you budget for 6 more rate hikes this year? NBC News correspondent Tom Costello has some expert tips.
The Federal Reserve launches its first attack on the skyrocketing prices eating into nearly every family's budget. As expected, the Fed raising rates by a quarter point, while predicting 6 more rate hikes are likely this year, as it works to cool the economy without undermining a very strong labor market.
We understand that high inflation imposes significant hardship, especially on those least able to meet the higher costs of essentials like food, housing, and transportation.
But higher rates will also make some things more expensive, including credit cards, new car loans, adjustable rate loans, and new home mortgage rates. In New Orleans, Corey McClinton's grandmother warned her that rates were going higher, so she just bought her family their first home, locking in a 2.9% loan rate.
I did it, and I got, my offer accepted, which is crazy.
The big debate is the Fed raising rates fast enough to bring inflation under control after heavy government spending, or too fast and risking a potential recession.
The Fed is not going to solve the inflation puzzle alone by raising interest rates.
That's because other factors feed inflation. Higher gas prices, with oil production still not at pre-pandemic levels and Russian oil virtually cut off from the world market. The global supply chain remains stretched, with China again locking down cities in COVID hot zones, just as the war in Ukraine sends anxiety and prices even higher. Financial planners say American families should act now. Pay off credit cards before rates go even higher. Convert adjustable rate loans to fixed rates. And new home buyers should lock in their loan rates now. For Corey McClinton in New Orleans, timing was everything.
I feel like this is like a new chapter that I'm starting.
Interest rate hikes are a unique problem for tech companies sitting on billions of dollars in cash. What do they do with all that money? CNBC technology news editor Steve Kovac joins me now. Steve, this is a problem I think we all wish we had. Too much money, where to park it? We've been telling our viewers that interest rates are tough on growth stocks like the tech darlings. So how do rate hikes rattle them in particular?
Well, it doesn't necessarily rattle the big tech companies with all the tens of billions of dollars. What it does is it gives them more money to play around with. So Apple is sitting here on $200 billion plus of cash. Google has north of $150 billion, and so on and so forth. So what do they do as they see these balance sheets keep increasing? Well, if you believe, like some analysts I've talked to, we're going into a recession. They're expecting another dot-com bust like we saw in 2001, and they get to go shopping for some great companies that don't have the same kind of cash flows they do. And so what we could see in the tech world is a lot more consolidation with these big guys taking advantage of this new environment and scooping up the smaller companies.
So let's show our viewers the cash piles the major tech companies are sitting on, because it's pretty impressive. Apple, $203 billion, Alphabet, $139 billion, Microsoft, $130 billion, Amazon, $96 billion, Meta coming in at just $48 billion, though I'd still be fine with that. Why do they have so much cash? What else do they do with it?
Yeah, so these are some of the richest and most powerful companies in the world. First of all, let's talk about Apple, which sells these iPhones at insanely high margins. So they're making a huge profit off of every bit of hardware they sell. And then when you talk about Google and you talk about Facebook, well, that's all software and advertising. It's easily to replicate and spread throughout the world, and also the data collection, of course, that we always talk about. So that's how they are able to throw off so much cash and gain so much power in this market. So what's going to happen now is if, let's say, for example, things don't go as bad as some people think they might go. what's going to happen is they're going to see their just cash piles boost and boost and boost. And what they start doing is rewarding their investors. We know Apple, for example, is going to increase its dividend when it reports earnings at the end of next month or early May. So if you're a shareholder of one of these companies, you're going to feel the rewards a lot better than if you are investing in some of the smaller companies.
Yeah, so let's talk more about investors in these companies. You know, a lot of people may think, well, I don't have Apple stock or I don't have Google stock, but a lot of people do and don't even necessarily realize it, whether it's through funds, a retirement portfolio, a trading app on your phone. You know, you might just even have a fractional share. So what does this mean for them? Sell, buy, hold? I mean, how should they be looking at this?
Well, my job isn't to tell people what stocks to buy, but I will tell you what the smart people are telling me.
Okay,
yeah. The analysts are, here's what the analysts say. If you think we are headed for a recession and it's doom and gloom, stick with the big guys. Stick with the solid value names that we know are going to survive any kind of recession. If you think, hey, the worst of it's over, this Fed rate hike happened, the market took its medicine, and everything's already priced in and baked in, then go for those exciting stocks that we've been seeing throughout the pandemic that have been the high flyers, you know, the Zooms, the Pelotons, and things like that.
All right, Steve, thank you so much for being on with us. A girl can dream about having a cash pile like that. That is something else. Yeah, right?
Thanks, Allison.
Thank you. Netflix has finally caught on. They're getting ready to test out a program that cracks down on password sharing with people who don't live together. Today, anchor Chanel Jones has the details.
Sharing your favorite Netflix binge with a buddy may soon come at a price. The streaming giant behind hits like Inventing Anna.
Who's more famous right now than Anna Delvey?
The Tiger King and Bridgerton.
Yes, that is why I thought of it.
Announcing Wednesday that it's cracking down on sharing passwords with someone outside your household in a different location. It will begin testing new ways to make users sharing accounts pay additional fees, posting a statement to its website saying, "We've always made it easy for people who live together to share their Netflix account." While these have been hugely popular, they have also created some confusion about when and how Netflix can be shared. The company says the upcoming test launch will begin with a trio of countries in Central and South America. Users with standard and premium plans will be able to add up to 2 people they don't live with for less than the cost of a separate Netflix plan. After years of turning a blind eye to password sharing, inspiring endless jokes.
Netflix, it's great, especially since it's free if you use your band leader's username and password. Thank you, John. Thank you.
Raise your hand if this affects you. How many people here share a Netflix account?
The reaction to this latest announcement sparking outrage on social media. Subscribers tweeting, "You do this and goodbye Netflix. Got plenty of other options." Another writing, "To those of you who have my Netflix password, it's been a real one. Looks like the fun is over." A new requirement that could make the streaming service's greeting, "Who's watching Netflix?" the most important question of the day.
Ex-Empire actor Jussie Smollett out on bond, but his legal battle's far from over. We'll talk to NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos about the controversial case next.
Still to come in the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
President Biden making news tonight on several fronts.
We're answering the questions you want answered.
There's a lot to talk about this evening.
Let's start breaking all this down.
We begin with breaking news.
Now to an NBC News exclusive interview.
We'll get right to that breaking news, the desperate search and rescue.
Our team is live all across the path of destruction tonight.
Nearly 200 firefighters responded to the scene.
What you see on the tablet here is what we see in real life on the street.
You know I got your back, right?
Keep going. 2020 2022 midterms, the battle for Congress, and the fight for control of state housing.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms. We are talking elections. I'm in a battleground state. Meet the Press Election Night special. It is a big night.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world. Our NBC News crew heard explosions in the capital city of Kyiv.
People here are terrified.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facilities.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be? We begin with the pandemic today.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
Raise your hand if you have had enough of COVID.
A piece of space junk is on a collision course with the moon.
It does matter. It is significant. Why?
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
To bring in the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
Is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me give you a hint.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Jussie Smollett is out of jail for now. On Wednesday, a Chicago appeals court granted a motion to release the ex-Empire actor on bond while he appeals his conviction. NBC News legal analyst Danny Savallo is here with me now. Fun to have you back in set, friend. It's been a while, huh?
So glad to be here and see everybody in person. It is nice.
It is both awesome and like weird. You're like, oh, a real human being. All right, but I should get to the issue at hand.
Yes, of course.
I digress. All right, so let me just go through the facts here. Smollett was convicted in December for lying about being the victim of a hate crime. He served 6 of a 150-day sentence before he was released last night. I want to play a bit of his attorney last night, and then I want to get your take on the back end.
I think we're here because the appellate court realized this was the right thing to do. I hope everyone realizes that the persecution that went on in that courthouse was absurd, and that the sentence was a draconian sentence. It was excessive.
Draconian, excessive. All right, so tell us the facts here. Is that accurate? How much time do you typically get for something like this? And is it common for a court to grant a release on bond after conviction?
In fact, the irony here is that the very reason he got out is because his sentence was so light. Here's what I mean.
Okay.
Normally, if you have a client that gets a 10-year sentence,
right,
you can't ask the court to release him while we appeal.
Right.
But if you have a very short sentence, the court sometimes recognizes, hey, in 150 days, this appeal may not be over, and there's always an outside chance that his conviction could be overturned, and then he's already served his penalty, and that wouldn't be fair. So if you have a very short sentence, sometimes you can get the court to release you pending appeal. If you're safe, if you're not somebody who they have to worry about in society at large, and if the court often needs to think that you have a reasonable chance of success. And most of their claims in this case are not about the merits of the case or what the jury concluded. They are about issues of double jeopardy, which would have nothing to do with actually the accused's guilt in the case. It's more about, did the prosecutor essentially hold him in jeopardy twice? Did they charge him, uncharge him, and then charge him again in a way that violated the Constitution?
He's getting some celebrity attention here. Taraji P. Henson, who was on Empire with him, Beyonce's mom, Tina Knowles, they both posted on Twitter. They're saying his punishment does not fit the crime. How much sway could public pressure have in the court? Is that helpful, unhelpful?
First of all, I've never heard of any of those celebrities. I know,
you know who Beyonce
I know
is.
Billy Joel and like Jack Tripper from Three's Company.
I don't
That's
believe
what I know.
this. I feel like you danced to like put a ring on it back at home with your family.
No. I think heavy metal is like Elton John. That's how exciting I am. Okay.
You've got a house full of women. I have a feeling this is going to change. There's going to be Beyonce in this house someday soon. All right. In spite of the fact that you know none of these very, very famous women, they're tweeting saying this wasn't appropriate. Do courts like that? Do judges not like that? I mean, could public pressure here be good, bad, or have no effect?
Yeah, I think there's a phenomenon where when celebrities are involved, all the traditional rules go right out the window. Arguably, look, no other disorderly conduct defendant would have had a situation where a prosecutor charges him, then he does community service, but then a special independent prosecutor comes in on a disorderly conduct charge. I mean, it's just crazy, but the reason it exists is because Jussie Smollett is a celebrity and there's a focus on him. So there really is a different class of justice for celebrities than there is for regular folks. Not necessarily better or worse, it's just different.
Does that change then what his appeals process will look like? Will that be the same as it would be for most people, or is this just a special case?
It'll be exactly the same, but the issue will be unique in that this doesn't normally happen. Most criminal defendants don't have a double jeopardy claim based on the fact that a prosecutor essentially let them do community service, and then an independent special prosecutor comes in and says, we need to take a closer look at this. Again, Allison, disorderly conduct. Yes, it's a felony, but look, this kind of stuff happens all the time.
This is such an interesting case, especially when you break it down for us. Danny, it's so great to have you back.
Thank you.
Who says buying has to be boring? Not this shopper. Online retailers finding a lucrative home on TikTok, selling not just product, but also a show. NBC News Now anchor Savannah Sellers takes a look.
It's QVC meets Price is Right and like crazy game shows.
Oh, 25% off code! When you think online shopping, this probably isn't what comes to mind. Yeah, these prescriptions, those are, they are. But for Lauren Davis's family hemp business, live streams like this are now their main revenue driver.
They have changed our life. If you look at our sales on those live stream days, the graph shoots up. It is our bath ritual bath soak.
Every week, Lauren and her mom go live for an hour on their TikTok account with more than 830,000 followers and interact with customers buying their products in real time.
I see the comments and I also see the orders coming in. And I have the order name and the order number, and I'll call out their names.
2044, if y'all are in the house, this giveaway spins for Crystal, Tracy, and Alyssa. What's the wheel over your shoulder? What's that for?
So any order over $100 that's placed during the live stream will get a spin of our giveaway wheel. This giveaway spin is for you. Big money, no way.
That gaming aspect is intentional and quickly becoming a live stream staple.
I think it's fun because there's like an element of mysteries.
Lindsay Holland is a shopper with a thing for crystal live streams.
They'll have like a big container and it'll have a bunch of different like rocks and crystals, and they'll take a cup or like a bowl and they'll scoop, and whatever you get in that scoop is what you get shipped to you.
An adventure you can't get when you just add an item to your cart on a static website.
It's the experience that you're paying for. It's the experience of watching them scoop it and like them saying your name.
So you're not just buying the product, but also the show.
It's meant to give them a reason to stay through the duration of that short video, and then to stay for the next one.
Franklin Chu is the managing director of e-commerce agency Azoya International. He says all signs point to this being the future of shopping.
The live streaming e-commerce market in China is about 200 billion. And it's only about 10 billion right now in the U.S. So there's a long runway for U.S. merchants to use this medium to promote themselves.
He says over the next 2 to 3 years, more major U.S. brands will hop on the trend, and some of the largest are already there. Walmart held its first live stream shopping event on TikTok in December of 2020. Now they have their own live shopping website, walmartshoplive.com. Amazon is following a similar path with Amazon Live, where shoppers can browse multiple live streams at a time. But the shoppers businesses attract on TikTok, the ones super engaged in the content they consume, are making this platform stand out.
When they go to Amazon, they expect a certain kind of experience, shopping for a particular product. People that go onto TikTok, they're looking for entertainment, they're looking for social interaction, and then the purchase decision. TikTok is really very consciously merge all of those functionalities together.
Lauren Davis is already seeing the benefit.
Would you quantify that as a live stream generates thousands of dollars for you? Hundreds?
Definitely thousands. That is it's a very vital day for us. It's a hoot and a half, truly.
A simple question this St. Patrick's Day, light or dark? That's all you need to know at McSorley's in Manhattan's East Village, where they've been pouring pints of ale since the 19th century. NBC News correspondent Harry Smith takes us there.
An Irish storyteller is called a Seanachie, and we know one who claims McSorley's Old Ale House is the longest continuously operating bar in New York City, since 1854, if you can believe it. Ever since then, the bar has been a place to shed your woes, meet your friends, and share a cup or two.
What's a best night like here? When this place is at its best, what is it like to be inside this room?
This sounds really corny. It's a kind of heaven. It's like you're surrounded by throngs of really wonderful human mirth.
Bart Bartholomew knows. He spent just a few rounds shy of 50 years behind the bar here, where he says most patrons heed the establishment credo: be good or be gone.
There's something about it. You're in the middle of a hive, I guess, of human warmth and good cheer and everything, and that's great.
Many a Saturday morning, Bart would bring his little boy to McSorley's. So entranced by the goings-on was Rafe Bartholomew, he vowed one day he'd work here too. And then he wrote a book about it.
What makes this place different from other old bars in town?
For me, it's that the place still runs as much as possible like it did when John McSorley opened it in 1854. The way they serve the ale, the sawdust on the floors, the chairs, the tables, the bar itself.
The stuff on the walls, milestones, memories, history, some enough to give you pause.
So what is this up here?
These are our World War I wishbones. We consider that the most precious artifacts in the bar. You know, in 1917, a group of, regular guys, mostly locals from the neighborhood, were shipping out to World War I, and they had a going-away party here. At the end of the night, they each hung a wishbone on the gas lamp for good luck, in hopes that they would come back. After the war, those who survived came back and took down a wishbone. And those who never made it, their wishbones have been there ever since.
McSorley's devotion to the past is steadfast. As was true when the bar first opened, your choice of drink is ale, light or dark. Imagine an Irish bar that serves no whiskey.
Light or dark?
No Jamesons, no.
No Bushmills?
No Bushmills, no.
No Tullamore Dew?
No, you're getting into good stuff now.
There is an enduring and endearing stubbornness here. When Matthew Marr became the bar's third owner in the 1970s, he pledged to keep it the same. His daughter Teresa runs it now and continues the commitment to forswear, fad, or fashion.
How proud are you of this place?
Oh, I'm very proud. I'm beyond words. It's more than a bar. It's like history. It's my family. It's life. I think this place, teaches all of us something, especially that work here.
Like Bart, who quite honestly spent most of his life here.
You always want to have some kind of meaning or significance to your life, and it's here for me. After loving my wife and my son and being a good father and good husband, this place is like, it's the meaning of my life.
John McSorley escaped the potato famine and built something of permanence in New York's bowels. Hard not to imagine his Irish eyes still smiling.
Cheers to McSorley's and happy St. Patrick's Day. Hallie Jackson starts right now.
We're coming on the air with updates on how many innocent people have been killed in Ukraine, including what we've just learned about the death of another American there. And the Secretary of State, Tony Blinken, backing up the president, saying he personally believes Russia is committing war crimes. So what is Putin's next move? And we're live on the rescues in hard-hit Mariupol after a theater sheltering hundreds of people, clearly labeled with the word kids in Russian, was bombed. And the latest on conflicting reports about how WNBA star Brittany Griner's doing while she's being detained in Russia, and what we know now about other Americans who may be in the same situation. Plus, A new wave of COVID. Have you heard about this hitting Europe and Asia? The Surgeon General telling me it's very possible we could see another surge here. We'll explain what that could look like. And in Mexico, the government's trying to stop the murders of journalists there. 8 this year alone. What they're planning on doing now and why it took so long. Plus, Kanye West suspended from Instagram still tonight in a development that touches mental health, emotional abuse, race, the reaction to what happened, and why, later on in the show. Hey, I'm Hallie, and tonight we're starting with the new details that more than 700 innocent people, including more than 50 kids, have now been killed in Ukraine. Casualties of the siege Vladimir Putin has unleashed, with the U.S. confirming an American died there just today and warning Russia will try to kidnap Ukrainian leaders, all in a push to take over the country by force. Here's the Secretary of State just a few hours ago.
This is a terror tactic. Grab local officials, depose local governments, put proxies in their place.
In Mariupol, rescuers are trying. They are trying to pull survivors from what's left of a theater bombed by Russian forces 24 hours ago. This theater was sheltering hundreds of people, including kids, clearly labeled. If you can see it, you see the red roof, and there's the labeling, the word children written in Russia in white. The UN ambassador saying local officials have told families to leave their dead relatives behind because it is too dangerous to hold funerals. Mariupol City Council says the city's lost as much as 80% of its housing, and more than 350,000 people are hiding in shelters and in basements as these Russian troops keep up their relentless shelling. So let's talk operationally what Russia is doing. They are now in control of a small city in eastern Ukraine, Izium, after weeks of what Amnesty International calls constant attack, with a senior defense official telling us Russia's launched more than 1,000 missiles so far. We've got a lot to get to, and I want to start with Ali Arouzi on the ground in Lviv, Ukraine. We've gotten those latest horrific civilian casualty numbers from these official estimates, Ali, and you have the Defense Ministry of Ukraine saying today that these attacks towards Mariupol are continuing, with new concerns from the Pentagon end, based on our team's reporting, that Odessa may be next. Talk to us.
Well, the Mariupol thing is just devastating, Hallie. I mean, as you pointed out, in the front of the theater, in the back of the theater, in Russian, it was written children. That didn't seem to deter the Russians from dropping a bomb right on the roof of that theater. The Ukrainian official said that there may be up to 1,000 people in there, mostly women and children. But one good piece of news out of that is that they all seem to have been deep down in the bunker of that theater, and most of them appear to have survived. They're telling us now that about 130 people have been pulled out of that bunker. But rescue workers here in Ukraine are literally taking people out, taking stones and rubble out by hand to get these people out of there. But Mariupol is a desperate place. It's been decimated by the Russians. It's a siege and starve campaign by them. We spoke to a lady who had escaped Mariupol with her family and her 3 dogs. Let's take a listen to what she had to say.
Every minute something changed there, because when the bombs falling down on the city, everything ruins in a moment. The ruining is very strong. When you wake up, look out of the window and see the black smoke in the direction of your house or other districts.
I spoke to her. I said, what does Mariupol look like right now? She goes, I can't tell you what Mariupol looks like. I left the other day and they're hitting it so hard. The scenery changes the whole time. Buildings are gone. All you see there is black smoke and dust.
And yet there's this discussion about what you could call these peace talks, quote unquote, right? Some sort of ceasefire talks. And the sticking point seems to be this commitment from Ukraine to be neutral, essentially, that it wouldn't align itself with other military alliances, et cetera. We know that is not what Ukraine really wants here. How does that play out? Where do things go from here on that front?
Well, they're still talking, so that can't be a bad thing, but expectations are fairly low on those talks. Vladimir Putin is, sticking to his guns. He's being belligerent. The Ukrainians are pretty clear what they want from these peace talks. They want an immediate end to this war. They want all the Russians out of their country. And beyond that, there isn't much room for compromise other than possibly the NATO thing. Zelensky knows that joining NATO is probably a non-starter, so they could possibly negotiate on that. But Hallie, both sides need a peace deal. The Ukrainians need it because they want to save their country. And the Russians, in some way, for Putin to save face, need it as well because they're getting battered. You know, their generals are getting killed, their troops are getting decimated, their hardware is getting decimated, and not to mention that their economy is almost flat-lining here. So it's a really difficult position for the Russians too. I read a great line the other day. Not since Tsar Nicholas II has one man done so much damage to Russia in such a short period of time. So, you know, you got to think, what is Vladimir Putin thinking these days?
And we know what the president is thinking, President Biden, Secretary of State Blinken, because over the last 24, 48 hours, we have heard this opinion labeled, you know, war crime, basically, that he is a war criminal. That is not an official designation, obviously, but that is something that is still significant as we look at the sort of operational status of Russia on the ground, which is they are not making the advances that they want to be making on Kyiv thanks to this Ukrainian resistance.
That's right. They're not making the advances by land, by air, by sea. By all estimates right now, apart from a few cities in the east, the Ukrainians are pretty much in control of all of their territory, the major cities, and that's, as you mentioned, because they're putting up a fierce fight against the Russians. This is not what Vladimir Putin had expected. This wasn't this lightning strike and strategic move and that he was going to suddenly take over all of Ukraine. So now he's got to be reassessing his position here. That's why he's probably engaging in peace talks. He probably thought he would have had Kyiv in his hands by now, would have installed a puppet government there, but that's not what's happened, and Zelensky and his people are standing strong.
Ali Arouzi live for us there in Ukraine. Ali, thank you for being with us. We've learned that Brittany Griner's detention in Russia has been extended now, based on reports, for 2 more months until the middle of May. And the State Department is telling NBC News today they're concerned about the lack of access they've had to Griner. Remember, she's the U.S. Olympic basketball champion, the WNBA superstar who's been held in Russia for a month. And now the State Department says they've not yet been granted consular access. Russia is saying something different. A Russian news agency is today reporting a humanitarian aid worker who visited Griner said the pretrial detention center where she's being held is ready for a U.S. consular visit. Griner was arrested in Russia last month on charges of smuggling hash oil, which is extracted from marijuana. Russian officials say they found vape cartridges with the oil in her luggage at the airport. Her case has caught a lot of attention. Former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton just yesterday tweeting, "Free Britney." Joining me now is Steve Patterson. And Steve, listen, this is conflicting information, right? The U.S. is worried about a lack of contact with her. And yet there is this, it seems, strategic decision, right, not to put her in the spotlight too much as they try these very sensitive, presumably diplomatic negotiations behind the scenes.
And that's why this is such a mess, Hallie. First, I think we have to color this entire conversation by saying we cannot viably trust anything from the Russian government or state-run media, especially now that there is this dialogue of open political hostility, including sanctions, and you have a target as potentially big as Griner, who's, as you laid out, is like the Kobe Bryant of the WNBA, potentially even bigger in Russia. The State Department says that it is Russia's obligation under the Vienna Convention, which governs treaties, that, as you mentioned, they must allow consular access. If they're not allowing that access, that's a violation of international norms. The State Department, again, says that they have not been granted that access. And I think we should find it very difficult to believe that they are not making every attempt. And if you want to be skeptical, you could add with the modifier, especially with how high profile this story is in the States. There has been almost nothing we've heard from Russian officials that passes above the level of what I would say dubious. But I will say that, as you mentioned, it's also been very difficult to suss out the information from the American side as well, because Griner's family and agents and teams and U.S. officials have all been relatively mute. They don't want to turn this into some sort of political celebrity cause, because that's the advice from the international relations experts. That would make her getting out of detention even more difficult. That's something that they don't want to risk, Hallie.
And there is there's a question of how she's doing, right? Because, Ambassador Mike McFaul, former ambassador to Russia, knows it very well. He's been in the Russian prison system, observed it as his time an ambassador there, and he says it's not a pleasant place to be. So there's these Russian media reports that Griner's reading books. The only issue is her bed's too small because she's so tall. But again, as you say, the skepticism, taking this with a grain of salt, is something I think you kind of have to do here.
Yeah, we have to say, again, you cannot trust Russia on this. We shouldn't believe them on anything, including the premise of the original charge itself. There's this guy, his name is Jonathan Franks. He represents American citizens that have been held by hostile governments. He's given several interviews saying that he's seen a number of hallmarks in what he calls an arbitrary detention in this case. Russian officials say, I'll just lay it out there, that she's, quote, calmly accepted the situation, that she has English-speaking cellmates that have offered to order her books, as you mentioned, and that she has no complaints other than the size of her bed, which is simply not big enough for somebody that's 6'9". Look, I believe that last part, but I can't imagine being held in a Russian or Chinese or a Canadian prison and having no complaints. But again, based on what we've heard, this may be part of the strategy from the U.S. side. We just don't know. Hallie?
We know that, based on some of the reporting and the folks that I've been talking to, we talk about Brittany Griner. I also talked with a mom today, just a couple of hours ago, Steve, who says her son has been detained by the Russians, too. That her son, this is Tina Hauser, her son Tyler, she says, moved to Ukraine to be with his wife. His son is there. He'd been living there when the fighting happened. He basically got on a bus to try to get out through Turkey, was pulled off this bus, she says, and she hasn't talked to him since last Saturday. I want to play a little bit of our conversation. If you could get a message to your son, Tina, what would you tell him?
I'd tell him I love him and I miss him. And I'm trying so hard to find him. Just please be safe and be strong, Tyler. You're a good man. We'll find you someday.
I mean, she's going through something that is just so gut-wrenching. She's been in touch with the embassy. The embassy actually reached out to her yesterday, said this is a process that may take some time. Do we know how many Americans are in this position?
According to the James Foley Foundation that tracks this, 59 U.S. nationals or permanent residents are being held abroad. It is a desperate situation for so many, especially when you factor in the fact that they're away from their families, declining health, all of that taken into consideration. Terrible situation, Hallie.
Steve Patterson, thank you very much for staying on top of this story for us. We appreciate it. We want to talk now to another big headline here in this country. COVID cases in Europe and Asia has some folks wondering if a new surge is headed here to the U.S. Spoiler, maybe, probably. If you listen to experts, you've got China in the middle of its worst outbreak in 2 years. Cases jumping this week with 70 million people affected by some of these provinces that have locked down. And nearly half of all European countries seeing increases in new cases in just the last week. Why? Experts are blaming in part this subvariant of Omicron, BA2, that's what it's called. In fact, the CDC says the BA2 variant makes up about 23% of COVID variants here in the U.S. I spoke with the Surgeon General, Dr. Vivek Murthy, today about whether he thinks we're going to see another surge. Is that what he's bracing for here in this country? Listen. Is it just a matter of time before cases here are starting to surge again like we see in Europe?
Well, Hallie, it's the right question. We've seen time and time again that a wave that begins in one part of the world often doesn't stay in that part of the world. And in many cases, it's come to the United States. So we absolutely have to be prepared for that.
Yeah, he says it's entirely possible we may see that. Joining me now is Meg Terrell. Meg, listen, that is the reality, right? At a time when more and more Americans, I think, seem to be getting used to this idea of life where you don't have to wear masks everywhere all the time, where vaccine mandates have been lifted in most places across the U.S.
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately, all of the things that are being blamed for the uptick in cases in Europe and the UK are all things that we have here in the United States as well. We've got waning immunity, we've got the lifting of masks and social distancing requirements, and we've got this more transmissible version of Omicron called BA2, which is growing in prevalence, as you pointed out, in the U.S. It's up to more than 40% in some parts of the country, including the Northeast, about a quarter of new cases now and growing quickly. So the question is, of course, even if cases rise, what does that mean in terms of causing more hospitalizations and severe disease? And that is really an open question. There's a hope that we have a lot of built-up immunity from the surge we just went through. Unfortunately, a lot fewer Americans are boosted than some European countries, so that means we have less protection, at least in the form of that vaccination, than a lot of these countries that have seen upticks in hospitalizations.
Can you talk to us about the variant thing here, Meg? Because there's some talk now about BA2, right? And now this sort of new variant that has come on the scene, Deltacron, this rather ominous-sounding name for it. How worried should we be about it? Because it seems like some experts are saying, hey, Deltacron, interesting name, maybe not so much of a threat right now, but BA2, you know, it's there.
Yeah, BA2 is certainly the one that is more on the forefront of all the experts' minds, because that one really is growing in prevalence. It's thought to be at least 30% more transmissible than the original Omicron, which is more contagious than everything we've seen before that. In terms of Deltacron, this is kind of a different thing. It's a combination of Delta and Omicron. And while that sounds really scary, because we remember Delta as being a more severe variant, that has not been observed here with Deltacron. Only a few cases of this have even been seen in very few countries. It doesn't appear to be growing in prevalence. So right now it sounds scary, but not something that experts are really worried is going to take over.
I just want to mention this because we found out today from the White House that President Biden was not considered a close contact with the Irish leader who's been in town, who we saw last night, who has come down with COVID, according to him. The second gentleman, Doug Emhoff, of course, Vice President Kamala Harris's husband, tested positive for COVID too. Listen, the president's not a close contact, but these are still close calls in the orbit, if you will. And it seems like a reminder that, like, COVID has not gone from our lives altogether. This is a high-profile reminder of that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't know about in your life, but I feel like a lot of my friends are getting COVID now at a time when we're sort of being told, okay, we're over the emergency phase. We have to remember there's still 30,000 cases being reported every day in the U.S. Those are just the ones that are getting reported. There's a lot more home testing going on that's not being reported. So COVID is still here in a big way. It can affect us in terms of cases. If you're vaccinated and boosted and not immunocompromised, you're in a pretty good position. But we still do have to worry about that. And of course, people worry about long COVID as well. So this is still with us.
Meg Drell, good to see you. Thank you for that breakdown. Appreciate it. Police think fog may have been a factor in this huge pileup in southeast Missouri today over on I-57. Officers say somebody hit their brakes and created a chain reaction with 40 to 50 cars. You can see the smoke billowing up. It was a deadly crash. At least 5 people have been killed. The highway's closed. And this is really just the start of what's supposed to be a weekend of severe weather, right? Not just, of course, that fog, but bad thunderstorms, the wind, the hail, potential tornadoes across the south. Check it out. This is video from the Atlantic coast of Florida on Wednesday when hail was hitting the area. A tornado also hit Sarasota over on the other coast, and this system is not done just yet. Al Roker is joining us now. Al, we are just at the beginning of this stretch of severe storms, no?
Yeah, absolutely, Hallie. In fact, this could be an unprecedented stretch of severe weather. Let's show you what we have going on right now. Out in the Rockies, this system is going to be causing problems. Already, we're seeing snow and some rain to the north of this system. Gulf moisture is going to be pulled up into it. And so tonight, we've got a risk of severe weather for 12 million people. New Orleans, Lake Charles, Hattiesburg, Shreveport, Dallas, Oklahoma City. We move into tomorrow afternoon and into the evening. Take a look down right along the panhandle of Florida and parts of Alabama on into Mississippi. We've got an enhanced risk where we could be looking at nocturnal tornadoes. Those are twice as deadly, but that severe threat extends all the way up into Nashville and into Evansville, Indiana. And then we move on into Saturday along the southeastern Atlantic coast. 9 million people at risk from Tallahassee, Columbia, Charleston, Wilmington, all the way till the Delmarva Peninsula. Here's what we're looking at. Warm, moist Gulf air is going to fuel these storms through Saturday. Strong upper-level winds going to enhance that storm development. And then so we get overnight wet snow, severe storms across the south into Friday. We move on into tomorrow night. That continues to push to the east. And Saturday, those heavy storms and the risk of severe weather, Hallie, on into the southeast coast, right on into Saturday night.
You called it unprecedented, Al. Why? I mean, why are we seeing this level?
Well, we're seeing all this really moist air, warm, moist air, the atmosphere holding more moisture, more heat, and that's the fuel for storms. And in fact, Hallie, we've got a risk of severe weather going into early next week. This is really rare to see the Severe Storm Center put out a severe risk for Monday. We're talking almost 5 days ahead. Look at Waco, Shreveport. We look at, that's Monday, strong tornadoes. They're already calling for strong tornadoes. Then Then Tuesday, we've got a risk for Memphis, Tupelo, Mobile, Lake Charles, New Orleans, and on into Wednesday, that moves into the southeast, Macon, Albany, Georgia, Tallahassee, and Pensacola. So it's not that it's never happened before, but for this early in the season, this far in advance, for the Severe Storm Center to be putting out these kind of warnings already is really unusual.
I feel like you are going to be a busy man for the next week or so. Al Roker, as always, thank you so much.
Sadly.
It's great to have you on the show. Thank you, friend.
Okie doke.
Hearings today on Capitol Hill were meant to try to help historically black colleges and universities that have been targeted by bomb threats this year. At least 36 HBCUs in all, more than a dozen of those threats. Remember, coming on the first day of Black History Month, one student from Howard University talked about what it's been like to live through this.
Students were repeatedly woken up with safety alerts, sometimes as late as 2 and 3 a.m. in the morning, constantly leaving us on edge and feeling as if the next threat was all but imminent.
The FBA did say the FBI rather says they think one person is responsible for most of these bomb threats, but nobody's been arrested yet. Ron Allen is joining us now with more on this. And Ron, I know you've been covering these threats since they've been happening, right? Talk about the takeaways from the hearings. What did we learn?
Well, you heard the student and some of the university presidents testified, and they were trying to make it clear that this is a huge problem that extends over the HBCU family. There have been 36 schools that have been targeted by threats, and there are 101 schools altogether. And they all feel this, and the students feel that this is, and the community feels that this is targeted at them because of who they are, because these are institutions that are educating the next generation of black leaders. And it was pointed out that there's, in a broader context, that there's been a rise in hate crimes across the country, a rise in activity by white supremacist groups. And Vice President Harris the other day said that there have been at least 80 threats when you consider HBCUs, houses of worship, synagogues, other institutions of higher learning. So this is a problem across the country. And as you were saying, they have identified a small group of persons of interest. They say one person, a juvenile, is responsible, they think, for a majority of cases. But the FBI official who was there testifying really couldn't answer questions, he said, about what all that means, because it sounds like they're pretty close, but they haven't arrested anyone. And this has been going on now for several months. And the last one was earlier this week at Morehouse University in Atlanta, so it's continuing.
It's not like it's over yet. Ron Allen, thank you for staying on top of those hearings for us. Appreciate it. We got some breaking news here, an update that is just into us in the last couple of minutes on that Texas crash that left 9 people dead. The NTSB is now saying it was the 13-year-old boy who was driving a pickup truck that crossed the center line and hit a van carrying a college golf team. It seems like a front tire that was apparently a spare tire failed, so that 13-year-old lost control of the truck. The victims include that 13-year-old, his passenger, 6 college golfers from the University of the Southwest, and their coach. 2 other college students are still in the hospital. We'll stay on top of that story, but we've got a lot more to get to tonight, including a new update on the investigations into murdered journalists in Mexico, how the government there is trying to do something now, plus just how easy it is to get your hands on a so-called ghost gun. That's one that cannot be traced. NBC News has that investigation coming up in a sec.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. NBC News, streaming free now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
The Mexican government today is laying out a plan to try to stop the murder of journalists, which, listen, is happening at a shocking rate there. We told you 24 hours ago on this show that an 8th journalist had been killed there this year alone. These are their names. These are who they are. It's almost a journalist a week this year so far. Mexico is considered one of the most dangerous places in the world for press freedom and for journalists. So here you have the feds in Mexico announcing this new task force to try to work with local officials to investigate these murders. They're saying more than a dozen people have been arrested so far in connection with 4 of the murders. But here's the thing. We just told you about how 8 journalists have been killed this year. The government's only counting 6 of them. Guad Venegas is here to break this down. First, Guad, why? Why aren't they looking at all 8?
Well, Hallie, you know, the local media in Mexico has chosen to go with the number 8 in a sign of protest because the government says only 6 of them were journalists. The other 2, one worked part-time, and then the other one had stopped working as a journalist, and that's why they've decided not to count them. Yet colleagues in Mexico, members of the media, agree that all 8 of them were journalists and should be considered journalists. So as a form of protest, they continue to report that 8 journalists have been murdered in Mexico.
It's significant that this task force has at least been created, but why now, right? I mean, we've had reporting from you and from our colleagues who cover this for a couple of months now about how concerned people are about this.
Hallie, if you look at the last 20 years in Mexico, about 150 journalists have been murdered. That's an alarming number. Now, the murders that happened this year have gotten a lot of attention, especially with Margarito Martinez. He was a photographer that was murdered in Tijuana who worked with a lot of American journalists. He was very well known by people that worked in San Diego at the Union Tribune. So after that murder, there was a lot of pressure coming from local and from international journalists against the Mexican president and the government. They had to do something, so they created this special task force that has been working with different state authorities in Baja California, Veracruz, and in Michoacan to try to find those responsible. And, you know, they just announced they've made 16 arrests connected to 4 of these murders. And then the murder that just happened this week, they've now identified, as you can see on the screen, the 2 suspects connected to that murder. So they're moving forward with these efforts under heavy pressure from local and international media.
What is it like, I mean, for people in Mexico who are living there, because there is attention on these journalists, of course, but there are a lot of, you know, unsolved violent crimes that are going unpunished in Mexico, too.
Right. So, you know, one of the things in Mexico is that criminals feel like they can commit a murder and they won't get caught because a lot of these crimes don't have the investigation necessary to follow up and find a suspect, then convict someone. So the president is now trying to make a point by arresting these individuals. Now, they haven't been convicted yet, but if convicted, they're probably going to get a harsh sentence. Now, when you look at the laws in Mexico, sentencing for murder is not as harsh as you would see in the United States. But still, the government wants to make an example because there's outcry all across Mexico, issues with public safety. Just this week in Mexico, the government arrested the leader of the largest cartel in the north part of the country and extradited him to the United States. So they're really stepping up enforcement, not just when it comes to members of cartels, but the murder of journalists, but just public safety in general, the government doing what they can with murders that continue for the most part to be unsolved in the country.
Guad Venegas, glad to have you with us. Thank you. Gun violence in this country has been going up, and so has the number of ghost guns. Do you know what a ghost gun is? They're guns that are basically untraceable. There's like no record of them. You don't actually need a background check to buy them. And the LAPD, for example, says they recovered nearly 2,000 ghost guns last year. They were used in at least 24 homicides. So our team here at NBC News was wondering, how do you buy them? How long does it take to build one, right? Our own Vaughn Hilliard pursued an investigation on this. He ended up at a gun show in Pennsylvania last month to show just how easy it is to buy one of these. That's Vaughn talking with one of the sellers. And then the team found that all it takes to put it together is clicking on to YouTube, right? Getting on to look at a tutorial. I want to bring in Vaughn Hilliard now. Vaughn, I know you're going to have more on top story on this. Tell us a little bit now about the pursuit of this story and what it shows.
Right. Nobody can no longer claim naivety to the prevalence of ghost guns and the extent to which they have surged in our communities here. We've known about ghost guns now for a number of years, but what you are seeing, or what law enforcement are seeing, are a dramatic uptick in the number that are being confiscated and recovered from crime scenes. Just take Philadelphia. From 2019 to 2021, the number of recovered ghost guns increased 5 times here. And you can see we were in Philadelphia this last month here and at a gun show. Went up and it was a simple cash transfer. There is no background check to purchase one of these. All it takes is that cash, no ID required, no background check. For all they know, I could have been a convicted felon, and they handed over that kit, then within just about an hour was able to be constructed into a ghost gun.
So, Vaughn, let me say this though, because you also caught up with one of the guys, I think the guy who had helped put this particular gun show together, and his point was, hey, nothing that they're doing is illegal here. This is not illegal.
Right. There is 40 states right now that do not regulate statewide ghost guns. Again, that means just 10 states have actually taken legislative action to address this here. I was talking with the Pennsylvania Attorney General Josh Shapiro, who says, hey, look, we just want to be able to treat ghost guns in the same way that we treat another handgun, another firearm. Meaning if you go to that gun show, that you have to submit to a background check in order to take on and receive and acquire one of these kits here. But after we were leaving that show, that gun show, I was able to actually track down Jordan Monroe. He is the major ghost gun kit supplier in Pennsylvania. And after a little back and forth, he agreed to come on camera, in which I asked him about the prevalence of the ghost gun industry today. Take a listen.
No, because I'm not a criminal.
But you're essentially handing them a piece that they can build in a half an hour and turn it into a gun.
Yeah, you can get keys and a pack of Budweiser and drunk drive, kill somebody too.
Which essentially is his case for when I asked him whether he bears any responsibility when these guns get into the hands of convicted felons who, if they were to submit themselves to a background check, would not be able to receive a handgun otherwise. You just heard him there. He claims no responsibility.
Vaughn Hilliard, it's great reporting. We look forward to seeing more of it. I'm glad that you did it. Glad that you brought it to us, Vaughn. Thank you. Top story tonight, 7 o'clock. We'll look for you. Let's get you over to the 5 things now our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1. The Justice Department has come to a deal with families of the Parkland school shooting victims. It's $127.5 million, and it settles dozens of civil cases connected to, of course, what happened in Parkland in 2018 that killed 17 people. In the lawsuit, the families accused the FBI of negligence and said even though the Bureau got tips about the shooter, they say it did nothing to stop him. Number 2, Florida police have arrested more than 100 people in a human trafficking sting connected to Disney. Officials say at least 4 Disney employees and a retired judge were part of the group taken in. Those Disney employees are on unpaid leave right now. The days-long undercover operation targeted predators trying to force victims into prostitution. Number 3, New Zealand is opening up its borders a little earlier than planned. So if you're looking for a trip, the country's going to let in some international tourists after a couple of years, 2 of them, of major COVID isolation. The Prime Minister says starting next month, vaccinated travelers from Australia can visit without needing to quarantine. If you are not Australian, if you are watching us here in the United States and not overseas, you'll be able to get to New Zealand in May. Mark your calendars, get those tickets. Number 4, Dolly Parton, she is still on the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame ballot, even though, remember, we told you just a couple days ago, she said she was declining her nomination because she thought she hadn't earned a spot. Well, the Hall of Fame feels a little differently. It says it would be proud to name her as a potential inductee and noted her, quote, pioneering spirit. Voting is already going on, so we're going to see how this plays out for Dolly. Stay tuned. And number 5, NASA. Slow ride of the Artemis 1 rocket right now toward the launch pad at Cape Canaveral. This is a live look from NASA TV that'll be showing all of it. It's part of the program to eventually get astronauts back on the moon. It's an unmanned mission, and NASA's hoping to launch in May. The 4-mile trip should take about 11 hours. When the rocket heads to space, it's going to be going a lot faster. After the break. While the attacks continue, keep up on the ground in Ukraine, Russian media is being hit with a lot of resignations. Why journalists are walking out on the job and protesting their own country. And big concerns tonight over what could be this new method of semi-warfare. Why experts say deep fakes could only make the whole thing worse. We've got to look at that next.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taster freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
So you know we've been talking about this crisis in Ukraine, this invasion. Well, now you have these Russian journalists working at Russian state TV who were apparently walking right off the job, according to a new BBC report. Let's start over at RT. This is a state network the Department of Justice here once called the alter ego of the Kremlin. Maria Baranova, their chief editor, just quit. It's not just her, their London correspondent, their Moscow-based journalist, a French presenter, all deciding they are done. Bye-bye RT. You've also got two journalists from NTV, another state-sponsored station. They recently quit. One had reportedly been with the network more than 30 years. All of it's coming on top, really, of this moment, when a journalist with Channel 1 protested on TV, holding up, remember this huge sign that said "No War"? Hours after that, one of her colleagues at Channel 1 also resigned. Ken Jelanian joins me now. So, Ken, here's the interesting thing about this, right? We've seen these protests in the street in Russia, people risking prison time, going behind bars for this. We know the woman who showed up with that sign on TV, also potentially, risking time behind bars. The Kremlin has tried to crack down, threatening 15 years in prison for people responsible for what they call fake news, i.e., right, news the Kremlin doesn't like. So this isn't a large number. This isn't hundreds of journalists, right? But it is people in high-profile positions who have decided we're not going to take it anymore.
That's right. I mean, the first thing to be said, though, is that some of these people have been parroting Russian propaganda for years. So it's fair to say, okay, you were okay with the seizure of Crimea.
Well, 2014, right?
Where
were we
with
then? That's
poisoning
a good point.
political opponents, but now Putin has gone too far. But at the same time, the fact that these comfortable state-sponsored journalists are walking off the job does speak to how much opposition there is in Russia against this war.
That's a good point, right? I mean, these folks, some of them have been around for a while. You've got non-Kremlin media, right? Some independent journalists who have been under attack for years. We know reportedly some have left the country for safety because of this new crackdown by the Kremlin. What does it mean as far as what's left for regular Russians, right? If you're sitting in Russia and you're outside Moscow and you turn on the TV, what do you see?
you're seeing nothing but state-sponsored media. Russia has purged the country of independent media and has purged state media of dissident voices. And so many Russians, probably most Russians, do not understand what's happening in Ukraine right now. They think the war is mostly in the east. They don't know that Kyiv is being bombed. They think there are no civilian casualties. They're told that Russian troops are greeted as liberators. Now, at the same time, they're not sheep, and it's a lot of people in Russia support.
What do you mean
Putin.
they're not sheep?
Well, sheep. I mean,
sheep.
What I mean is that even if there was opposition media, look at the United States. We have the freest media in the world, and millions of people believe that the last election was stolen falsely. So there are a lot of people in Russia that support this war and support Putin, but it's absolutely true that they have purged the media of dissent.
Well, can you talk a little more about that? Because you wonder, at what point does it start to make a dent? Does it start to get through to the people that you're talking about here, right? Like that the people on their favored channels are now starting to quit and move on, et cetera. Like at what point does that actually start to make a difference?
Well, there are other sources of media. There's Telegram. Arnold Schwarzenegger, you may have seen, put out a very powerful video today speaking directly to the Russian people. To the extent that's getting to most Russians, it's not clear. Another thing that's happening, though, is that over here we have a far-right media, including Tucker Carlson on Fox News, parroting Russian propaganda. And there's even reporting that Russian state media was asked to use more clips of that in their own channel. So, while the EU and others are shutting down RT and other state media or Russian state media organs, some of that propaganda is leaking into our own media here in the United States.
It's so interesting. You think there's going to be more to come?
Yeah, well, I think there's definitely an effort by probably the United States government and others to get the message to the Russian people, like we saw with that Schwarzenegger video. And I think that's ongoing.
Ken Delanian, great stuff. Thank you so much for being with us. Appreciate it.
Good to be with you. Thanks.
If you were shocked to see a video of Ukrainian President Zelensky telling his soldiers to surrender in the fight against Russia, you should have been shocked because the video wasn't real. It's fake, right? This was a picture of it. We have labeled it deep fake, because we don't want people to get confused. But that video, what you're seeing behind him, Zelensky in the green shirt, that's not even real. That's not Zelensky. It's super manipulated. Hackers put up this video, which made the rounds on social media and then ended up picked up on live TV, national TV in Ukraine, on that TV network's website, too. President Zelensky responded with this, a telegram. You heard Ken reference Telegram as a mode of communication. He put out a Telegram video saying, no, we don't plan to lay down any arms until our victory. But these deep fakes are a new example of this frontier in war that is emerging more and more. What are deep fakes, right? They're videos where, like you just saw, somebody, Zelensky, somebody else, has been digitally altered to do and say anything. They're usually used to spread misinformation. We don't know who's behind this one of Zelensky, but Ukraine had been warning about the possibility of Russia spreading fake videos of this very thing as part of its information warfare. Joel Kent is covering this story for us and joins us now. And it's so interesting that this video managed to make it on live, national television in Ukraine and get this message out that wasn't real, that was totally fake to a ton of people.
Yeah, I mean, how quickly does it travel, right? We've been covering these deep fakes for years, and the Department of Defense has been trying to stop them over at DARPA. Major tech companies are trying to stop the spread as well, like YouTube and Facebook. So today I called up the research director of the USC Information Sciences Institute here in Los Angeles, and he told me that basically deep fakes are a major threat to democracy, even still, having covered this for years now. And he says that the tools that they have catch deep fakes more than 90% of the time. But this one, if you look closely at the beard, this was easy to spot, right? Relatively speaking, it was a very bad deep fake. You could tell there was the jerky mouth movements, the inconsistent head and neck. But you know what? That doesn't take away from the fact that deep fakes are really misleading. And this fake video of fake Zelensky offering to surrender, experts have long basically warned, Hallie, that deep fakes are used for malicious political purposes. It's happening again. And Ukrainian officials have been onto this for a while. They've been warning for weeks that Russia was going to try to pull off what this video tried to say.
What about the social media companies where this stuff is spreading? What is their responsibility here?
Yeah, so Facebook told us they, quote, quickly took it down, but it had been up for some time, and YouTube and Twitter saying that they also took action. But critics say no, that big tech is not doing enough. And one of the strongest critiques from the director of the USC Information Sciences Institute I was just talking about, Wael Abda Al-Magid, he tells me that the real work means sacrificing engagement, sacrificing clicks, and profit will go down on these social media platforms in order to meet what he calls the ethical and moral imperative of bad information creating all these problems. And he's basically saying that the big tech companies are, quote, failing from a moral and ethical perspective, and that in order to really fight misinformation, they've got to do it at the expense of lower stock value, lower revenue, and politicians got to start thinking in the same vein.
But there's something bigger here too, which it feels like the question of undermining the legitimacy of any video is out there, right? If I'm looking now at any video that I see and I'm going, well, is that Joel and Ken or is that a deep fake? Like, I don't know, right? Like, that can be potentially a pretty dangerous slippery slope.
Yeah, very dangerous. So put your critical thinking cap on. You should always be questioning the legitimacy of any video that you see online, especially if it lives on social media. If it looks weird, a little fishy, your gut instinct is probably right. You got to check the source, look around, and practice that good social media hygiene, because if it looks weird, if it sounds weird, if it sounds unlikely, chances are it probably is, Hallie.
It's common sense goes a long way. You know what I mean? Joel and Ken, stand on top of this angle for us. Thank you so much. Good to see you.
Thanks.
Still ahead. California guy took 2 bear cubs from their den only to give them back because he says he couldn't take care of them. Well, he's a dude, not a bear. We're going to have more details on his guilty plea now coming up in the local. And a temporary ban on Kanye's Instagram after he went after Trevor Noah with racial slurs. We've got more on what's going on with him and why mental health advocates and emotional abuse advocates are really concerned.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right,
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now. News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right,
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Transgender athlete Leah Thomas is competing in the NCAA swimming championships tonight and could make history. We'll explain why she's getting some support and some heat. But first, NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day. And because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. From our West Coast Bureau, a California man has pleaded guilty to taking these two little baby cubs from their den, little baby bears. They were taken back in 2019. The man only told officials after he realized he wasn't able to take care of them. He faces fines, probation, community service hours. Luckily, the bears are safe and sound back where they belong, in the wild. From our Southeast Bureau, the mayor of Surfside, Florida, has been voted out of office. You may remember Surfside, of course, as the seaside town where a condo collapsed last year and killed 98 people. In the city's first election since the accident, Charles Burkett came in third. A local business owner will be the new mayor. And from our Washington Bureau here, the city council is taking a look at a bill that would protect domestic workers against workplace discrimination. It would cover people who are nannies, housekeepers, and caretakers against things like stealing wages and too big of a workload. If it's passed, the bill would help more than 9,000 workers in Washington, many of them immigrants and women of color. We are going to sneak in a quick break, but when we come back, more on that potential history-making moment for Penn's Leah Thomas.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Welcome back to Hallie Jackson Now on NBC News Now. And tonight, the first D1 transgender swimmer is off to a pretty good start in the NCAA swimming and diving championships. Leah Thomas winning big at this morning's prelims, and she's going to swim in 3 events during the competition, including the 500-yard freestyle tonight. She's been dominating her races for the University of Pennsylvania's women's team after spending 3 years competing on the men's team. She says it was all about being her true self.
My mental health was not very good. There was a lot of unease about basically just feeling trapped in my body.
The team posted this picture, 2 members of it, cheering on Leah and a couple other teammates. One other Penn swimmer has spoken out anonymously about what she sees as an unfair advantage. Blaine Alexander is joining me now. Blaine, it's good to be with you. Give us the latest.
Well, Hallie, bottom line, she is favored to win this race. It's set to start in about 6 minutes or so. And if she does, she is going to make history. Not only did she come into this weekend favored to win the 500-yard freestyle, but she blew away the competition this morning, as you said. So she's going in as the #1 seed. If she wins this race, she is going to make history in NCAA. It's not just the 500, though. She's got the 200. She's got the 100. She's favored to win the 200, and she has a very good shot in the 100. So certainly going to be watching all three of those. Now, as for the mood around the Aquatic Center, I spent some time out there today. You saw a handful of protesters, and I really have to emphasize a handful, like less than a dozen people who were out there saying, you know what, it's not fair that she's very small, about 10 people, really, saying it's not fair that she's